Chapter 621. I don't think so. Even if she has more guns, what can she do? The alliance downstairs has at least 10 talents in total. If they really decide to fight her, how can a little girl like her be their opponent? Yes, even if she has a gun, it is not omnipotent. It is only because the base is still in charge now. Otherwise, this little girl will have a hard time alone. Who told her not to join our alliance? If she joins, we can help each other, and we will definitely survive until the end of the extreme cold. Oh, I don't know when this extreme cold will pass. When it came to the last topic, several families stopped talking again, and they were all in low spirits. When it rained before, bugs grew in the house, and they thought life was hard, and they just hoped it would pass quickly. Now that it's extremely cold, they realized that that time was really good. Although the food was bad, at least they were not hungry. If they wanted to eat, they could just grab a bug and stuff it into their mouths. But when the extreme cold came, they could no longer find any food outside. Every day, I can only consume my stockpile, watching the food I have stored decrease little by little, but I don't know when the extreme cold will end, and I am always afraid of starving to death. This feeling is too bad. Many people have thought of ways during this period, but even if they brave the wind and snow to go out of the base and break the ice, there are no fish underwater. They tried to plant, but the weather was so cold that even the seeds sold in the mall did not germinate. It seems that humans are the only species left in the world. They also thought about eating less, but they couldn't eat less. Every other day they had to go out to get water, and each time they had to walk a long way, at least an hour to go back and forth. In such cold weather, they were afraid that they would not be able to come back if they did not eat something. If they did not go, they would have to spend bean cakes to buy the ice that the icebreakers had made, but they were reluctant to do so, so they had to walk by themselves. This was because the base called on people to clear the snow on the main road, so they could come back so quickly. In other places where the snow was not cleared, the snow was already 2 stories high. Although it was annoying, it didn't stop them from watching the fun. Just as GE came down from their floor, someone secretly opened the door a little, preparing to watch the movie from the front row. As the door was opened, a biting cold wind blew in immediately, and the temperature in the room dropped several degrees in an instant. The gifted person at the front had already had experience. The moment the wind blew in, he transformed himself into a hairy monster in the place where he was. He moved his body, squeezed in the crack of the door, and used his thick fur to block the cold wind blowing in outside the door. The person squatting next to the stove kept staring at the thermometer, watching the temperature on the thermometer drop continuously, soon breaking through -10 degrees, heading straight for -15 degrees, and still falling. He didn't care about the firewood, and reached out to take a handful of dried weeds from the pile next to him, and threw them into the stove. If they were injured by the cold, there was no frostbite medicine for them. The flame, which was originally burning a little weakly, became a little bigger when it encountered this piece of hay. But it was just a little bit. The little ones were pitiful. The mutant guarding the door also moved and blocked the gap in the door more tightly to prevent the cold wind from entering the house. With the joint efforts of both parties, the temperature in the house finally returned to -10 degrees. The person watching the stove breathed a sigh of relief and stopped preparing to add hay. In order to save fuel, these families only managed to keep the temperature in the house at around -10 degrees even if they lit firewood. It can only be said that it is not freezing to death, but as for how comfortable it is definitely not. They were wearing patched down jackets, 3 layers of summer clothes inside and 3 layers outside, wrapped up like a ball. If it was a brand new down jacket, there would be no need to wear so many layers, but their down jackets were fished out of the water, first baked by the extreme heat, then soaked in water, and a lot of the hair inside had escaped, so the quality was already much worse than before. Everyone gathered at the door, pricked up their ears, and listened silently to the excitement downstairs. Life is so boring. If there is no excitement to watch, what is the point of living? He brought the ball to the door of the house, where the newcomers lived downstairs. Without saying a word, she started banging on the door. She was very strong, and after a few hits, she made holes in the door. While banging, she shouted, "Low blood sugar. Low blood sugar. Lend me some food." She was evenly matched. After banging on the top, she banged on the bottom, and even made holes in the door. She was looking for someone to borrow food, and she didn't know which room was occupied, so wasn't it normal for her to knock on the door? After knocking over the house on the left, he waved to the feng shui, pour the water into the crack of the door. It was so cold. The water quickly froze, and froze the door tightly. He was very satisfied and turned around to knock over the house on the right, shouting slogans while knocking over. Low blood sugar, borrow food. After she knocked over, the Feng Shou started to sprinkle water. The two of them cooperated tacitly, without any nonsense. After finishing one floor, she went downstairs and started to knock over the two houses downstairs. Don't miss any of them. The old residents upstairs, who were watching the excitement, heard Ji He's slogan of borrowing food and showed a tacit look. Ji He's voice was very loud. Even the group of late awakening talents who were lying in the house and relying on less exercise to resist starvation heard it. This would drag his body to the door with difficulty, ready to watch the excitement. This thing doesn't consume physical strength. Room 601. The behavior style of these new families is similar to that of the alliance upstairs. They don't dare to squander the fuel they have. In order to save charcoal, they stayed together during the day. This heavy snow keeps falling. When will it stop? I saw that the second floor has been submerged. If it continues like this, the sixth floor is not safe either. If you ask me, it is better to move to the top floor as soon as possible. That house has good defense and there are supplies inside, which will save us a lot of trouble. Speaking of this, the people in the house took the opportunity to talk about the topic of their recent house grabbing. This girl is quite persistent. She has not given in for so many days. A man who had just knocked on Ji He's door raised his hands and tried to get closer to the fire. You're just a coward in there. The props at the door are really annoying. If I were to ask you, we have to go in sooner or later. Why are you dragging your feet? It's so cold. If she agrees quickly, we'd have to go through less trouble, right? If I were to ask you, do we have to have her house? Why? Chapter 622. There was a middle-aged woman who was a little bit reluctant. If someone had told her before the natural disaster that she would rob a strange woman's house, she would not believe it. Forget it. We just guessed that she had supplies. No one knows whether it is true or not. Don't bother for a long time. There is nothing in the room. It's a waste of time. Haha, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. If that person can hide in the house and not come out, he must have something. Besides, what is the situation now? Don't you know? Food and fuel will only become less and less. Even if we don't fight for ourselves, we have to fight for our children. The base's previous guarantee that bean cakes would be in stock now sounds like bullshit. The bean cakes are indeed not out of stock, but they are sold every 2 days and are limited. What's the difference between this and out of stock? Now the base has no eyes for us, only the energy stone. When the man said this, he didn't even raise his head, staring at the water on the stove, waiting for it to boil so that he could drink a sip to warm his body. I have inquired about the woman upstairs. Before the extreme cold came, someone wanted to live in her house, but she used some unknown method to drive him away. Don't you know about our base? If we don't give her supplies, we will never allow her to live alone. Besides, if she dares to live alone at this time, she must have food and fuel. In this situation, the fittest survive, and we are right to do this. It is not clear whether he is comforting himself or others. How do you know she has fuel? What if she is also a long-haired animal and stays at home after transformation? Isn't it normal for a little girl to spend food without restraint and live day by day? I don't think she has food. It's so hard to earn food now. She's wearing new clothes. I guess she's eaten them all. I think you're going to end up with nothing. The woman couldn't help but pour cold water on the man. Another man interrupted. A little bean cake would be fine. Hearing the word bean cake, the heroine licked her cracked lips. She was so hungry. Hungry and flustered. Now, in order to save food, the bean cakes at home are now available for the men to eat. She only ate 2 meals a day, 1 bean cake for each meal, just hanging on. The family had stored a lot of winter food in advance, including 2 kilograms of rice and flour, but when the icicles came, they didn't bring anything with them in order to escape, and all the family assets they had accumulated were gone. No one knows if there will be a tomorrow after surviving today. You should try to make friends with her, and find out if there is anything at home. Don't make a fuss and end up with nothing. The man didn't even raise his head when he heard this. Don't bother. I guess her ability is just average, otherwise why didn't even the other residents in this building take her with them? It must be that she is incompetent and others look down on her. Then will the base agree to your doing this? I heard that she knows someone from the base patrol team, who came to see her the day before yesterday. The man poured some hot water into the chip bowl, picked it up, and drank it cherishingly. The next second, the familiar feeling of vomiting came over him. He closed his eyes and tried to distract himself by chatting. That person hasn't been here for more than a month. It's not certain whether he is dead or alive. The patrol team has to fight the turbid beast. How can they care about such a small matter when they are busy every day? Besides, even if they come, what can they do to us? Did we pry open the door? Did we force her? No, we just came to ask if she was okay. It would be reasonable to report it to the base. If she can't stand it and lets us in, the base can't do anything about it." The woman still muttered when she heard this. "Then you should be careful. It's better to reason with her. We are all human beings. It's not easy. We should help each other at this time." The people around him followed up. "We won't drive her away if we move in. We can also help her keep watch." "What a good thing." The man nodded and was about to say something when he suddenly heard a loud knock on the door and a shout for food. He was a little surprised, but soon realized that it was not from his floor, but from above, and he felt relieved. The people next to him were also startled. Who is knocking on the door? So loud, knocking on the enemy. A few men stood up and asked, "Why don't we go up and take a look?" They lived on the 8th and 9th floors, and they were afraid that it was someone knocking on their own door. A man gloated, "Food is life. It's strange that this guy can borrow it." The man in 602 also advised, "Don't go. It has nothing to do with us. Don't worry about it." After saying this, the knocking stopped. Everyone was relieved and prepared to sit down. As soon as they bent down, they heard the knocking sound again. The men didn't take it seriously at first, but as they listened, their hearts were lifted again. How come the knocking sound is getting closer and closer to this floor, and the sound is very loud, as if it knocks on their hearts? Several people looked at each other and had a bad premonition. "Isn't that someone knocking at my house? Why does it sound like someone knocking at my house?" The men looked at each other and subconsciously stood up and walked towards the door. The knocking sound from upstairs had reached this floor. The man knocked on the door opposite first, and then the house they were in. Under everyone's gaze, as the bang 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 sound came, the white frosted door began to shake. The children in the house were so scared that they immediately shrank into the arms of the adults. The women quickly hugged the children and hid aside, comforting them while looking out the door anxiously. Don't cry, you can't cry, your face will get frostbitten easily." The knocks on the door continued, and the men felt their heads hurt as they listened to the sound. The frost-covered door was smashed into several large holes, under the gaze of the men. "This is a security door. Can you use such a strong force? Is there a hole on the outside?" The leading man took a deep breath, and as the cold air was sucked into his body, he calmed down and shouted, "What's the matter?" "Borrow firewood. I have hypoglycemia. Borrow food." When Yuanchio heard this, he shouted out immediately. The men in the house looked at each other in surprise when they heard the familiar voice. They were not familiar with the female voice before, but they were very familiar with this voice. They had taken turns to go upstairs and knock on the door during this period, and were scolded every day. This voice had long been remembered in their hearts. Knowing who it was, the men also had a clue in their hearts. The leading man thought for a long time, and the people in the house did not speak, just quietly scolding Yuanchio. Finally, he went up and prepared to open the door. At this moment, he thought that if there were many people, they would give in, and if there was only one person, then... The man looked at the shaking door in front of him, stretched out his hand suddenly, and pulled it hard. Didn't pull it? He looked down and saw that the door was frozen? The door is frozen. Chapter 623. The men in the house started to accompany each other, but the door was too frozen. They pulled for a long time, but couldn't pull it down. In the end, it was the fire-type talent who melted the ice. They successfully opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, they were almost furious. The little girl upstairs, I don't know when, poured ice all over the corridor. At this moment, he was standing at the door with his arms folded, dressed neatly, looking at the room with a monkey-like look, and an arrogant smile on his mouth. Are you guys here? Why don't you open the door? The man's mouth twitched. Why don't you open the door? Don't you know better than us? But he was shocked by Ji's fearless attitude. He stopped everyone and said with a smile, We are neighbors, sister, if you have anything, just tell me. Why do you have to come in person? He raised his hand and pointed at the charcoal basin in the house, and pointed over there with a presumptuous look. It's cold, there is no firewood, I want to come over to borrow some, and I have hypoglycemia, I need to eat some food to make up for it, and borrow some food by the way. The man lied with his eyes open and continued to give in. Sister, aren't you making things difficult for our family? We are not well off, and really don't have firewood. You can borrow some from others. He kicked the ball with her foot and signaled with her eyes. Does the brazier they use for burning fire look familiar? She really didn't lie. She picked up the brazier on the roadside, when it was extremely hot before. It was piled up in the space, and never used. She threw it away when she was cleaning the space because she thought it was too broken. She didn't know when this family picked it up and used it. Yuanqio was carrying a broom, ready to go. Hearing this, he rushed into the house, grabbed the charcoal brazier, and walked back happily. Hey, isn't this the one we put downstairs before? How did it get stolen? Stop! This is our brazier! Put it down! The male owner of 601 saw the charcoal brazier being taken away, and rushed over to grab it. Yuanqio immediately stretched out his hand and handed over the red-hot charcoal brazier. You say it's yours, so it's yours? Then take it, take it. The man looked at the charcoal basin that was in front of his face and stepped back subconsciously. He had long since given up the game. If he got burned, he would have nowhere to get the scald medicine. Yuanqio sneered and walked around the house holding the red charcoal basin. Who else said it was yours? Who else? Take one with your bare hands. As long as you dare to take it, I will admit that this basin is yours. The man in the house looked at the trembling charcoal basin, which seemed to be about to fall, and hurriedly dodged. Some wanted to turn into beasts. The clothes on his body were the only ones he had for the winter. If they were burned, he would become a poor man who was looked down upon by others. The more they gave in, the more excited Yuanqio became. It seemed that he wanted to show off all the rage he had held back before, and he ran around the house crazily with a brazier to scare people. The woman screamed subconsciously. The child also stretched his neck and started to howl. Jihe, what are you yelling for? Yuanqio never leaned towards the child and the woman. The brazier is 800 meters away from you. How can you call? The leading man frowned, waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew out the weak flame in the charcoal brazier. He turned to look at Jihe. Girl, aren't you just robbing? Aren't you afraid that we will report it to the base? Hearing this, Jihe looked at the man in surprise. You are threatening me. The man, Jihe nodded. Go ahead and report it, and see if the base will care about your little thing. And I'm not wrong, this charcoal brazier is really mine. I put it downstairs, and there is a word of fire in the charcoal brazier. Whether it is true or false, the lie detector will know it after a test. Hearing Jihe's confident words, the man stopped talking. Because this was very likely true. He knew clearly that the charcoal basin was indeed picked up by the family in 601 downstairs. When the family picked it up, they showed it off like a treasure. Jihe saw that they were silent, but he didn't intend to end it. Round ball, Fengshu, your master is threatened. I'm so scared. Throw it on me. After saying that, Fengshu took the water in his hand and poured it into the house. If someone had told him before that he would do such a childish thing, he would never have believed it. But now, the water splashed out, giving him a completely different kind of pleasure from killing people. How to describe it? It was a bit like a bad taste. The harvest was so fast that the men blocking the door didn't even have time to react before they were all soaked. Especially the leading man, who was given special attention, and was poured all over his head. His clothes instantly froze into ice and were hard. Although they didn't freeze to death, they were still in trouble. The people watching the excitement upstairs heard this, and clenched their fists. Fight! 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 Everyone in the house was stunned by the water, and didn't react for a while. Jihe didn't leave, just stood there, opened the door, and let the cold air in. Cool down everyone. A cold wind blew in, and the leading men shuddered, and then quickly turned into beasts. The man in the household 601 turned into a bald, yellow-haired, oval-shaped, sharp-beaked strange bird and rushed straight towards Jihe. You smashed my house. You smashed my charcoal brazier. You must compensate me with 20 kilograms of food, otherwise this matter will not end. Fengshu stood in front of Jihe, filled the basin with water again, and poured it on the man again. Noisy. Jihe, ? What's going on? This seems to be more powerful than her speech? Who is the boss? The ball turned into a metal ball as big as a yoga ball and chased the man in the house. Aren't you harassing us? Come on. Let's not stop. The men dodged and shouted, I will go to the base to sue you and have you arrested by the base. Then you go. Jihe acted like a bachelor. I stand here and wait for you to sue me. The men were irritated by Jihe's rogue attitude, but they couldn't get through the ball, so they could only shout, I'm telling you, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. Pay us 50 kilograms of rice immediately, or we attack you. When the other people in the room heard this, their eyes flashed, but they didn't say anything. 50 kilograms? This guy is really bold, but it's better this way. Let's test the woman's strength first. As soon as this thought came up, they saw that the woman at the door didn't even move, and the metal ball turned around, and the man hit the others at a faster speed. Ah! The child's father. There was a scream in the house, and the woman didn't care about comforting the child. and rushed to see the man's situation. Da Fengshou stood at the door, blocking Ji He, and poured basins of water into the house. Soon the whole house turned into an ice house. Chapter 624. The big metal ball that the sphere turned into chased the gifted person and cursed, 50 kilograms of food. I think you look like 50 kilograms of food. I will stand here today and see what you can do to us. If I take a step back, I am not a human being. You come to my house and knock on the door all day long, harassing a little girl. You are shameless. Do you really think we are afraid of you? Before doing this, you didn't go out and find out who I am. Several people in the house turned into beasts, unwilling to be beaten unilaterally, and tried to fight back, but Ji He was useless. The sphere didn't talk about any tactics, just smashed whoever it saw, and smashed it when it flew up. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, as long as they dared to transform, they would be smashed. He was not afraid of talent. No matter what talent was thrown at it, it seemed to be absorbed and useless. The men tried to throw their talents at the woman at the door. It turned out that the ball in front of the woman was also scary. It erected a black barrier, and all the talents thrown into it were absorbed, as if thrown into a black hole. And for some reason, the black barrier gave them a feeling of extreme danger. It made them subconsciously want to stay away. Seeing the ball, and the harvest so ferocious, Ji He was shocked. The housekeeping tools and housework robots are so lethal? And 1v10? Sure. At this moment, she suddenly remembered something. The ball seemed to have never consumed energy stones since it was used, according to the principle that the greater the power, the more energy stones are consumed. This is not right. The ball in the room didn't know that its identity was suspected. She smashed and cursed. Didn't your mother teach you not to harass little girls? I gave you some face, but you are still taking advantage of me. You knocked on my door and acted like a scoundrel. You are disgusting. I'm telling you, when I was in power, you were nothing. The people in the room were really angry, and took out their props to fight back. They were already beaten at the door. If they just let it go, how can they survive in this building in the future? The leading man made up his mind. His whole body moved without wind, and he floated up. Just as he was about to rush to the ball, a dog barking suddenly came from downstairs, and gradually increased. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Who could afford to keep a dog at this time? Turning around, they saw a white whirlwind at the door, rushing towards Ji He. Everyone? ? Where did the dog come from? Support sent by friendly forces? Or dog meat delivered to the door? Thinking of the taste of dog meat, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look at the white dog. As a result, they watched the little white dog fly out at a speed faster than when it came. But it didn't give up. After being kicked away, it hummed and tried to hug Ji He's thigh again. The short tail shook like a hot wheel. Ji He kicked the dog, and the dog pounced. It was as if it didn't understand the rejection and showed its enthusiasm. In between kicking the dog, Ji He looked up and asked everyone, "Are you teammates?" There are no dogs now, and even if there were before, they were all eaten as dog meat. This one is definitely not a real dog, and most it is a person who looks like a dog. Don't take advantage of her. Everyone in the room shook their heads frantically. Don't talk nonsense. I don't have a friend who turns into a pug after transformation. Yes, this must be your friend. When they heard that Ji He wanted to link this pug with them, everyone in the room didn't care about fighting anymore, and stood up and waved their hands frantically. They tried desperately to prove that they had nothing to do with this dog. Just kidding. There must be a contempt chain for turning into beasts, right? This dog doesn't look as long as their forearms, and it has white hair. It looks like it can't be fought. Who wants to be friends with it? It must be your friend. Quickly get it away from me. Ji He was still trying to kick the dog while he was talking, and later he used 50% of his strength, but even if the dog was kicked away, it could still jump back at a very fast speed and hug Ji He's calf. Ji He was still trying to kick the dog while he was talking, and later he used 50% of his strength, but even if the dog was kicked away, it could still jump back at a very fast speed. Da Fengshou simply stopped pouring water, and pinched the dog's neck with one hand to keep it away from Ji He. Seeing this scene, the wolves, tigers, leopards and balls that everyone in the house had transformed into stopped their actions, and even the children stopped crying and stretched their necks to look outside. Many neighbors who were watching the excitement upstairs came out, and quietly looked down through the gap in the stairs. This drama is full of twists and turns, and you can't watch it many times in a year. If you miss it, you will cry tonight. The ball didn't care about chasing people and fighting, and quickly turned back into a ball and rushed back to protect Ji He. Whose rascal is this? You are actually a hooligan. I will skin you alive. Their white unicorn is still an underage baby. How can you let the middle-aged greasy man take advantage of you? Dafingshou? Dafingshou, swallow him. The little white dog was not afraid of being strangled by the neck. He whimpered and tried to get close to Ji-hee. The ball tore him, and he screamed. He screamed at Ji-hee. Dafingshou said calmly, "This is not a living being, but an energy body. It will not die unless its master dies." After he finished speaking, Dafingshou exerted force on his hands and threw the dog out. The next second, the dog flashed back at a flashing speed and was strangled by Dafingshou again. After this back and forth, it didn't have any injuries on its body. This was enough to prove that what Dafingshou said was true. And this also made the eyes of several people in the room widen. This scoundrel dog is also a talent? What talent? Playing rogue? Ji-hee knew the strength of Dafingshou. Under normal circumstances, let alone this dog, even the 300-pound fat pig at home could be crushed by it. But it just couldn't strangle the dog to death. For a while, except for strangling the dog's neck, it seemed that there was really no way to deal with this scoundrel dog. Dafingshou frowned, hesitating whether to throw the dog into his talent. His talent can devour everything. If he throws the dog in, the dog will definitely disappear. But how can he explain it in this way? Inside and outside the house, the people who were concentrating on eating melons had long forgotten the previous conflicts. This white dog is quite resistant. Its face is stretched and deformed, but it is still acting like a spoiled child. Maybe it is a defensive system. Such a small defensive system? What can it defend? It will fly away if it farts. At this moment, a heart-wrenching cry came from outside the house. "Lick! My lick 3 times, ah! Where have you been? Don't forget that you are a dog. If you just die like this, I won't live either. You are a dog. You will be caught and eaten. Lick! Lick!" He couldn't stand it anymore. "Stop howling downstairs. Hurry up and get your dog back." Chapter 625. The wailing sound suddenly disappeared. Then, there was a sound of footsteps, the sound of the door downstairs being opened and closed, and the sound of someone climbing the stairs. As he climbed, he fell down with a bang. Then, there was the sound of someone climbing up. He looked down at the stairs with a dead fish eye. Soon, the dog owner climbed up the stairs. At a glance, he saw the woman with her arms folded and her face covered on the steps. Next to him, his Tengu was being held by a robot by the neck and lifted high. He pointed at the dog's legs, which were stretched out in front of her even though the neck was being held, and said with disgust, "Is this rogue dog yours?" Dog owner, eh? He was a little embarrassed, and took 2 steps at a time to go up the stairs, apologizing repeatedly, almost crying, "I'm so sorry, I'm really sorry, it's not like this usually, really, it's very arrogant, it ignores people, I don't know what happened today, as soon as we got off the car, it ran away, and I couldn't call it back. And don't worry, it's not a human, it's really not a human, it's just a dog, there's no concept of gender, it won't be a hooligan." He turned his head, and looked at Dafingshou and nodded, signaling him to let go. Dafingshou also let go happily. As a result, the next second, the dog rushed towards Ji again. Dafingshou grabbed the neck and lifted it into the air again. This time the dog owner really wanted to cry, "Lick it, lick it, let go quickly, your master has been implicated by you. Come back with me quickly, be obedient." But no matter what the man said, the dog called the licker just stared at Ji and even ignored his master. His master coaxed and finally got the upper hand, but it was useless. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Ji flatteringly, took out 2 tails of beef, and flattered, "Big sister, meeting his fate, otherwise you can let it hold you for a while, just 5 minutes, and I will give you these 2 tails of beef, okay?" Before he could say anything, the ball exploded first. Its angry roar was about to break through the sky, and it opened its big mouth as if it wanted to eat people. "You are sending away beggars. Who wants your broken beef? Take your dog away. You dare to hug my legs, you are simply. When Yuanqiu finished speaking, he was shaking all over. There are these obstacles on the road to the awakening of the white Qilin, which is why its white Qilin always fails to awaken. The dog owner was about to cry, "This is not broken beef, this is good beef. High-quality beef with a contamination level of no more than 20%. I usually can't bear to eat it myself. 5 minutes is not enough. Can you let him lick it, and hold it for 3 minutes? As soon as the 3 minutes are up, we leave." Hearing this, everyone in the corridor showed envious eyes, and they all wanted to rush up and give their legs to the dog. This is beef. If a dog holds the calf for 3 minutes, there will be 2 tails of beef. Then they are willing to hold it for a whole day. "Mom, the sister and the dog won't eat the beef. Can I eat it?" After the words fell, everyone's eyes shot over, and the child's mother quickly covered the child's mouth, laughing awkwardly. "Ha, the child is talking nonsense, don't take it seriously." After saying that, he cursed, "I told you to eat beef, but I think you look like beef." While scolding the child, he looked at the man out of the corner of his eyes. This man is just beef. Is he going to borrow another 50 billion from the sky? Don't hate their family because of the child's words. He saw that the atmosphere around her was all attracted by this piece of beef. Knowing that she couldn't find a place to fight today, a metal clamp appeared out of thin air in her right hand, and she grabbed the dog with her left hand and clamped it with her right hand. After clamping it tightly, she quickly bent the clamp, wrapped the dog, and threw it into the man's arms. The set of movements was smooth and seamless, which she had learned from tying crabs a long time ago. "Watch your dog. If you continue like this, I will be rude." After saying this, she turned around and was about to go upstairs. Yuanchio snorted and followed Ji-hee to leave. Only the dog owner was dumbfounded, holding the struggling licking dog in his arms. "Hey, wait, let's get to know each other and make friends." The man put the dog under his arm and was about to pull Ji-hee, but Yuanchio blocked him directly, and his hands turned into fly swatters, grinning and slapping the man. "I knew you had bad intentions, now you're exposed." Hey, don't hit me, I just want to be friends with you, nothing else." Ji-hee stood on the steps, watching the man run away with his head in his hands after being hit by the ball, and didn't say anything. In this situation where people are short of food and clothing, and even cannibalism occurs, someone still offers her a pound of beef? This is just as funny as before the natural disaster, when she was walking and suddenly a stranger wanted to give her a car. Obviously something is wrong. Ji-hee watched coldly. This man's talent was somewhat similar to the dog in his arms. His defense was amazing. He didn't get hurt after fighting for so long. If the people in the room had been hit so many times, they would have been unable to stand up. At this time, a group of people rushed up from downstairs. "Doglicker, why are you running? You are so unorganized and undisciplined. When we go back, we will definitely report to the higher authorities and revoke all your positions." After the man shouted this, he saw the man in the corridor who was hit by the metal ball as if he were a fly. "What's going on?" The man holding the dog was moved to tears when he saw the people in the organization, as if he had seen a savior. The metal ball was too strong. If it weren't for the licking dog as a shield, he would have been beaten to death. "You are finally here." The ball turned his head. "Your name is Licking Dog?" "My name is Tiango." Ji-hee sat on a stool, and there were a bunch of people sitting in front of him. These people had been introduced before. They came from City A and arrived today. And the dog that chased her and hugged her thigh was a gifted product. His owner was called Tiango, nicknamed Licking Dog. Ability: if you lick a dog until the end, you will have everything. Because this person's ability is too strange, Ji-hee has heard of it a long time ago, but this person lives in City A, and she never thought she would meet him. She also has some impression of the content of the ability. This owner has high defense, but his combat power is not very strong. He has come all the way to now by hugging thighs. The attitude of the dog in his arms is an ability detector. As long as you follow the dog, you will never miss it. Chung Jun sat opposite Ji-hee, looking at the person in front of him. With a complicated expression, the dog licked before, but never licked like this. "You are the first one." After saying that, he gave Ji-hee a thumbs up. Ji-hee, ? Is it an honor to be licked by a dog? Why do you have to emphasize being the first one? While talking, the white pug was still trying to break free from the owner's arms and run towards Ji-hee, but this time because it was tied with steel bars all over its body, it couldn't break free. It could only hum in the owner's arms. Ji-hee didn't comment on what the man in front of him said, so what? Chapter 626. As soon as Ji-hee spoke, the dog became more enthusiastic, desperately biting his master's space button, asking his master to take out the food as tribute. The expressions of the crowd became more complicated as they watched the dog's performance. Although the talent of licking a dog is unpleasant, its ability is unquestionable. This is the first time they have seen someone who can make it lick like this. Who is this person? Chung Jun waved his hands quickly. No, don't think too much. I don't mean anything else. I asked you to come here mainly to apologize to you and make friends with you. After that, he took out a prop. If I'm offended, please forgive me. This prop is for you as an apology. Please don't despise it. We can be considered as acquaintances after fighting. Will we have the opportunity to do tasks together in the future? At this time, a girl in a pink down jacket also came over and stretched out her hand with a smile. Hello, my name is Shun's Hun. Shake hands? He looked at the hand stretched out in front of him and subconsciously refused. We don't even know each other, why shake hands? As soon as the voice fell, the name of the game appeared above everyone's head. He saw the username above the head of the person in front of her, which was the same as Chung Jun's. She reacted in an instant. This was the talent of the girl in front of her. It was similar to detection. When she looked at everyone in the room also looked at Jihee's head. My husband is offering sacrifices to the heavens, and has great fortunes. Everyone, I don't know why, but I feel a little disappointed. Shun took out a handful of candy from the space, put his hands together, and kept apologizing. I'm so sorry, this is the process. I was also forced. If you are angry, go find the captain. Just blame the captain. I made this candy myself, it is delicious, try it, I will apologize to you. Jihee glanced at it, there were about 7 pieces. At this time, it was already a considerable reward. She accepted it without comment. She glanced at everyone and sat up straight. Since you already know my identity, I won't hide it. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Chung Jun didn't think there was anything wrong with her attitude. According to the information, the man in front of him is powerful in combat, and his behavior is somewhat uncertain, both good and evil. Now it seems that he is young and in adolescence, so it is normal for him to be uncertain. I am sorry for the offense. We also saw the attitude of the dog licker, and thought he was the boss of the Gods Help Society, so we are very offended. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, in order to express my sincerity, I especially invite you to join the base energy stone acquisition team. The reward is also very generous, half a pound of potatoes every day. In addition to these foods, when you get 30 energy stones, you can have one for yourself. Do you want to know? By the way, all supplies are provided by the base. Chung Jun said this without thinking that the person in front of him would refuse. How could anyone refuse this free food? Great, this way we can be in the same team. Ha ha, I have never seen a dog licking so much. Even if it is a teammate, I have to say that it is too embarrassing. He didn't say anything, she was weighing it. To be honest, this treatment is not low. At this time, it is equivalent to a golden rice bowl, and if it is thrown out, people will fight for it. But why does she feel that this reward is not commensurate with her status of 50 billion? Moreover, are these people's reactions a little too indifferent? They actually invited 50 billion with half a pound of potatoes? Thinking of this, she shook her head, and felt a little funny about her narcissism. She really takes herself too seriously. However, she really doesn't need this half a pound of potatoes. She shook her head, and refused without hesitation, no. When these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked. Chung Jun was stunned, never thought that someone would refuse to give away the food that was delivered to him. Only the licking dog, hearing this, was sad and shed tears. Waste, you can't catch such a peerless boss, let it go, it will hug its own thigh. If you are okay, I want to go back. Jihee said this and stood up and walked out. Until her back disappeared, Chung Jun, who stayed there, still had some self-doubt. This is half a pound of potatoes. Even the top fighter in the country would bend over for half a pound of potatoes. How could he be rejected? Unbelievable. Walking in the base is like walking in a series of simple ice and snow tunnels. The snow around is as high as 2 jiha, and it is yellow and black. Some black mines are faintly visible in it. In the dirty snow, people can see them clearly. It is conceivable that if the snow melts, what will it be like? Magnificent scene. Jihee closed her eyes and hurried home. As soon as she opened the door of the unit, she keenly felt a subtle atmosphere. When she reached the 6th floor, the tightly closed door was suddenly opened, and several people rushed out of the room. The one in the lead was the most arrogant person at the beginning. At this time, his expression changed completely, full of flattery. Hey, big sister, you are back? Did you have a smooth journey? It was us who were ignorant and offended before. These bean cakes are given to you as an apology to you. We can be regarded as acquaintances after fighting. If you have any problems in the future, you can tell us. We brothers don't have great abilities, but we are well informed. Jihee raised her eyebrows. Her identity of 50 billion has spread so quickly? You don't want the house anymore? Look at what you said. Your house is yours. Who can be so ignorant? Yes. If anyone wants to do something immoral in the future, we brothers will be the first to stop it. Jihee was quite satisfied. Sure enough, once the identity reaches a certain level, there are good people around. Then in the morning, As soon as she finished speaking, the leading men on the opposite side understood immediately. In the morning, we were just joking. Yes, that's a normal exchange between us talented people. Ji-hee nodded and didn't insist. But the bean cakes they offered as tribute were rejected by Ji-hee. Let's not interfere with each other in the future. After saying that, he turned and left. The remaining few people downstairs looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Is this a pass? One of them pointed at the bean cakes. He felt uneasy until the gift was given. The leader touched his chin, waved his hand, and signaled everyone to go back to the house. After closing the door, he continued, we have to continue to give away these bean cakes. After giving them a few more times, we will be sure that the boss doesn't want them, and then we will take them back. The others nodded, and they all thought what the boss said made sense. What if the boss wanted them just now, but was embarrassed to ask for them? If they don't give them away, wouldn't it seem that they are dishonest? Chapter 627. How many times do you have to give it to me? The younger brother asked honestly. The boss laughed very deeply. You just give it first. Give it 5, 7, or 8 times, and when she gets impatient and really chases you away, you stop. The people below praised, the boss is still awesome. The boss smiled slightly, hiding his merits and fame. When it comes to flattery, he is a professional. Another younger brother sighed. Fortunately, the boss is knowledgeable and recognized the lickspill from the A City base. Otherwise we would have been in big trouble this time. Humph, it's all the fault of the neighbors upstairs. If they hadn't deliberately misled us, how could we have run into such a tough guy? The owner of 601 got angry when he thought about it. When they went to inquire before, those people were evasive and half-spoken. They only said that she lived alone, had a space button, and lived in a prop room. But what they didn't say was that this person did live alone, but she was poor and strong. Isn't this the opposite of rich and weak? If anyone runs into this kind of person, who is good for nothing except fighting, he really has to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Thinking of this, even men can't help but sigh, shooting geese all day, only to have geese peck their eyes. I thought they were a disadvantaged group with good conditions, and poor fighting power, but now they have hit a wall, and they have violated a taboo. When these words came out, the people in the room sighed again, feeling extremely unlucky. Why did they think so hard and provoke this troublemaker? It's all your fault. If you hadn't said she was good, how could she have targeted us? What does it have to do with me? You didn't object when I said it. You should have listened to me. How could a girl who lives alone be a good person? She took out all the food and exchanged it for guns, leaving nothing for herself. Do I need to tell her why? It's all the fault of those unethical neighbors upstairs who misled us. We were stupid at the beginning. We didn't think clearly. If there was such a big piece of fat meat upstairs, wouldn't they know how to eat it? While they were arguing, the leader's game system received a message. After he finished reading, he fell to his knees with a thud. Everyone was silent for a moment and turned to look. What's wrong with the boss? The man raised his head with trembling hands, looked around at everyone, and said in a trembling voice, What's the name of the game of the woman upstairs? Do you know? Everyone had a bad premonition, but still asked, What's it called? My husband is offering sacrifices to the heaven. As soon as these words came out, there was a dead silence in the room. After a while, a voice trembled and said the second half of the sentence. Hongfu Chikin. The room became even quieter. It seemed that even the panting sound had disappeared. Seeing them looking like they had seen the king of hell, a woman who had never entered the game tentatively asked, She is so young, and she has already sacrificed her husband to heaven? Don't mention it, her awareness is quite advanced. The man smiled bitterly and stepped back, feeling that the ice in the room was not as cold as his heart. Someone in the game forum once summarized her record. Although there is no concrete evidence, according to speculation, she has killed a dungeon boss, the kind that is dozens of meters tall, and fought against a gifted person in a dungeon alone. The woman hiccuped in fear after hearing this. A monster several tens of meters tall? She couldn't even think about it. The man said this, and added with despair, The most important thing is that she is suspected of having an unclear relationship with 50 billion. She may be a supplier for the 50 billion organization. Many of the materials in the dungeons where she appeared in the 50 billion store. Do you know what this means? Everyone, They only knew that they were finished. The group of people upstairs didn't rest either. They kept listening and listened to the conversation downstairs. When they heard someone coming upstairs, they closed the door quietly, pretending to be away from home. I didn't expect it. This girl is stronger than they thought. Not to mention her strong fighting ability, she also has a great relationship with the base. Fortunately, they didn't provoke her. Otherwise, she would have died without knowing how. When Ji passed by this floor, he glanced at her and didn't say anything. He continued to go upstairs without stopping. Everyone in the room heard the footsteps go away, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Opening the door, Ji-hee saw Yuanxia waiting at the door. Ji-hee counted 1, 2. Sure enough. Let's eat quickly, are you hungry? Ji-hee thought to herself. Sure enough, she knew it. Whenever she went out, the first thing Yuanxia asked when she came back was this. After dinner, Ji-hee lay on the bed and didn't understand. Her identity of 50 billion was exposed. Why were these people so calm? At this time, she suddenly thought of a possibility and took out a mirror. What appeared in front of the mirror was a completely unfamiliar face belonging to Lei Gongjishan. Ji-hee had been going out to collect energy stones every day during this period. For convenience, she had been using this one and had not cut it. Looking at this face, she thought of a possibility. Maybe the number that the gang saw was Lei Gongjishan's? Then everything made sense. Even the invitation given by Chung Jun made sense. Although her number was used frequently, it was definitely not as famous as the 50 billion number. Then he would choose to use half a pound of potatoes, which was really a high reward. The heavy snow came and went, and soon the 3-story building was submerged. During this time, the gifted people pried open all the houses in the base, searched over and over again, and finally began to try to break the ice to get food. The icicles were frozen solid and very difficult to break, so they could only spend a lot of energy to do this work with a very low return rate. They couldn't just not do it, because other things would not even be rewarded. After sending some people to get energy stones, the base finally freed up their hands and began to try their best to find new food, but all ended in failure. Bugs, mice, and radioactive fish all disappeared, and all plants dried up. The ice layer that was broken with great effort did not contain any fish or edible water plants. All of this made everyone see the power of severe cold. They also tacitly began to reduce their food intake in order to make the limited food last longer. Chile came to Ji-hee once during the journey, gave her an energy stone, and left. He joined the base energy stone collection team to collect energy stones. I don't know when I will come back next time. Ji-hee has not been idle. Except for entering a dungeon, she has been busy collecting energy stones in the past few months. Her collection range has expanded to the sea and jungle where few people go. This place basically no one will approach, so she doesn't need to leave half of it. Wherever she goes, all the energy stones are taken away. During this time, she saw the magic of life and witnessed the birth of new species. In the extremely cold world, countless new lives and new species came into being. They are more adapted to this environment than humans, and their fighting power is stronger. They are even constantly reproducing. Humans, however, have long stopped giving birth to new lives. On this day, Ji-hee collected the energy stones, and was about to leave, when he suddenly saw a few strange bubbles floating in the sky in the distance. Chapter 628. These bubbles have different colors. Transparent ones that reflect 7 colors under light, pure black ones, pure green ones, etc. These cute bubbles float over little by little, gradually approaching the life form. When they hit the iceberg halfway, they will bounce gently. They will retreat slightly, and then continue to float closer, until they gently touch a life form, and then burst with a snap. Ji-hee focused his eyes on a pure black bubble. He silently watched it jump on the ground, slowly and firmly flying towards an antelope with a mouth full of sharp teeth. The moment the two came into contact, the bubble exploded, and the materials hidden inside fell out. It was a large ball of very cute jelly-like pink paste. The antelope curiously leaned its head over, and then swallowed it bit by bit. The next second, its body suddenly grew larger and became 3 meters tall. The 4 hooves also turned into sharp claws, and even the horns on its head became 3, and a thick layer of armor was secreted from its body. Ji-hee widened his eyes. The function of this bubble was actually similar to the evolution fruit. Just as she was curious and wanted to get closer, she suddenly saw a transparent bubble burst out of the corner of her eye. But this time, a corrosive liquid appeared inside, corroding a huge deep pit in the head of a 2-headed bird. Listening to the wailing of the strange bird, Ji-hee's body couldn't help but pause. The materials in this thing appeared randomly. Who is willing to gamble on luck? 3 days later, when Ji-hee got up in the morning, she saw bubbles of various colors floating outside the window. Not many, about 20 or so. Ji-hee thought about it, logged into the 50 billion account, and said something. This news was free. After all, she didn't know what was in the bubble. It was up to them to try their luck or give up the supplies that might be in it. This bubble might be a hope for survival in the extreme cold, but it was more likely to be a nightmare for more people. She was not surprised by what would happen in the absence of food. As early as last month, the bean cakes sold at the base were opened every other day, but now they are opened every 5 days. Although it was not stated explicitly, everyone knew that there was not enough food. And they tried every possible way and searched everywhere, but they could not continue to feed so many people. This realization, coupled with the panic of food and fuel being reduced day by day, made many people crazy. The base fell into the second wave of suicides after the extreme heat. And the base had no way to deal with it. The price of energy stones has also dropped from the high price at the beginning to 50% off now. But the supply still exceeds the demand. Energy stones can indeed provide energy and supply weapons of mass destruction. But no matter how powerful the force is, when the whole world is short of food, the amount of food that can be plundered by these weapons is completely beyond the expectations of those people. The price of energy stones will naturally drop. In layman's terms, everyone has no food. Even if you have a gun, superpowers, and props, who can you rob? Will you rob the corpse to eat? Please, humans are so thin that only bones are left. The fattest person is considered good if he weighs 80 kilograms. If he weighs over 90 kilograms, he is a representative of wealthy conditions. The villa was doing well at the beginning, but it has been robbed more than 20 times in the past 2 months. No matter how many bodyguards they hire, it is useless. The hungry gifted are like beasts that have lost their minds and can only see food. This madness has only stopped temporarily until the latest time when there are few supplies left in the villa. But this is not a gifted person being merciful. It's that the effort and reward are not proportional. The food of the villa residents has been almost robbed, and now all the villa residents are eating bean cakes. They are risking their lives to grab, which is not worth it. And these bubbles appeared at such a tense moment in the base. He watched for a while, and saw no one coming to touch the bubbles, so she asked the ball to put the table in front of the window, and she ate while watching. He didn't have to wait for long, and soon the first person to eat crabs appeared. This is a shriveled creature that looks a bit like a monkey. Its hair is falling off and turning yellow, and it staggers when walking. It looks at the bubbles flying all over the sky and slowly approaches. This is a gifted person who has awakened in the late stage. It is truly poor and weak, but has strong vitality. The bubbles seem to sense someone approaching, and slowly float towards the monkey along the wind direction. The monkey is not waiting to die. It opens its right hand slightly, and the next second, an ice spike appears in its hand. It aims at the bubble, and throws it hard. As a result, due to lack of strength, he was only thrown 1 meter away, and was still several meters away from the nearest bubble. But he was not surprised. This is the general strength of this group of late awakeners. After they awakened, it was winter when food was extremely scarce. When the body needed a lot of energy, they could not provide it, so their abilities naturally did not improve. This monkey is pretty good. Some people can't even condense ice spikes. They can only condense into icicles. The monkey did not give up. After a while, he condensed another bubble. This time, the bubble was closer to him, and he finally succeeded in throwing it. But she didn't have time to be happy. The ice spike was bounced back by the bubble. The bubble was intact. At this time, the distance between the two was less than 1 meter. He was watching, and a chopstick of mutton appeared on the plate in front of her. She picked it up, dipped it in sesame sauce, and put it in her mouth. The deliciousness of the mutton made her smile, and her mood improved a lot. The sheep in the space are really delicious. With this beef hot pot, it's absolutely amazing. Top notch. Doomsday, your cooking skills are getting better and better now. Look at the mutton cut, perfect. Doomsday was picking up mutton for he expressionlessly. When he heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then pressed down. Then he pretended to be calm and responded, yeah. Yuichio rolled his eyes. His disgust was evident, not showing any weakness at all. Eat shrimp paste. How about trying my shrimp paste? Doomsday's slightly sarcastic voice sounded on the side. If I remember correctly, this shrimp paste was also made by me? I put it in the pot. Yuichio said that the cooking skills at the end were the finishing touch. He ate a chopstick of shrimp paste and looked out the window again, pretending not to hear the quarrel between the two. If you want world peace, you have to pretend to be deaf appropriately. Chapter 629. The two of them had been at odds for a long time. They would try to cover it up before, but now they are too lazy to even pretend and are bickering all day long. If he helps one of them, the other will be even more relentless. She simply ignores everyone now. At this time, the bubble has touched the man. It exploded gently. The next second, the bubble disappeared, and a jelly-like black paste appeared in the man's arms. This thing is a bit like the jelly that he saw before that helped evolution. The jelly is very soft and can slide, so it is not convenient for the monkey to take it, so he stayed there for a few seconds. In just this short time, the talents hiding in the dark surrounded him like hyenas smelling meat, and started fighting for the jelly. Fireballs, ice spikes, whirlwinds, thrown without mercy. When the group of people were fighting fiercely, someone nearby let out a shrill scream, startling everyone. In the sight of everyone, a man was burning with flames, and the whole person turned into a huge fireball, screaming non-stop. It hurts so much, help me, help me. People were frightened by this scene and began to retreat subconsciously. A few people stepped forward and tried to throw snow on him, but it was useless. The fire was still burning. Even if he plunged into the snow, the fire did not go out at all. The flames disappeared only when he was burned to charcoal. This tragic scene shocked everyone. Looking up at the bubbles above his head again, his eyes were not filled with surprise, but fear. It turns out that what he said about 50 billion is true. There is not only food inside, but also disaster. Everyone dispersed. But a few people were left at the scene. They looked at the bubbles in the sky, hesitant. They hadn't eaten for 3 days. They were desperate now. If they didn't fight, they would still starve to death in a few days. So should they choose to starve to death, or be burned to death now? He was watching, and suddenly felt a plate in front of him. He looked down, and saw that it was shredded crab meat. She took it and said, "Doomsday, you know I like to eat crabs?" Doomsday's tone was very calm, as if he didn't care, but what he said was full of a strong desire to win. "I made this. Would you like to taste it?" This Doomsday is good in every way, but he has no talent in cooking. But he still doesn't believe it. Always want to try. She didn't know whether she should eat the crab in her hand. "Humph, didn't you just wash the crab and throw it in the steamer? Isn't it enough to have hands?" Doomsday sneered, turned his head and squinted at the robot next to him. "It's so funny, steamed crabs taste the same no matter who makes them?" He's chopsticks were natural again, as if there was no pause. Before he started eating, he praised, "Doomsday, your steamed crabs are really good, and the taste is amazing. So, don't make other dishes in the future. How about just steaming crabs?" Doomsday's eyes widened, and he was about to continue talking, but he asked naturally, "I want to eat shrimps, boss. Have you peeled them?" The ball forgot what he wanted to say and started to dig immediately. "I be there soon. I be there soon. Look, I've made a hard shape for you." After saying this, it looked at Doomsday with a proud face. It knows how to arrange the dish. Doffing pretended not to hear and lowered his head to concentrate on digging the crab. But in his heart, he was thinking that he would go back to watch the video of the arrangement tonight. Is a mere hardware showing off? He can make a white unicorn for he. After several talents were attacked by unknown objects flowing out of the bubbles, and died miserably. The base fell into a strange silence, and no one went out. This situation lasted for a few days. One dark and cold night, a figure secretly appeared in the snow. When people were about to starve to death, the evil of human nature was magnified to the extreme. This was a gifted person carrying an ordinary person. Anyway, the bubble would burst as long as it touched a person, so why should he take the risk himself? So this person secretly captured an ordinary person and prepared to use him for experiments. If a person is alive, it is good luck. If he dies, it is bad luck. Thinking of this, the man exerted force on his hands, and threw the ordinary person on his shoulders with tears streaming down his face into the bubbles in the air. As the bubbles and the human rushed in both directions, the ordinary person, who came into contact with the bubbles, suddenly had a green light in his body in an instant, and successfully awakened to become a gifted person. This scene made many people who were hiding and peeking open their eyes wide. There is such an opportunity in the bubbles? The news spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Soon, more and more ordinary people, who were forced into desperate situations, chose to take the initiative to hit the bubbles. They would die anyway, so they might as well give it a try. Quite a few gifted people were awakened from it. Although they didn't have to worry about food and drink, at least their vitality was stronger, and they wouldn't starve to death. The base was not idle either, and soon found a way. They walked out of the dungeon carrying a strange creature. This creature was pitch black, had no eyes or face, and had more than 20 legs. No one knew what it was. But judging from its ability to knock open bubbles, it is a living thing. After sacrificing some strange creatures, the number of bubbles in the entire base was finally greatly reduced. The Beancake Sales Station, which had not been open for a long time, finally opened its doors. Although it was only for 1 day, it also made many people hiding at home excited. There is food. They are not afraid of starving to death. He is picking grapes in the space. There is a bumper harvest of grapes in the space, with more than 1,000 kilograms of harvest. She watched Chu picking grapes, and her hands itched, so she simply came in to help. Grab the grapes with your left hand, and use the scissors with your right hand to gently cut them, and a bunch of grapes will be in your hand. Pick one and put it in your mouth. So sweet. Really delicious. After eating a few grapes, Ji called Shu, who was working next to him, try the grapes. Chu's hands kept moving, and he couldn't be more careful. He held the grapes, as if he was holding the whole world. If we don't eat this, we can't eat all the grass that we eat. Ji, that's for cows. Chu carefully put a bunch of grapes into the basket, and quickly picked up the second bunch. So what if it's for cows? The pollution value is less than 2%, and it will be a big fight to get it out, and the grass in the pasture will grow by itself. If we eat it today, it will grow again tomorrow. If we don't eat it today, then the grass that has grown will not grow again tomorrow. Isn't it a waste? Chapter 630. Chu nodded frantically, especially agreeing with his grandfather. Every night, if there is not enough grass to eat, my grandfather will cut it with a knife and save it, so that it will not be wasted. Chu looked at him with admiration. He is really worthy of being his grandson. Excellent. That's right. The most important thing for us Chu rats to survive, until now, is that we know how to live. Thrift is engraved in our bones. The other Chu rats nodded frantically. The old man / dad / grandfather is wise. Gee, This Chu mouse is really an angel. Where can you find such a spirit of treating the enterprise as your home? She must give this family a little red flower. Just as she was about to speak, she felt a sight behind her, and Ji turned back. Doomsday, is there anything? The little tree is a little wilted. The little tree is wilted? Ji was attracted by her attention, and immediately put down the grapes in her hand and said, I have something else to do. Chu, I leave this to you. Boss, you go. Chu said that it was just right that the boss left. The boss always liked to chat while working here, which delayed their work efficiency. Of course, apart from this point, the boss really has no shortcomings. There is no beast better than her in the entire galaxy. She is simply the reincarnation of the white unicorn. Thinking of this, Chu was very moved. The boss gave too much. Before following the boss, I was hungry for 9 meals in 3 days, and after following the boss, I ate 9 meals a day. This is not an exaggeration at all. The boss also let them eat sweet grapes. This is a rare fruit. If you sell it in the interstellar space, the beasts will fight over it. Now the boss trusts him so much. He handed the whole grape forest to him. He will definitely not let the boss down. When he was moved, he saw Chu stuffing something into his mouth. He immediately turned around and made a Chu mouse version of the shadowless hand. Unworthy descendant. What are you holding in your hand? Chu felt a little guilty and explained hesitantly, Grandpa, these grapes were rotten, so I thought it would be a waste to throw them away, so I ate them. Chu snorted and jumped over, hitting Chu on the back of his head. Then he picked up the grapes and observed them carefully with a research eye. Well, they were indeed cracked naturally, not by Chu, but this was no reason for him to eat them secretly. You are so young, you will eat them later in the future. This kind of delicious food should be given to us old people first, do you know? I will not take this grape. After saying that, he took the grape and jumped towards his wife, who was working. Try it quickly. I took it from Chu. It's delicious and sweet. The wife with her head down smiled gently, and gently broke the grape apart. Let's each have half. Chu also jumped over. Grandma, can you let me taste the skin? Okay. Chu grandmother is very easy to talk to. After Chu ate the grape skin, he was so happy that he forgot all his previous troubles. All he could think about was that he was lucky to meet his boss. How else can we have such a good life? He followed Doomsday and came to the scaly tree. After a round, she did not find that the tree was wilting. Hasn't this tree always been like this? Doomsday lied with his eyes open. This and this? Don't you think this tree is a little malnourished? It can't be compared with the fruit tree over there. He touched the tree, but the tree ignored her and did not move. This is not a fruit tree. Isn't it normal to be thinner? Not normal. According to my calculation, it should be stronger. I've observed that you haven't watered it or given it any nutrition during this period, so it's so thin. You should give it some nutrition. Doomsday said this in a very matter-of-fact manner, and he was also a little unsure. But it doesn't drink water, it only eats energy stones. That's great. Don't you have a lot? Doomsday encouraged feed it quickly. Question mark. Come on, that's an energy stone, not a potato in the field. How can you say it so easily? But on second thought, it's not a bad idea to feed some energy stones to the tree. Before, energy stones were precious, and she was going to upgrade the space, so she naturally didn't want to feed them to the tree. But now the space is temporarily unused, and she got a lot from outside, so it's okay to give some to the tree. You're right, it's a little wilted. He first agreed with Doomsday, and then took out the energy stone and started feeding the tree. The white scale tree, which had been motionless before, immediately came to life after seeing the energy stone, and stretched out its branches to take it. He let go, 1, 2, 3, just feeding the small animals. It really made her find some fun. Doomsday stood aside, watching the scene, and then heaved a sigh of relief. This tree is so important. Whether it grows well or not only affects the strength of the white unicorn when it grows up. It also determines when the white unicorn can grow up. Many white unicorns cannot save enough energy stones during the growth stage for various reasons, and cannot feed the small trees, resulting in an unlimited extension of the growth period during the foundation laying stage. For any race, the underage period is their weakest stage. The Qilin clan is no exception, and the white Qilin is even more so. Because of their weak combat power, strong healing ability, and sensitive mind, it is difficult for them to compete with other races for enough energy stones during their underage period. In particular, they must survive the planet awakening stage throughout their underage period. This stage is a very competitive environment where the weak are the prey of the strong, which makes it more difficult for them to obtain energy stones. But He is different. She is kind and sharp, very good at hiding herself, and good at management. He was able to protect himself well even in his weakest stage. Not only did he not expose himself to the eyes of the natives, but he also saved himself so many energy stones. This greatly shortened the growth cycle of the small tree. He didn't know what Doomsday was thinking. After feeding it with energy stones, as high as 2 small mountains, he whispered, "Why is there no change after eating so much?" She touched the trunk with her hand, and it seemed to be a little thicker, but it was really just a little. "You can't not absorb it. Did you eat too much and can't digest it?" The little tree didn't care what He said. It felt energetic after eating the energy stone. It held the trunk and entangled He, saying that it wanted more. The smooth trunk slid across Ji's face, making her feel itchy. "Okay, don't act like a spoiled child. I give you some more. Raising a tree is like raising a pet. This is the first time, right?" He continued to feed energy stones. The little white scale tree ate as much as it could. It didn't refuse anything. After feeding most of the energy stones obtained during this period, He stopped. She had collected all the energy stones in the real world. In the short term, energy stones would not be so easy to obtain. She had to keep the remaining ones in the space for backup, and could not give them all to the little tree. With Ji's large amount of energy stones, the little white scale tree finally grew from a seedling to a teenager. Chapter 631. It has become much thicker and stronger. Ji also felt that the energy in her body had expanded several times. So, the size of this small tree is related to the energy in her body? But how did Doomsday know this secret? Doomsday stood there, looking at the Kirin origin tree that had only grown a little thicker, and sighed silently. It's still a long way to go. Ji glanced at Doomsday, but didn't ask directly, just pretending that he didn't notice it. Finally, he looked at how many mutant animals were still needed to upgrade the space, and flashed out of the space. During this period, under the temptation of her food, despite the extremely cold weather, the number of mutant animals needed for space upgrades has increased to 86. There are only 14 species left to reach 100, almost there. At night, Ji fell asleep. Doomsday sat in front of the Qilin origin tree, and suddenly said, "Open the interstellar channel for me." The ball appeared beside him, glanced at him sideways, and snorted, "Why, you are my father. Don't you have any responsibility for the white Qilin tree being so thin?" As soon as Doomsday finished speaking, Yuanqiu instantly became furious, and was about to start cursing. As a result, he was interrupted by a look. "The race on the planet you chose is physically weak, but their minds are too complicated, and they have too many dark sides. If Bai Qilin was not there, they would usher in a turbid beast outbreak, and would not be able to survive this planetary awakening. Whether Bai Qilin was willing or not, in order to prevent the planet from falling into the dilemma of a turbid beast outbreak, she passively consumed a lot of energy, causing her current Qilin origin tree to be too thin. This is all your fault." The ball card tried to defend itself, saying that it felt wronged. "I didn't have enough time at that time. Bai Qilin suddenly awakened to space. If I didn't choose a suitable planet for her to grow up immediately, what would happen if the turbid beast's nest found her? She has to be of the right age, have no parents, and have few relatives. It's difficult for me, okay? I also have to find a planet that can produce energy stones during the awakening period. After this series of screening, I have no choice at all. So now you have a chance to make up for it. Open the interstellar channel. I have energy stones in my warehouse. Da Fengshou looked calm. You should know that it is best for Baiqilan if I provide the energy stones. Yuanqiu looked at Da Fengshou suspiciously. Would you be so kind? Just consider it as the cost of her treatment for me. Yuanqiu rolled his eyes and felt that he had not lost anything, so he opened the interstellar channel in Da Fengshou's belly. As soon as the channel was opened, Baijiu took out all the energy stones in the warehouse. This is his accumulation over the years. The amount is considerable. Yuanqiu looked at Baijiu taking out a lot of S-level energy stones to feed Xiaoshu, and curled his lips imperceptibly. Humph, I don't know who said last time that we shouldn't interfere with Baiqilan's growth. Now he is doing this thing that is self-contradictory. Let the ball look down on him. He endured it again and again, but he couldn't help it. You are really willing to take out so many energy stones. Gee, he doesn't know it all. Just to repay the life-saving grace. Hearing this, Yuanqiu rolled his eyes almost to the sky. If I hadn't sent your consciousness here, you would have died long ago. Why haven't you ever repaid me, double standard dog? Although the crisis was temporarily relieved by the supplies in the bubble, within 2 days, the base fell into a new round of food shortage crisis again. Everyone huddled at home and tried not to go out. Even if they went to get water, they went in groups. No one knew how much rationality people who were starving would have. Time passed quickly in this tense atmosphere, and soon it was time for the next round of games. But this time, the system sent a notification an hour before the game started. Hello, all gamers. This round of the game is very risky. Please choose carefully. All the talented players were shocked by this high risk. There have been extremely difficult dungeons before, but the system never said it. How dangerous will this dungeon be that the system said was extremely risky this time? At the same time, many people chose to give up. He opened his eyes again, and stood in a tree house woven with dark green vines. Spots of sunlight were shining through the cracks in the tree house. Shadows were formed. The tree house was not big, about 5 square meters, and a vine bag was hung in the middle of the tree house. Other than that, it was empty. He tentatively reached out and touched it. The vine bag felt cool and smooth, a bit like marble. He put his hand into the bag, and it was empty and very dry. Maybe it could be used to hold water? This thought flashed through his mind, and he smiled and shook his head. Who would use this thing to hold water? She took her hand out and walked towards the glass. When she got closer, she found that the gap between the vines was not empty, but a layer of transparent glass-like material. There were fine hairs on the surface that were not clear, and it looked a bit hard. She did not touch it for the time being, but approached the glass and looked out. There were bunches of similar tree bags outside the house. It was like taking grapes and hanging them on a branch, a long bunch, round and close to each other. After observing carefully for a while, she did not see any shadow of any gifted person. The whole forest was silent, and even the sound could not be heard. She guessed that either the tree house had good sound insulation, or there was no one around her. But could there be no one? According to the previous rules, it was unlikely. So the tree house had very good sound insulation? Blinking, she stood up, took out a small wooden stick from the space, and threw it up, and the stick was instantly stuck. The kind that can still hang on it after pulling away. This glass is very sticky. She used 2 points of force to pull the stick down. Putting the stick into the space, he looked at the glass, clenched his right hand, and white scales emerged. He punched it hard, and obvious cracks appeared on the surface of the glass instantly. He knew it in his mind. He could get out? He put his hand on the surface of the tree house, and threw a talent on it. Tree bag. The tree house made of tree vines is very sturdy and soundproof, odorproof, and isolated from hot and cold air. It is the weapon of the flame bone tree. Note, what? Take your weapon. Weapon? He looked at the explanation that appeared twice, and had a few guesses in his mind. However, there are too few clues at present, and it is not easy to see. At this time, the familiar prompt sound of the game came to his ears. Chapter 632. Dear gamers, hello, welcome to the 3-star dungeon, Stubborn. As the representative of the universe's stubbornness, Inging Cat firmly believes that one day, they will meet their boss again. For this reason, even if the tribe is at the end of its road, it will remain steadfast. They unanimously decided to use the tribe's land to earn a little income for themselves before starving to death. Mission 1. Survive in the Flame Bone Forest for 3 days, and obtain 15 milliliters of Inging Cat's tears. After the prompt sound fell, a soft bag appeaed next to Jihee's hand. It looked a bit like a transparent balloon, with a scale of 15 milliliters written inside. Jihee, 15 milliliters of tears of joy? Or 15 milliliters of grief? She had the answer in her heart. After putting the bag away, Jihee didn't waste time waiting. He stretched out his hand and took out a shovel, and started to smash it. With 100% strength, the wooden bag, which was as hard as steel bars, was instantly bulged out. Jihee didn't stop at all, just changed the direction of the shovel, and smashed it down with all his strength. When he smashed it for the third time, a big hole was smashed in the whole bag. Jihee grinned. Can't we get out now? She kept smashing and increased the speed of smashing. After a while, a hole as big as a basketball was smashed out. Crushing a sand scorpion fruit, Jihee turned into sand and quickly crawled out. Stick behind Jihee turned into wings and pretended to be dumb, not wanting to disturb the great harvest of Baichilant's progress. Other Baichilant's life weapons are staffs, ribbons, and more violent ones may be knives and swords. This Baichilan is a shovel. It was considered to be a new chapter in the history of Baichilan weapons, becoming the leader of new weapons. But thinking of the great force of Baichilan swinging the shovel and smashing the tree bag in a few strokes, Baijio was silent. This white Chilan seemed to be stronger than her ancestors? Was it too well nourished? The thought came out, and the next second, he was thrown into the space. Jihee also left a considerate sentence. It's a bit in the way. Baijio, After Jihee came out, he was about to leave, and saw a colorful creature in the distance from the corner of his eye. They are rushing towards this side like a tide. She quickly put on the invisibility cloak and stopped. There are many kinds of creatures in a group, and the most suitable for human aesthetics are some creatures that look like curly-haired cats with too many wings. Compared with other interstellar creatures that came with them, they are not big, and can even be called mini. Only about 1 meter. The big cat has a pair of big pink eyes, short round ears, a snow-white furry body, and wings of the same color. It is so cute that it seems to grow in the hearts of humans. In addition to them, the other creatures were quite strange. There were two-headed monsters with pink bodies, and spikes on their backs, and slime that rolled and jumped like blue slugs. These monsters were generally more than 3 meters tall, and the rumbling sound they made when jumping was like an earthquake. After approaching this tree bag, the white cat creature stopped, and the other creatures jumped far away quickly scattered in the forest, and disappeared. Looking at their backs without turning back, Jihee frowned. Which one is the wailing cat? After the snow-white cats landed, they left a distance of about 2 meters between each other, surrounding the tree bag. The other white cats that did not stop hesitated for a moment, turned around and jumped away, without staying here. At this time, the balls that jumped in the front stood on their hind legs after approaching the tree house, and lay on the tree house with their upper bodies and looked inside. While looking, they twitched their noses. It seemed that they wanted to smell something. Is the sense of smell very sensitive? Jihee frowned, and after a second's hesitation between leaving and staying, she chose to stay. It was safe to leave now, but there were no clues. At present, this animal was most worthy of the title of whimpering cat, and she didn't want to miss it. A white cat paused when it smelled the tree bag that Jihee left, and then a second one came over. Its eager action seemed to threaten the first cat, and it turned back suddenly, and its snow-white hair swelled to twice its size, looking like an exploding ball, glaring at the round ball in front of it that was trying to get closer. It seemed to want to scare it away. Some white cats chose to retreat, while others stood still. At this time, one of the white cats came out, stretched out its claws, and sprayed out some black liquid. Instantly, a strong smell of toilet cleaner filled the surroundings, choking people. Some white cats were so disgusted that they covered their noses, and quickly chose to leave. But there were still a few balls standing on the tree trunks, and watching from afar. The first white cat, who chose Jihee, he turned around and looked at the tree bag where Jihee had been after finding that the black liquid with the smell of toilet cleaner was getting closer and closer to him. After a second of hesitation, it chose to jump away. But it didn't go far, just stood on the other side of the tree branch and looked at this side, as if waiting for something. The cat whose fingertips could spray black toilet cleaner raised its head high, stretched out its claws, like a winner, and threatened again. All the other white cats, who noticed its movements, turned their heads away in disgust. The stinkiest in the whole tribe, Shameless, after threatening the surrounding area, the toilet cleaner cat expressed satisfaction with the other cat's understanding, and turned around to face the tree bag. It was very alert the whole time, and when it approached the tree bag, it would occasionally look back to see if the cats behind it were approaching. Seeing that the other cats were very honest, It opened its mouth and blew out a white bubble. The bubble disappeared instantly after approaching the tree house, and the next moment, a gap quietly opened in the middle of the tree house. All the white cats stood up straight and twitched their noses frantically. It smelled good. The tempting fragrance came out again. After exhaling, the ball seemed very tired, lying on the tree branch, opening its mouth and breathing heavily. Just when it was about to take a break, it suddenly saw the movements of other white cats. It immediately stood up, took a few steps forward, and blocked the gap in the door with its body. It fiercely scolded the other fluffy cats in a somewhat awkward voice. "Stay back! Don't come near! She's mine! We agreed before we came. If you break the rules, don't blame me." The rest of the words were spoken in a very low voice, and he could hardly hear them. As this ball spoke, the other balls who were watching the fun hesitated. They struggled for a while, some chose to retreat and jump away, but some stayed where they were. The voice was soft and cute. "Let's discuss it. This one is for me. The next time you choose a boss, I am willing to help you vent a few breaths. Round egg, my grades are better than yours. You should give him to me. You can't grasp this opportunity. Duel, the weak one quits." Hearing these words, the round ball closed to he took a step back, and the whole body seemed to be shaking, but the voice was still very cute. "Shameless, I will never give up." Chapter 633. If it were any other time, Yuandan would definitely give in, but for some reason, he just didn't want to leave this time. If they insisted on fighting with him, he would not let go even if he risked his life. He stood on the tree bag, but was thinking about something else. Somehow, she felt that the voices of these cats were a little strange. Some of them seemed to be speaking with their throats pinched. How to say it, it was a little fake. The attitude of this white cat made the other cats agitated. "You are the worst in the whole clan. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? If not, you'd better get out of the way now, and give her to me. When I find a job in the future, I'm willing to give you 1/3 of my salary." "That's right, don't be unreasonable. You should let her stand up and make her own choice. This is her right. If it were me, I would never be as overbearing as you." The fluffy cats smelled the smell at this time, and no one wanted to leave. They just wanted to exercise their clan rules now. "Come on, let's fight. According to the rules of the clan, the cat with the strongest fighting power will have the right to speak. Yes, the weak will be defeated." As they spoke, the 3 white cats moved closer and closer. The white cat who opened the tree bag showed a fierce expression. "Weak or not, I won't let you go today. If you don't leave, I will spray the smell." This made the 3 fluffy cats stop subconsciously. Although the round egg is not strong in fighting, it has a strong smell. If it was normal, they would just spray it, and real men are not afraid of anything, but at this time, they hesitated. It was simply because they didn't want the disgusting smell to stay on themselves, fearing that it would affect their personal image. But they were reluctant to give up like this. "Why are you so unreasonable? We are not going to do anything. We just want her to know that she has the right to choose a better one. Don't be willful, you should know how important today is." The white cat blocking the tree bag shook more violently. "Just a little bit, now it is super big." Just when he thought it was going to cry, a rough voice came. "It's none of your business, this is mine. I won't give it to you. I won't give it to you. If you dare, you can kill me." The forest suddenly became very quiet at this moment. Question mark. A group of fluffy cats, question marks. After a while, a sneer came from the air, and a sweet voice said sarcastically, "You are worthy of being the last one. Back off, you have no rights. Get out now, I can leave you a whole body." He looked at the white cat, and his whole body showed obvious panic. He quickly clamped his throat, trying to save everything. "Oh no, who made that sound just now? It scared me." While saying this, he took out the content taught by the teacher in class. He kept shaking his body. He tried to cover up everything that happened just now. It was a pity that he obviously failed. Even the air was made particularly awkward by his series of actions of covering one's ears and stealing the bell. The 3 on the opposite side didn't want to waste time talking to him. "Did you move aside by yourself, or did we beat you to move aside?" The white cat gritted his teeth. "I will definitely not move aside, meow." After saying that, he rushed out, took the lead in attacking, and scratched fiercely with a pair of claws. The attacked one did not give in, and stood up to fight back. The round and fat claws scratched into a ball in the air. Yuandan cried delicately, "It hurts, woo 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 woo." It was as if the rough sound just now was he's hallucination. Seeing these 2 fighting, the other 2 were not idle either, stretched out their claws and started scratching. Soon, white hair flew all over the sky. "Looks like a dandelion." The screams of pain from the white cats were very cute. Cute to the point of being artificial. Ji-hee's expression was already numb. For some reason, she thought of a word. Match fixing. It was the perfect description of this exciting fight to pluck the cat's fur. When the white cats fought in a group, they all had their own little thoughts, and even the 3 cats that came later were not united. When they fought, they all tried their best to show off their furry bodies and attack their own kind. She only pulls the hair on the face, and she is particularly vicious. No matter how ugly it is, she will pull it as much as she wants. What good friends? None exist. At this moment, everyone is a competitor. Ah! Yuan cried out in pain while secretly looking at the gap. Even if she loses, she wants the boss to see her bravely fighting without fear of evil forces. She must leave a strong impression in the boss's heart, become the boss's white moonlight, be remembered by the boss. Ji-hee saw it after a while. The one who was the last one at the beginning was the worst. He pretended to be weak and didn't know how to do anything dirty. In a few moves, the other 3 plucked his head until there was no hair left. His angry voice was mixed with a few rough roars from time to time. How to say it? It's a little cute. Ji-hee made a happy decision. This is it. Just as she was about to show up, a white cat spoke up. Don't fight anymore. If you keep fighting, the other fluffy cats will pick it up. After the words fell, the other 3 stopped their hands, turned their heads, formed an alliance, and looked threateningly into the depths of the forest. Ji-hee also looked up. The whole forest was silent, and the hanging tree bags were motionless, not like living things. But she didn't think these people were wrong. So, are there other monsters hiding over there? Putting a question mark for the time being, Ji-hee retracted her sight and looked down at the ones below. She did not ignore the 3 words Puffy Cat spoken by one of them. There are just too few clues, so we can't guess it for now. The following ones have already discussed it, standing in front of the door crack, each blowing a bubble. Fair and just. Let the boss decide who to choose at that time. Although they agreed to it, they were still on guard against each other, staring at each other as if they were class enemies. After a round of 4 bubbles were blown, the gap in the tree bag became almost 1 meter wide. The tree bag was still dark, and there was no reaction. Some of them were a little nervous at this time. The bald cat took a step forward uncontrollably. The other 3 immediately tried to stop it. A large tuft of white hair fell like snowflakes. It had another bald spot. Ah, I'm going to fight you. The rough sound appeared again, and this time the white cat's entire body expanded to 2 meters, and its hair began to become close to its body. The whole cat's speed was more than twice as fast. He could only see a white shadow flashing before his eyes, and it had already rushed to the other 3, scratching with hands and kicking with feet. You are so bad. You are a bad cat. The first white cat that was beaten looked at the gap in the treehouse with squinting eyes, fell to the ground, stretched out its claws, and with red eyes, it took out the trick learned in class, taking the initiative and showing weakness to the enemy. Chapter 634. Woo woo woo, if you have any dissatisfaction with me, you can tell me. Don't be so barbaric. Why can't we sit down and discuss it? This is the second ball. Taking advantage of the opportunity of being hit, it fell to the edge of the gap and took out a trick learned in class, understanding and tea fragrance. Even if you are dissatisfied with us, you can't attack us at will, old. The feelings between partners are sincere. A fluffy cat who can't control himself is a loser. I am different. Although you did something wrong, I won't bother with you. The third ball was the one who spoke. The trick he used was to pull down and belittle others to elevate himself. The bald white cat, who usually didn't like to attend classes, was facing 3 mouths. He grunted for a long time and couldn't say a word of rebuttal. He could only yell in a dry and rough voice, "Don't talk nonsense. I am serious about my partner. I am absolutely loyal to my partner. I only have my partner in my heart. I am willing." The other 3 balls didn't give him a chance to speak. Hearing that he was going to swear, he stuffed his claws indirectly. Shut up. Are you kidding? Who would give a competitor a chance to show himself? You can't even have a chance to defend yourself. Just become mute. The white cat that was beaten up was so angry that the corners of his eyes turned red, and the white fur around his eyes seemed to start to turn black. Seeing this, Ji-hee had made up her mind. She jumped off the tree bag directly, turned into a gust of sand, and instantly approached the white cats. After reaching out to grab the claws of the bald white cat, her whole body turned in midair and turned around and ran. Yuan had only felt the wind whistling in his ears, and the scenery of the branches spinning in front of his eyes. All thoughts were emptied. The scenery of the forest turned upside down in front of his eyes, and turned into an afterimage. In his ears, The other three were chasing him relentlessly. Why choose it? Am I not good enough? I am good at studying, good at physical fitness, and I am the best among our group. It doesn't suit you. It's particularly ugly. Only me. I am suitable for you. My smell is vanilla. Come and smell it. I am particularly fragrant. According to normal procedures, they should give up after chasing for a while, and then go find other bosses, but for some reason, they just can't stop now. They don't want to leave after chasing for a while. He has no intention of stopping at all. The more they chase her, the faster she runs. Finally, I don't know if the three gave up or she ran too fast and left them behind. He finally no longer had a white cat chasing her. She stopped at a random tree branch, put the white cat on the tree trunk beside her, and then half squatted down, staring at him. The white cat is very well behaved. From the time he dragged it away, until now when it was put down, it did not make a single sound. Now it is squatting obediently on the tree branch. Its ears are bent back like airplane ears, and it is looking at he with sparkling eyes. If it was the same appearance at the beginning, it could still be called cute. But now its white fur is bald in patches, and the pure black matte skin underneath is exposed, coupled with its big eyes. Not only is it not cute at all, but it makes he feel an indescribable fierceness. How to describe it? It's like a tough guy wearing a pink dress. He believed in her sixth sense. But she didn't show it. Instead she squatted down and smiled at the white cat in front of her. Hello, I don't know what's going on now. Can you explain it to me? The white cat shuddered and forced himself to break free from his joy, turning his not-so-smart brain and thinking frantically. What does this person mean by saying this? Is he testing him to see if he is honest? Or is he amnesiac like in the previous Star TV series? If it is amnesia, what stage is it at? It blinked and asked tentatively, do you know what you are doing here? He smiled, I don't know. Bullshit. She knew that the cat was up to something bad when she rolled her eyes just now. Now it depends on what bad idea he is going to come up with. The bald little white cat trembled all over and became excited instantly. It really has amnesia. That's so easy to deal with. The ball was shaking with excitement, and he wanted to worship his ancestors on the spot and thank them for their blessings. He squatted on the tree branch, looking at the changing expressions on Yuandon's face, and found it very interesting. This cat did something bad, and his expression was so obvious. Can he really succeed? Will you help me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yuandon's furry front paws grabbed Jihe's hand, tears in his eyes, and he was so excited. Woo woo woo, I am your pet Yuandan. Those cats just now were bad cats who took you away and separated us. They want to eat you. Only I can protect you. You saw other cats and were about to run away. Did you know that? Oh! He did not pull back his hand, but smiled very cutely. But you guys didn't seem to say that when you chatted. Didn't you just say you were going to find a boss? I don't have gold coins. It doesn't look like I can afford to support you. Yuandan was even more excited. It looked at Jihe. It was so distressed. It had long forgotten about finding a good boss and having a good life. Its heart and eyes were full of the suffering of the person in front of it. Don't be afraid. I work to support you. I'm strong and good at fighting. Just tell me what you need, and I get it for you. While speaking, Yuandan looked at Jihe with particularly sincere eyes. Even though Jihe knew they didn't know each other, she was still stunned when she heard this. She rarely encountered such straightforward love. But this was not enough to shake her. She shook her head. I'm looking for a whimpering cat, and you're not one. When she was dragging the cat away before, she had tested it, and it was a fluffy cat. Puffy cat, assassin, slayer. Strong fighting power, a representative of stubbornness and absolute loyalty, hates pain and betrayal. Note, the universe is famous for being stupid and poor. It is a fluffy cat, not a whimpering cat. Jihe's words made the round egg in front of her, who was tightly holding her hand, stiffen. It moved its lips, glanced down subconsciously, and looked guilty. Well, this is a long story. Let's make it short. Jihe found that he also had a bad taste. Even when she saw their identities as the Slayers, she was still on guard. But when she heard that this round egg had deceived her and only wanted to be her pet, she felt a little bit uneasy. In fact, even if she knew that this cat was two-faced, she still couldn't associate this white cat with such a cruel name as the Slayer. It was too divisive. In the face of Jihe's questioning, the round egg was very stiff, and it tried to find a solution by stalling time. Chapter 635. Yuandan blinked his eyes, and looked at Jihe pitifully. We are not safe now. There are bad guys who want to catch us. Let's find a place to hide first, okay? It was a little afraid to look at Jihe. As soon as the deceitful words came out, a strong sense of guilt surged in its heart, making it want to tell the truth at all costs. But when it thought about telling the truth, the person in front of it would leave it. If it chose other fluffy cats, it would be sad to death. It's so mean. It's a bad cat. He looked at the white cat's expression of being abandoned by the whole world and found it very interesting. With such a rich facial expression, is it afraid that others don't know that it is lying? Can it really be an assassin like this? Finally, at the moment when Yuan Dandan was so tense that he was about to explode, he nodded and said indifferently, "Okay." Yuan Dandan nodded frantically, as if he had been pardoned, and was so happy that he almost took off. It was not until this time that it found that sweat was coming out from the roots of its hair. It was nervous. With joy filling her heart, she stood up, and stood there like a thief, looking around and observing for a while, and then rushed towards Ji quickly. Ji frowned slightly, but her body did not move. The next second, she was carried on the body of Yuan Dan, jumping quickly among the branches. Feeling the wind whistling around her, Ji relaxed. She casually scratched the fur under her body. It was different from the fluffy and fleshy body she imagined. The body under her hand was skinny. With a light touch, you can feel the protruding bones. This white cat only looks fat, but that's because of the fur. In fact, there is not much meat on the body. This is consistent with what Tianfu said, that their clan has gone bankrupt. Yuandan didn't know what the person on his body was thinking. When he felt the presence of the person on his body, he instantly threw all his worries behind his head, and felt that he had endless energy. Yuandan was like a dragon that found a treasure. With Ji he felt that it was not safe to hide anywhere. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, it found a secluded tree bag. It jumped down quickly, looked around furtively, and started holding its breath again before even talking to Ji. Maybe she had something to rely on. This time she blew bubbles quickly and well, and soon blew out 3 bubbles. Yuan Dandan opened her mouth and kept breathing heavily, and did not forget to look around vigilantly. "I go in and open the door. You must not walk around. There are bad beasts outside." Ji stopped Yuan Dandan. "I'm thinner than you. I go in. You tell me what to do?" Yuan Dan thought about it, and felt that this was a good idea, so that he wouldn't be afraid that his boss would be caught while he was in the cave. He took out a pink cube and handed it to Ji. "This is it. Dip it in some water, and put it in the tree bag inside, and this tree house will listen to you." Ji took the cube and looked at it. The pink cube was about the size of Ji's thumb, and the surface was very smooth. It looked like a gem, and felt very good to the touch. Puffy Cat's tears crystallization. It's a pity that it was the tears of the fluffy cat, not the tears of the whimpering cat. Ji felt a little regretful, but she didn't show it on her face. She looked up and praised, "It's very beautiful, like a gem. I can't bear to put it in. If I only put water in, will the tree house still listen to me?" When Yuan Dandan heard Ji, he described tears as gems. She was so excited that she wanted to take out her heart. She took out several tears and handed them over. "Do you like them? If you like them, I give them to you. I have a lot. When I was hungry when I was a child, I would always hide in my nest and cry. I have saved a big basket. I will give it all to you." When he spoke, his eyes were full of sincerity. He never thought that he was trying to trick him. At this point, he really had to thank the cats for plucking the round egg in front of her until it was bald and ugly, otherwise she might not have been able to be cruel enough. She smiled, looked at the round egg with a particularly focused look, and asked again, "So what, if I only put water, will the tree bag listen to me?" Yes, the tree bag remembers to eat but not to be beaten, but it doesn't cry. You need to put enough water, and it will definitely listen to you." Ji nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. Holding back her tears, she turned into sand and crawled into the gap. The layout of the tree bag was similar to the one he had stayed in before, and there was no difference. After she dipped the pink cube in water and put it into the hollow vine bag, the whole tree bag suddenly began to contract and expand like a heart. In 3 breaths, the tree bag swallowed the tears of the fluffy cat and turned into something like a handle. Ji shook the handle, and the crack on the tree bag began to expand. Yuan Dandan got in and rushed to the handle, shaking it quickly to close the door. Until the opening was tightly closed and the whole tree bag was plunged into darkness again, Yuan Dandan was completely relieved. No one could separate it from the boss. Ji stood aside, looking at the white cat calmly, just like a bystander, observing silently. After exhaling, Yuan Dandan immediately turned his head and looked at Ji in the dark, his eyes sparkling and his heart full of joy. There are only the 2 of them in this place. No other annoying ghosts. It wants to stay here with the boss forever and never go out again. Ji moved her nose. After Yuan Dandan came in, The whole treehouse smelled of toilet cleaner, which was a bit pungent. This reminded her of Yuan Danden's initial action. She knew that the smell was emitted by Yuan Danden. But she had to get out quickly. She didn't want to stay with the toilet cleaner. She took out a night light from the space and turned it on to let some light in the tree hole. Can you tell me what's going on now? Yuan Danden, Oops, I was too happy to make up a story. That? Yuan Danden tried his best to think, hesitating and stammering. This is what happened. I am the Ying cat. Yes, I am. The reason why I am not now is mainly because there are bad guys who want to separate us. Yuan Danden spoke more and more smoothly, and almost deceived himself in the end. They put us in this forest to test the relationship between us. As long as we can pass the test, they can return my identity as Ying cat. He did not expose its contradictory words, but leaned against the wall of the treehouse casually, relaxed his whole body, holding the night light in one hand, and nodded to signal it to continue asking, "Tell me more? What test is it?" Chapter 636. Yuan Danden lowered his head and raised his hand. My claws can secrete liquid, which can be used as a mark to help me track prey. He looked at the tip of its claws and blinked, indicating that he understood, and let it continue. The smell of toilet cleaner seemed to have become stronger. It was a bit irritating to the eyes. This forest game is that the fluffy cat and the boss spray paint on other fluffy cats, and the fluffy cat that wins the battle can become a crying cat. Yuan Danden's tone was already normal when he said this. This is the unchanging rules of the coming-of-age ceremony that has been passed down from generation to generation in their tribe. Yuan Danden didn't know why it was designed this way, but since the tribe leader said so, they all followed it. It's just that few of them have succeeded in their coming-of-age ceremony in recent decades. Of course, Yuan Danden doesn't care whether they become adults or not. It never thinks that there is anything good about becoming an adult. If you are not an adult, you can still eat, play and sleep. After you become an adult, if the tribe can't afford to support you, you have to dig a hole and fall into a deep sleep. At this moment, it forgot that the tribe had been looking for the boss for hundreds of years, but couldn't find him. All it could think about was that the coming-of-age ceremony would be over, and it would be with the boss forever. He understood, a forest version of a water gun CS battle, right? How many winners are there in the end? She guessed that the number should not be too small, right? Otherwise, with so many game players, there would not be enough tears to share. Yuan Danden looked at the person in front of him, and the more he looked, the happier he felt. He answered whatever was asked without any hesitation, maybe one, maybe not. There was no Ying cat in the recent coming-of-age ceremonies. As for why there was no Ying cat, its slight sense of shame made it choose to skip this topic. He frowned. So little? Then how do you judge the final winner? Yuan Danden knew everything, and wanted to answer 10 questions with one answer. Each fluffy cat has its own paint in its paw. The more fluffy cats are sprayed with this paint, and the less paint is sprayed on their bodies, the more cats will become whimpering cats in the end. He looked at Yuan Danden squatting in front of her, asking questions, but silently weighing in her heart. She thought that the probability of Yuan Danden's words being true was very high. But if this goes on, isn't what Yuan Danden said contradictory? As long as it's a competition, there will definitely be a champion. So how could there be no Ying Mao for several consecutive times? After all, this is not a joke. There must be something missing in the middle that she doesn't know about. She retracted her thoughts and waved her hand to take out a backpack-style water gun from the space that was somewhat similar to the one used to spray pesticides in her hometown, with a backpack at the back and a gun at the front. It's not big, but not small either. She raised her hand and pointed at the water gun. How much liquid do you have? Can you help me fill it up? How could Yuan Danden refuse He? Hearing this, he nodded without hesitation and agreed, without even thinking whether he could do it or not. Yes. So he stretched out his claws and began to spray water into the water gun backpack, but after just 2 sprays, no more drops came out. He looked down and saw only a bottom. Not even as much as a mineral water bottle cap. This amount is too little. She looked up at Yuan Danden with suspicion. With this strength, he still wants to be the first. Even if Zhuge Liang came, he couldn't help him. Yuan Dan looked at Ji's expression, blushing with shame, and quickly explained for himself, right away, I take a break, it will be fine in a while. Afraid that he would not believe it, it added a few more words. I last drank water yesterday, and now my body is a little dehydrated, but don't worry, I will secrete it soon. He raised his eyebrows. Is he bankrupt and can't even afford water? This interstellar space doesn't seem to be a happy place. He casually took out a bowl of water from the space and handed it over. Drink it. After seeing the water, Yuan subconsciously moved his nose, and was extremely surprised. He looked at the water, and then at Ji-hee, and shook his head like a phantom. No, boss, you drink it. You don't need to give it to me. I'm not thirsty. You are anxious to mark the water. I will secrete it now. After saying that, he put his claws in again and started to squeeze, but he couldn't squeeze out just 2 drops. He lowered his head, and didn't dare to look at Ji-hee. He just felt particularly ashamed. Ji-hee handed the water over again, without a word of nonsense. Drink. Yuan immediately became obedient, picked up the bowl, and drank it in one gulp. He put down the bowl, smacked his lips, and said, so sweet. After drinking the water, Ji-hee was very satisfied with the amount of black liquid that came out this time. So he poured a second bowl of water. Keep drinking. Drink. Yuan stopped talking, and drank as much as Ji-hee poured. It was a bottomless pit. Finally, the water gun backpack that Ji-hee took out was filled with black liquid that smelled like toilet cleaner. Ji-hee screwed on the lid and said, you hide here. I go and help you spray. After saying that, he stood up and left. Yuan, who had just finished drinking water, and was feeling happy, froze when he heard this. It followed Ji-hee, and tried desperately to find an excuse, but in the end, it only found a reason that was not really an excuse. Well, you have to take me with you. I don't have water, and I can't stay in this tree bag for a long time. Ji-hee looked down at Yuan, somewhat suspecting that it was looking for an excuse. What do you mean? Yuan rubbed against the gap first, looking at Ji-hee pitifully. If we stay in this tree bag for a long time and don't give it water, after a certain period of time, it will automatically open the door and let me go out. Without your protection, I will be caught by other bad cats, and will never become a whimpering cat. So I can't leave you, and you can't leave me. Yuan felt more and more that what she said was right, and finally the whole cat straightened up. She is really smart. But if we go together, then you will be sprayed with more paint, and you will not be able to become a whimpering cat either? How can I get my memory back then? And it seems that your grades are not very good. If we go together, who will protect whom? After Ji-hee finished a long string of words, Yuan felt very aggrieved. I'm just not good at professional courses. It's not that I can't fight, I'm very good at fighting, really. It didn't care whether it could become a cat before. It just felt that what the teacher said was a lie to cats. What about becoming a cat to go out and find a boss on behalf of the tribe? Are there not enough cats in their tribe? In the end, they all couldn't find a boss, and had to fall into eternal sleep. The ending is the same. So why should it work hard? But now it's different. It knew the person in front of it at first sight. No matter if he was the boss they were looking for or not, he wanted to be with it. Thinking of the lie at the beginning, Yuan regretted it. If he had known this, he would not have said that they had feelings before. What should he do now? The first lie in the cat's life was to the aorta. It was so painful. Chapter 637. Ji-hee didn't react much when he heard this, and nodded casually. I understand. I go out and check the situation first, and I come to you if necessary. Hearing this, Yuan didn't care about being sad, hugged Ji-hee's thighs, raised his head, and pleaded pitifully, can't you not leave? If it confesses everything now, will it be chased away? Ji-hee looked at Yuan red eyes, which looked like the end of the world, and inexplicably thought of its introduction to the assassin. Whose assassin can cry so much? Tear assassin? Ji-hee reached out and stroked the cat's head from front to back, with a businesslike smile on his face. Be obedient. After saying that, he turned around and left while Yuan was stunned. As soon as these 3 words came out, Yuan was stunned. A strong sense of happiness surged in his heart, making him forget what he wanted to say. He just wanted to roll on the ground. When he reacted, Ji-hee had been gone for a long time. It looked at the empty tree bag, and slapped itself in the face. It is guilty. It shouldn't have lied. Woo. He is not a good kid. It wants to repent. It wants to confess. In the empty tree bag, Yuanqiu cried with his face up. Sometimes he was happy that his boss treated him gently, and sometimes he was ashamed of lying. The whole cat seemed to be torn into 2 pieces. After rolling for a while, and making several holes in the tree bag, it finally couldn't bear it anymore, and quickly twisted the door of the tree bag and chased out. Boss, I want to confess everything. It doesn't matter if I'm disliked. It won't lie to the boss again. Not long after leaving Yuan's tree hole, Ji-hee found a hidden place, and put on an invisible cloak. Yuan's words are sometimes true, and sometimes false. But in either case, this game is not easy. There are at least hundreds of talents in each mission. If there is only one crying cat in the end, what should we do if there are not enough tears? And this mission has a most critical point. It has no subject. The mission only says that the tears of a whimpering cat are needed, but it doesn't say which whimpering cat's tears are needed. Does that mean that any whimpering cat's tears will do? If a fluffy cat becomes a whimpering cat, will she go to that whimpering cat to exchange tears? It's just that I don't know whether this race loves to cry or how many tears they cry. So her tentative plan is to do both. The first plan is that it's not impossible for her to help a fluffy cat with whom she has some friendship become a whimpering cat. This fluffy cat can be Yuan Dandan or any other fluffy cat. Considering the backpack of toilet cleaners, Jihee's tentative choice of cat is Yuan Dandan. If it doesn't work, she will change cats. The advantage of this plan is obvious. If there is affection and the relationship is in place, it shouldn't be too difficult for her to ask Yuan Dandan for some tears. After all, it looks like it loves to cry. The second plan is to look for other crying cats in her forest and advance and exchange supplies for tears. Jihee made up her mind and jumped quickly among the tree trunks. She didn't meet the fluffy cat, but she did meet a few strange interstellar creatures. They were resting in the thick branches, and they had no intention of helping the fluffy cat in the competition. Jihee frowned and asked a question. If these creatures were not here to help the fluffy cat participate in the water gun competition, why did they come? She tried to get closer, but as soon as she got closer, before she could talk, the creatures attacked her. The action was fierce, full of rejection. There was no way to communicate. It was as if they were competitors. After several failed attempts, Jihee retreated. It was only the first day of the mission, so she was not too anxious. In between jumps, Jihee saw the layers of tree bags all over the forest. Her heart moved slightly. Maybe she could take this thing back? Once she had an idea, she couldn't get rid of it. She took out a shovel and tried to cut the connection between the tree bag and the trunk with the shovel. After a few tries, she found that it didn't work. This vine was very strong, a bit like metal, and the shovel made a crisp sound when it was cut. Moreover, every time she exerted force at this angle, the tree bag was shaking, and she was a little powerless. She remembered what Yuan Dandan had said before about bribing the tree bag with water. She tried to pour water to the connection between the tree bag and the branch, wanting to see the reaction of the tree. The result did not disappoint her at all. As soon as the water dripped on, a fist-sized tree hole instantly appeared at the connection between the two. Jihee, it works better than sulfuric acid. After using up half a bowl of water, the last part of the tree bag hanging in front of her finally broke. Jihee quickly collected the falling tree bag into the space, and then took it out and put it on the tree trunk to start the experiment. If this tree bag melts when it comes into contact with water, then this tree bag is meaningless. There is a lot of water and ice in my hometown, and there is a lack of everything except water. As the water dripped, a small door opened on the tree bag where the water fell. It was not big, about 50 centimeters. After the door was opened, pouring water on the tree bag again, it did not react at all. Jihee jumped in and took a look. Even if she left the branch, as long as she poured water into the bag would become a handle, and she could control the door at any time. Very good, it can be sold. There is a market. Waving her hand to put the bag back into the space, Jihee continued the previous action and began to collect the second bag. With the previous experience, she was much faster this time. Pour water and take the bag, all in one go. It took less than a minute to get the second bag. While collecting, she did not forget to observe the surroundings, so that if a fluffy cat really came, she could stop in time. The invisibility cloak is something that others cannot detect when it is motionless, but if it moves, anyone who is not stupid can guess that it is invisible. Before collecting each tree bag, Jihee would open a gap in the tree bag to see if there is a fluffy cat inside. In the middle of collecting, Jihee felt that she was being stared at. She raised her head and looked around, but there was nothing around, and it was quiet. After hesitating for a moment, she pretended not to notice, and continued to collect the tree bags with her head down. This busy work lasted for more than 2 hours. During this process, the entire forest was silent, without a single sound. It was incredibly safe. The feeling of being watched came and went, and Jihee collected and observed, but unfortunately, she never found any suspicious people or animals. During the break, Jihee sat on a tree branch and looked down. It was pitch black, bottomless. She suddenly became curious about what was under the tree branch. Chapter 638. Thinking of this, Jihee's men exerted a little force, rushed down with their backs, and began to fall freely in a way that their backs were facing upwards. This scene scared Yuan Dandan hiding in the bushes. It covered its mouth tightly and almost screamed. But its body jumped quickly among the branches and jumped to the ground at a faster speed. If the boss didn't react in time, it would definitely catch it. Jihee raised her head and looked at the dense tree bags passing by her eyes. After a long time, it was even a little creepy. For some reason, she always felt that this forest was not as harmless as it appeared, although it had been acting like an ordinary tree until now. As she was thinking, she saw a white thing. He retracted her thoughts, quickly adjusted her body in midair, stepped hard on the surrounding tree trunks, rotated her body, and landed steadily on the ground. Her fingers touched the huge white stone next to her. Dead Bones Tree Stone. Knock off its hard skin, and you will see its sweet heart. Note: high pollution, secretion of the flame bone tree. Gee, question mark. How high is the pollution? This is a hint that has never been given before. Looking around, there are countless stones of this kind in the visible places, hundreds of them. And each one is very big. The big ones are 2 or 3 meters high, and the small ones are as high as Hee's shoulders. Any one of them weighs at least hundreds of kilograms. This small area has 100,000 kilograms. If we take them back as food, won't it be rich? Thinking of this, she took out the pollution monitor and smashed a T-faced tree stone to take a look. Damn, pollution level 42%. Not recommended for consumption. The pollution level is indeed not low. No wonder no one wants it in the whole forest. Not to mention the picky eaters, like the fluffy cat. Even humans can't eat such highly polluted food. If it turns into a turbid beast, it will kill the whole family in a minute. The kind that kills the whole family. But she is not afraid. He thought while putting the stones into the space. Just after putting more than 100 stones in front of her, she looked up and saw another large area in the distance, with more stones than this place. One on top of another, too many to count. It happened that a white stone formed at a visible speed under the vine closest to He, and it was getting bigger and bigger. It was like a chicken laying an egg, falling at a slow but steady speed. Half a minute later, the stone fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and stopped at He's feet. Delivered to home. This tree is really sensible. It can build a house and expel the contaminated stones by itself. More than an hour later, He just put a T-faced tree stone into the space, and suddenly felt a violent vibration. She subconsciously reached out to grab the white stone beside her to stabilize her body. The vibration from afar made the tree bags hanging above collide with each other, making a dull sound of dong dong dong, which continued and spread far away. Countless shadows appeared in the forest, quickly shuttled between the branches, and went straight to the sound source. These are all game players. For various reasons, they chose to let their fluffy cat friends hide in a safe place and let them fight. They were lucky enough to be released, but there were still a large number of unlucky ones who had been hiding in the tree bags from the beginning to the end and had not found a way out. Then, they could only wait for the whole area to vibrate uniformly, and the tree bags would crack open a gap and throw them out. Before that, it would be difficult to get out. He also decided to join in the fun. She took off her invisibility cloak, dressed in black clothes from head to toe, and carried a paint water gun filled with toilet cleaner. She jumped quickly between the branches and ran quickly towards the vibrating area. Yuan Dan, who was hiding in the tree branch, saw He's movements and hurried to follow. She was all black, and her figure was like a ghost, jumping in the tree branches like a weightless shadow. She followed He closely. Her boss, it came to protect. Yuandan's black paint smelled very strong. Before, she couldn't smell it when she was in the space, but now that she was on her back, He's entire nose was filled with this choking smell. She felt like coughing. After landing on the tree, He put on the mask and felt better. As soon as he looked up, several monsters appeared in the distance. They quickly jumped over He and ran in the opposite direction. They didn't stop at all, and didn't even look at He. He looked at their backs, pursed his lips, turned his head, and continued to run towards the vibration. As he got closer, a whole area of trees covering the sky in the distance seemed to come alive, shaking their trunks wildly. While shaking, these tree bags also opened a hole of about 50 centimeters. The meaning is too obvious. The tree's initial movements were quite polite, just shaking regularly, as if urging the people inside to come out quickly. But if the creatures inside were indifferent, pretending to be stupid, and never came out, then these tree trunks would suddenly go crazy, swinging the tree bags on their branches like crossing a mountain. Not only would they rotate 360 degrees, but they would also stop from time to time and do a high-altitude handstand, shake 3 times. Few creatures could endure this kind of madness. He watched several white cats being thrown out. Some were alone, some were with humans. There were even a few unlucky talents who were locked in and never released. Seeing the white cats, The talents waiting outside couldn't help themselves. They rushed up carrying all kinds of strange things. It was okay for the fluffy cats with partners, as there were people to cover them and help block them. At least they could help block them. It was miserable for the fluffy cats without partners. Their pure white color was the most obvious target in a lush forest. When each snow-white ball jumped, there would be several humans holding paint chasing behind them. None of these people had their fluffy cat companions. Holding a plastic bottle in hand, he was so brave, and while running, he did not forget to use his shouting to intimidate the opponent, scaring the fluffy cat on the opposite side to tear its neck and cry. The voice was particularly weak, which made people feel pity. Unfortunately, the talents on the opposite side were particularly cold and ruthless. Facing such a weak voice, they not only did not stop, but even attacked more fiercely. Many talents also showed excited and perverted smiles on their faces. After so many games, which native is not terrifyingly strong, beating them is like playing whack-a-mole. Now that they finally met a weak one, they couldn't suppress their excitement. They felt that this game was a paradise for the gifted. Awesome, ha ha ha. Ji frowned and didn't act rashly. This one-sided battle was obviously wrong. She didn't forget the note that her talent left for the fluffy cat. Slayer. Chapter 639. The performance of these white cats is far from these 3 words, and it can only be said that they have nothing to do with it. Talent cannot be wrong. So what is the difference? The round egg on the tree branch quietly peeked out and looked at the person standing on the tree branch below, and his heart was so happy that he was about to bubble. Sure enough, she did not lie to the cat. She is a very good person. When he thought that the boss he had been thinking about was going to fight for him, the round egg was so happy that he wanted to dance on the spot. But the next second, he heard the delicate voices of the fluffy cats in front of him, and his face darkened. Thinking darkly, ugly cats are so mischievous. What the hell, being sprayed so ugly, it still tries to attract the attention of its boss. One by one, it should become toilet cleaners. Stay in the tribe and sleep forever. As it moved its mind, the black potion with the smell of toilet cleaner in Jihee's backpack flashed a glimmer of light and turned back to its previous appearance. At this moment, the white fur of many fluffy cats has been dyed with various colors, and because of the random spraying, these colors are not very good looking. Some even sprayed on the nose and face. Before, they looked like a big white cat, but now they looked like they had moles on their faces, ugly in all kinds of ways. However, the fluffy cats didn't look in the mirror, so they naturally didn't know what they had become, and they were still pretending to be pitiful. During this period, they cried and squinted at Jihee. They kept showing their weakness and cuteness from multiple angles, and showing their pitiful oppression by evil forces, in an attempt to arouse Jihee's sympathy. Unfortunately, it was useless. Jihee not only did not sympathize, but became subconsciously alert. The action of joining the battle was repeatedly delayed, until all the talents had almost finished spraying the fluffy cats, and the scene in front of them did not change. Jihee was a little shaken. She frowned, and finally decided to stand up and join the battle. She exerted force on her feet, jumped up, raised the water gun, and rushed towards the fluffy cat closest to her. She didn't see that. From an angle she couldn't see, the other fluffy cats became extremely excited after seeing her join. They were all approaching the side without leaving a trace. However, the other talents didn't react at all when they saw her join. They were not competitors in the strict sense now. When the paint was limited, every drop had to be used where it should be used. Jihee was not a fluffy cat, so these people naturally ignored her. Jihee looked at the fluffy cat in front of her, and felt a little reluctant to kill her. How to say it? It's a bit fake. It's like it's trying to seduce her. The fluffy cat ran away while whimpering, looking back at Jihee with tears in his eyes. He even pretended to fall down, made a fake ouch sound, and then just lay down. He looked at Jihee with his belly facing up, begging pitifully, "Please don't spray me, okay?" The cold-blooded Jihee, "No. If you spray me, take me away, okay?" Hearing the rejection, the fluffy cat didn't feel disappointed at all, and spoke out its true purpose. Staring at Jihee with its big eyes, it seemed to see the whole world. Yuandenden, who was hiding behind the tree, heard this, and bit the tree with his front teeth. A deep pit appeared directly on the trunk that was as hard as marble. Red liquid flowed down little by little. Ignored by Yuandenden. It was so angry that it wanted to bite people. Damn it, it actually seduced its boss. I'm going to turn you all into toilet cleaners. Jihee didn't think as much as they did, and only focused on the task. Sorry, no. After saying that, he grabbed the tip of the fluffy cat's tail in front of him and sprayed it, and then turned around and left. I thought there would be no change. But the next second after he finished spraying, the pitiful fluffy cat in front of him instantly turned into an oval glass bottle filled with black liquid. There were interstellar words written on the bottle. Toilet cleaner. This change not only shocked but also the fluffy cat in front of him, who was now a toilet cleaning spirit, was also stunned. He didn't even have time to speak. The toilet cleaning spirit on the opposite side let out a rough roar and howled to the sky, "Round egg, I'm going to kill you." As it spoke, a strong and pungent smell of toilet cleaning spirit spread. Many talents subconsciously licked it. Even who was wearing a mask, licked it. It was too pungent. The toilet cleaning spirit in front of her suddenly heard this lick and looked at in disbelief. Under his strong emotional fluctuations, the liquid in the bottle even began to bubble, just like the boiling of toilet cleaning spirit, and an extremely strong and pungent smell spread out. The round egg standing behind the tree showed an extremely evil smile on his mouth. "Yes. That's it. Let's turn into toilet cleaning spirits one by one. Let's see if you still have the face to appear in front of its boss in the future." Looking at he's continuous action, the toilet cleaning spirit in front of him completely collapsed. It made a sound like a tiger crying, and the next second, it exerted force on its feet and jumped directly to the side of the gifted person, stretched out its hand, and gave a drop of red mark to each of the talents in front of it except The paint that had no lethality before, at this moment, completely changed. All the talents who were sprayed with red paint by him turned into red dentures in a second. Red dentures that exuded a minty smell. Ah. Fuck, what the hell is going on? Find the talent in black clothes, she is the one who did it. Who is She ran away as soon as the fluffy cat got up. All this was caused by the black paint behind her. If she didn't run away, would she be unlucky if she stayed? They say that if there is a first time, there will be a second time. Since there was a beginning, when she sprayed the second time, Jihee's heart was calm. She shuttled quickly among the tree trunks, and wherever she went, there was a toilet cleaning spirit. And the fluffy cats who were still crying and pretending to be cute at the beginning would break their defense the moment they turned into toilet cleaning spirits, and start to attack the talents around them crazily, turning these people into green woolen socks, pink toilet plungers, etc. The one-sided attack and defense battle just now was reversed in an instant. The pigment of the gifted person was not threatening at all except making the white cat ugly, but he turned himself into one very strange thing after another. Even his own attacks were useless. Each of them could only fight back with his own things. Dentures could spit out toothpaste foam, toilet plungers could spray unknown liquids, and chili sauce could spray red chili water. The damage value was approximately equal to 0. Chapter 640. With no way to deal with the toilet cleaning spirit, these people immediately spotted Jihee, who looked very normal among all the strange things. Crazy roar. "Stop it now, change me back quickly. I've turned into a pervert. Help, the peppers are burning my eyes. I'm allergic. You are so rude. Just wait for me to catch you. See if I can beat the shit out of you." Jihee touched his nose. He pretended not to hear and slid quickly. "Brother, I'm sorry. For my career, you have to bear with it." After that, he accelerated and his men quickly turned the 3 fluffy cats into toilet cleaning spirits. Long-range attacks are so powerful. After roaring, the 3 toilet cleaning spirits began to chase other talents and spray. That speed was at least 10 times faster than the previous jump. The entire black toilet cleaning spirit turned into a black whirlwind, and the talent didn't even have a chance to react, and turned into a black-haired, long-tusked wild boar wearing a pink skirt. It was quite eye-catching, and it also had a sour smell of pig feces and sweat. "Ah, she sprayed you, go chase her. Why did you spray me?" The wild boar broke down and cried, and his tears smelled. "Aren't you bullying me? What should I do now?" Hearing this wail, Jihee moved faster. She had to change her clothes after she was done. This was too much hatred. It was not conducive to harmony. At this time, she suddenly heard a particularly loud roar. Unlike the cute screams before, this one was particularly angry, and the heartbeat of the listener could not help but speed up. Jihee's heart sank slightly, and he quickly ran towards the source of the sound. In the distance, several men looked at the fluffy cat that gradually turned into a black monster with horror on their faces. One of the men asked in a trembling voice, "Why did you hurt it?" I didn't mean to do it." The man being questioned was still quibbling for himself, obviously not realizing his mistake. "Why did it hide? If it didn't hide, I wouldn't have done it." The man next to him was amused by his unreasonable attitude. "You are about to spray it with paint. How can it not hide? A minute ago, these 3 men were chasing and intercepting a well-hidden fluffy cat with snow-white fur. After being discovered, the fluffy cat moved very quickly and could accurately dodge their attacks every time. It didn't even make a whimpering sound. This made the man who had been going smoothly a little impatient, and he simply used props. The metal hook with built-in positioning was inserted smoothly into the body of the fluffy cat. As the golden blood spurted out, the fluffy cat roared in pain. It suddenly stopped running, turned around and stopped, staring at the man, and tore off the hook that pierced its body. The next second after the blood spurted out, the fluffy cat's entire body was quickly stretched and expanded. The originally soft and cute body instantly grew to 5 meters high, and the whole cat changed from long hair to frosted leather. The short legs turned into long legs. The harmless appearance before suddenly turned into a powerful, slender, pure black assassin. It stared at the man who had just injured him, stepped hard on the branch, and a deep pit was made. The next second, it appeared in front of the man. A fierce grab. The gifted person didn't even have time to react, and half of his body was pulled up and thrown away by the fluffy cat, and red blood splattered more than a meter high in the air. A silver-white bone spur appeared at the elbow of the fluffy cat, and with a fierce swing, the man's entire arm was directly cut off, and his body fell under the tree in an instant after being kicked by the black fluffy cat. The gifted person, who was standing next to him just now, didn't even dare to turn his head, and used the teleportation prop to disappear. This is so fucking scary. I thought this game was a very safe and simple water gun battle. I didn't expect it to be a life and death express. Or is it the kind that they sent to the door? This cat is so powerful, why is it pretending to be weak? Is it sick? If it had shown this kind of fighting power earlier, they would never have chased people and shot water guns. It's going to die. Many talents saw this horrifying scene. It's really not a good feeling to have a giant creature comparable to Godzilla standing on a tree branch and looking down at them coldly. At this moment, when their lives are threatened, how can they have the energy to chase Ji to ask for an explanation? Turn around and run. Those with props run with props, and those without props run with legs. Anyway, no matter what, they won't stay. I don't know when the shaking tree trunks have already quieted down. In the whole forest, there is only the sound of the fluffy cat breathing. Yuandenden was dumbfounded. It hid behind the tree, biting its fingernails with hatred. These big fools still claim to be the first and second in the exam, but now they are not as good as him who is the last one. The clan leader repeatedly warned them not to reveal their true identity, but they didn't remember it at all. Are you preparing to get 0 marks? To be honest, if it has become the boss's bodyguard now, Yuandenden doesn't care what will happen to these stupid cats. It would be better if the boss hates it, but now its relationship with the boss is not completely confirmed, and it is still in the ambiguous period. The performance of these things is simply making it collapse. At this moment, it doesn't even dare to look at the boss, for fear of seeing the boss's resistance, when it thinks that their stupidity may affect it and the boss. It just feels hot all over. I can't control my body shape at this moment. He was wearing a cloak and standing on the tree branch, motionless, pretending that he was not there. Seeing this scene, she was not surprised, but felt that it was as expected. This performance was in line with the previous notes of the talent. But why did they pretend to be like before? It's not a debut, why bother? After kicking all the talents away, a group of toilet cleaning spirits squatted on the tree branch, looking at the fluffy cat after transformation. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Change back. Are you crazy? Just wait for the elders to punish you." The enlarged fluffy cat regained his sanity. He turned back into a snow-white cat, squatting among the toilet cleaners, lowering his head and saying nothing, but with a stubborn look on his face. The slogan of this coming-of-age ceremony was indeed to ask the boss to come and help the fluffy cats become adults. But the fluffy cats don't need these at all when they become adults. As long as they have enough food, they can shorten the long larval period to a few months and directly become adults. All of this is for the so-called boss. Chapter 641. The elders and clan leaders kept talking about it. In the life of the fluffy cat, it seems that they only live for the boss. The boss is the most important existence. The coming-of-age ceremony is held countless times to find the boss. Becoming a whimpering cat, far away from the clan, they also have to go out to find the boss. Throughout their lives, they have to find the boss. But who is their boss? No cat knows. The clan leader only said that when they see it, they will understand. Including these customized versions of the eagle-catching chicken game in the forest, they are also prepared for the boss. Just because the boss is kind-hearted and likes cute things, then they must be cute. There will never be a boss. That's what the elders lied to us. The white cat gritted its teeth, its eyes reddened, staring at the tribesmen who were condemning it. It's been hundreds of years. Have you seen the boss? Batches of crying cats fell into a deep sleep because of hunger. The boss is simply a liar. It will never appear. It lied to us. Our crazy training every day is meaningless. It abandoned us. The boss doesn't want us anymore. Are you really willing? Your ancestors fell into a deep sleep and died of hunger in order to leave food for us. What was all this for? Just to wait for someone who will never show up. I don't want to act cute here. I'm a warrior. I can kill turbid beasts. I can exchange for energy stones. I can also eat food with a pollution level below 10%. Shut up. Good boy. Are you crazy? Are you going to break the promise of our ancestors? If you keep talking nonsense like this, you are no longer a member of our tribe. Yes, the boss exists. The tribe leader saw the boss when she was a child. She also told us stories about the boss. The boss will not lie to us. It must be waiting for us in the corner of the universe. If you dare to go astray, I will definitely report it to the tribe leader. As the toilet cleaning spirits were talking, a figure flashed before their eyes. If this person is their boss, they will definitely be willing. Guiguebo looked at the condemning eyes of the crowd, with angry flames burning in his eyes, and his hair exploded all over his body, like an abandoned little animal. At this time, a fiery red mist floated out from every fluffy cat she had marked in the forest, and finally gathered in the air to form a round egg-shaped fluffy cat. Jung pinched his waist, made a contemptuous expression, and laughed particularly wildly. Gee, She looked up and followed the direction of the smoke, and saw a figure hiding behind the tree. As it moved, the red mist also moved in real time. In the end, Yuandandan seemed to give up and lay on the tree without moving. He didn't feel surprised at all. Sure enough, the person who peeped at her before was Yuandandan. After the Yuandandan in the mist condensed into a solid, he laughed up to the sky and shouted a deafening slogan. Yuandandan, as the most special carrier of the smell of toilet cleaner in the tribe, there has never been one in history. I will conquer the whole world with my unique fragrance. Let this land become toilet cleaner. My slogan is, my people, follow my steps, and let the toilet cleaner conquer the world. Let the elders be amazed by me. Let us have endless water, food, sleep, and games every day. Oh ha ha. Yuandandan, Let it die. It has no face to live. When recording the video, it never thought that it would become the first, and just said a few nonsense. Now, it really regrets it. If it had known that the video would be seen by the boss, he would not have said nonsense even if he was beaten to death. If there is a hole under its feet now, it wants to get in, and never come out for the rest of its life. The rampant laughter spread throughout the whole area in the dead silence. The fluffy cat who turned into a toilet cleaner was furious, looking at the round egg as if he was looking at a dead cat. You actually want us to be covered with such a pungent smell? Shameless. You don't want to be a cat. We have to be. Who wants to be so smelly every day? How can I find my boss in the future if I have such a stinky smell all over my body? I remember it was the first one to break the rules. All our changes started with the toilet cleaner. A group of toilet cleaners crowded together and attacked Yuandandan indignantly. Yuandandan looked forward, and his pupils uncontrollably glanced to the lower left corner where the boss appeared last. The whole cat didn't take the words of other toilet cleaners to heart at all. All he was thinking about was whether the boss was still there. I couldn't smell anything. If he was, how could he behave to save his precarious image? The toilet cleaners roared for a long time, and found that the cat opposite was absent-minded, which made them angry. Yuandandan, are you listening to us? I packed a portion of feed for you last time I ate. Yuandandan's face turned red when he heard the word feed. He felt a force bursting out from inside and outside, and roared, come and chase me. Whoever doesn't chase me is a big piece of shit. After saying that, he turned and ran. The back view was so heroic. This fog will be located for 3 hours, during which time all fluffy cats can see its location. And if it stays here now, not only will it hinder the boss, but if these wicked fellows continue to talk nonsense, it and the boss will really be finished. In order to leave a trace of image at the last moment, Yuandandan ran so fast. Relying on the support of faith, it jumped out of an unprecedented speed, like a gust of wind, and disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a bunch of angry toilet cleaners. Some even cursed in a hoarse voice, round egg, don't run away if you dare. You made me smell like a toilet. I'd be a coward if I don't beat your shit out. That's you. We clearly agreed not to mark other cats, but you just don't keep your word. That's right. It's just a coming-of-age ceremony. If it doesn't work this time, there's next time, and the next time. If you have the ability, you can ask the elders to hold more coming-of-age ceremonies for you. Why do you want to turn us into toilet cleaners? This is too smelly. Go, down with you Ondendan. As they spoke, the toilet cleaners transformed by the fluffy cats disappeared quickly. Looking at their disappearing backs, Ji-hee squatted in the same place without moving. She guessed that these cats might come back. Sure enough, after another 2 minutes, a fluffy cat rushed back. He was Snow White with a black mark on his shoulder. Ji-hee recognized it at a glance. It was the one who said that the boss didn't exist, named Guiguebo. Chapter 642. Compared to the anger of other cats, Ji-hee didn't think there was anything wrong with this cat. It's just work. That man is just the boss, not their savior. It's normal to choose another way. After Guiguebo came back, he didn't say a word, his expression was cold, he kept twitching his nose, and jumped quickly between the branches. His nose was very sensitive, but at this time, the whole surrounding was filled with the smell of toilet cleaner, which disturbed him to a great extent. It checked very carefully. The closest time to Ji-hee, if it walked 2 steps to the left, it would touch Ji-hee's invisible cloak. Unfortunately, after checking around, it found nothing. Finally, it could only stand on the tree branch in frustration, muttering to itself, "Does the boss really exist? If you really do exist, can you come out and let me see? Just one look will be enough to let me know that you really exist. Let me know that there is hope for our clan. Every day when the sun rises, I have a fantasy that you will appear and let me win honor for you. But I have waited for so long, and you have not appeared. Have you forgotten the agreement between you and the Indian Cat clan?" Ji-hee, who was in the invisible cloak, looked at the dark green cubes falling from the white cat's eyes. She was confused. The Indian cats had never seen their boss, so why were they so devoted? Why? She watched for a while, and saw that the white cat's tears were still falling, with no intention of stopping, so she touched her nose quietly. What should I do? It seemed a bit embarrassing. It was as if she was peeping into other people's pain. There was no way to persuade her. If she dared to lift the invisibility cloak now, the white cat in front of her would probably turn hostile immediately. She had not forgotten the cat's fierce battle record just now, and she didn't think the cat needed her comfort. After thinking about it, Ji-hee still tiptoed lightly, and the whole person turned into a wisp of sand, turning around and leaving silently. Since there was no clue to the mission here, she should go to do the mission. She just left. The white cat, who had been crying uncontrollably just now, stopped crying immediately, and his face changed from sad to calm. It moved its feet, and quickly followed Ji-hee, catching up. It has a sixth sense. This person is very important to it. It must not lose him. As for the scheming Yuan-dan, let others deal with him. With this group of desperate fluffy cats, the forest that was quiet just now immediately became smoky. Wherever they go, they kick tree bags with their feet and swing vines with their hands. No matter whether it is a game player or an interstellar creature, as long as they are touched by them, they will all be sprayed with deformed paint. No one should feel comfortable. We are all embarrassed anyway. We might as well get embarrassed together. Many interstellar creatures ran and cursed. Seeing the crazy fluffy cat was like seeing their natural enemy. Are you crazy? Didn't we agree before that you would hold your coming-of-age ceremony, and we wouldn't participate? You are really a mad interstellar dog. When you are crazy, you will bite anyone you see. We paid the money. You are breaking the rules. The fluffy cat knew that these monsters could not be his boss, so he had no patience and dealt with them casually with a look of impatience on his face. You have seriously delayed our coming-of-age ceremony. Haha, you can't even avoid the underage transformation spray, and you still have the nerve to argue here? I can only say that you are too weak. Go home quickly. Even if I give you the forest strolling grass, you can't grasp it. If you don't accept it, fight back. Don't think you can become my boss by spending some money. Dream. I knock out your front teeth. On the other side of the forest, the gifted are looking for food. There is a serious shortage of food in the extreme cold, and their families are out of food. Now their families are waiting for them to take food back to save their lives. This group of people who had no intention of going to the dungeon came together, helped each other, and searched for food together. But gradually, they became more and more desperate. It had been 5 hours. 5 hours. They had not found a drop of water, or a single edible food. All the things were more than 40% polluted, and could not be eaten at all. They all suspected that there was nothing edible in this dungeon. In this case, they had no choice but to turn their attention to the fluffy cat. According to the impression they had always had, the conditions of the natives in the game dungeon were absolutely top-notch. And they were very generous. Under normal circumstances, as long as they lowered their heads and coaxed these natives, they would share some food with them afterwards. Many gifted people relied on this trick to get food in the dungeon. But this trick that worked every time was ineffective in this dungeon. Not only did pleasing the fluffy cats not have a positive effect, but it also attracted the disgust and doubts of many fluffy cats. Although they had never seen the boss. But you must have watched the Interstellar TV series, right? Is this boss, who is so poor that he can't even afford to eat, but still asks them for food, really a boss? Isn't this the liar demonstrated in the Star Network? The talents were all confused. They kept trying to please him, expressing their attitude of wanting to work and their enthusiasm of being a housekeeper. Not only did they not find a job, but they were ruthlessly abandoned by the fluffy cat. Do you know where this is? Looking for a job here? I still want to find a job. Who can I go to? I advise you to leave quickly. At least you can save your life. The abandoned talents looked at the fluffy cat, who didn't even turn his head, and changed his attitude, and fell into confusion. They looked at each other, wondering what went wrong. In a corner of the forest, there was complete silence. The black-clothed, masked talents gathered together, squatting on the branches of the trees, looking at a figure in a black robe standing in front of them. 5 minutes later, the black-robed man asked hoarsely, "Who can answer me? Where is our friend?" A shriveled man walked out of the team, knelt on the ground, face down. "Please forgive me, sir. The others in our organization have already gone to the eternal heaven." The black-robed man stood beside the man's head, raised his foot, and stepped on his head tightly, rubbing it on the ground. The sound was as harsh as sandpaper grinding. Which gifted person did it? Not a gifted person. The man was like a robot. Even though his head was stepped on, it was difficult for him to breathe, and his voice did not fluctuate. It was the fluffy cats. These fluffy cats have dual personalities. They will become abnormal after being attacked. They attacked our organization. The man in black robes didn't say anything for a long time after hearing this. The air was dead silent, and everyone lowered their heads and kept silent. Just when everyone thought that this man would start a massacre, the man in black robes took his foot away, kicked the man, raised his head, and revealed his face that was completely distorted and his features were twisted. "You won't let me down, right?" Chapter 643. Everyone said in unison yes. To rise. To rise. The black-robed man enjoyed the warm atmosphere of the crowd, and a strong desire for destruction surged in her heart, which made her blood boil, and the blood vessels bulged and moved back and forth on her skin. She waved her hand fiercely. "Catch her, and give her to me." As soon as the voice fell, the crowd turned into various flying monsters, and disappeared one after another. He was chasing people. There were 2 talented people running for their lives in front. One of them was so anxious that he couldn't control his beast form, and turned into a rabbit. "Why are you running?" Hearing this, the rabbit talent in front of him responded in a panic, "Don't chase us. We won't run if you don't chase us. You run when you see me, so I will definitely chase you." He was collecting supplies between the branches just now. When she turned around, she looked at the 2 talents. She didn't even have time to react, and the 2 talents on the opposite side turned around and ran. It was like seeing the god of plague. She subconsciously raised her foot and chased after him. Seeing that running like this was not going to work, he waved her right hand, and the prop in her hand flashed with golden light and shot out quickly. It instantly entangled the 2 people. She used her right hand to pull the 2 people back to her like a kite, smiling and speaking softly, "Run? Why don't you run?" The 2 people looked bitter. "They tied us up. How can we run? Big sister, we are just 2 poor guys. We have nothing on our bodies except these tattered clothes. It's a waste for you to use such a good prop on me. Why don't you just let us go?" "Oh." He smiled, not saying whether he believed it or not. He just squatted down and touched the ear of one of the rabbits. Feeling the trembling of his hands, he slowly said, "Then I search?" "Search, search, search. You search, then let's discuss it. After the search, if you don't find anything, let us go." The man smiled flatteringly, stretched his neck, and looked calm. He kept moving his hands, chatting with them politely, and asked curiously, "Oh, what if I don't let it go? You are all tied up by me. What can you do to me?" The 2 men were choked by her self-righteous attitude. One of the men glared at the other man frantically, while the other man looked at then at the man, and simply rolled his eyes, stepped back, and performed a fainting scene. The 2 men were indeed poor. Apart from their tattered clothes, they only had 2 props on their bodies. Apart from that, they had nothing else. But Jihee's purpose was not this. He took a look at the 2 useless props and stuffed them back with disgust. At this time, one of the men looked behind Ji. He was surprised. "My friend. Come and save us." He was not lying. On a tree branch not far away, 2 snow-white fluffy cats were squatting. They were the 2 cats that were supposed to work for them. Seeing them, the man's eyes were full of surprise. If the woman in front of him turned around, he would have a chance to escape. If she didn't turn around, his two friends would attack the woman and rescue them. He didn't even turn his head or move his body. He patted the man's face with one hand and smiled like a villain. Asked them if they are still friends with you now? After the words fell, the two fluffy cats on the tree shook their heads frantically, and one of them even defended himself eagerly. No, 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 we don't know him. Yes, yes, we are not friends with him. The man looked at the two with astonishment, as if he saw a traitor, and his voice was full of disbelief. What did you two say? Didn't you say that before? Do you have a spirit of contract? The fluffy cat had a sweet voice, but the words he said were not so polite. He tilted his head and waved his paws in confusion. Don't talk nonsense. We didn't take your gold coins. There is nothing between us. While speaking, he kept looking at Ji-hee, trying to explain himself. We have only met for a few hours. Don't think too much and be self-indulgent. Yes, yes, we are strangers. Don't say hello when you see me in the future. The other one took a small step forward while talking, trying to get closer to Ji-hee. The back of the person squatting over there looked so cute. It wanted to go over and get close to him. You? The man was choked by the speed at which they turned hostile, his eyes widened, and he couldn't find the right words to describe it. He ignored the two behind him, stood up straight, conjured up a shovel and poked the man's shoulder, saying in a lazy voice, Please tell Chung Jun a message for me. The two men's faces changed, and the rabbit pretending to faint gently moved its ears. The vice president of the God's Aid Society is in this book, and he wants to arrest someone. He pretended not to see it, and didn't care what they thought. He said what he wanted to say, and untied the chain. You can go now. The two people's expressions have completely changed. The man's rabbit ears have completely turned green. He looked at Ji-hee with full vigilance. When did you recognize us? Well, I won't tell you. Ji-hee said with a bad taste, and raised his eyebrows with a smirk. Why don't you leave? Do you want to stay? As soon as the words fell, the two of them ran away quickly and disappeared into the forest. Standing in place, Ji-hee felt the locator moving away little by little, feeling satisfied. She was a legal citizen. Of course, she had to report to the police when something happened. As for why she knew that the two of them knew Chung Jun, Ji-hee certainly didn't know. She just lied casually. It would be best if they knew him, but if not, she would just catch a few. But she was lucky. In the third group, she met the official people. Seeing the two people disappear in the forest, Ji-hee randomly found a direction and jumped away. He didn't care about the few cats behind him the whole time. She had already vaguely realized that the fluffy cats had an indescribable good impression of her, and there was something wrong with the good impression. If she wasn't sure, she would have suspected that she had drugged them. Looking at Ji-hee's disappearing back, one of them subconsciously wanted to chase after her, but was stopped by the white cat next to him with his claws. It looked up in confusion and looked at Ji-hee's back anxiously. What are you doing? She has run far away. It's too late if I don't go now. I still have to see if there is anything I can help with. What are you chasing? We have to find a really rich boss. This is our mission for the coming-of-age ceremony. That being said, the claws of the white cat that stopped his companion were not firm at all. Chapter 644. But then I don't have to treat her as a boss. I can just go over and take a look, can't I? Just take a look. Another white cat looked at Ji-hee's back, and his heart was pounding. Did you go to class in vain? What did the teacher teach you? What are the characteristics of a rich boss? Have you forgotten everything? She doesn't look like a rich person at all. She can't be the boss we are looking for. She can't afford to hire us. What we should do now is to leave here. The white cat said this to convince itself rather than to convince the other party. This boss is not the person described by the clan leader. They can't be. Even if he catches up with him now, and is willing to let this person become their boss, the clan leader will not approve it. Everything is a waste of time. But at this moment, for some reason, knowing all this, it still feels uncomfortable all over as it looks at Ji-hee's receding back. The one on the opposite side also knows this truth. It drooped its shoulders and said in a very depressed and lonely voice, Then let's go. After saying this, neither of them moved. The ground under their feet was as solid as glue. After a while, one of them cleared his throat. We are not slacking off, but those newcomers, the food they eat has a contamination level of more than 30%. Such people can't afford to hire bodyguards. They can't be our bosses. It's a waste of effort for us to go find them. This statement was recognized by the fluffy cat next to him. That's true. Their noses are detectors. The approximate range of the contamination of the food can be detected by smelling it from a distance without the need for a machine. If we go to find them, it will be a waste of time. Why not give up this coming-of-age ceremony and go find that person just now? Is it not okay to make friends? This statement was confirmed by another white cat. Not being a boss, making friends, the tribe can't say anything, right? Seeing its expression wavering, the fluffy cat opposite blinked, looked at the first person in front of him whose eyes were always slanted in one direction, and tried. Why don't we chase after him and see if there is a boss in that direction? We are not here for her, we are just here to find the boss, and we happened to meet her on the way. As soon as this was said, the proud fluffy cat nodded frantically and agreed immediately. Yes, yes, we are here to find the boss, and we met her by chance. After saying this, he turned around and ran away. The other one also followed happily. The moment it saw that person, it felt that it didn't matter whether it was full or not. It didn't matter if she couldn't afford to hire him. It was willing to work for her for free, and was also willing to go out to work and earn gold coins to support her. Whether he is the boss or not is not that important. It just wants to be with her. On the other side, in the monitoring room, 24 surveillance cameras are broadcasting the scene in the forest in real time. The 10 adult cats in the tribe, who are not asleep, are also discussing the scene of the gifted people jumping around in the monitoring. Do you think there is a boss among these people? I really want to find a boss. Don't always think about the results when doing things. Enjoy the process. Don't be too utilitarian. The boss is a kind person and doesn't like people who are too utilitarian. You must stay away from the boss when the time comes. Don't let the boss hate us too. You are making trouble. You are unreasonable. Why are you squatting here if you are not looking for the boss? I am also looking for the boss, but my purpose is different from yours. I am satisfied just by looking at the boss. Can these guys find a place to stay? What's the point of chasing you, Ondenden? The more exercise you do, the faster you get hungry, and the more you eat. There is no food in the kitchen. Oh, it's okay, eat less, and you won't starve to death. You will be more energetic. Hey, it seems that our hair beautifier is running out. Buy it quickly. This is a big deal. As soon as this was said, it was recognized by a group of crying cats. You can skip the meal, but you must buy the hair beautifier. This is very important. At this time, the door was opened, and a black cat with a frown and splayed eyebrows walked in from outside, and said, bad news, the milk powder is gone. It's time to buy milk powder, take the money. Money, money, money. Why do you always ask for money? The tribe is bankrupt. Why don't you lower your standards a bit? The elders who were originally discussing money in the room now felt their scalps tingling when they heard about buying things. I'm afraid of being poor, really afraid of being poor. I don't want to buy anything, I just want to drink air. It's not me who eats. What's the point of you turning against me? If I were to say, what's the situation in our tribe? We shouldn't have the next generation. The pure black cat was angry, thinking that he was so young, and he had to come here to see the children, and he was always asking for money. The day before yesterday, I looked in the mirror and found that I had a bald spot on my head. What if the boss saw this and disliked it? The other cats were not happy and criticized it in unison. It's useless to tell me this. It's not my child. Yes, I also said I wouldn't give birth. It was the leader who insisted on giving birth. Otherwise, let's lower the standard. No, we can't take risks. If there are turbid beasts in the tribe, the boss will hate us. Then we have no money and can't afford to raise them. What do you think we should do? The pink cat, who had been standing in the front and staring at the screen without saying anything, suddenly spoke up in a very intellectual female voice. Puffy cats must give birth. If there is no next generation, who will come to find the boss if we all die? This statement was recognized by all the cats in the room. It doesn't matter whether the child is born or not, the boss still needs to be found. Finally, the problem comes back again. If the child is born, it must be raised. How to raise it without money? The cub is mentally immature. If the foundation is not laid well, if it turns into a turbid beast, it will bring disgrace to the tribe and will be disliked by the boss. Most of the adult cats fell asleep to avoid eating. Half of the remaining cats had to go to the interstellar space to find their boss. Not only could they not make money, but they also had to rely on their family to pay for their living expenses. Even if they ate less, they still had to eat once every 7 days, otherwise what would happen if they died? The black cat moved his mouth, and had a lot to say, but when he thought of his boss, he suddenly didn't want to say anything. He turned his head to look at another cat that was all light blue and trying to hide itself, and went straight to the point. Milk powder money, 10 gold coins, send money. Seeing that he couldn't hide anymore, the blue cat took out a crumpled book from under his buttocks and threw it at the black cat. Then he lay back with his whole body, showing an attitude of being a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. There is no money in the account. Last time, I put in 2 gold coins. You can buy it. You can buy as much as you can find. The 2 gold coins were the money he was going to use to buy the hair beautifier. Now he has no money even if he is beaten to death. Chapter 645. The black crying cat, after receiving the account book, didn't even look at it, and threw it back. This account book had been torn apart long ago, and he didn't know whether there was money or not. The tribe was so poor that the mice passing by had to leave in tears. He was going to put the blue cat last, turned his head to look at the other crying cat, grabbed its tail. I pawned my weapon last month to buy milk powder. I pawned my space button to buy water. After asking around, no one had any money. The black Indian cat was not surprised at all. He started to call out names, and went straight to the blue cat. Yushui, your friend invited you to their home last time, but you didn't bring back some local specialties? This is not your style. Local specialties? My friend said that I am not welcome for the next 3 years. When Yushui thought of this, his face wrinkled into a ball, and he wanted to complain. Before I went, I told you to eat less. Just eat until you are 3/4 full, so that you can go next time. If you fleece the sheep once, and get rid of them all, how can you go there in the future? Then the group of little ones went there, and they forgot what I said completely. They ate a lot, and ate up all the food in the family storehouse. We were driven away in the end. His friend also said that he would never come again. Woo woo woo. Who would he go to for money when he is hungry in the future? The body of the cat family can store energy. If the food consumed on a day exceeds the amount consumed on that day, the excess energy will be stored in the body, so that their bodies will not need to take in extra energy in the future. This ability was originally created for long-term combat. As a result, it has now become a special ability for their tribe to get benefits. Many races in the Interstellar, even their cubs, have now forgotten the original name of their tribe, and call them the Autumn Wind Clan. Some people also call them runaways. It's embarrassing for cats. The blue crying cat was already depressed enough, but the crying cats next to him didn't let him go after hearing this. Don't go with this friend for the time being. Where are your other friends? I remember you have a friend who runs an interstellar supermarket who hasn't blocked you? Otherwise, after this coming-of-age ceremony, why don't you take the kids in your tribe to live there for a while? Ask them to help move the goods. Forget it. I don't have any friends now. The blue crying cat looked hopeless. He had been blocked by his friends, and said they would cut off all ties for a month. For this month, he would have to go hungry. The black-haired crying cat didn't care what they thought. After questioning them, he turned around and hugged the pink crying cat's thighs fiercely, refusing to let go, and began to pull his neck and cry, "Chief, your son bought a box of fairy grass that day, and we all saw it." As soon as these words came out, all the crying cats looked over with contempt. A clan leader, giving him a special favor? This is not fair. The pink cat. Who exposed it? How did this get out? Ahem. Even if we sell those 2 boxes of fairy grass, it's not enough for you to buy milk powder. The strong clan leader spoke in a lower and lower voice, and finally, in the eyes of the clan members condemning her for eating alone, she chose to give up her son. Then go find him. If you find him, I give it to you. Son, I'm sorry for not protecting your 2 boxes of herbal jelly, but don't worry. When I have money, I return you 2 boxes. The black crying cat was very satisfied and immediately stopped his empty talk and stood up quickly. Thank you, Chief. 2 boxes of herbal jelly can't buy milk powder, but it can be used as a gift to take the children to other races as a guest. With gifts, those rich races will be embarrassed to drive them out, right? The black crying cat was calculating with his abacus, while the brown crying cat sighed and said the same old thing again. Chief, this is not going to work. Why don't we just find a job and do it first? As soon as he said this, all the fur balls glared at him, some even rushed up to hit him. You actually want to betray the boss? Traitor, we don't have cats like you in our tribe. Yes, I fire you. You let the boss down. Would we exist without the boss? The brown fur ball instantly became the target of public criticism. It felt wronged, and it ran around the house trying to avoid the clutches of its own tribe, yelling, "What do you think we should do? It costs money to raise a child, and it costs money to find a boss. You don't allow us to sell the energy stones in the tribe, and we haven't found a boss yet. If we continue like this, we will all become extinct. If we really starve to death, how can we find the boss? At most, we can leave the money we earn from working to the boss, right? This is also considered working for the boss." He felt wronged, and the other crying cats felt more wrong than him, and their roars were louder than his. Work, work, your mind is full of work. When you are working, the boss doesn't know where he is being wronged. You went out to find a job without the boss's permission. You are betraying him. Yes, no matter how nice you say, you are wrong. What are we doing? Have you forgotten? The most important thing for us is to find the boss. Where can't we eat? At worst, we can go to the marshal's mansion to beg. I don't believe that he, a black unicorn, can watch our family starve to death. I think you should just go to sleep. Your thoughts are not good, and they can easily lead the next generation astray. The big brown cat stopped running and stood where he was, turning around and roaring, "Sleep if you want. Who is afraid of whom? I am not happy to look after the children here. I haven't eaten for 7 days. Who am I doing this for? I haven't eaten for 8 days. 1 day more than you. What right do you have to speak when you haven't eaten for 7 days? You are complaining." "Yes, I haven't eaten for 9 days. A bunch of crying cats were arguing fiercely, and in the middle there was a black-haired crying cat asking others for milk powder money. The whole house was in chaos. At this time, the pink crying cat suddenly spoke, which was indeed completely unrelated to these words. Her voice was a little trembling. "What is this person eating?" The noisy Indian cats instantly quieted down. They gathered together and leaned their heads in front of the surveillance cameras. They saw a small figure in one of the surveillance cameras, lowering his head and eating something. The pink big cat Yingyukian kept urging, "Yingyufan, hurry up, zoom in, zoom in. Put it again, put it again. The equipment is outdated, what can I do? It hasn't been repaired for several years." Although the green Indian cat was complaining, his hands did not stop moving at all. As the food was enlarged little by little, everyone could see clearly that it was completely unfamiliar food. This made them have some guesses in their hearts. Quick test. Chapter 646. The pink whimpering cat looked at the person in the picture. She didn't know why, but she liked him. Just looking at this figure, she felt indescribable joy in her heart. She felt very happy watching her eat with big mouthfuls. Not only her, but also the whimpering cat, who was making a fuss just now. Everyone stopped talking and just watched this person eat quietly. There was also a voice coming, "Eat this quickly, are you hungry?" "Yes, yes, eat slowly." Ing Yu Fan, who was operating the surveillance camera, was also fascinated. After a minute, he suddenly realized what the clan leader said. His eyes were fixed on the surveillance screen, and his hands moved quickly to operate the surveillance camera to display parameters. The Indian cats, who were usually very irritable, were rare patient at this time, and none of them urged him. It can't be said that they were patient, but they were all concentrating on watching the people in the video eat, and didn't notice the passage of time. The surveillance camera zoomed in on the food, and was about to display the pollution level when it was stuck. The wailing cats in the house were so anxious. Why did it go bad at the critical moment? Finally, half a minute later, the pollution results were displayed. Ding! The pollution level is less than 2% edible. Bang! 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 The wailing cats in the house fell down. Is this the boss? This must be the boss, right? The wailing cats in the investment promotion office, who were responsible for finding someone to attend the coming-of-age ceremony this time, were a little unbelievable themselves. After decades, the coming-of-age ceremony of their tribe actually found a boss? This is even lower than the probability of winning the interstellar lottery. Paw! It slapped itself hard, swollen its cheeks, and a handful of hair fell off its claws. Hiss! It hurts, it's not a dream. The pink chief leaned his whole face over and stuck it to the screen, his eyes shining and wide. Test again, test again. She's eating the second box, test this one too. The room was silent. All the crying cats already had the answer in their hearts. They fixed their eyes on this underage female, and couldn't move away. Just watching this underage female eating, they felt very calm, and had a faint sense of satisfaction. This feeling would never deceive a cat. Ding! The pollution level is less than 2% edible. As the prompt sounds came one after another, the room became quieter and quieter. The little female in front of them ate 3 boxes of food and a bottle of juice in a row. They tested them all and found that the pollution level was less than 2%. She was eating the 4th box at this time. There are underage females who can eat food with this level of pollution. There are even many races in the interstellar space. They can name several races at random. But such a rich man, without any bodyguards of the same race around him, makes them feel warm in their hearts, and want to give everything. There is only one answer. All the cats are looking at the chief. There is a strong expectation in their eyes. Don't let them down. The chief was elected as the chief because she is the best fighter. It is also because she is the only cat in this generation who was brought to the boss, and served as the boss's pet when she was young. The reaction of Ing Yuqian did not disappoint them. It looked at the lonely figure eating on the screen with gentle eyes, and finally turned its head suddenly, and pushed away the blue Indian cat that was blocking the way behind it. You guys stay here, I'm going to the toilet. The blue fur ball straightened his back, refused to give in, and grabbed the arm of the tribe leader tightly. Tribe leader, I'm going too. Hee, tribe leader, I don't know if I should say something, although you are pink, but you are old now, and if you appear in front of the boss, you are suspected of pretending to be young, and it is easy for the boss to dislike you, but I am different. I am really young, I am decades younger than you, younger and cuter than you. You are so old, you should stay in the tribe to take care of the children. If you ask me, you should all stay. I can go by myself. Look at my beautiful fur, which is like satin. Last year, I was voted as the most beautiful Indian cat in our tribe. No one is suitable to go to see the boss except me. The Indian cats in the house looked at each other, and immediately got into a fight. None of them was convinced by the other. They all thought they were the most suitable cat to stay with the boss. What tribe leader or not, in front of the boss, the tribe leader has to stand aside. He ate his meal in big mouthfuls, as if all his attention was on the meal, but he said, "Are you sure this can attract Indian cats?" The wings of the great harvest hung behind Jihi. Although they did not move, the sound came over. Cat, nicknamed the Autumn Wind Clan, big eaters, love to eat food. In fact, there is an even simpler way to make them appear. That is to use talent. However, it is time to eat. If they don't come after dinner, they will still be in time to use their talent. After he got a positive answer, he stopped talking and concentrated on eating. In order to attract the Indian cats, she ate several boxes in a row and drank a large glass of juice. After eating and drinking, he leaned against a big tree, touched her bloated stomach, and said lazily, "Aren't you coming out yet?" The air was quiet, without any sound. It was as if he was talking to herself. Jihi chuckled. The smile on her face did not change, but she used an affirmative sentence when she said, "Come out." As soon as the voice fell, 3 Indian cats appeared in front of her. The one on the left was the fluffy cat that he had just seen before. It was the one that performed the beast's tears for her, and was going out to work. It seemed to be called Guiguebo. He didn't know the names of the 2 white cats in the middle, and on the far right. The 3 cats sat in a row, tilted their heads, and looked at Jihi, without saying anything. Fluffy cat? Yeah. Jihi nodded, and didn't ask why they followed her. She said naturally, "Where is Indian cat? Do you know?" The 3 cats nodded first, then shook their heads. "I know, but there is no Indian cat in the forest now. Indian cat will not appear until the 3rd day, when the coming-of-age ceremony is over in the evening." Hearing this, Jihi frowned slightly, but soon relaxed and changed the subject. "So what do you want to see me for?" The fluffy cat on the far left moved its nose, tilted its head, and looked cute. "Sister, I saw you collecting stones before. Can I help you?" The fluffy cat, who spoke, had completely forgotten that he had just beaten up all the fluffy cats, who tried to get close to Jihi. Now he pouted his little mouth, pinched his throat, and made a crisp girlish voice, which sounded more like a girl than Jihi. Jihi, who knew their true faces, Chapter 647. The fluffy cat next to her couldn't help it, and took a step closer, saying in a coquettish voice, "Are you tired, sister? I've learned massage. Can I give you a massage?" Jihi, Massage? The kind that makes your bones break? Sister, you are so good. Why don't you have your own fluffy cat? A round ball next to her tilted her head, looking cute, and said in a very coquettish voice, "It must be that we are not destined to be together. If it were me, I would never let you stay alone." As they spoke, they stared at Jihi with a pair of big eyes, and their hearts were full of her appearance. Jihi, If Jihi didn't know their true appearance, he would really think that they were pet cats. After the 3 finished speaking, they waited for Jihi's answer with full concentration, and even their breathing slowed down a lot. The person in front of them suddenly opened his mouth and asked a question that was completely unrelated to the 3 of them. "How did you do in the exam?" The 3 fluffy cats' eyes lit up, they covered their faces, shook their bodies, and seemed to be very embarrassed, but they were vying to answer, speaking quickly. "I'm the second, but I'm the best at cooking first. I am number 1, the real number 1. I am number 3. Don't look at me as number 3, but I dance very well. I have always been number 1. Sister, let me dance for you and let you see." As he said that, he took a model step to show it off, but the 2 people beside him stepped on his tail and his hind paws without leaving any trace, and he couldn't move. "How dare you flatter them in front of them? Die for me." In a corner that he couldn't see, the 3 of them had already fought hard with their feet. If they didn't want to let the other fluffy cats take advantage of the situation, the three of them would have started fighting. Gee, The top three are all lining up in front of her. At this moment, she remembered that when Yuandan spoke before, she always felt that there was something in her throat, and it sounded fake. Now it seems that she is the last one. Didn't she study hard enough? Look at how naturally these people speak. The voices are either cute, charming, or childish. If you don't know, you might think they are real voices. He ignored the turbulent waves under their calm surface, took out 3 pomegranates, and waved them in front of the 3 of them. Answer me a few questions, and I give you this pomegranate. As he spoke, he also used a detector to test it. Ding! The pollution level is less than 5% edible when speaking. He never thought that she would be rejected. After all, her talent had already said that they were world famous for being poor. And the fruit with very low pollution level that she took out should be expensive in the interstellar space. Who would have thought that the 3 of them would shake their heads at the same time, with the same attitude? The one on the left took a step forward in a hurry, blinked, and said in a tender voice, "Sister, you ask? I don't want the fruit." The 2 beside them secretly hated themselves for being a step slower and not leaving a good impression, but they still nodded hurriedly. "We don't want anything you ask. We will tell you whatever you ask." He's eyes flashed with surprise, as if she had never thought that there would be a cat that could refuse the food in hand. She blinked, showing a smile that had been trained before, the most peaceful, and tentatively reached out her hand, gently touched the heads of the 3 in their expectant eyes, and asked, while they were intoxicated, "Why did the other races come here?" "For the forest grass." "Yes, on the 3rd night, forest grass will appear in the forest. You can sell it for a lot of gold coins if you catch it. In addition to forest grass, it may also be to sign a contract with the strange flower." After saying this, the other 2 stared at him. With them around, why mention the strange flower? Is the strange flower better than them? What if the boss doesn't want them, and signs the strange flower away? The 3rd one didn't care about them. He just looked at the person in front of him. Seeing her smiling face, it was full of joy and wished to hold out its heart. She answered 10 questions with 1 answer, and she was speaking like crazy. The other 2 couldn't get a word in, and they gritted their teeth in hatred, and they could hardly maintain their elegant image. Especially the fluffy cat ranked first, whose face was distorted several times. It was yelling loudly before, but it seems that it is lurking with him here, right? It was just touched by the boss. Look how beautiful it is, humph. When she becomes a bodyguard, she will definitely never talk to him again. Kick him away immediately. Stay away from the boss. Without even asking and guessing, he quickly understood the situation of the Flame Bone Forest. This forest is the tribe of the Inging Cat clan, but the conditions in their tribe are not good now, so they rent it out and let those interstellar people come to catch forest watering grass. And forest watering grass is a top-level ingredient in the universe that can stimulate potential, eliminate impurities in the body, and improve the level of talent. The strange flower is a plant that can help the gifted in battle. After signing the contract, you can take it away, but you have to pay a reward. According to the statement of the fluffy cat, the price is not cheap, it is more expensive than their fluffy cat. After hearing these explanations, he had an idea. How come this seems to be a copy to increase their strength? Whether it is the forest grass or the strange flower, they are not what they can get in the ordinary copies before. They are very precious. The previous copies are more like pulling them to do cheap labor. Just thinking about it, an angry voice from the tree interrupted her thoughts. "What are you doing?" The voice was full of accusations, and there was a hint of gnashing teeth. He looked up and saw Yuandan standing on a tree branch, with his hair standing up, looking angrily at the other 3 fluffy cats. Although it was a little bald before, it was still white, which made it look good. Now the white hair on its body turned gray, and with the hair falling off, it looked particularly miserable. It was ugly but quite distinctive. It jumped down directly, blocking he and the other fluffy cats, staring at the opposite ones, threatening them, "Stay away from my boss." The other side had a considerate look on their faces, as if they were looking at a child who was making trouble for no reason. They tilted their heads and chattered, "You are so domineering. Unlike me, I care about the boss the most. The boss does not belong to you. It is wrong for you to do this. If you are angry, you should vent it on me, not on the boss." Yuandan was so angry that he was about to spit fire. He roared back, and the rough voice echoed in the forest, "You are talking nonsense. If we put ourselves in their shoes, you would have taken action long ago." Guiguebo nodded silently in his heart. "Yes, you know me well," but his face was expressionless and sad. "You misunderstood me." Chapter 648. The other 2 were not quiet either, adding fuel to the fire and madly criticizing, "That's right, too rude, not cute at all. I envy you for being so brave to be yourself, unlike me, who has to look at other people's faces since childhood. Woo woo woo." After hearing this series of words, Yuandenden didn't even hold his throat. Just like a cat whose nest was invaded, his hair exploded, and the gray on his body began to transform into black. "Bullshit. Do you have any rules? We agreed before that it was first come first served, and each of you guards your own boss. What are you doing now?" Guaiguebo saw the boss stand up and jump away from the corner of his eye, and he was impatient to continue pretending. The clear and crisp voice of a young man, full of accusations, began to accuse without any hesitation, "Yuandanden, you are not a qualified bodyguard at all. You left the boss alone. If you still have a little self-knowledge, you should know that you have lost the qualification to compete." "You?" Hearing this, Yuandanden's surging anger suddenly choked, blinked, and suddenly felt a little guilty. This was indeed his fault. But he had his reasons. He followed the boss after he left, silently protecting him. Thinking of this, he felt justified again and yelled back, "If you hadn't been chasing me, how could I have left my boss? It's all your fault. You separated us, and you took the opportunity to poach my girlfriend. We'd break up from now on." The top student in the class was not polite either. He raised his head high and looked at the bottom student in front of him with contempt. "Round egg, don't pretend to be a victim here. Our tribe is a hero only by strength. Only the most powerful cats can protect the boss. Your happiness was stolen. Now, are you willing to accept my challenge?" Yuandanden was furious and roared irrationally, "I accept." The other two nodded and said in unison, "Fight." After the words fell, the four fluffy cats instantly transformed, and their huge bodies fought into a ball. In an instant, the trees collapsed and the ground cracked. Finally, Yuandanden lay on the ground, covered with scars, face down. A string of dark green tears slid from the corners of his eyes, and accumulated on one side of his body. It regretted it so much. Why didn't it work hard in the past, and now it can't even protect the boss? If he just worked a little harder, could he be with the boss forever? The clan leader once said that only the first one could stand behind the boss and protect him. It didn't care and lived happily. After all, it had never seen the boss, so it naturally didn't know that the boss was such a wonderful existence. It just thought that no matter whether it was the first or the last one, the portion of food was the same and the treatment was the same. Why should he work hard? It never thought that being the last one was bad, and even thought that working hard was meaningless. He was often very hungry. He felt heartburn and stomachache. He just wanted to do nothing and lie down to rest. He didn't understand why he had to waste his limited energy to train hard when he was so hungry. Wouldn't it be better to lie down and sleep? It used to sneer at the fluffy cats in the tribe who kept training, and secretly laughed at them. But it would be ruthlessly defeated by these idiots it despised, and it only hated itself for not working hard before. The final winner, the former second place, now the first place, Guaiguebo, spoke in a very flat voice without any emotion. "In the world of bodyguards, being weak is a sin. If I were you, I would be ashamed. The boss is so good, you don't deserve her. You have never worked hard for her. In every sweaty day and night, you are lazy, so you lose. It's not unfair." Yuandanden choked, clenched his fists tightly, and let out an unwilling cry. "Then can I not let her be my boss? Can't I go out and work to earn money to support her? Woo woo woo." Yuandanden's tears fell. She really likes this boss. Guaiguebo ignored it, stood up straight, smoothed the hair of different lengths on his body, and tried to make them look better. It won, and it can go find the boss. Yuandanden stubbornly got up from the ground, and saw it licking its hair, and said sarcastically, "Don't be arrogant. Aren't you just better than me? But don't forget, there are the elders and the clan leader here. Boss, it's definitely not your turn to guard." Guaiguebo's body stiffened, but he didn't say anything. Yuandanden was right. Although he was the strongest fighter in this term, he was not the strongest fighter in the entire clan. There were the clan leader and elders in their prime. If they fought with him, he would definitely lose. Haha, so what? I'm younger than them. When they die, I still be here. After saying this, Guaiguebo raised his head high and jumped away with a proud look on his face. When he was out of Yuandan's sight, his expression immediately darkened. Humph, isn't it just that he has lived longer than him? At such an old age, why should he compete with him for the boss position? Bah! Looking at the back of Guaiguebo leaving gracefully, Yuandanden stopped talking, feeling very upset. I have to say that Guaiguebo is right. It is still young, while those old guys are already old. But it doesn't matter, it is also young, as long as it works hard. One day, it will stand beside the boss again, Tianmimi stood up with difficulty, combed her hair casually, and followed Guai Guai Bao away. It was open-minded. If it lost, it lost. So what? It could work for the boss for free, so why not ask for no wages? It was willing. As for whether this man was the boss the tribe was really looking for, at this moment, none of the four thought about this question. They just thought about competing for favor. The Ying Cat tribe was powerful in combat, and was a natural assassin. Many members of the tribe had found jobs before, but they were rejected by the tribe leader in the end. The chief said the most. No. This is not our boss. You found the wrong one. When you see the boss, you will understand who is the one you are willing to protect with your life. Don't betray our faith for money. He didn't wait there at all. She turned and left when she saw those fluffy cats fighting. Although those fluffy cats said that there were no whimpering cats in the whole forest. But she still believed in a big harvest. After all, one is a strange cat, and the other is a robot that has been with her for a while. Their status in her heart is different from the beginning. Holding the fruit, he swaggered through the market for a long time. In the whole forest, except for the talented people who were fleeing everywhere, no whimpering cat appeared. She was a little uncertain at this time, and doubted, no Fengshu, I have drunk several glasses of juice, and my stomach is bloated. Why hasn't the whimpering cat appeared yet? Are you reliable? Fengshu said calmly, don't worry. Chapter 649. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a familiar shaking. This time it was the area where he was. First there was a wave like the wind blowing across the lawn, from left to right, and then a vibration from right to left. This vibration was very gentle, and it was considered a prelude. Then the second round of shaking began immediately, with a bigger shaking. The fluffy cats and the gifted people hiding in the tree bag also ran out in this round of shaking. He stood on the treetop, frowning at the gifted people in the woods, whose number had been reduced by more than half. There are so few people. At this moment, she saw several bird creatures flying in the distance from the corner of her eyes. She thought for a moment, and quickly chased after them. Standing in the tree branches, she stuck her head out to observe. Two groups of people were fighting not far away. For flying talents and 3 ground talents. Because they all turned into beasts, he couldn't tell who they were. But the 4 flying talents gave her a bad feeling. They shouldn't be good people. After he turned into a white little beast, this feeling appeared from time to time, and it was very accurate every time, and basically never wrong. Although she had already made up her mind, she had no intention of intervening for the time being. The gifted were xenophobic, and if she acted rashly at this time, she would most likely be beaten by both groups. While thinking, the group underground had the idea of retreating. After one of the snake-shaped gifted spit out a mouthful of black mucus to force the sky gifted to retreat, the 3 of them turned around and left in an orderly manner. As they were about to leave the encirclement, a flying gifted suddenly threw a red object between the 3 people. The object fell rapidly, and after half a second, it suddenly sprayed a red mist to both sides. The 3 people were unable to dodge, and were sprayed all over their bodies. The next second, the monster that was so ferocious just now suddenly fell down with powerlessness. Even the resistance became powerless. In a few rounds, the 3 were captured by the flying talents. They quickly disappeared from Jihe's sight. Jihe frowned. What is that red thing? Anesthetic. Throw it down and people will be powerless. At this moment, Jihe heard a gust of wind, like the sound of something falling from the top of her head. She slid down her feet, her face turned upward, and she fell from the tree in a parachuting posture. At this time, she could see clearly what the thing above her head was, the familiar red anesthetic. When the 3 flying talents saw Jihe dodge the red anesthetic, their bodies turned into lightning and rushed vertically towards Jihe. An arrogant voice came from above. I advise you to go back with us obediently, otherwise you will suffer, and you will suffer yourself. This figure is pretty good. Why don't we have some fun first and then take it back? Otherwise it would be a waste to draw blood to death. Then I go first, I like this thin style the most. Several people didn't take Jihe seriously at all, and said obscene words wantonly, but they didn't realize that Jihe looked at them like a dead person. And their self-proclaimed agile speed was like slow motion in Jihe's eyes. An energy flying sword appeared out of thin air in her hand. The moment the sea-level energy stone was inserted, the energy flying sword turned into a stream of light, and rushed straight towards a gifted person, who looked like a falcon. The energy flying sword has automatic attack. After throwing it out, Jihe shifted her attention to the other 2 talents. She stepped hard on her feet, and her figure flashed. The next second, she appeared directly behind a vulture talent. She swung the shovel down, and with the sound of breaking through the air, the vulture talent was split in half by Jihe before he even had time to react. Less than a minute after meeting, 2 of the 3 died. The other remaining talent was splattered with the red blood of his companion, and the whole person was wrapped in extreme fear. His voice trembled and he screamed, "Is this Wu Jing's energy flying sword? So you killed him?" As he spoke, he threw something at Ji He, and turned around and flapped his wings frantically. Wu Jing died in her hands. How could he beat her? Ji He looked at the insect flapping its wings desperately, smiled, and spoke in a brisk tone, "Like a deer in the woods, God's help? Why are you running? Don't you chat with old friends when you meet them?" As he spoke, he exerted force on his feet, and the whole person shot out like an arrow, flashing to the side of the man in an instant, tilting his head to look at him, and stretched out a hand to shake. "You are wrong, your friends are all here. Why don't you stay with them?" The man was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder were broken, and his face was distorted to the extreme. How could a human be so fast? He is not a human. A flash of madness flashed in the man's eyes, and his emotions were crazy to the extreme. Since he can't run away then? The next second, a red object suddenly appeared in his hand, and he crushed it violently. A red mist swept the 2 people in an instant. After a while, the mist disappeared, and the man lay on the tree trunk, weak all over, struggling to turn his head. At this moment, his heart was full of malice. No one can resist the power of the red smoke. No one. The person just now must be like a powerless maggot, lying on the tree and struggling to survive. When the people they organized to pick her up come, she will definitely die. Thinking of the fate of that person, the man pulled a disgusting smile at the corner of his mouth and said grimly, "I will play with you to pieces, crush your bones bit by bit, and slice your flesh bit by bit, so that you can crawl on the ground like a piece of garbage." Stupid. Gee, he really couldn't find a better adjective for this kind of person, except these 2 words. He was about to die, and still felt that his death was not tragic enough. Yes. As the red smoke dissipated, a figure wrapped in plush wings appeared in front of the man. The wings spread out and folded, and the person in front of him was unharmed. The man's eyes were full of disbelief, and his bulging eyeballs stared at Ji He, as if he had seen a devil. His tone trembled. How could you be okay? This red smoke can't be blocked at all." Before she finished speaking, a strong stench came. She was so scared that she peed her pants. Ji He glanced at him with disgust and retracted his gaze. Without answering, he squatted down, pinched the man's neck with one hand, and gently twisted it. The man opened his eyes wide, and died with his eyes open. She didn't have the hobby of abusing people, and she would just kill him no matter how much she hated him. She searched for props in her hands and teased, "I have a protective barrier, you don't have to protect me." Da Fengshuo was silent. He had clearly decided not to participate in Bai Qilan's growth, but when he saw her being attacked, he subconsciously reached out his hand. Protecting minors is the most basic obligation of interstellar citizens, and as an adult, he dared to throw rat poison at minors, so he should be sentenced to death. Da Fengshuo recited the Interstellar Minor Protection Law in the most plain tone, according to the Interstellar Minor Protection Law, Article 3782. Chapter 650. Stop, stop, stop! He interrupted Da Fengshuo's recitation of the legal terms, and focused on the word rat poison. There was disbelief in his voice. Is this red thing interstellar rat poison? Yes. Da Fengshuo's tone was calm. It's just that this model has been eliminated. It's too polluting, and the effect is not long-lasting. He became excited. How long does it last? Da Fengshuo paused and said nonchalantly, 1 hour. Ji's eyes lit up. If this is not long-lasting, what is long-lasting? This rat poison is good, better than anesthetics. She wants it. In the end, the 3 members of the Gods Aid Society contributed a total of 7 props to Ji, 2 teleportation, 2 rat poison, and 3 attack props. It really deserves to be the Gods Aid Society. This level of wealth is simply amazing. Ji put away the props, turned around and found a direction, and quickly disappeared into the forest. Since the Gods Aid Society has come to provoke her, should she also give back? Shortly after she left, the tree squirmed and cracked open a pure black crack, swallowing the bodies of the 3 people like a black hole. Even the blood was not spared. The scene that looked like a murder scene just now instantly turned into a green forest with peaceful years. Only the rustling sound of the tree trunk shaking remained. It seemed to be savoring the taste of blood and flesh. After searching for a while, Ji gave up. The forest was too big, and searching aimlessly was a waste of effort. But she didn't waste her time. She found a salt field. In an area as big as a basketball court, there was a large area of huge white salt blocks piled high and densely. Ji was shocked. This must be tens of thousands of pounds, right? She landed gently on the salt field, bent down, and picked up a piece. Salt blocks with impurities. Cannot be eaten directly. Pollution level 41%. Note, what? Are you excited again? As usual, ignore Tianfu's improper complaints. He held the huge salt block in his hand. There were still a lot of leaves and soil on it, so it really couldn't be eaten directly. But if it is filtered several times, and the pollution is reduced, it should be fine. There are many treasures in this forest, but the pollution is too high. Many things cannot be eaten without reducing the pollution. This trip may disappoint the gifted people who are going to bring supplies back. She put the salt in her hand into the space casually, and then she lowered her head to put the second piece. Seeing her working, the few who finally chased after her couldn't help it. They jumped out one after another. He moved her ears, her hands kept moving, and she didn't even turn her head. After the 3 guaguebo fell, they didn't say much and started to help move the salt blocks. They didn't say a word and just worked hard. It was like a competition. Each one moved a bigger stone than the other. The first one moved a 1-meter high one, and the second one had to move a 2-meter high one, and move faster than the one in front. The third one was not to be outdone. It moved 2 3-meter high ones. It tried its best to show off in front of Jihe. Jihe originally needed to walk a little further, but now all the salt blocks were piled up by the 3 of them within her reach. You can touch it with your hand, you don't even need to move. Jihe looked up at the 3 cats who were working non-stop, and without saying a word, raised her hand to put it into the space. With the help of the 3 cats, her efficiency was much higher. Not long after, the salt field was almost filled. Jihe stood up straight, stretched his waist, took out a roasted sweet potato, shook it, and gently broke it open. Here, thank you for your work, I give you a sweet potato. The sweet aroma of the roasted sweet potato floated into the nostrils of the 3 fluffy cats along the air. Crazy heartbeat. But the 3 still shook their heads and said in unison, "Boss, you eat? I don't want food, I volunteered to help you work." If someone said before that they would refuse food, then they would definitely sneer. Even if the world ends tomorrow and the race is destroyed, they have to eat today. But now they just don't want it. Before he spoke, a sneer came from behind. Chiofan clan volunteered to work. The 3 heard Chiofan clan for words, and the whole body froze. Guaiguebo rolled his eyes and recognized the latest robot behind Jihe. He swallowed the strange words at the corner of his mouth and said considerately, "Sister, eat. I feel the most sorry for you. I am happier to see you eat than I am eating." Tian Mimi next to him was not to be outdone and followed suit. "Isn't this the high-energy robot Nani? How can you let your sister carry you now? Sister, are you tired? Do you want to ride on me? I am different from that robot. I only have my sister in my heart. I can not only work, but also let my sister ride me." The other one didn't say a word, but focused on his work. While the others were talking, he moved a lot of salt blocks over, and said in a teasing tone, "I do more, and you do less. I love to work." Jihe, Da Feng Shou, This sentence reminded the other 2, and they stopped talking, lowered their heads, and quickly moved the salt blocks. After a while, they moved all the salt blocks to Jihe's side. Seeing that there was no work to do, the 3 fluffy cats sat in a row and watched Jihe collect them into the space attentively. The more I watched, the happier I became. Even the boss's movements of packing salt were so charming. So cute. The good boy was the most active. Seeing that the salt blocks in front of Jihe were getting less and less, he sat there and silently opened and tightened his claws, stood up, took a half step closer, and asked tentatively, "Boss, do you want salt blocks? I know where I can find it. I take you there?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 people next to him glared at him fiercely. "Are you showing off? You are the only one who knows where the salt mine is? Don't they know?" If they were angry about the tribe members showing up, then Jihe's promise made them even more heartbroken. "Okay, thank you then." Tian Mimi couldn't bear it anymore, so she stood up and said quickly, "Boss, I know more than him." Yes, boss. When I was a kid, I always came here to pick forest grass, and I am more familiar with the terrain of the forest than they are." "Bullshit, you are familiar with it. You loved to cry the most when you were a kid. You cried for no reason. You were afraid of the forest, and you didn't dare to come. Only I am the bravest. Ah, I beat you to death." All 3 wanted to show off in front of Jihe, but in the end, none of them gave in. After a few minutes of pretending, they showed their true colors and started fighting. Jihe glanced at the 3 cats fighting over there, and did not miss the words fear of the forest from their mouths. She had been here for almost a day. She did not see anything scary about this forest. Except for the increasing frequency of vibrations, it seemed to be just an ordinary forest. But such an ordinary forest could actually scare the slaughterer? Chapter 651. The night deepened. The forest was pitch black. The whole forest seemed to be asleep, and even the vibrations were no longer heard. Ji took out the night light, lit it, sat aside, and started to eat. She did not forget what Doomsday said. As long as she ate, she could attract the Yingling cats. Although this drew a question mark in her heart, she still did not give up. The aroma of the lunch box filled the air, arousing people's appetite. The three fluffy cats sat in a row, looking at Ji together. But they were not looking at the lunch box in her hand, but at her, with eyes full of passionate love. Their sensitive noses could easily let them smell that the pollution level of this food was definitely no more than 5%. This made them feel a certain expectation. Maybe the person in front of them was really rich. Would the clan leader agree to let them go there to work? If the clan leader agreed, they were willing to hand over all their wages to the clan. As long as they could stay with this person, they would be happy without wages. The three were thinking about how to persuade the chief to agree, when they suddenly heard the person in front of them say, "Does the cat like to cry?" Cry? The three looked at each other, wondering why the person in front of them asked that. The next second, a flash of inspiration came to their minds. They thought of the same possibility. Maybe the person in front of them also liked them? He just thought they were cute, and was afraid that they were weak and would cry for no reason, which would hinder them. So he had concerns? He never sent out an invitation. No, I don't like to cry. I especially don't like to cry. Yes, our clan sheds blood but not tears. We regard tears as a shame. We would rather die than shed a tear. Doomsday, full of lies. When you were young, your clan loved to cry the most. Interstellar tears buns. The floor of your clan was paved with tears. You don't like to cry. What a joke. But he was happy that they were making things more difficult for him. So he kept silent. He looked up at the three people in front of him, who kept making promises, and felt a little annoyed. I don't like to cry. This is not easy to deal with. She would rather die than cry, so where does her tears come from? Unable to figure out the answer, he finished his dinner in a few bites, stood up, and continued to load the salt mine. When you are in a bad mood, you don't have to think too much if you have something to do. The leader of the Yingling cat tribe, Yin, is leading the two best cats selected through the competition behind him to quickly pass through the flame-bone forest. Because the speed is too fast, the passing talents can only feel a gust of wind blowing by them. They didn't notice that three whimpering cats appeared in the forest, which were supposed to appear on the third day of the mission. They were no longer thinking about the mission, but how to kidnap the natives. In the previous dungeons, there was only one kind of natives, and they didn't speak the same language. But this dungeon was different. There were many natives, and there was a strange green creature among them, and they could communicate. After many people found out, they were surprised as if pie had fallen from the sky. Isn't this the legendary pet? After signing the contract, it can help you fight monsters. It's a surprise from heaven. Moreover, this creature with a body like a pickle jar, a red dot on each cheek and forehead, and a few tree branches on its head has pretty good abilities. It belongs to the flying treasure. Not only can it float in the air, but it can also help friends float together. Come with me, I will definitely treat you well. A certain gifted person squatted on the ground, painting a big cake crazily, and boasting that he was almost the richest man in the universe. The strange creature shook the branches on its head, and refused to eat the cake, saying that it would be implemented in detail. The monthly reward is 1 gold coin, and I have to eat food and water, with a pollution level of no more than 15% every day, 2 kilograms. As long as you have it, we will sign the contract immediately. The gifted person rolled his eyes and coaxed, let's sign it first. He himself didn't have such a good treatment. How could he give it to his pet? It's just a dream. But this didn't stop him from agreeing first. Anyway, the contract was signed, and when the time came, it would be a foregone conclusion. Whether to give it or not, it was still up to him, right? As soon as the man pulled out a smile, he heard the system prompt. Would you like to sign a contract with the creature in front of you, with a commission of 1 gold coin per month and 2 kilograms of food and water, with a pollution level not exceeding 15% per day? Note, if you violate the contract, you will be sent to the front line of the interstellar turbid beast battlefield to fulfill the contract with your life. No. The man desperately nodded no. Turbid beast. That's a turbid beast. Now that the energy stone can't be sold at a high price, who would go to fight that damn thing? The front line of the turbid beasts is not a good place. He doesn't want to die yet. The contract is broken. The man breathed a sigh of relief. He was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat just now. But the grass in front of him was not ready to let him go. The moment it felt the feedback of the contract, it reacted and realized that it was deceived. It roared, "You poor bastard, you still want to deceive me?" Along with the roar, its body instantly grew to 4 meters in size. The tree trunk above its head turned into a whip, and whipped the man who didn't have time to react and flew away. I hate liars the most. Inyuchian shuttled through the flame and bone forest, listening to the wailing in his ears, but he didn't take it seriously at all. His mind was full of the boss he was about to meet. Even the 2 annoying guys behind him were not so annoying. She didn't want to bring them here. After all, no one knew how many bodyguards the boss would hire in the end. Under this uncertainty, their current relationship is not that of tribesmen, but competitors. Since they are competitors, it is not excessive to suppress them in any way. However, the tribe's resistance was too fierce, and she was anxious to see the boss, so she really didn't have time to waste with them. She had to take a step back and take these 2 annoying guys with her. Before the 3 of them left, their tribe unanimously passed a decision: deprive these fluffy cats of the opportunity to work. Send out the tribe's master, the Yinging cat. They are still so young, there will be many opportunities in the future, and when we die, it will be their turn. That's right, the bodyguard job is for the capable. We are better than them, so we should go out to work. Let them take care of the children in the tribe. Work is so hard, staying in the tribe with food and drink, and not having to do anything. How good is that? Those of us who are older have to endure such hardship. There will be plenty of job opportunities when we are young. Now is the time to rest. I admire them even if they have money. How can they be so shameless? But, he. She likes it. To compete for favor in front of the boss, you have to do whatever it takes. In order to become the boss's most valued subordinate, they can bet on their dignity. With excitement, the 3 of them moved faster. Chapter 652. He was concentrating on collecting salt blocks, and suddenly she felt a strong sense of being watched. She moved her hands and turned around. In the dark forest, 3 fluffy cats of different colors were running straight towards Jihe. Jihe slightly widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows. Are there any colors other than white for fluffy cats? The pink cat leading the group looked at Jihe with sparkling eyes. After landing, it was about to comb its hair when it was blocked by the 3 furry cats in front of it. Chief, what are you doing here? You are interfering with the coming-of-age ceremony now. This is against the rules. This is our boss. It has nothing to do with you. If it were normal times, they would be happy to beg for food when they saw the chief. But now that they saw the chief and the elders, they suddenly felt a panic of losing their boss. Inyuchian barely paid a little attention to the 3 of them, and said perfunctorily, "The elders of the tribe have unanimously decided to cancel your coming-of-age ceremony this time, and we will take over your work. If everything is fine, you can go back. There are still a group of cubs in the tribe. You can go to see the children." The 2 behind him also spoke softly. "Yes, those brothers and sisters missed you so much yesterday that they cried. Go back quickly. It's pitiful that the coming-of-age ceremony failed. But it doesn't matter. You have poor abilities. It's normal for such things to happen. Just practice for a few more years." The 3 said, secretly glancing at Jihe with eager faces. 3. Shock. "Why? We don't accept it." "Yes, why are you looking at the kids? We need to work." The 3 Inyuchian had guessed this would happen before they came. They nodded happily, stretched out their pink front paws, and said in a sweet voice, "Sure, we are all cats that are easy to talk to. Come on, let's have a fight. The losing cat quits." The 2 behind her also nodded in agreement, and took a step forward. "Yes, the rules passed down by the tribe for thousands of years are the fairest." The other 3, shock. "Despicable. You old men and women of your age, bullying children." Yuandanan, who was crying in the distance, cursed silently that these 3 bad guys who robbed his boss would be punished. The 3 pink, blue and green whimpering cats intended to show their strength in front of Jihe. When they attacked the younger generation of their own clan, they had no intention of holding back. They did it as much as it hurt. After a few moves, the 3 were beaten so hard that they could never get up again. Face down and crying silently. Jihe stood aside, watching them beat the white cat unilaterally, without saying a word. The 3 cats held their heads high, took light steps, walked to a distance of 1 meter from Jihe, and looked up at Jihe. The faces of different colors had the same expression. Inyuchian came closer to Jihe, tilted his head, and said in a pinched voice, "Meow." The sound was so artificial. It was completely different from the brutality of beating the white cat before. If there were not 3 cats lying on the ground in the distance, Jihe might have softened his heart. But now, her heart is like steel. The sky blue cat also came over, eyes shining, stretched out its furry paw, palm facing up, with a pink cube on it, and raised it in front of Ji. This cube is somewhat similar to the one he saw from Yuan Dandan before, but it is more shiny. Nice to meet you for the first time. I have a gift for you. Ji's heart moved, raised his hand and took it. The tears of the crying cat as expected. These 3 cats of different colors are the crying cats. Dai Fengshu was right. She was eating and really attracted Ying cat. After accepting it, Ji took out an apple and handed it over, smiling very sincerely. Thank you, I like it very much. When Ying Yuqian saw this scene, her eyes widened and almost popped out of her eye sockets. She looked incredulous. You are so shameless. You opened the door for Sun. You are so mean. You secretly brought the gift out to occupy the position in the boss's heart, right? Okay, great. From now on, we break off our friendship. We each do it on our own ability. When she was angry, she heard what Ji said, and the whole cat was sick in an instant. The tears flowed from her eyes. It turned into pink cubes and fell into her hands. Isn't it just tears? What's the big deal? She can cry now. When Ji looked up, she saw the pink cat crying. Before she could say anything, she saw the pink cat holding up the fresh tears in front of her. His has been stored for a long time. It's not fresh anymore. Mine is good. Can you take my tears? The soft voice was full of caution, and the eyes were full of tears. Even as she spoke, tears kept falling. Ji, didn't you say that you don't shed tears when you bleed? How come tears are worthless now? Although she thought so, for the sake of the mission, she still took the tears. Tested it. Tears of the whimpering cat as expected. This is also a whimpering cat. After handing the pink cat an apple as a thank you, Ji took out a bag and put the tears in it. Just a little bit more. As soon as the thought came to mind, a furry green paw appeared in front of him, with a few tears on it. The crying cat saw Ji confiscate it, and then extended its paw forward again. Boss, I don't want apples. I want you to give me a chance. I want to apply for bodyguards and pets. The crying cats and fluffy cats next to him. Surprise. It's so direct. Don't you need to have a relationship? Ji raised his eyebrows, but didn't refuse directly, but asked with interest, what can you do? Green Yinjiufan looked at Ji, his eyes flashing with determination, and every word seemed to be an oath. I am very good at fighting. My talent is damage transfer, which can be the boss's shield in battle. I swear on my life that I will die before the boss. My fighting power ranks 3rd in the whole tribe. When fighting, with the blessing of the tribe, I can summon 6 tribesmen to help here. Hiring me is equivalent to hiring 7. When you are bored, I will play catch with you, and I will also help you fetch water, mop the floor, wipe the table, wash clothes, etc. I don't want any reward. Just give me a meal. As soon as he said this, Ying Yuqian next to him couldn't keep calm, and immediately turned hostile, mocking him. Bah! You, a defeated general, who has always been 3rd, what right do you have to speak? I am the ceiling of the tribe's combat power. I haven't said it yet. How can you get your turn? I am gifted with super self-healing and more durable. I can fight 8 alone. In times of crisis, I can also summon 10 of the strongest tribesmen to fight. With me, you don't have to exist. It's meaningless if you say that, Chief. Aren't bodyguards only interested in fighting? Last time I was mopping the floor, I mopped it much cleaner than you did. Chapter 653. The whimpering cats got angrier and angrier as they talked, and they started fighting. Every punch hit the flesh. They were merciless. Even at this time, the 3 cats remembered to keep the battlefield away from Ji. There was not even a broken stone within 1 meter of her. Seeing that she couldn't say anything now, Ji simply shrugged and turned around to continue collecting salt blocks. You have to concentrate on your work. At night, in a corner of the forest, a man in a black robe stood in a big pot. There was white smoke in the pot, and the scarlet and black blood kept rolling and emitting a pungent stench, but he seemed to enjoy it, waving the ostrich feather duster in his hand, gesturing back and forth in the air in the big pot. After a strange dance, the black-robed man put his head in front of the cauldron with expectation. A thick blood mist sprayed out instantly, sending the black-robed man flying 1 meter away, smashing a series of mincemeat. She lay on the ground, clutching the ostrich feather duster, and said hatefully, Wrong, wrong, all wrong. Are you trash? Why haven't you caught him yet? Hearing her say this, the talent next to her trembled with fear and said, We catch him right away. The black-robed man stood up, staring at the kneeling man with a disfigured face, and whispered in a strange tone, Do you know what the fate of a loser is in our organization? As soon as he finished speaking, the man broke out in a cold sweat. Give me another chance. I will definitely not catch the wrong person this time. The black-robed man did not speak, letting the condensed air spread little by little until the second before the man's mental breakdown. Then he slowly spoke. If you catch the wrong person, I think you will know the fate of a loser. Yes, yes, yes. The man breathed a sigh of relief. His whole body was sore, and he couldn't even stand up, but he was relieved in his heart, knowing that he survived. The man in black robe looked at him with disdain, turned around and let him go get lost. Yes, yes, yes. Another all-nighter. After he put the last piece of salt ore in front of him into the space, a white light emerged from his hand and gently placed it on his temple. After a moment, the white light disappeared, and his state returned to normal, and his whole state returned to the peak. Turning around, looking at the cats that looked like eggplants hit by frost, he took out the food and found a place to sit down, lowering his head to eat a mouthful of rice. Don't fight anymore. The three cats with mottled hair shook their heads at the same time and said in unison, Don't fight anymore. He nodded. Then who will be my bodyguard? The three said at the same time, Me. The next second, they looked at the cats next to them fiercely, as if they were going to continue the fight. He didn't even raise his head. Don't fight in front of me if you want to fight. The three crying cats were all depressed. Oh. He glanced at them. Why did she feel a little pitiful? Thinking of their identities as slaughterers and her vague guess, he lowered her eyes. Then at you three, how much salary do you want? The three crying cats raised their heads suddenly, full of disbelief. Can all three of them be hired? No salary. Just give me food. It doesn't matter if you don't give me food. I can let the tribe support me. The green-haired crying cat, who said this, got another angry look from the two people next to him. They were not angry that Ing Yufan didn't want a salary, but they were angry that Ing Yufan's words were more likely to be liked by the boss than what they said. Not really. Really not really. She is really not grand at, nor is she mean, so how could she think of hiring a bodyguard and not give a penny? Finally, under He's insistence, Ing Yuqian asked tentatively, Then give me 5 kilograms a month. 5 kilograms? He asked in surprise. She really didn't expect Ing Yimao to ask for such a low price? Working as a bodyguard for a month, only 5 Jin. It's Chu Chueshu, who only farms and doesn't fight, and she gives him 3 Jin of food for a month. Her question was regarded as a question by the three people on the opposite side. The price was immediately lowered. 3 Jin. 3 Jin will do. After Ing Yuqian finished speaking, the green Ing Yufan next to him spoke again. Half a Jin. Half a Jin will do. The blue Ing Yuxue rolled her eyes elegantly and condemned Ing Yuqian. Otherwise you can go back. It's not enough to have food, but you still want to pay wages, greedy. Ing Yuyan, It's unfair. When the anger was about to burn her out, he inserted her hand between them. When the three cats' attention was on her, he said helplessly, I don't think it's expensive, I just feel a little neglectful to you. If you are willing, how about 10 kilograms of food per cat per month? They have hired bodyguards. 10 kilograms of food per cat is really not much. It's not like she can't afford it. The three cats were moved to tears, and Ing Yuqian's tears were like pearls, one by one. Yin Jiufan was the first to raise his paw and touch Jihe's hand. The furry touch made Jihe stunned for a moment. The next second, a system question suddenly appeared in Jihe's mind. Do you want to hire Yin Yuqian, Yin Jiufan, Yin Yushui, and the three of them from the Ying cat family as lifelong bodyguards? Note: lifelong bodyguards cannot betray, abandon, sell out, deceive, or conceal their bosses in any form, and they must guarantee absolute loyalty and trust. Jihe, add 10 kilograms of food per month. System: do you want to hire Yin Yuqian, Yin Jiufan, Yin Yushui, and the three of them from the Ying cat family as lifelong bodyguards at a salary of 10 kilograms of food per month? Note: lifelong bodyguards cannot betray, abandon, sell out, cheat, or conceal their bosses in any form, and they must guarantee absolute loyalty and trust. Jihe confirmed. The next second after the agreement came into effect, a beam of light flew to the foreheads of the three wailing cats. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the light spot disappeared and quickly disappeared into their bodies. Looking at the three ecstatic cats, she stretched out her hand. Then, please take care of me in the future? Meow. The three wailing cats, who finally got the job, instantly shed pink tears of excitement and happiness. The three underage ones not far away were jealously biting the tree fiercely. The baby was bitter. Since then, the three bodyguards hired by Jihe are Pink Ing Yuqian, Blue Ing Yushui, and Green Ing Yufan. Ing Yuqian's talent is super self-healing. As the leader of the tribe, he can summon 10 tribesmen. Blue Ing Yushui's gift is safe space. In a 1 square meter space, He cannot be selected or controlled. He can summon a tribesman. Green-haired Inu Fan. His talent is damage transfer. As the third in the tribe, he can summon 6 tribesmen. After the dust settled, the sky was getting brighter, and the sleeping tree woke up from its dream. Just when he thought he would experience a new round of rocking music, the branches of the surrounding trees turned from crisp green to blood red, and blood vessels appeared on the trunks, like the palms of an old man. Chapter 654. The tree bag also changed color with the trunk, turning into a strange dark red. The branch began to twitch slowly, waving in the air with the tree bag, like a person who had not moved for a long time was slowly adapting to its body. It was a bit mechanical and slow. But no one could deny that at this moment, the whole forest came alive. From yesterday's tranquility and indifference, it became today's dangerous and fierce. Even the light dimmed. He suddenly understood why there was no living thing in this forest, because this tree was alive. All the living things were eaten by them. Just when she thought that the change was over, all the big trees suddenly lifted their feet and walked away. Like a sheath, the big trees suddenly raised their bodies and pulled up the outermost layer, leaving the red tree core more than 10 meters high below them, standing in place, forming a dense forest maze. The hollow bark and branches frantically whipped towards Ji-hee and his party. Ji-hee? If the big trees just walked away, why did they leave their tree cores behind? What kind of tactics is this? At this moment, the whole forest was in chaos. The talents who had turned into toilet plungers and toilet cleaners last night, and had not had time to turn back, did not care about complaining and ran away. One of the talents who turned into curtains was crying and pulling at the tassels on his body. It was a life-threatening situation. Ji-hee accepted it well. She was riding on Ing-yu Shui, and Ing-yu Qian and Ing-yu Fan were protecting her and jumping forward. It seemed dangerous, but it was easy. When the three of them jumped, they did not forget to act cute with Ji-hee. They were very comfortable. They were obviously very adapted to this environment. On the way to the next salt mine, Ji-hee saw something different and quickly called Ing-yu Shui to stop, go back to the tree just now, and take a look. Ing-yu Shui did not say a word, and quickly turned a corner in the air and jumped back. The other two were responsible for clearing the way. With one claw, the tree trunk could be blown away. After Ji-hee stood on the branch, he jumped off Ing-yu Shui and looked at the bulge on the tree. This bag didn't appear yesterday, but it appeared today. She conjured up a shovel and pressed it. Some light green mucus overflowed from the front of the bulge, which looked a bit disgusting. She walked up and gently touched a little mucus with her hand, but her talent had no reaction. She pinched it with her index finger and thumb. The mucus felt a little cold and very sticky, but the taste was refreshing, with a faint smell of grass. She took out a knife and cut it open. A light green liquid flowed out along the wound, and then a large piece of jelly-like thing fell out. Ji-hee quickly found a large plastic bucket to catch it. This time his talent responded. Flame bone crystal. Secretion of the flame bone tree. Long-term lack of water and malnutrition cause the impurities in the tea tree to condense into blocks. It will heat up when it meets hot water and freeze when it meets cold water. It can stop bleeding when applied. Note: sticky tree snot. Ji-hee said that heroes don't ask where they come from. Liu Bang was still a gangster. In the end, it didn't stop him from becoming the emperor. What's disgusting? As long as it's useful, it's fine. She stood on the tree to steady herself, raised her hand to call the people behind her, pointed to the big bucket in her hand. This thing is good, help me collect more. The rich people nodded frantically, very happy to be able to work for the boss. One by one, they stretched out their sharp nails and inserted them into the green bag of the tree. With a squeeze, a complete green jelly-like object was squeezed out and put into the big bucket at a very fast speed. Ji-hee was not left behind, and was busy in full swing. At this time, Ji-hee suddenly heard a sound of running, and when she looked over, she saw two groups of people chasing each other. With just a glance, she could tell that it was definitely the Shinju Society that was arresting people again. Why were they catching people like a troublemaker? What is this called? Artificially increasing the difficulty? From now on, this mission copy is really not dangerous. Talented people can even not participate in the water gun CS competition. As long as they wait until the third day, find the forest strolling grass, and the crying cat in the forest to exchange tears, and this mission can be completed. The biggest difficulty is that the forest grass is hard to catch. But is it because the task is not difficult that these troublemakers are not in a hurry to complete the task and are busy catching people? Just thinking about it, the group of talents being chased in front has seen Ji-hee standing on the tree branch. His eyes lit up, and without even hesitation, He turned around and ran straight to her. Brother, save my life. I will repay you in my next life even if I work like a cow or a horse. He understood the subtext, which was that he would not repay her in this life. She kept moving her hands and spoke in a very calm tone, back off, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. When those people heard what he said, they not only did not back off, but instead sped up. Although he was standing with a few furry creatures, he had been in the dungeon for so long that he knew some clues. As long as he didn't touch them, these furry creatures would not hurt him, just ignore them. So at this moment, he was determined to drag Ji down with him. Who knew that before he got close, a pink furry ball jumped over cutely, slowly stretched out a pair of furry claws towards the man. The man saw it, but not only did he not take it seriously, he stretched out his hand and tried to pull the claws away. Who knew that the next second, he was kicked out at a faster speed and hit the tree. Until then, he didn't react to what happened. Instead, the two people behind him and the small group chasing them suddenly braked and stopped. His teammates stood at a safe distance and questioned Ji angrily. Stupid, do you know what you did? Kicked him? Ji gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. She said that with her current strength, she would be a high-quality talent if she did not bully others. You have caused a big disaster. He borrowed another 50 billion from the sky. Why don't you come and apologize? Ji's dead eyes turned sideways. What number is your 50 billion? The man who was kicked away has been helped up by his teammates. He is shaking with pain all over his body, and can't even say a word. The soft claws of the cat were a bit heavy for the man. Ji glanced at him from top to bottom. Chinese, male, with a childish face, he really met the criteria for being exposed. And this face looked familiar to her. Before the network was disconnected, this man seemed to have said that he was 50 billion. After the network was disconnected, Ji did not pay attention to it, and it was left unresolved. Finally, the man recovered, raised his head, looked at Ji, holding a detector in his hand, and said in a trembling voice, I am borrowing Wu Bai from Shantian again. Ding, the test is true. Chapter 655. The man's teammate raised his head high, with a look of arrogance on his face, as if to say, look, he is telling the truth, come over and kneel down. Ji also cooperated by widening his eyes. He glanced up and down at the people on the opposite side, as if he saw a celebrity for the first time. The person on the opposite side was very satisfied with the complicated expression on Ji's face, turned around and glanced at the group of people standing not far away, and said quickly, okay, ignorance is not a crime. Now you know who we are, right? Those people behind are bad guys. Protect us quickly. We will repay you when we are safe. After saying that, he was about to pass Ji and let Ji follow behind. As a result, after taking 2 steps, an expressionless pink cat stopped in front of him and gently raised its front paw. This scared the 3 men, and they jumped back a big step. They had seen the power of the cat's paw just now, and no one wanted to risk their life to test it. Yuqian raised his paw in the air and looked at Ji with his eyes slanted. See her reaction. She had just been hired and didn't know the boss's personality. If she killed someone directly, the boss would be soft-hearted, blame herself, and feel sad. What should she do? If she stopped him like this, the man wouldn't hurt the boss, and she could see the boss's attitude. So she could determine her future style of doing things. Thinking of this, she felt happy. She was really smart. Let's see who dares to say that the madmen are animals in the future. Oh no, they have changed their name. Now it's the Crying Cat Clan. Crying? As for the Chiofan clan, it's a nickname given to them by the jealous, and they won't be recognized by their clan. The man opposite was so anxious that he looked ugly and opened his mouth to scold Ji. Do you know what 50 billion is? Get out of the way quickly. Be careful not to delay the important things. What's the important thing? Tell me. Ji asked with a little curiosity. If she was alone, she would retreat strategically. After all, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. But if she has 3 furry ones that can summon more than 24 of their own kind with super strong combat power. Ahem, sorry. In this copy, including the real world, she said that crabs can fly, and those people have to follow suit. 5 billion identities are so precious. If something happens, can you bear it? This is the hope of our race. As the man spoke, he raised his hand and made a gesture to push the whimpering cat, but he was so timid that he was a full meter away from the whimpering cat, and this gesture looked a little funny. Yuqian had his back to Ji's face. When he heard this, he bared his teeth and looked ferocious. How dare he talk to the boss like that? Damn it! Why didn't the boss order him to be killed? Does he have money for me to spend, Or food for me to eat? He carried a large bucket and raised his hand to hold the flame bone crystal. He didn't take the people in front of him seriously at all. You two don't know each other. Why should I give you food? Isn't this wrong? We don't know each other, and he has food but doesn't give it to me. Let alone 50 billion. Even if he has 5 trillion, it has nothing to do with me. He was choked by the man's words and couldn't continue. At this moment, a group of people behind him rushed over. The man was anxious and simply ignored Ing Yuqian in front of him, holding the 50 billion and posing as if he was going to force his way in. After making another fake move, the man raised his hand and threw the 50 billion in front of Ing Yuqian and turned around and disappeared. The next second, he appeared behind Ji, holding a harmonica, putting it to his mouth and blowing it hard. Before Ji could react, the wings behind her instantly expanded and directly wrapped Ji in it. The three who heard the harmonica felt their brains buzzing, and their consciousness seemed to be scattered. But their long-standing combat training and professional training as warriors made them move without any pause or hesitation even when their heads buzzed. Ji followed the gap between the wings and saw 4 talented people standing in front of the pink Ing Yuqian. He threw out his props to stop her. Ing Yuqian instantly turned into a big blue fur ball, wrapped her in blue fur, and took her away from the spot. Green light appeared on Ing Yufan's body, and the whole cat rushed over directly, turning into a shield, helping Ing Yuqian intercept the attacks of the 3 talents on the opposite side. All this seemed very slow, but in fact it happened within 1 second. At this moment, Ing Yuqian had quickly broken free from the restrictions of the props and kicked several talents in front of him away. He touched his wings, and white light appeared in his hands, purifying Daifengshu. Whether you are sick or not, come for a wave of treatment first. The white light dissipated, the wings were removed, and Ji sat on Ing Yuqian, watching the 2 Ying cats fighting 12 talents in a safe place. Sure enough, these 2 groups of people are from the same organization. Just now, they were acting for her. Ji raised his hand and patted Ing Yuqian under him, saying, "Is there anyone else in the field?" Ing Yuqian didn't move, and glanced to the side. There are still 3 hiding over there. Ji really didn't notice this. She jumped down and signaled Ing Yuqian to catch the 3 people. Don't let them run away. After saying this, Ji jumped up, took out a submachine gun, and led the way to the battle. Ing Yuqian heard Ji's words, without a trace of hesitation, and rushed quickly to the ambush site of the 3 people. He has confidence in the strength of the clan leader. With him around, the boss won't get hurt. Besides, he's not afraid even if he gets hurt. He has green hair. He can transfer the boss's injuries to himself, so the boss won't get hurt. Ji picked up the submachine gun and went straight to the boss without caring about the reason. Her shooting skills are average, but she's close. If she can't hit the boss at half a meter away, she's a fool. The other 2 saw Ji coming and tacitly gave up their positions, wanting to see the boss's attitude, so as to decide how heavy their attack would be. The green Ing Yufan glowed green all over, connected to Ji. In this way, once there was an attack, all attacks would be transferred to it. Ji looked at the horrified expression on the opposite side, and shot the bullet expressionlessly. Double kill. When the pink ball saw the boss's move, she instantly understood the boss's style of doing things. She no longer held back, and punched the man in front of her in the head. Then she kicked another man, and a big hole was kicked out of his body. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other talents wanted to retreat, but before they could turn around, they were punched away by Ing Yuqian one by one. The whole process took less than half an hour, and only one of the 12 talents survived. Chapter 656. Ji nodded silently. The bodyguard is quite capable. 10 kilograms of food is not wasted. He did not look at the 3 people next to him, who looked terrified. He took out the truth detector, squatted down, and approached the man. Blood kept dripping from her mask, and Ji's voice with a slight smile came, "Tell me, what is the purpose of your arrest?" The man's lips trembled, and he looked at Ji with horror, muttering incoherently, God will create eternity, God will help you get rid of all troubles, only God can lead us forward, God's blood. We want God's blood. Ji frowned and asked a few more questions, but the man was already in a state of confusion. He kept repeating the same few questions over and over again, and there was no need to ask any more questions. She fed the man with tin air, wanting to see if he would say anything in his dementia state. It turned out that there seemed to be a surprise. Although he was a little slurred, he could at least say something. It was basically that they were going to hold a ceremony, and find a female gifted person to exchange blood. They didn't know who it was specifically. So I'm going to capture all the women in this copy. Seeing that there is no more information, Ji stood up and waved his hand casually. Turning to look at the three people who were full of vigilance, he asked slowly, "Did you all hear it?" "Yes." The man looked at Ji with a vigilant face. The Gods Help Society is certainly not a good person, but the person in front of him kills so happily, he must be a ruthless character. His body was very tense, like a taut string, and sweat dripped from his back. "We have no ill will towards you. Can you let us go?" The two people beside him nodded frantically. "Really, we really have no ill will towards you. Please let us go." Ing Yuqian went to search him. Ing Yushui and Ing Yufan were standing in front of Ji to protect him, looking at the three people opposite with unkind eyes, as if ready to attack at any time. The three people accidentally made eye contact with them, and after being startled, they quickly moved away. After seeing the strength of the three, they could no longer treat them as cute pets. "This is scarier than a tiger." Ji took the lie detector and tested the three people calmly. After confirming that they were not members of the Gods Aid Society, he waved his hand nonchalantly. "Pay 1 prop per person for your life, and you can leave after paying." "No." The man next to him was about to speak when he was stopped by the first man. He took out 3 props and threw them over, and a sailor quickly took them. "I've given you the props. Can we leave?" "Yes." Ji waved his hand, indicating that they were free. Seeing Ji's attitude, Ing Kat didn't continue to stop him. The man pulled the 2 people beside him, facing Ji and slowly moved away from Ji in a backward and defensive posture, until he found that Ji really had no intention of stopping them. The man turned around and quickly jumped onto a big tree next to him. He turned his head and asked hesitantly, "Will it be troublesome if you want to find divine help?" "It's hard to say, maybe." Ji wanted to find it, but the forest was so big, and those people still had legs. Where could she find them? Among the gifted people who came this time, there is a capable person who is organizing people to participate in the action of counter-encirclement and suppression of the Gods Aid Society. "Do you want to join us?" Ji understood, so the 3 people just now were not here to monitor her, but to monitor the people of the Gods Aid Society? However, she finally shook her head. "I won't go." The man nodded, and seeing this, he didn't continue to persuade, just said, "If you don't want to get involved in this, it's best to hide. Someone will solve this matter. You don't have to rush the mission. It's not the node to complete the mission yet, so there's still time." After the man finished speaking, he took the 2 men and quickly jumped away. Until they were far away, the man's 2 men finally couldn't help asking, "Brother, why don't you persuade her to come? I think she's quite skilled. With her around, our success rate in dealing with the Gods Aid Society will be much higher." The man shook his head and sighed. "A forced melon is not sweet, and this person is hard to control. If he's not willing, we all be in trouble." Hearing that it might be 50 billion, no matter what the purpose was, a normal person would definitely spare the man's life, but this man killed him without hesitation. They can't afford to offend such people. If you can win them over, win them over. If you can't win them over, forget it, and don't offend them. I just don't know why the cats around her listen to her so much. The white cats we met before didn't help us fight. They will just cry and run away, pretending to be cute. It's useless. But they can't be provoked. If they get angry, they can break their bones with 1 kick. Who knows? Maybe her awakened talent is Mary Sue." The man said casually, not taking it seriously, and turned around to take the 2 back to report. So many people died in the Shinju Society, so they must report back. Ji looked at the man's back in the distance, waved his hand and conjured up a bucket of water. "Let's wash up." Ing Yushui moved her nose the first time she saw the water. The pollution level was so low. Is he really worthy of being the boss? He has the ability. Seeing that Ji actually wanted them to wash directly, Ing Yuqian hesitated, a little reluctant Then, "Can you pour out the water for the 3 of us?" Ji glanced at them and nodded indifferently. "Okay." Ing was very happy to have money. She tore off the bark and quickly wove a large frame. She poured out half of it steadily and returned the other half to Ji. "Boss, this is enough for us." After that, the 3 heads gathered together and drank the half basin of water together. The price of the star system is linked to the pollution rate. Both water and food are very expensive. They rarely drink water in the tribe. The water is reserved for the cubs. The last time they drank water was 7 days ago. Ji stood aside and watched them drink up the water with care. Then he turned around and tore off the bark and began to wipe the dirty blood off his body. Half a basin of water was not much, and for their size, they probably had not drunk enough, but they did not ask her for more. She blinked, sighed silently, waved her hand, collected the remaining half bucket of clean water, took out a portion of the previous bath water, soaked the towel in it, and began to wipe the blood splashed on her body. The wings behind her moved and turned into a pair of hands, helping He wipe the blood stains on his jacket. After the bath water was taken out, the three moved their noses and stole a glance at He. This water is more polluted than the previous one. Then the boss got the water just now especially for them? Wow, thinking about it, I am really touched. The boss is so nice to them. Inyoshue's eyes were a little red with emotion. She came to He and rubbed her thighs gently. Wow, the boss is the kindest. Chapter 657. He pushed the cat's head with her right hand to prevent her from getting blood on it, and continued to wipe it with a towel in her left hand. After the blood on her body was wiped clean, she threw the towel into the bath water, pushed the bathtub in front of the three cats and said, "Wash." The cats used tree bark to wipe the blood off their fur, but when they found that it was not wiped clean, they started to pull it out, leaving their fur bald in patches, which was very ugly. Hearing He's words, the cats did not hesitate this time, and quickly washed the blood stains on their bodies with towels. They were not injured, and the blood on their bodies was human, so it was easy to clean. In a corner of the forest, a group of gifted people had their hands and feet broken, their tongues cut off, and thrown to the ground. There was a chain around their necks, and the other end of the chain was held in the hands of several men in black. They pulled it from time to time. Looking at the suffocating and painful eyes of the gifted people on the ground, several men in black felt a twisted sense of satisfaction in their hearts. At this moment, they felt that they were the gods who could decide the life and death of these people. There was a woman squatting in front of the gifted, holding a syringe and drawing blood from each one. After drawing blood from each person, she stood up and poured the blood into a large pot not far away. Under the large pot, there was a strange pattern that gradually became clearer. A man in a black robe holding a feather duster was standing in front of the large pot and muttering something, while throwing strange materials into the pot. As more things were thrown in, black liquid began to condense under the large pot, dripping onto the strange pattern on the ground, gradually extending into the distance. As more and more liquid dripped, the pattern on the ground became particularly clear. The black-robed man was very satisfied. Soon, the ritual would be successful. Now there was only one last step left. Thinking of this, he took out the energy stone from the space button and placed it on the cauldron. The energy stone stood in the air. It seemed to be held up by an invisible force. 1, 2, 3, he put a lot. Until the last one was put, the whole mountain of energy stone seemed to be unable to bear it, and shook for a while, and then trembled and stabilized, and the black-robed man hurriedly stopped. At this moment, a short man came over from a distance, and knelt down with a thud about 1 meter away from the black-robed man. "Boss, our people have disappeared again." The black-robed man didn't even turn his head, and said in a hoarse voice, "If they disappeared, just find them back. I'm not their mother. Why are you looking for me?" The short man stopped talking, stood up respectfully, and was about to leave when he was suddenly stopped by the black-robed man. "Wait, when will my most important blood be delivered?" The short man was silent for a moment, cursing in his heart 1,000 times before suppressing his anger and trying to defend himself. "We don't have enough manpower. We originally brought more than 40 people here, and now 8 of them are gone. We have to leave people here to guard. There is no way for the time being." He couldn't say the rest. He was afraid that if he said more, he would really die in this copy. The man in black robe stood up, with a gloomy feeling, and slowly walked towards the man. "So, is this your excuse for incompetence?" The short man felt cold all over when he heard this, and knelt down directly. "Kowtowed, my lord, give me another chance. I will definitely offer you the strongest blood this time." He looked at the ground under his feet, his face twisted and hideous. "Damn disfigured monster, why don't you go to hell?" He joined the Gods Help Society to have enough food and eat well. If he had known that he would be so nervous now, he would not come no matter what. He felt the black-robed man standing in front of him, but he didn't speak. Just as he was about to raise his head to continue begging, he suddenly felt something touching his back. The next second, his whole body began to twitch, twisting constantly, rolling on the ground, and making painful pleas. "Please, please, let me go. I am useful. I really am useful. Give me another chance. I will definitely catch them for you." The man in black robe waved the ostrich feather duster in his hand, and slowly rotated it in the air as the man wailed, while speaking in an aria, "You have no chance, you useless piece of shit. I will catch them myself." The man kept rolling on the ground and wailing, and finally all the blood in his body seemed to be controlled by a force, and flowed into the hem of the man's clothes. And the rolling man on the ground eventually turned into a mummy. The whole camp was in deathly silence. No matter the captured or the guards, they were all silent. The black-robed man who absorbed the new blood was obviously in a good mood. He waved his hand, let the others go, and only left 4 guards in the camp, and turned around and left with the others. Her magic circle is not so easy to destroy. If there is anyone who dares to come here, he can only stay and serve as nutrients for her magic circle. Ha ha ha. On the other side, the 3 men who separated from Ji, he quickly returned to the temporary camp of the gifted. Chung Jun was standing in the middle, looking at a map, which was a simple topographic map of the forest. They were looking for the lair of the Gods Aid Society, and just got a little clue. Seeing the man come back, he was a little surprised. Why are you back? The man simply told what happened. Finally, he added, they should not be in the same group as the Gods Aid Society, but their fighting power is too high, which may become a variable. Chung Jun lowered his head and thought about it, and went through a few names in his mind. They were all relatively flamboyant and talented people with strong fighting power. But none of them matched the person who suddenly appeared. At this time, a name suddenly came to his mind. He looked up at the man. What's the figure of that person? The man was a little different, but he answered honestly, skinny, but the clothes are very new. Chung Jun nodded in understanding, turned around and looked at the map. Let's not talk about her. You come and see. We seem to have found the nest of the Shinju Society. Ji-hee now has no mission, and she is relaxed. She is collecting salt in the latest salt mine she found. There were many fluffy cats around. They all came here spontaneously when they met on the road. Even Guiguebo and the others followed quietly. Although he did not recruit them all as bodyguards, it did not prevent her from hiring them to work. One hand handed over food, the other hand handed over supplies. The fluffy cats said that even if they did not give anything, they were willing to carry thousands of pounds of stones for Ji-hee. But Ji-hee disagreed. She could fight with the profiteers for 800 rounds. That was the benefit she fought for. But if she was allowed to take advantage of others' likes, this would not work. Ji-hee asked casually, how did this forest survive? Hungry, anxious? Chapter 658. This answer was completely unexpected to Ji-hee. She was a little surprised. Hungry? How can a big tree be hungry? How can a big tree not be hungry? And Yuchien was more confused than Ji-hee, and his hands kept moving. They also need to eat and drink water. Whether it is growing tree bags or expelling flame bone stones and flame bone crystals from the body, physical strength is required. Ji-hee was really curious this time. Then you set this forest as your coming-of-age ceremony? Isn't it dangerous? We have to come because of danger. Only danger can prove our strength. Only in this way can the boss know that choosing us is much more reliable than the mechanical and elf tribes. Crazy about dragging down other races, and constantly saying bad things. The mechanical race is very easy to get a virus. Once they get a virus, they always like to be lazy, gossip, and spend money recklessly. They don't do their work. The elves are the same. They have a lot of rules and regulations in their tribe, which is very rigid. They also like to teach others. Only our Indian cat is cute, lively, loyal, and capable, very reliable. Ji-hee glanced at Yuchien, who never forgot to praise himself all the time. But machines and elves? She knew that machines were robots. Da Fengshou should be a mechanical family, and they are quite useful. As for elves, she has never seen them, and is a little curious. She became interested and turned around to inquire, what do elves look like? Are they good-looking? What are their abilities? Yuchien, who was originally smug about pulling down the enemy, saw Ji-hee's reaction and felt a little nervous. It's over. He shot himself in the foot. He rolled his eyes, and was thinking about how to say something bad about the elves, when a terrified scream came from afar. It attracted Ji-hee's attention. Yuchien subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, lowered his head, concentrated on his work, and didn't dare to speak. After hearing a few sounds, Ji-hee retracted his sight, and accelerated the movement of loading supplies into the space. Whether it was everything he saw in the morning, or the screams and running sounds of human talents faintly heard in the distance, it proved that these big trees were very powerful. The trees around her stayed where they were, and didn't move. About 10 meters away, the branches of the big tree were still moving. They had sensed Ji-hee's presence, and were trying to get closer by stepping on the roots. The tree bag on its body was spinning wildly under his swing. In the gap between work, a casual sweep reminded Ji-hee of an electric drill. Although it was not too appropriate, Ji-hee really had this feeling. Look at the tree bag spinning, it even left an afterimage. Ji-hee casually pointed at the big trees beside him that were motionless and looked like they were dead. Why aren't these trees above my head moving? Yuchien remembered the lesson just now, fearing that Ji-hee would ask her about the elves. Hearing this, she didn't even raise her head, and walked to the side with a huge block of salt in one hand. I gave it our bath water before, and it naturally won't turn hostile after receiving the water. Gee. Bath water? After she washed the blood before, these few did wash the blood-stained fur on their bodies, and after washing, he didn't care about the plastic bucket. A few of them were carrying it along the way, but I didn't expect to use it here. Not far away, with her head as the center, this group of fluffy cats were carefully squeezing a few drops of water at the connection of the tree bag. This can not only stop the big tree from moving, but also get the tree bag that the boss wants, which is really cost-effective. He looked up for a while. Noticed that these cats used about twice as much water to cut a tree bag as she used before. She blinked, and quickly guessed that the amount should be related to the water quality and water pollution. After all, the water she used back then was very clean, and the pollution level was very low. Now I don't know how many hands this bath water has been used to wash. It's normal to use a larger amount. He thought of what Ing-Yuqian said, and waved her hand, and all the bath water and mopping water that were previously in the space were taken out. Ing-Yuqian looked at it, moved his nose, and told the truth. The flame skeleton tree only likes water with a pollution level of less than 10%. If the pollution level is high, even if these trees want it, they will want a lot. He looked at the water in front of her. This was the water used for bathing in the base house. The water she took out before was the water she had accumulated from bathing in the space. The pollution level must be different. He took out the pollution monitor and tested it. Ding, pollution level 25%, edible. He raised his hand to put the pollution monitor back, pointed to the distance. It doesn't matter, I have a lot of this water, you can let them use it, and when they are done, return the bucket and I will fill it for them. He is used to saving money, and he is reluctant to throw away the bath water after use. He can't use it to water the vegetables, so it is piled up in the space and takes up space. Now it is just right to take it out to water the trees. Secondary recycling of waste. Ing-Yuqian didn't say much when he heard what he said, just nodded. What the boss said was what it was. The group continued to collect supplies, and this small piece of land was particularly quiet, as if the chaotic scene outside had nothing to do with them. Even Ing-Yuqian didn't say a word for his tribesmen, who were still outside. If you can live, live. If you can't live, die. This is all fate. The Blackrobe group went smoothly. With an infrared thermal imaging device, you can clearly see the hiding place of the gifted, plus there are many people and props. Few female talents could escape their clutches. The only thing that made the Blackrobe man feel delayed was the ferocious forest. She frowned and said grimly, "Pre-monitor." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman who had drawn blood from the talent came out. She looked at the tree that was waving its branches, her eyes began to change, and gradually became empty, and finally blood and tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. The next second, her whole body trembled, and she knelt on the ground, covering her eyes with both hands. It's water, water and food, these two can calm them down. Her eyes hurt so much, and she was temporarily blind. This was the sequelae of her talent. The long-term and uncontrolled use of her precognition talent put a burden on her body. If she continued like this, she would be permanently blind. The Blackrobe man nodded and told his men, "Give her a healing item, and send someone to bring some water out to clear the way for us." "Thank you, thank you." The precognition person knelt on the ground and kept thanking and kowtowing. The Blackrobe man waved his hand in annoyance. If it weren't for the fact that she was a person with precognition talent, and was quite useful, she would never give her the healing item. Chapter 659. As the Blackrobe man gave the order, several talents came out and began to spray water on the tree trunks that were approaching madly. The water they brought was for their own drinking. Although the pollution value did not reach 10%, it was below 30%. Although these tree trunks were somewhat dissatisfied, they stopped attacking and let them go because they paid the toll. The Blackrobe man and his group relied on the water to move freely in the forest. Many talents in the distance would subconsciously run over after seeing that this place was safe. So it became a takeaway delivered to the door. The Blackrobe man accepted everything that came. The only thing that made her unhappy was that she hadn't found the person she wanted yet. As they walked, someone in front came to report that a heat source reaction had been discovered. The Blackrobe man was getting irritated, and he wasn't very happy to hear the news, so he directed everyone, "Let's go." In the distance, he was lying on a tree, looking at the trap on the ground, and whispered to Ing-Yuqian next to him, "Is this reliable?" He emptied the salt mine before, and thought of the wandering grass that Ing-Yuqian mentioned, and he was a little curious. How could Ing be so rich that he would refuse He immediately brought He here to set a trap. This trap is called Walking Grass Terminator. It is a specialty of Indian Cat Clan. After going bankrupt, they had no source of income, so they tried to sell traps for a while. The interstellar beast that he had seen before came to the Bloody Bone Forest specifically to catch walking grass. This walking grass is a specialty of the Bloody Bone Forest. It has no smell and is good at hiding. It can move freely and is very popular among the rich in the interstellar. It is said that if it is not used by the awakened, it can greatly increase the probability of awakening. But according to Ing Yuqian, they are all crooked ways. Without evil thoughts in your heart, how can the talent awakening fail? Our clan is 100% awakened. Speaking of this, it still looked up, waiting for Jihee's praise with a bright face. Jihee, you are awesome. She already knew that the talent awakening has the possibility of turning into a turbid beast. If the awakening success rate of the human race is only about 30%, then the awakening success rate of the Indian Cat Clan is 100%. This data is not only shocking to Jihee, but also the best in the entire galaxy. If one person awakens successfully, it is not surprising, but if an entire race awakens successfully, it is simply a miracle. Countless researchers came here to study, and finally got an answer. It has something to do with physique, but more importantly, those who are stupid will succeed in awakening. The world of the cat is very simple, so simple that there is no conspiracy or scheming at all. Eat, sleep, and find a boss. Every day, they eat when they have food and sleep when they don't. When they have energy, they look for the boss. In between looking for the boss, they also have to learn how to act cute, so they are very busy. In the end, they were so hungry that only 10 cats were left awake to act as nurses and take care of the children, and the rest of the adult Indian cats fell asleep. The discovery of the walking grass was a coincidence. Adult Indian cats have self-control and can sleep when they are hungry, but when the cubs are hungry, they can't control themselves and always cry. Ing Yuqian couldn't coax her, and she couldn't strangle her to death. In her impatience, she had to go to the forest to find walking grass for the cubs to eat. As a result, it was brought back and seen by researchers. They bought it at a high price and studied the composition of forest grass. The secret of forest grass was revealed. Unlike other races, when the news was known to the Indian Cat tribe, she did not hesitate at all and immediately took a video and uploaded it to the Star Network. Other races hid their little secrets tightly and did not tell anyone, but they wanted to use a loudspeaker to announce it. Come on, I have a treasure at home, come to my house quickly, come and catch it, as long as you give the ticket, everything will be fine. Relying on the forest grass, their tribe survived for several decades. Now that Jihee needs them, Ing has money and the whole cat is so happy that it wants to fly. Completely forgetting that now is not a good time to catch forest grass, it may not be possible to catch it at all, and immediately dragged Jihee here to set a trap. The other cats also forgot about this. They were full of the boss's love, so they wanted to catch it with the boss. Jihee and his group lay on the tree and waited calmly. I thought I would have to wait for a long time, but I didn't expect that I heard footsteps less than 10 minutes after I lay down. Jihee frowned. The footsteps didn't sound like the footsteps of a forest stalker. Why did they sound like human footsteps? She quietly looked out. Aren't these the people from the Gods Aid Society? Normal gifted people wear all kinds of clothes. Those with better conditions will wear clothes from the gifted mall. But the Gods Aid Society in this copy seemed to be afraid that others would not know that they were an organization. They were all wearing black clothes. Although if you look closely, there are also various black patches on them. But they are obsessed with this color. And what will appear in Jihee's sight is this group of people in black. There are 6 people walking in front, with a person in a black robe in the middle, and several people in black clothes following behind. According to Jihee's experience of watching TV dramas for many years, the black robe in the middle is definitely the one who has the final say. She blinked, and had an idea in her mind. Now that we are here, if we leave like this, wouldn't it be a pity? As soon as this idea came up, the person walking in the front pointed his gun in Jihee's direction. The thermal imaging devices in their hands have already revealed Jihee's exact location. Come out, or we shoot. Jihee recognized their weapons, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and shoulder-fired rocket launchers. Good guy, with the space button, these guys are even more well-prepared with weapons. She touched the bulletproof vest she was wearing and the bulletproof helmet on her head, but didn't go out. She looked up and shouted, "One clue, in exchange for you letting me go once." The man in black robe heard this familiar voice, thought about it, but couldn't figure out who it was, but he became a little interested. So she walked past the crowd, took a few steps, and stopped when she was just one step away from Jihee's trap. Tell me, If the clues are true and reliable, I can let you go. When she said this, she didn't even think about the possibility of the person in front of her escaping. After all, she had sent people to surround him from behind, and even if the person in front of her had great skills, he couldn't escape. So before that, she didn't mind playing with this person. He glanced at the trap under her feet and replied, "Then put down your guns." The black-robed man smiled, waved the feather duster behind him, and signaled to put down the gun. "You can rest assured now." He did not show his head, but lowered his head to take out a piece of paper and wrote something. "I write it down. You can leave after reading it. Maybe you have heard of us?" The black-robed man was in a good mood listening to the sound of the paper being scratched. What if he has a space button? He is still a fool? Chapter 660. I am from the first base. I have no ill will towards you. This dungeon is not very safe. If you are willing to follow me, I will help you through this game. How about that? He seemed to believe her a little bit. He tentatively showed the top of his helmet, and then retracted it. How can you prove that you are from the first base? The man in black robes smiled and said, "I will prove it to you." As she said that, she took out something from her pocket, and held it up for he to take a closer look. It seems to be a card. He said he couldn't see clearly. Come closer. The black-robed man didn't move. Have you finished writing the clues? He pursed his lips, his voice full of innocence. Once you have finished writing, I will tie a stone to you, and you can leave after reading it. After that, a small stone was thrown from behind the tree and hit the black-robed man. The black-robed man bent down and stretched out his hand, just a little bit away from getting it. She subconsciously prepared to take a small step forward with her left foot. She was too conceited and didn't think that the man in front of her would play tricks. After all, there were so many of them, and they were carrying so many weapons. But the next second, he just stepped firmly on the ground, and the whole person was instantly lifted up by a big net in a way that his head fell down, and was wrapped in midair, shaking back and forth. The most infuriating thing was that when he opened the note, there were 3 big words written inside, "Big Idiot." The black-robed man was furious and shouted wildly, "Kill her! Kill her! Kill her for me!" He hid behind the tree and laughed. "You are so stupid. Why do you believe everything you say?" The moment the black-robed man was hung up, someone behind him rushed up, and 2 or 3 people were hung up one after another. These people struggled desperately in the big net. He waved his hand at the Indian cats behind him. "Kill them." As usual, Ing Yushui protected He, and Ing Yuqian took Ing Yufan to harvest. It was really harvesting, the kind where one punch killed one kid. Looking at the Indian cats in front of him, the black-robed man raised an ostrich feather duster and roared angrily at his men. "This is what you said, there is only one person." His subordinates were also innocent. What did he have to do with the fact that the instrument could not detect it? But I couldn't say that, I could only keep apologizing. In the blink of an eye, several people from the Gods Help Society had died. Everyone was so scared that they had no intention of resisting. The fighting power of these cats far exceeded that of the gifted. Their pistols could not hit them at all, and they were like rubber, and would be crushed if they were touched lightly. Now they had to rely on props to survive. Seeing that this could not go on, the man in black robe gnashed his teeth in hatred, and finally looked in Jihe's direction, and waved the ostrich feather duster in his hand. The next second, she and the other 2 men fell out of the trap. Teleport. Teleport to another location quickly. Yes. The 3 men looked at each other, took out their daggers, and stabbed themselves in the thighs. The moment the blood spurted out, the black-clothed men disappeared instantly. The few people who came from behind were thrown down mercilessly. Ing Yuqian and Ing Yufan didn't hesitate for a second, turned around, and ended their lives in a few strokes. Wanting to hide in front of Ing Cat, it's really like an old man eating arsenic and being impatient. Jihe jumped down from the tree and looked at the empty trap. This strange way reminded her of the woman who turned into a monster. It seemed that she was summoned in a weird and bloody way during the live broadcast. Ing Yuqian rubbed Jihe's calf with a pinched throat. He was ashamed for letting the enemy run away, and couldn't raise his head. Jihe said it was nothing. The Gods Aid Society can develop into a global organization, which must be due to their strength. Although the talent of teleportation is rare, it does exist. It's normal to be able to use it. But it's not polite not to return the favor. Jihe now had an idea. In addition, she sensed that the location she threw out before was not far from here, so she called out to the few behind her, "Let's go to the place where these black-clothed people had taken root before." The people of the Shinju Society fell to the ground in an extremely embarrassing posture. The black-robed man fell and felt pain all over his body, as if he was broken into 2 halves. But compared to the pain in her body, the pain in her heart was even worse. Thinking of the figure just now, she gnashed her teeth in hatred and hung her head to the ground. I want him dead. Before he could continue to speak harshly, a trembling voice called her attention back. Boss, boss, something bad is going to happen. The black-robed man came to his senses and looked up, meeting the surprised eyes of a group of talents in the distance. These people seemed to be passing by here, and they happened to fall in the middle of that team. They were surrounded. The black-robed man, The black-robed man's eyes became more and more crazy. Did he really think that she was a soft persimmon that anyone could step on? Kill them. After the words fell, she suddenly inserted the ostrich feather marble in her hand into her abdomen. The moment the blood spread, all the members of the God's Aid Society became more than twice as strong. The faces of Chung Jun and others on the opposite side became much uglier. It's over, it's the blood priest. The branches were dancing in a group of demons, hitting whoever they saw. Even the Indian cat clan was not tolerated, and they were even more angry at their actions of jumping on it. Some big trees were so angry that they would pull out their roots and chase after them to beat them. He did not let Indian cat go with him. He only took Ing Yuqian and the other two away. Along the way, he sprinkled water on the ground crazily, and all the branches were obedient wherever he went. Although these branches were dissatisfied with the quality of the water, it was better to have it than not, so they at least endured it. He also saw the power of money to open a path. This is also useful for opening a path in the forest with water. Several Indian cats are frequent visitors to the forest. When they jumped over a place, Ing Yuqian felt that there were two groups of people fighting each other ahead, so he jumped back to ask Ji, boss, there are two groups of people fighting ahead, should we go around them, or go straight? Ji frowned. How long will it take to go around? 3 minutes. Then take a detour. Yes. With Ji's instructions, Ing Yuqian naturally led the entire team to go around. Ji didn't even hear the sound of fighting and left the battlefield. When approaching the destination, Ji saw from a distance that a forest was covered by a line of red smoke. This smoke revealed a strong ominous atmosphere. This atmosphere even made the big trees move away, revealing obvious disgust. There were only 4 people in the camp, looking back and forth nervously. There was a stove in the middle of the site, which was constantly dripping blood, and on the dark red magic circle on the ground, there were a lot of gifted people who were either dead or unconscious lying on the ground. Chapter 661. The dark red magic circle connected from the ground to the furnace, just a little bit short of being combined into a whole. What surprised Ji the most was that there was a small mountain of energy stones on the furnace in the middle. It was reflecting light. Is this an offering of energy stones? Ji's guess was not groundless. Since the awakening of the gifted, there has always been such a situation similar to praying to God. This behavior would exist in some remote mountainous areas before the natural disaster, and after the natural disaster, people who lost their livelihoods especially needed spiritual sustenance. The base had uncovered several cases before. Some worshipped toads, some worshipped rat snakes, and even some worshipped giant cockroaches. The reasons for worshipping were varied. Some paid a large sum of money to have a child, and some prayed to the cockroach king in the hope of improving their fertility. They couldn't even afford to live, yet they still wanted to have a child. If this Divine Assistance Association worshipped energy stones, it would be considered a breath of fresh air in the worship world. This is similar to worshipping the god of wealth. In Ji's opinion, it was a more reliable worship. Of course, this did not stop her from doing good things. Save those gifted people who have lost their way, and help them find the true meaning of life. On this basis, it is normal to pick up some energy stones or something, right? Ji looked at the mouth of the magic circle that was about to close, and gestured to the several crying cats around her, saying that they should fight quickly. This mist made her feel uncomfortable, and she didn't want to stay here any longer. 1 minute later, the 4 people who were still patrolling in the base fell down. The field was quiet. Ji jumped in and waved her hand. Search, don't let anyone go. After saying this, she went straight to the energy stone, and put the stone into the space with a wave of her hand. Only then did she look at the big pot filled with blood. From a close distance, the blood inside was constantly rolling, as if it was alive. Dirty Beast Pot, a pot invented by the genius of the Turbid Beast clan. Use the magic circle that matches it to fulfill your wish. Note, it's fake, it's just an equivalent exchange magic circle. It will increase its own pollution as it is used, and it is contagious. Ji looked at the blood inside, waved her hand fiercely, overturned the big pot, and spilled all the blood inside. The magic circle that was still very complete, and about to be formed began to tremble constantly, as if it was about to break. Ji-hee put the potion pot into the space button casually. She didn't want this thing, but she didn't want to leave it to the Gods Aid Society, so she had to bear with it for now. Looking at the magic circle that was still trembling, and seemed to be about to break at any time, Ji-hee looked at the Inging cats. The three of them were very fast. When they stripped the props, they also stripped the clothes, faster than the speed of plucking the chicken. While Ji-hee was collecting the energy stone, they had already stripped the space buttons of the 4 people who stayed behind. The props of the remaining people had been stripped off by the group of people from the Gods Aid Society. Now they had nothing on except their clothes. There was no point in asking them to strip them off. Ji-hee made a retreat gesture to the Inging cats, took out a disposable prop with a sharp ringing sound from the space, set an alarm for 1.5 minutes. Throw it into the crowd. Let's go! After shouting this, Ing Yushui carried Ji-hee and disappeared quickly into the forest. The other Inging cats also followed behind Ji-hee. When the time came, the alarm clock vibrated wildly, and the ringing sounded throughout most of the forest. The black-robed man who was still fighting in the distance looked at the place where the sound came from, and his heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition and immediately did not care about continuing to fight with Chung Jun and the others. He waved his hand and said, "Retreat." "But Vice President, we are about to take them down." The subordinate's face was full of reluctance. He was only a few moves away from killing the man in front of him. By then, his status in the organization would definitely be promoted to a higher level. "Shut up." The black-robed man had a ferocious face and roared, "Do you want me to listen to you?" The man lowered his head to hide the hatred in his eyes. "You want me to listen to you? Go!" As soon as the words fell, the black-robed man's men immediately divided into 2 teams. One team was responsible for the rear, and the other team was in front to open the way. The black-robed man ran in the middle. In less than a minute, the whole team disappeared quickly. Chung Jun stood there, looking at the back of the Shin's Hui disappearing away, covering his chest and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He also wanted to thank this accident. If it weren't for this confrontation, he wouldn't have known that the strength of the Gods Aid Society had improved so quickly. Especially the Blood Priest, who was indeed the new vice president. His talent was particularly weird, and he suppressed them without any room to fight back. "Captain, are you okay? Those people are too wicked. We agreed to advance and retreat together, but when something happened, they ran away faster than dogs. Fighting the Gods Aid Society is not just for us. If we had known this, we shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess." The man's head was covered in blood. Just now, he was beaten by 5 people. If the group had not suddenly retreated, he would have lost his life. Chung Jun collected his thoughts, and looked back at his teammate with a broken arm and covered in blood. He did not continue his words. Before he formed the team, he knew it was unreliable, but he did not think that those people had no fighting spirit at all. They just threw a few talents, and saw that there were many people in the Gods Help Association. They didn't even want to get hurt, and turned around and ran. Before running away, he didn't forget to sell him out. He originally exposed his identity to be the leader, but ended up being the target of the Gods Aid Society. He shook his head, not regretting his decision to stand up, but asked, "Can you still hold on?" The subordinates grinned when they heard this, "Yes." Chung Jun smiled, "Let's go." Today, even if he risked his life, he would take the people of the Gods Aid Society away. He must not let this scourge harm others again. Most of the gifted people were knocked unconscious. After all, at this time, things like drugs and ropes are considered precious resources, and even the Gods Aid Society will not waste them on people who are destined to die. At this time, the alarm clock rang, and many people were awakened. What happened? What happened? After a brief confusion, they reacted. Were they rescued, or was the evil ritual completed? They hurriedly climbed up from the ground. Only then did they realize that they were lying in sticky blood, surrounded by a red magic circle. And the magic circle was trembling, as if it was about to fall down. People who saw it were terrified. In the chaotic atmosphere, a man turned around and ran without saying a word. His behavior was like a switch, and all the talents who could still run began to run in all directions. No matter what the situation was, run first. When the black-robed man ran back, he happened to meet several talents who were fleeing in a panic. The black-robed man's bad premonition came true, and he was extremely angry and roared, "Catch them back." Chapter 662. While the others rushed out to catch people, the black-robed man ran back to the magic circle with the rest of the people. At a glance, he saw the crumbling magic circle in front of him, the lost props, and the sticky blood on the ground. The black-robed man's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared in hatred, "Who is it? Who ruined my good thing?" She was about to succeed, only the last key person was missing, and the magic circle would be successful if she could catch her. For this magic circle, how much she paid and how long she waited. Do these people know? Now it's all over, all ruined by that man. Her hope is gone. Even his energy stone is gone. I want him dead. The black-robed man roared to the sky, and felt a fire emanating from the inside out that enveloped her whole body. He panted angrily, trembling all over, grabbed 2 handfuls of energy stones from the space, and threw them into the air. In the gap between the energy stones falling to the ground, she waved the ostrich feather duster in her hand, and began to draw strange patterns. As the black-robed man kept drawing on the ground, the blood on the ground seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force and flew into the air, forming a mysterious symbol. At the end of the drawing, she looked up at the 2 talents, who were caught by him after escaping. His expression was cold, not like he was looking at people, but rather at some object, cold and cruel. Cut it open, bleed it. Woo-woo. Hearing this, the talent began to struggle madly, kicking his legs on the ground. The body also began to twist and deform, gradually changing into a beast shape. But it was of no use. The next second after the black-robed man finished speaking, a sharp knife appeared at his throat. The knife holder did not hesitate at all. The sharp knife slid down fiercely, and the blood on the neck of the gifted person instantly spurted out. He reached out his hand blankly, and struggled to cover his throat. He made a sound of hee-hee from his mouth. But as a large amount of blood flowed away, the strength and energy of the gifted person also quickly drained from his body. An unprecedented sense of fatigue swept over his entire heart, and he lay on the ground with his eyes wide open. There was no more strength left. He was like this. The gifted person next to him was like this too. The black-robed man seemed to be used to this scene. He raised his hand and waved the ostrich feather duster. The 2 still warm corpses floated up and gradually floated on the magic circle. It was as if there was an invisible hand trying to wring out the moisture in the clothes. The warm corpses began to deform and rotate like twisted dough sticks. The only blood in the body was squeezed out continuously, and then splashed out, and began to outline a pattern in the air. Da Fengshu felt the pull of power, and his wings grew larger, completely enveloping Ji-He. Strange energy hovered over his body, bringing layers of pollution. Pollution intensified, risk of carrier peeling off, please detach. Da Fengshu's expression remained unchanged, and his body did not change at all. The machine carrier will collapse, please detach immediately. Ding, carrier collapse countdown 5, 4. Until this time, Da Fengshu's expression did not change. He thought coldly. Let it collapse. Isn't this the best ending? At this moment, a white light enveloped him and pulled him back from the cold and malicious world. Da Fengshu was stunned, slowly lowered his head, and looked at the person under him. He didn't think too much. She just suddenly felt that Da Fengshu began to rust and lose feathers, so she used her talent. Her hand gently grasped the root of the feather, and increased the output of the talent little by little, until the healing talent in her body was used up. Her cheeks were slightly red, her forehead was slightly sweaty, and her voice was a little hoarse. Da Fengshu, are you okay? Da Fengshu looked at Ji-He's moist eyes, and slightly red cheeks, paused. I'm fine. Ji-He was relieved. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, and gently patted the whimpering cat under her. Let's go back. Now she changed her mind. Instead of keeping the trouble, it is better to cut it off at the root. With Da Fengshu's delay, the entire graph took much longer to appear than the black-robed man predicted. It even stopped moving forward for a while. Although he didn't know why, the black-robed man was relieved when he saw the figure finally move forward. At this moment, the magic circle that had been shaky before seemed to finally fail. At the last moment before the figure was about to take shape, a crisp cracking sound rang in everyone's ears, and then the entire magic circle collapsed directly, and the tracking figure that the black-robed man was about to form also failed instantly. As if it had received an invisible impact, the ground sank half a meter deep. The members of the God's Aid Society, who were still there, were blown away by this invisible force. The black-robed man was no exception. After everything was stable, she looked up at the chaotic scene, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and said again, I will kill you. Just 1 second, only 1 second, she can see the damn thief. Now everything is over. The scene was destroyed, and she would never know who the thief was. Thinking of all the unsuccessful things, she was furious and attacked by the magic circle, and she spit out a mouthful of black and red blood. The construction of the magic circle was linked to him. Now that the magic circle is gone, she is also implicated. Vice President. Vice President. When the black-robed man was helped up, his whole body was still shaking. When the subordinate was about to persuade him, He was horrified to find that the flesh under the black robe was constantly falling off, falling to the ground piece by piece, as if he had an infectious disease. The black-robed man felt the trembling of the person beside him, turned his head, and looked at the man quietly. His voice was gloomy and terrifying, like a ghost crawling out of hell. "Are you afraid of me too? Do you think I'm ugly?" The man felt his lips were dry. He swallowed and tried to calm himself down, but there was still a tremor in his voice. "No, I'm not afraid." The man in black robes still looked at him. Even though his face was completely covered, the man still felt that he was shrouded in fear. He moved his lips, as if he wanted to say something to save the situation. In the end, he could only say dryly, "Vice President, we have healing items. Do you want them?" But as soon as the words fell, the man felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He lowered his head. There was a hand stuck in his stomach, and the owner of the hand was being supported by him. He didn't even have time to say a word, and the blood in his whole body had already disappeared rapidly along the black-robed man's hand. "Even you are afraid of me. Why are you afraid of me?" The black-robed man exerted force, and his finger bones penetrated deeper. She raised her hands to hug the man, gently placed her head on his shoulder, and murmured to herself, "If you are afraid of me, come and accompany me, okay?" Chapter 663. Bang. The man's shrunken body fell to the ground mixed with blood, raising a cloud of dust. The others around him were all watching, motionless. They just pretended not to see it. But in their hearts, they didn't want to stay for a second. No matter how crazy the vice president was before, he had never done anything to anyone in the association, but this time he actually killed one of his favorite subordinates. Isn't this crazy? The man's warm blood turned into a red snake and drilled into the black robe. Finally, the black-robed man's body, blessed by this blood, finally stabilized. She glanced at the others and said in an extremely cold voice, "Chase. The plants in the bloody bone forest will gradually darken in color over time." It was still light red this morning, but now it has turned dark red. If it comes to tomorrow, their color will turn red and black. That's when it's crazy. Have you ever been chased by thousands of thick red flame pythons? If not, you must come to the bloody bone forest. You will never be disappointed here. But obviously, that's tomorrow, not today. At this moment, Ji-hee relied on the inhumane trench to persuade the flame skeleton forest to help her cover. Several big trees were playing a fake game in front of her. You push me, I punch you back. It seems cruel, but in fact all the energy is used on the other side. Several thick branches are still trying to reach out to seduce Ji-hee, but she rejected them all. Go play for a while, I'm busy here. Mortars, rocket launchers, tanks. Ji-hee waved his hand, and a lot of them appeared. Ing Yuqian looked at this pile of backward museum antiques, and after a moment of silence, he quickly convinced himself. Respect the boss's hobbies. A good bodyguard must learn to keep his mouth shut. Ji-hee didn't know what the others were thinking, and left a message before getting into the tank. When you see the men in black, blow them up, and blow them up for 2 minutes to see the effect. After saying that, he got in. The other three looked at each other, lowered their heads, picked up the weapons, and began to study them. Fortunately, this thing was old enough, and they understood how to use it after just a look, and quickly got ready and stood aside. Just when Ji-hee thought she would have to wait for a long time, the Shinzhui group whose nest was dug out moved much faster than she thought. As soon as they were in ambush, they rushed out. Ji-hee's eyes lit up, and he quickly adjusted the angle, pointed the camera at the black-robed man who was leading the group, and started firing without hesitation. 20 rounds first, see if you are tough. Countless bombs were tilted out from the bushes here, and the black-robed man on the opposite side was blown away instantly before he even had time to react. Even a gifted person would have no chance to resist such a hail of bullets that was unsparing in its bombing. As soon as they met, more than half of them were killed. In a team of dozens of people, only a few used their teammates as shields, had a breath of respite, and used teleportation props to disappear. Most of the people were left in the same place and exploded. The man in black robe was walking in front, and was the focus of Ji-hee and his group. As soon as he appeared, he was blown away by the tank. Ji-hee adhered to the principle that if she bombed, she should bomb to the end. After everything was over, she still bombed for another minute. When the natural disaster first started, she stockpiled a lot of weapons. At that time, she always thought that if there was any accident, she would have to use them to bomb. As a result, she hid it too well, and her identity was never exposed. These weapons were also thrown in space, and had no place to use. Gradually, they became useless. Now they were taken out and used, just in time to clear the inventory. In the distance, Chung Jun and his party had just caught up to the camp, when they felt a strong tremor and the sound of artillery shells. "Captain, Captain, it's too dangerous ahead, are we still going?" "Go!" Chung Jun said that they had already chased them here. If they let the Shinshui go, it would be difficult to catch them next time. They ran over there with difficulty and fell several times on the way. The explosions lasted for several minutes. When everything was over, the land was flattened. Ji-hee waved his hand and pointed to the middle of the field. "Go and see if the body of the black-robed man is there. It is said that if you want to see the person alive, you must see the body. If you want to see the dead, you must see the body." Since she didn't see the body, she thought the man was still alive. Ying Cat didn't say anything. She rushed to the battlefield in a flash. Ji-hee stood aside and waited quietly. At this time, Chung Jun and his group limped out, looking at this side with complicated expressions. Ji-hee glanced over, and they subconsciously stood still. The three people behind him looked terrified, while Chung Jun, who was walking in front, looked as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Ji-hee's expression was blocked by the mask and could not be seen clearly. Chung Jun paused, but still limped over. As a result, before he even got close, he felt a strong sense of crisis, as if he would lose his life if he took another step. "Stop! Don't get close!" Ing Yuqian stood 3 meters away from Ji-hee, staring at the stranger in front of him with a pair of calm eyes. In just a moment, he found the man's weakness. The eyes, neck, and lower body can all reach the first-level kill. Chung Jun looked at the pink big cat, and he should have thought it was cute, but inexplicably, he felt a little scared. He stopped and raised his hand to express his harmlessness, and his voice couldn't be more sincere. "I have no ill intentions. I just want to say that the black-robed man is the vice president of the God's Aid Association, and his ability is very evil, and it seems that he can be reincarnated. You may not be able to kill her like this." "Yeah." Ji-hee only glanced at Chung Jun and then retracted her gaze. She guessed that this person should know who she was. After all, she had met him in reality in the name of her husband's sacrifice. But what does it matter if he knew? Ji-hee didn't care. It doesn't matter. Let alone her own strength, relying on 3 bodyguards. If Chung Jun was a smart man, he would not come to provoke her. After Chung Jun said this, he didn't know what to say. The whole space became quiet, leaving only the sound of the big tree waving its branches and the panting of several people next to him. They were all injured, and even though they were under control, their breathing was still a little heavy. After a while, Ing Yufan came over. "Boss, we only found part of the black-robed man's body. It's not complete." Ji-hee nodded. "Okay, let's go. It's really a disaster that has been around for thousands of years. The bombing she just did could have conquered the world hundreds of years ago, but now she was allowed to escape. But it doesn't matter. If you can't kill her this time, you can kill her next time. It doesn't matter." Compared to Ji-hee's calmness, Chung Jun and his group next to him also looked a lot uglier when they heard this. Compared to Lao Hunji Tian, he was more worried about the harm of the Shinju society. After all, Lao Hunji Tian was strong in force and a little emotional, but he never killed innocent people indiscriminately. Chapter 664. The Vice President of the God's Aid Society has at least 1,000 lives on her body. The word murderer is not enough to describe her cruelty. Seeing Ji-hee leaving with a fluffy cat and not intending to guard the battlefield, Chung Jun breathed a sigh of relief and called to his companions behind him. "Let's go and search again. What if we find a body?" Ji-hee does not have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Seeing that she could not kill the man for the time being, she focused on collecting supplies. However, these moving trees are really troublesome. After being interrupted again while collecting supplies, Ji-hee turned to ask Ying Cat, and said with a little helplessness, "Is there any way to keep them away from me?" Ing Yuqian nodded frantically. "Yes, yes, yes. Boss, don't worry, I will keep these trees obedient." Ji-hee hesitated. Could the big tree really be so obedient? Then let's try it? Okay. After saying this, Ing Yuqian carried Ji-hee's mopping bucket and ran to the outermost layer of the salt mine to start pouring water. As she poured the water, a group of big trees began to compete to take root in the ground. Several of them even started fighting. The battle was so fierce that many of the tree bags on their bodies were smashed. These were taken away by the fluffy cat, who secretly followed behind to pick up leaks. They were presented to Ji-hee like treasures. After more than 60 buckets of mopping water were poured, Ing Yuqian felt that it was almost done, and ran to Ji-hee to take credit, with a pair of big eyes shining. "Although the activity area is a bit small, boss, don't worry, it is absolutely safe, and there is no guarantee that there will be no disturbance from animals." They poured a big circle around the outermost part of the salt mine. The surrounding trees sensed the moisture and came in frantically, taking root nearby, not wanting to miss even a little bit of moist soil. They were so thirsty. After the tree enclosed them, Ingyuqian used water, with a pollution level of less than 5% to pour a 1 meter by 1 meter tunnel from the tree to facilitate the entry and exit of the fluffy cats. When the tree moved, many fluffy cats were shaken out and fled in the forest. Ji encountered many of them when he was carried by Ingyu. After seeing Ji, these cats couldn't take their eyes off her and followed them quietly. They couldn't be killed or chased away. At this time, Ji was surrounded by more than 10 cats. When she turned around after work, she saw a group of fur balls sitting on the ground, looking up at her with starry eyes in admiration, and clapping. Wow! Boss, your jumping posture is so handsome. Wow! Boss, you are so beautiful. Ji twitched her lips. These fluffy cats should have learned these few sentences when they were in school. They repeated them over and over again. Although it was monotonous, it was at least full of emotion. At least she was in a good mood after hearing this. Facing the admiring eyes of the fluffy cat, Ji cleared his throat and waved his hand. Come here, do you want to work? Yes. The voice came in a uniform and strangled voice. There were also a few who tried to rub Ji's calves with their feet raised, but were kicked by Ingyu who passed by. Ji just pretended not to see it and pointed around. From now on, you are all my temporary employees. Pa pa pa. After the words fell, there was a round of applause. Ingyu stood behind Ji, looking up at Ji with light in his eyes and clapping excitedly. The next second, looking at his junior, his face changed instantly. He was particularly serious. The other fluffy cats didn't look at her, but stared at Ji. Boss, what do we do? Yes, we can do anything. Do you want a massage? Do you want to beautify your fur? I can also wash your feet. I can massage your back. Ji. Ahem, no, none of them. Everyone listen to me. Ingyu stood behind Ji and glared at the unruly fluffy cats. How did they learn in class? You can't interrupt when the boss is talking. You can't interrupt. You are so lazy. I will write a 100,000-word self-criticism for her when I go back. The fluffy cats with happy faces don't know their fate yet. They look at the boss in front of them, and their hearts are pounding. The boss is so nice. She can shine. Ji cleared his throat and pressed his hands to make them quiet. I will stay here for another 39 hours. During this period of time, as long as you help me deliver tea-faced tree stones, tea-faced tree crystals, and forest strolling grass, I will pay you according to the weight. Then, Ji talked about the unified price. 1,000 jin of tea-faced tree stone equals 2 pieces of Chinese cabbage. 500 jin of tea-faced tree crystal equals 3 pieces of Chinese cabbage. Forest grass equals 1 tomato. Wow! When this price was announced, Ingyu tail couldn't help but shake, and the hair on her body was all straight. Wow, she was so touched. The boss did all this for her. She didn't expect that she was so important in the boss's heart, and the boss was willing to spend money to buy junk for her. Woohoo, the boss is so kind. Not only does she collect junk, she is also willing to give such a high price. Woohoo, she can still meet such a good boss in her lifetime. This is really the blessing of the heroic spirit of the tribe. Ingyu was very moved, tears welled up in his eyes, and he choked up. No, boss, I don't agree with your pricing. You don't have to give those guys such a high price. They can't bear it. Let them do some work. It's a training for them. Generally, Ingyin cats don't have this opportunity to do it. Just let them work. No need to give them food. The boss treats her well, so she should treat him well too. This way their relationship can last a long time. She is different from those races out there who only know how to squeeze the boss's money to feed their people. Ji? Question mark. Finally, under Ji's strong insistence, Ingyu gave in with some regret. But he said he would never give so much. At least 50% off. Otherwise, their tribe would have to work for nothing. Ji? She had been bargaining down, and suddenly someone complained about the large amount of food, and she was still a little uncomfortable. After getting a job, the fluffy cats were excited, and they threw their coming-of-age ceremonies behind their heads and ran out. They had to work for the boss. When the fluffy cats thought that they were also the boss's employees, they felt more and more satisfied with their work, and their body and mind became smoother as they worked. This is the feeling of happiness knocking on the door. It was like stepping on the clouds. Looking at the fluffy cats running away quickly, Ji shook his head, said no more, and asked Ingyu to go to work. Those branches will be delivered to the door in bags. They felt that Ji liked it, so they sent the tree bag to Ji. When Ji finished changing the water, a bare branch left, and the next tree trunk in line would be handed over. But Ing Yuqian was a little reluctant and murmured quietly, "It's such a waste to give them water. This water is expensive, and the effort doesn't cost money. I can pull it hard, and they can't beat me." Chapter 665. How expensive is it? Ji was standing aside collecting salt stones. Hearing this, he asked casually. 500 milliliters, it costs 1 silver coin. Speaking of this, Ing Yuqian felt distressed. If the pollution level is less than 2%, 250 milliliters will cost at least 10 silver coins. Ji was shocked. It's so expensive? The mineral water sold in the system supermarket only costs 10 copper coins per bottle. Water with low pollution level is so expensive. Ing Yuqian sighed. If it weren't for this, their tribe would not have gone bankrupt. It was all caused by the price. It was fine before, but in the past few decades, the white unicorn disappeared, and the pursuit of pollution in the interstellar world has become more and more fanatical. Ji nodded in understanding. Not to mention the interstellar world, there is also some trend in my hometown. Pollution has now become a standard for measuring food. White unicorn. Ji blinked and asked tentatively, "Can you tell me about it?" White unicorn. It is the hope of the interstellar world, the sacred beast of the interstellar world. It is the nemesis of the turbid beast, and the most beautiful existence in the interstellar world. Ing Yuqian's eyes lit up when he talked about Baiqilan, and he kept talking. "When I was a baby, I once queued up to see her. Did you know? As she walked by, the land under her feet that was severely polluted by turbid beasts would be purified into clean land in an instant. It only blinked, and could create clear and clean water. The place where it is the place that turbid beasts fear the most. It is the holy land of all beasts in the universe." After Ji pretended to praise naturally, he said, "She is so powerful. How did she die?" "Hey, I heard that she was in a bad mood, depressed, and her body couldn't bear it." When Ing Yuqian said this, she was also very sad. Her head drooped low, and even her voice became weak. The white unicorn race is like this. They are too kind, their hearts are very fragile, and they will feel sad when they see others get hurt. They are the kindest race in the universe. Ji, Is it because the white unicorn's family died that it was sad? No, there is only one white unicorn in the universe. She was an adult when she appeared in the interstellar. Ing Yuqian squatted on the ground and gave Ji a low scientific explanation. Generally, after a generation of white unicorns disappears, a new white unicorn will appear in the interstellar space after a few decades or a few hundred years. There is also a speculation in the interstellar space that these decades are the time for white unicorn cubs to grow up, but there is no evidence. Ji's men kept moving and asked casually, "White unicorns are so powerful, don't beasts want to catch her?" Ing Yuqian shook his head frantically, with a look of horror on his face, as if Ji had said something outrageous. Boss, don't talk nonsense. It's impossible, there will never be such a possibility. Boss, you are too young to know that as long as Baiqilan and his companions are alive, they will make the greatest contribution to the universe. All existing races will not have such evil thoughts. Those who have evil thoughts go to hell. Ing Yuqian thought without any burden. Ji lowered his head, not showing whether he believed it or not. Ing Yuqian lowered his head and continued the work at hand, explaining bit by bit. Everyone wants to give the best things to Baiqilan. How could they hurt Baiqilan? Over the years since the white Qilan disappeared, there have been more and more turbid beasts in the universe, and the pollution level has increased a lot. Now edible food is becoming less and less. If the white Qilan does not appear in the long run, the pollution level of all food in the universe will exceed 40%, which is a desperate situation. At that time, all races will be extinct. Do all beasts know that the white Qilan can purify pollution? Ji was thoughtful when she heard Ing Yuqian's words. She thought that purifying pollution was a secret, but looking at the situation, it seems not to be. Of course, this is common sense, I'm telling you. Ji listened to what Ing Yuqian said, and found that her previous thoughts seemed a little wrong. She thought that if her ability was exposed, the entire galaxy would be against her. They might confine her, and then force her to work every day. But now it seems that Baiqilan's ability has long been known to the galaxy, and the way they treat Baiqilan is completely different from what Ji guessed. Compared to confinement, they hope Baiqilan is happy. This way, the purification efficiency can be improved, and the white unicorn can live longer. Because most of the white unicorns in history died of depression. The interstellar races don't know how long it will take for a new generation of white unicorns to appear after the death of this generation of white unicorns. So in order to make them happy and joyful, they tried every possible way. There was once a white unicorn who liked cubs to dance, and they also gathered the cutest cubs in the Interstellar to train them to dance. After they were trained, they were sent to the White Unicorn to dance. Ing Yuqian was chosen because of his cuteness when he was a child. But Bai Qilin's character cannot be explained in a few words. Some Bai Qilin can cry when flowers bloom and fall, and they don't eat or drink for several days, which makes the interstellar races bald. Not to mention hurting them, Bai Qilin can't purify when he is in a bad mood. The biggest wish of the interstellar race is that Bai Qilin is happy every day and forever. It doesn't matter whether she comes to her planet or not. Anyway, as long as she is alive, she is contributing, and breathing is purification. He only had one feeling after hearing the end. Severe depression patients. It seems like Dayu. Crying, fasting, and wanting to commit suicide at the slightest thing. Their abilities are extremely important. There is no way to replace them. So we can only coax them. They are also confined and have their blood drawn. If they get a little skin broken, they can cry for half a month, and then fast for half a month. They are so fragile. He inexplicably thought of the time when she bled before, as if after that time she had double damage rebound and shield, and never got hurt again. Thinking about it, it seems to be true. I just don't know why the White Unicorn can only appear in the interstellar space after it grows up. He thought for a while, shook his head, put the idea behind him, and concentrated on his work. Ing Yuqian waited for a while, and when he saw he stopped talking, he tilted his head and jumped away. The boss wants salt blocks, so you have to give the boss a lot of salt blocks. At first, there were only more than 10 fluffy cats around Jihe. I don't know when Jihe took a break, he looked up and saw more than 20 fluffy cats queuing up. There was a grain scale in front of Ing Yuxue, which was constantly weighing, and he was holding a notebook in his hand to count. Their tribe was too poor, and they sold all their optical computers when they went bankrupt. Now this notebook was given to them by Jihe. Otherwise, Ing Yuxue would not even have a notebook. At lunch, Jihe took the time to check the space button while eating. Chapter 666. That God's Aid Society is rich. The 4 people who stayed in the field all had space buttons, and there were quite a few props and energy stones inside. Most of them were not very useful, but some were still somewhat useful. Jihe threw the useless ones into the big basket, and put the useful ones separately. In addition to these props, there was some food inside, a kind of food that looked like steamed bread. Jihe took it out and looked at it. It should be made by the God's Aid Society themselves. It looked a bit similar to the base bean cake, but it was made into a round shape. And the food content is more than the base. The pollution level is also quite normal, 26%. She doesn't plan to eat it, but she doesn't plan to waste it either, so she can keep it to feed the livestock. In addition to these, there is the energy stone on the hill, which is the biggest harvest just now. Jihe put these energy stones away properly. The energy stones for this space upgrade are enough, but they may be needed next time, so they have to be kept. At this point in the game, Jihe has discovered that if there is no space button, it is difficult to move forward. At the beginning, after completing the task in the 1-star dungeon, you can get a meal, but now there is no meal. This dungeon has a pollution value of over 40%. If a talent does not bring food with him when doing the task, he will have to starve. For example, the forest walking grass, although the pollution value is not too high, even if you catch it, you have to keep it for the task, and you can't bear to eat it. He remembered the water gun battle yesterday, but he didn't know if there were any talents participating today. She was enjoying a peaceful life here, and she splashed a lot of bath water to create a safe space for herself. On the other side, the gifted person was still fighting wits and courage with the branches while trying to spray water guns. Yesterday, they were the ones who chose the fluffy cats. As long as they wanted, the fluffy cats could choose anyone. But since when, there were fewer fluffy cats, and some even began to ignore them. Even if they wanted to fight for these fluffy cats, and showed enthusiasm, those fluffy cats were not very willing. After a long time of entanglement, I even felt annoyed by them. I kicked them as soon as I came up. The black-robed man was having a very bad time. Her arms and legs were broken, and the flesh on her body kept falling off, like a cracked clay figure. After the flesh and blood fell off, only the white skeleton was left, like a hungry ghost from hell. Since she awakened her talent, she has lived a life of superiority. This feeling of failure seems to have brought her back to the time before she awakened to become a gifted person. Thinking of everything she has endured now, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. It's all that man's fault. If he hadn't ruined her, she wouldn't have fallen to this point. But she knew clearly that if she took revenge now, she would be courting death. But it doesn't matter. She still has a chance. As long as she finds the strongest bloodline, She can easily kill everyone who stands in her way. According to the prophet, the strongest bloodline is still in the semi-awakening stage. As long as she successfully seizes that body this time, she can ascend to heaven in one step. Completely become the master of this world. Let this dirty world and dirty humans go to hell. Thinking of all this, the black-robed man gritted his teeth, tore off his black robe, and changed into ordinary clothes. Before taking everything, she had to be patient. After several seductions, the black-robed man's flesh and blood finally grew back. She focused on the task. The bloodline has not been found yet, but the task can't be delayed any longer. As soon as she entered the dungeon, she learned the nature of this task through a special channel. It was very simple. As long as she helped the fluffy cats win the water gun battle and won first place, she would win the game. She thought it was a sure win. Unexpectedly, a problem that she thought would never happen appeared. No fluffy cats. 10 minutes. For a full 10 minutes, not a single fluffy cat was encountered. The man in black robes only realized the seriousness of the situation now. She said that this task would not be so simple, and it turned out that there was still a threshold. But it didn't matter. He is water. By sprinkling water everywhere, she finally blocked a mixed-hair fluffy cat. She looked at the ugly cat in front of her with disdain, suppressed her impatience, and said like Oms, "I allow you to be my friend." The fluffy cat had just heard the news that the tribe members were working, and was about to go there. Now he saw someone blocking the way, and he was full of impatience. "Stay away from me." After saying that, he jumped away quickly and disappeared among the trees. The black-robed man standing alone was left confused. Did she let a mixed-hair cat dislike her? She was going to kill these plague cats. The flame skeleton forest was very angry, and the consequences were serious. So many living things were jumping around in the forest, neither paying tolls nor giving any benefits to the trees. What were you doing? So they were left as fertilizer for the trees. As time went by, the big tree, which was a little slow in its movements at first, seemed to have turned on the start switch, and the vine swung so fast. Not only the attack intensity, but also the attack range was greatly expanded. The gifted soon discovered that they could not avoid it with their abilities. If they were hit by the hard tree bag, they would not only break bones, but also suffer pain all over their body for a long time. Soon, the first person discovered that sprinkling water or food could stop the tree from going crazy. More and more people had to choose to spend food to avoid disasters in order to survive. Slowly, they found out, is this tree moving to the south? Someone was curious and followed the direction of the tree, and came to the south of the forest. Chung Jun and the black-clad man were like this. Chung Jun brought two teammates, who had been simply bandaged behind him. As soon as they arrived here, they saw a huge nest that blocked out the sky and the sun. All the big trees stretched out in a desperate posture to squeeze in. The gaps between them were so wide that even ants couldn't crawl through. The big trees here obviously didn't care about them. Even when a bunch of talented people came, they didn't stop. They just ran over, surrounded the center in 3 layers inside and outside, and tried to squeeze in. Chung Jun was somewhat curious about what was inside, and called out to his team members, "Let's go and take a look." The gifted jumped along the branches, trying to find a way to get in. This time, the branches were no longer indifferent. Every time they tried to get close, the branches would whip them madly, forcing them back. This made many people even more curious about what was inside. The gifted ran around the nest surrounded by the big trees, not missing a single detail, and finally found a hole that could be entered and exited. Unfortunately, there were dozens of fluffy cats guarding the hole. As soon as they approached, these fluffy cats showed a strong tendency to attack, just like those unreasonable big trees. The gifted tried several times in a row, but were beaten back. One fluffy cat even showed murderous intent. Chapter 667. As soon as Chung Jun and the others stood still, the gifted people who had noticed them for a long time came up to them shamelessly. "Captain Chung, we meet again. What are you doing here? Didn't you sell us enough just now? Do you want to continue selling?" Before Chung Jun could speak, the team members behind him couldn't help but choke him. The gifted person in front of him had a flash of embarrassment on his face, but the mission had not yet been completed, and he had no idea of the next step, so he had to stand there shamelessly, smiling. "Captain Chung, don't blame us. The fighting power of the Shenzhui is too strong, and we, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, will only hinder you if we stay. Yes, we have no choice. If you die here, your family will have no hope." Amidst the begging, a muttering voice came. "Besides, you are fine, right? Why bother?" "Bullshit!" The man behind Chung Jun was furious, and was about to curse, but was stopped by Chung Jun. You all came to me just to ask about the news of this tree nest. I can tell you sincerely that I don't know either. As for the Divine Aid Society, they will not cause any trouble to you for the time being. I will not say more, and you do not need to ask any more. Finally, I would like to advise you that when you live in this world, you can choose to die standing up or live lying down. It is a personal choice, and I respect it, but it does not mean that I will do the same. After saying that, Chung Jun led the people behind him away from the crowd. The people who were left behind looked at each other in embarrassment. In the end, some people chose to leave and look for clues on their own, while others continued to follow Chung Jun shamelessly. How can face be more important than the mission? Chung Jun is an official. Generally speaking, as long as he finds clues to pass the level, he will tell them. Following him is much more reliable than doing the mission by yourself. The man in black robes hid behind the tree in his stolen clothes, away from the crowd, like a mouse hiding in the gutter, spying on everything in front. She is still stable at this time. The predictive talent said that the key to the end of the mission will be in the evening of the third day, in the middle of the entire forest. By that time, all the fluffy cats will go there. Before that, she still has time to get the treasure in the tree hole, and the strongest bloodline hidden inside. The fluffy cats looked at the group of people outside, with a defensive face, and bared their teeth from time to time, trying to scare people away. What are you looking at? What's going on? Why don't you leave? What are you trying to find out? Are they here to steal their jobs? What's wrong with their tribe? Instead of pitying them and giving them some money when they pass by, they still want to extort money from beggars? That's too much. Go find a segmented insect tribe to beg for alms. At this moment, a gifted person came over holding a bean cake. Before he even got close to the gate, he was attacked by a group of snarling fluffy cats. Although the white cats were snarling, it was not visually scary, but for some reason, her heart tightened and she subconsciously stopped. The sixth sense told her that it would be dangerous to go forward. Try it? The woman forced a stiff smile and raised the bean cake in her hand. It's delicious. Do you want to eat it? The fluffy cat glanced at the black round thing, and was not moved at all. Take it away. The pollution level is over 30%, and it can still be eaten as a good thing. Can such a person really have the money to hire a bodyguard? The elders are really becoming more and more unreliable. This kind of person can't be their boss no matter how you look at it. The woman gnashed her teeth in hatred. A mixed-haired cat, and she still has the nerve to despise it. When this cat falls into her hands, she must let it taste the taste of being skinned alive. She thought cruelly in her heart, but her face was full of smiles. Okay, I have no ill intentions. I just want to make friends with you. Let's continue our water gun battle. No. The woman choked and wanted to say something, but when she saw the fluffy cat in front of her turned away, she had to hide her hatred in her heart, forced herself to smile, and turned to ask the other fluffy cats. After a round, the one just now was the one with the best temper. The other fluffy cats didn't say a word and didn't talk to her at all. In the end, they had to return empty-handed. Looking at her back as she left, a group of fluffy cats secretly glanced at her. This person is so strange. The malice towards them is so thick that it seems to be turbid. How can he still laugh? Gee, he was collecting supplies, and he didn't miss the situation outside. Many fluffy cats were eager to try, saying, "Let's chase them away." Yes, they are squatting at the door, and it's obvious that they are up to no good. Give them to the big tree to eat. The big tree will thank us for the fertilizer. Ing Yuqian glared at them, and the boss didn't say anything. What are you saying? It's unruly. Gee, he didn't take it seriously. Let's wait and see. They couldn't get in anyway, and if they were wasted time chasing them away, they would think there were treasures inside. Night fell, and everything was busy. Gee, he looked at the big salt mine in front of him, and somehow, he yawned. This yawn was like a switch. Gradually, a strong sense of sleepiness swept over Ji-hee, causing her upper and lower eyelids to fight constantly. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore. She waved to the whimpering cat beside her. I'm going to sleep first. You guys should also rest early. After saying this, she crawled into the tree bag and fell into a deep sleep. Da Fengshou turned back into a robot, sat aside, and looked at her quietly. She had just fallen asleep. The anxious black-robed man waiting outside finally breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly closed her eyes and let her spirit follow the guidance of the magic circle to the man's dream. This time, she bet everything on success, not failure. Ji-hee opened her eyes and found herself lying on a bed. In the warm room, there were photos of her, and it was obviously her bedroom. At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open, and a woman stuck her head out and waved at her. Get up, come and eat. The moment Ji-hee saw the woman, She thought that this was her mother. Her mother was calling her to eat. She should go. Getting off the ground, Ji-hee walked towards the kitchen. On the way, she was a little confused. Does she have a mother? But doesn't she have no mother? No, that's not right. Everyone has a mother. Then isn't it normal for her to have a mother? A man had been sitting in the kitchen, picking up food. Seeing Ji-hee, he also smiled and picked up food for her. Silly child, why are you in a daze? Eat quickly. This is Dad. The subconscious told her so. But Ji-hee still felt something was wrong. Chapter 668. Doesn't she have a father? At this moment, there was a force on her back. It was her mom, pressing her shoulders. Ji-hee thought about it, and still obeyed the force and sat down. The woman watched Ji-hee sit down, first served her a bowl of soup, and then picked up a large plate of dishes for her. These are all your favorites, try them. Ji-hee looked at the dishes in front of her, and didn't move. She wasn't hungry. Mom persuaded for a long time, and finally became a little impatient when she saw that Ji-hee still had no intention of picking up the chopsticks. You kid, hurry up and eat. Ji-hee raised his head, looked at the woman in confusion, and asked sincerely, are you really my mother? Why did my mother yell at her child? Is my mother so irritable towards her own children? Is this person really her mother? The woman's face was blurry for a moment, and then it became clear again. She quickly changed to a more gentle expression and coaxed, I didn't yell at you, I was just anxious. I cooked for the whole afternoon, but you didn't eat a bite. I feel so bad. Dad also followed suit and blamed Ji-hee. Your mother has been busy all afternoon, frying and deep frying. Even if you don't like it, you should try it. Your mother must be so sad if you don't even take the chopsticks. Ji-hee thought about it, and felt that it made sense. It was really too much for others to not try the food after they had been busy all afternoon, so he reached out and picked up the chopsticks. He tried to pick up a piece of food with chopsticks. The two people's eyes sparkled, and they smiled strangely, looking at Ji-hee excitedly. Eat. Eat quickly. Ji-hee raised the dish to his mouth, then put it down, looking up at them strangely. This meat is too fat, I can't eat it. The man and woman's faces were stiff for a moment, like clay masks, very strange. The black-robed man behind him was about to curse. Ji-hee, I knew that as long as you were alive, you would be unhappy with me. Is it so difficult to simply let you have a meal? The natural disaster has lasted for 2 years. You eat bean cakes every day, eat insects. How could she resist picking up her chopsticks in front of such a table of delicious food? Not eating fat meat. Why are you pretending? You love fat meat the most. Every time you eat at home, you only eat fat meat. The man in black robe never thought that a trick that worked every time would have a tendency to fail from the beginning. She was simply mad. But the more she persuaded, the more Ji-hee resisted. In the end, she didn't even pick up her chopsticks, and even the whole dream had the wave of breaking. It made her collapse. The construction of dreams is very complicated, and it is not enough to simply outline a scene. The most important point is to get the approval of the soul owner. Let her subconsciously believe that all this is real. This is difficult. But for people after the natural disaster, everything becomes very simple. Just a table of ordinary food before the natural disaster can start the first step of soul conquest. There is no person who has been hungry for a long time, and does not recall the past in his dreams. Their first reaction to seeing food is not even doubt, and she only needs to add her parents' blessing on this basis. No one would refuse. Although she was a little surprised when she found out that the strongest bloodline was Ji-hee. But it doesn't matter. Isn't it better this way? She got Ji-hee's body, and her life means Ji-hee is also alive. The two sisters are alive together, everyone is happy, isn't it? Mom and Dad no longer tried to persuade Ji-hee to eat, but tried to chat with Ji-hee, play the emotional card, and persuaded him earnestly, Ji-hee, we know your ability, our family has you, it means there is hope, my parents and I are proud of you. We are old and useless. We stay at home every day, always worrying about you suffering outside. The happiest thing every day is to listen to your experiences outside. After saying that, she looked at Ji-hee with a gratified look, waiting for her to tell the details of her outside life to prove that she did not suffer. You don't want to consume her energy, right? It doesn't matter. Considering the friendship between the two sisters for more than 10 years, she is willing to be gentle and spend more time on Ji-hee. This is her last mercy. Thinking that Ji-hee's soul will be swallowed by her soon, and she will have a brand new body, Ji-yin's face is twisted with excitement. Thinking of everything she has suffered, Ji-yin hates Ji-hee in her heart. Why is her blood the strongest blood, while she can only be a rat in the gutter? She has obviously become a gifted person early, but she is still pretending to be poor with them. When her family is not doing well, she must be smiling, right? Watching her struggle, she must be very happy, right? An unprecedented strong hatred swept over Jean, making her want to wake up Ji-hee at all costs and let her watch everything happen with her own eyes. The last bit of rationality was tightly stretched, telling her to calm down. The body was not in her hands yet, so she should not be impatient. But her emotional fluctuations became more and more intense, so intense that Ji-hee could not pretend anymore. Ji-hee sighed, leaned back in the chair, and said indifferently, "Oh." Ji-in was stunned for a moment. "Oh. Oh what? Speak up." "Speak up?" Mom and Dad continue to play the emotional card, trying to get Ji-hee to open up. "Mom and Dad love you very much. The biggest motivation for living every day is to hope to become a gifted person in the future and share the burden with you." Ji-hee shook his head and said the cruel truth in a calm tone, "You two have no chance." Mom and Dad subconsciously asked, "Why don't you have a chance?" Ji-hee stopped talking and just looked at the two people. The emotions in his eyes made Ji-in angry again, and her emotions became more and more tense. Meeting Ji-hee's eyes, she seemed to feel like she was back to the past. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't be better than Ji-hee. Isn't it just good grades? What's the big deal? Obviously Ji-hee is just the daughter of a poor guy, isn't she? How dare she look at her like that? She is only fit to pick up garbage and eat things she doesn't want all her life. Ji-in lost her patience. Mom and Dad asked rudely, "What exactly is your talent?" According to normal procedures, she would not be so direct. But she couldn't wait any longer. If she endured any longer, she would go crazy. Ji-hee's pupils reflected the shadows of the two people. "You have a hard life, right?" Ji-in was stunned. Ji-hee's eyes swept over the dishes on the table. Lobster, abalone, roast duck, shrimp, crab, elbow, and finally touched the big elbow with a bright red color with chopsticks. "Didn't you say that elbow is food for inferior people? Why, you are eating this kind of inferior food now? Oh no, maybe you can't eat it when you want to, so you can only miss it in your dreams. Am I right, Ji-in?" Chapter 669. As Ji-hee finished speaking, the surrounding environment began to distort. Pieces of background fell like broken glass. The world collapsed. Ji-in, who was hiding in the darkness, appeared. She was wrapped in a black cloth, her body hidden in the darkness, as if she had merged with the darkness. Ji-hee smiled, and her tone was like meeting a friend who had not seen for a long time. "I was in the base that time, and I was right. You had already awakened your talent at that time, right?" Ji-in gritted her teeth, stared at Ji-hee, and said nothing. While she was being tortured day and night, the person in front of her awakened the strongest bloodline and lived a glamorous life. How could she not hate him? At this moment, she forgot that it was her family who disliked Ji-hee as a burden and was afraid that she would get close to him, so they cut off the relationship first. After Ji-hee awakened his talent, he despised the poor and loved the rich, and was unwilling to associate with poor relatives. She suddenly lifted up her black robe, looked at Ji-hee, roared heartbreakingly, and rushed over. "Are you happy to see me like this? All my misfortunes are caused by you. You poor bastard. You should go to hell. Give me your body." Ji-yin's body under the black robe was made up of pieces of flesh of different colors. The parts where the pieces of flesh connected were covered with long black scars, like centipedes. When she pounced on him, these scars kept moving in her body, like iron chains imprisoning her. Ji-hee waved her hand, and then she realized that her talents and space were all useless. But it doesn't matter, she still has strength. She didn't move her body, and when Ji-in rushed over, she twisted her body, raised her foot, and kicked Ji-in on the side of her waist. Ji-in let out a piercing scream, flew backwards, and fell to the ground. "Ah, it hurt so much." Ji-hee walked over and stepped on Ji-in's body. "Let me out." Ji-in made a sharp explosion. The whole person disappeared in an instant. The next second, she appeared behind Ji-hee out of thin air. The fire began to burn from her 5 fingers, and she grabbed Ji-hee with the flames. "Die with me." Ji-hee watched the fire getting closer and closer. His calm eyes reflected Ji-in's twisted face. Before he was about to be pounced on, he squatted down, supported himself with one hand, and raised his foot. Ji-in missed, and was kicked hard in the stomach, falling to the ground. The flames on his 5 fingers, after touching the surroundings, were like a spark that spread across the prairie. The entire dream space turned into a world of fire in an instant. The surging flames were like rolling waves, constantly rolling towards Ji-hee, trying to engulf her. Ji-in struggled to stand up, lowered her arms, stood in the flames, and looked at Ji-hee with a ferocious face. as if she was a hungry ghost crawling back from hell. Give me your body, or I will burn you to death. Ji-hee did not speak immediately, but just watched her go crazy quietly. But that pitying look made Ji-in collapse more than 10,000 words. Finally, before she was about to go crazy again, Ji-hee spoke. Should I thank you for recognizing my noble character? I don't understand. Why do you still think that I will give you the chance to live? Ji-yin's pupils shrank sharply. Ji-hee continued to speak sarcastically. You actually know, right? Since childhood, Ji-hee has always given in to you. So when did your relationship break down? Is it her poor family background and shabby clothes that made you feel ashamed to play with her? Or when she foolishly left the delicious food in her lunch box for you, the ridicule of others made you feel ashamed to be with her? Ji-yin's pupils trembled, her lips trembled, and her body shook like a sieve. When she was a child, she and Ji-hee were the best, but since when did she look at Ji-hee with prejudice? Ji-hee shook his head and stopped talking about this topic. He pointed around and said, your talent is limited, right? Are you going to be unable to hold on? As he spoke, the flames had already burned behind Ji-hee, and a burning feeling enveloped her whole body. Against the backdrop of the 3-meter-high flame, Ji-hee's back seemed to be covered with a layer of golden light, but there was no fear on her face. She even reached out to try to touch the flames. Vice President of the Gods Aid Society, if you could, you wouldn't waste your words on me, but you just said so much, just because you can't do anything to me, right? The flame moved away a second before it burned Ji-hee's fingers. Ji-hee felt a little bored, put his hands in his pockets, turned his head, and looked at Ji-in. If it was the previous Ji-in, she might have lost her mind and made some procrastinating behaviors. But if her identity was changed to that murderous vice president of the Gods Aid Society, everything is a bit inexplicable. People will change. After she killed so many people, will her mental quality remain the same? All this madness is a bit incredible. As she finished speaking, the flames on Ji-yin's body suddenly disappeared, and the fire around her instantly grew 1 meter higher. Oh, you found it. Ji-yin's face changed, no longer in pain, no longer confused. Her voice was full of gloom. I originally wanted to play a little game with you, to preserve our sisterly feelings, but it's meaningless if you do this. Actually, I'm very tired after all this. I thought for a long time that maybe death is the ultimate relief. So, if I can take you with me before I die, I can also be regarded as fulfilling a wish. Ji-in said, and the ugly scars on her face began to fall off, revealing her original face. She looked a bit like Ji-hee. But Ji-hee was cold and heroic, while Ji-in was sweet and outspoken. Ji-hee frowned subconsciously. The next second, Ji-in smiled sweetly at Ji-hee, and her whole body was torn into pieces, like broken pieces of meat, and exploded instantly. The flames that were just burning just now turned black as ink and instantly rose when they touched the meat. Ji-hee frowned and suddenly had difficulty breathing. A strong sense of disgust surged from the heart. Ji-hee, this world is ugly. There is nothing worth lingering. Let's go together. As Ji-in's voice fell, the black flames like asphalt suddenly grew larger and instantly enveloped Ji-hee. Ji-hee fell in endless darkness. Scenes from her childhood appeared in front of her. When she was little, she was thin and small, with a weird personality, strong self-esteem, and very sensitive, like a little hedgehog. According to the dean, she was like a pouting gourd, and even 3 sticks wouldn't make a fart. Children are not angels. They are born to form gangs and factions. The weak will rely on the strong, and the strong will form a small group to bully the weak. Chapter 670. They gathered together, pointed fingers at Ji-hee, isolated her, laughed at her, and took pleasure in making fun of her. Her clothes were often torn, her bedding was always splashed with water, and she was bullied by everyone. There was even a small group that gathered together and wrote a letter of denunciation to the teacher. They said she cursed and swore, and also fought, and wanted to kick her out. The teacher's reaction was beyond her expectations. She neither scolded Ji-hee nor gave Ji-hee any great truths. She just took her to eat her first strawberry cake in her life on a sunny afternoon. Tell her, the bitterness and sweetness of life are all limited. If you are bitter first, you will be sweet later. If you are sweet first, you will be bitter later. External pain and happiness are only temporary. If you are sad, come to me and I will treat you to cake. Since then, Ji-hee understood. She doesn't care what others think. She will fight back against others' oppression. Gradually, those people can no longer gain the upper hand and can only isolate her. But it doesn't matter. She always knows what is most important to her. In the end, she was admitted to the orphanage with excellent grades and others. It's better not to mention. Now when she saw her childhood experience, she didn't feel sad, but just felt bored. This boy bullied her, then stole things, got involved in gangs, and had his legs broken. This one was also a male mistress, and was beaten by the husband of the elder sister. In the end, the elder sister returned to the family, and he didn't get any money, and he was also played with. This one was also deceived into a certain fraud group's park, and in the end, both kidneys were lost. When thinking of the fate of these people, Ji-hee touched his chin with his hand, and still felt a little guilty. If she had known that they would be so miserable when they grew up, she would have been gentler when she took revenge when she was a child. As she thought this, the whole world began to shake. In the tree bag, Da Fengshou sat on one side, watching a dark and thick flame gushing out of Ji-hee's body, wrapping her whole body. The next second, her body disappeared, and a white little beast appeared in the black flame. The little beast closed its eyes slightly. Its body was as white as jade, emitting a faint pearly light, and even in the black flame, it seemed like the most beautiful existence in the world. However, his brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was troubled. The voice of the ball suddenly sounded in Da Fengshou's ears, urging him frantically, "Bai Jiu, it's time for you to repay your life-saving grace. Hurry up and give her your black unicorn heart." Da Fengshou did not move, and his voice was calm. "I think there is nothing wrong with being a black unicorn." The ball was about to go crazy and roared, "Are you crazy? If Ji-hee becomes a black unicorn, it will take hundreds of years for the next white unicorn. What good will it do you if the star is gone?" Da Fengshou seemed to have not heard anything. He raised his hand and drew Ji-hee's outline in the air. He pretended not to hear anything the ball said. Finally, he could not help but reply, "What does it have to do with her if Xingji is gone? That is Xingji's fate. Whether it is a white Qilin or a black Qilin, it should be her own choice, not the need of the universe." The ball felt that the whole ball was about to be burned by anger. It really could not understand the Qilin clan's thoughts. It roared, "What's wrong with being a white Qilin? She just needs to use her talent when she has nothing to do. Even if she doesn't use her talent, no one will force her. As long as she is alive, all the beasts in the universe will be willing to coax her. She is the uncrowned king. She is born to sit at the top of the universe. What's wrong with this? She doesn't want to be a father." Yuanqiu said that if he could be reincarnated as a white unicorn, he would be willing. Bai Jiu's tone was calm. He looked at the white unicorn's claws gradually turning black in the flames, and his eyes were light. "That's what you think, not what she thinks. How do you know she doesn't want to be a black unicorn?" The ball was going crazy. How could this not make sense? Do you know how many races in the universe dream of becoming a white unicorn? She didn't have to do anything every day, and countless beasts held her and gave her their hearts. What's wrong with this life? I'm asking you one last time, will you give her the black unicorn heart? The ball was impatient. If it wasn't for Bai Jiu's black unicorn heart to help swallow the possible pollution, why would it have bothered to pull him to Ji-hee's side? It doesn't care about him. Now he needs to contribute, and he quits? Bullshit. Bai Jiu was indifferent, and said the same thing, maybe she wants to be a black unicorn. Although they didn't spend a long time together, he could feel that Ji-hee was not a princess, who was willing to rely on other beasts to live. She was independent and strong, and her character was like a flame, with a vigorous vitality. Maybe she would rather measure the world with her own hands than save it. When Yuanqiu heard this, he suddenly calmed down. It's really stupid, really. It stopped trying to persuade Bai Jiu, and directly pulled the black unicorn heart out of Bai Jiu's body. Bai Jiu felt the pull, frowned, and began to exert force. If it was in the main body, the ball would naturally not succeed. But this body is just a carrier after all, and its power is less than 1/10,000,000th of the main body. The black unicorn heart was quickly pulled out of the body by the ball. A black unicorn emitting a faint light appeared out of thin air in the tree bag. Bai Jiu's eyes darkened, and his hands were still exerting force. The fist-sized black unicorn moved closer to him slightly, and he threatened, "Don't you want the planet?" Yuanqiu gritted his teeth. "It's already this time, and you're still threatening him with a planet? Eat it, eat as much as you want, eat you to death, without Bai Qilin, what's the point of being a commander without troops? Go eat. I want to go to another universe with my precious Bai Qilin." Bai Jiu frowned deeply, pulled hard, and said sarcastically, "You're Bai Qilin. If Ji-hee knows you lied to her, will she forgive you?" Yuanqiu was startled, and the power was relaxed, and the black Qilin heart was almost pulled back by Bai Jiu. He gritted his teeth and said, "You still have the nerve to criticize me, you old shameless man, secretly touching the clothes of a little girl. If Ji-hee knew, what do you think would happen to you?" Bai Jiu's face finally showed a trace of anger, and he subconsciously retorted, "Those are the clothes that Ji-hee asked me to fold." With the power relaxed, the heart of the black unicorn was pulled out by the ball again. The ball was overjoyed and continued to attack. You are a hooligan. I will report you. You can wait to go to jail. Coincidentally, I also want to say something. Knowing the law and breaking it is a heavier crime. You interfered with the white unicorn's adulthood. You should be deprived of wisdom and locked in the depths of the universe. The two of them exerted force on each other, and the tree bag made a tearing sound, as if it was about to explode. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. What is this? Chapter 671. Bai Jiu and Yuanqiu were like being hit by a club at the same time. Their bodies stiffened instantly. He turned his head silently. He immediately saw Ji He's puzzled expression with his head tilted. Her big eyes were filled with big doubts. She pointed at the black Qilin heart in the air and asked again, what is this? Bai Jiu, a certain consciousness, It's done? So fast. It's only been a short time, and Bai Qilin has passed the biggest hurdle before he becomes an adult. If before, Ji He's body was just a small white animal, which looked no different from other people's bodies. Now, she is like a pearl that has wiped away the dust on the surface, revealing the bright brilliance inside. Let everyone who is stared at by her feel a heartfelt happiness. As for the two people who are stared at by Qilin's big eyes, a strong sense of joy surges in their hearts. It's like being touched by the world. But after the joy, there is a guilty conscience, a strong guilty conscience. As a being that was not being looked at directly, a certain consciousness was the first to react. It retracted its power and pretended that it did not exist. The black Kirin heart, which was left in the air, floated into Bai Jiu's body in front of Ji He. Ji He looked along the black Kirin heart to the great harvest, and raised his head to ask, do you have anything to say to me? Bai Jiu, He was most afraid of the air suddenly being silent. He was thinking, if he said it now, how many years would he be imprisoned? Ji He moved his claws, and found a comfortable posture. His attitude was obvious. He had plenty of time to waste with her. Bai Jiu moved his mouth, and just as he was about to open it, all the parts of his body suddenly began to rust. The next second, his eyes went dark, and he crashed. At this moment, Bai Jiu was full of relief. This fragile moment was really the right time. Well done, he had completely forgotten. A few months ago, he had sneered at the escape behavior of other beasts. He firmly believed that he would rather die in battle than retreat. In just a few months, shoveling cow dung, feeding livestock, cooking, making beds, and secretly rejoicing about fainting. He did everything. Ji He, ? Dizzy already? Outside the tree bag. After Ji He fell asleep, Ying Yuqian, Ying Yufan and Ying Yushui stood guard outside in a triangle. Ying Yuqian would open his eyes from time to time and glare away those fluffy cats, who tried to get close to the tree bag while the boss was sleeping. Humph. What are they planning? The little tricks he learned were all taught by her. It's a bit immature to use them against her now. Isn't it just relying on his youth to get promoted? Dream on. She will let these cats know that only she, Ying Yuqian, can protect the boss the best. Just after she glared away a fluffy cat that tried to act pitiful and approached, Ying Yuqian suddenly felt a gentle force spreading from the tree bag behind her, sweeping across her body, as if it had cleared away all the accumulated impurities. She felt her whole body go limp, and the cat subconsciously fell on her back, looking into the tent with a fascinated expression. So comfortable. Not only her, but the other Yinging cats around her were also like this. Wherever the energy went, all the working fluffy cats' legs softened and fell to the ground. They showed an intoxicated expression. The energy continued to spread, and finally stopped when it was just a little bit away from touching the tree. It slowly dissipated. After a while, Ji He opened the door of the tree bag and walked out. At a glance, he saw the crying cats, who seemed to have overdosed on catnip and collapsed on the ground. What happened? Outside the circle. The gifted people knew nothing, and were still busy. After 2 days of exploration, most of the talents have known that the hope of success of this mission lies in the fluffy cat. 2 days have passed in the 3 days, and the mission has not made any progress, which makes the talents eager to provoke the fluffy cat's desire for the water gun battle and fight side by side with them. But this idea is difficult to achieve. The fluffy cat seems to have been taken away. It has changed from its previous cuteness, and seems to have a particularly low EQ. This is even a bit conservative. It should be said that it is lacking in mind and tiger. Even the sound of the clip disappeared, and it became a rough man's voice. The talents tried to get close to the fluffy cat but failed, and were rejected by it. What are you doing here? What does it have to do with you? Stay away from here. Don't block the door. No water gun or no water gun, whatever smell you like. What's wrong with the smell of toilet cleaner? I like it. It's none of your business. Leave quickly, or I kick you. Someone watched the fluffy cat carrying supplies in, turned his eyes, and secretly tried to steal a piece. 1 test. Ding, pollution level 52%, not recommended for consumption. The talent's face changed, as if it was hot, and he threw the stone quickly. The pollution level is so high that they won't eat it even if it's given to them for free. These fluffy cats have a really hard life. They treat such highly polluted things as treasures. Someone even held bean cakes and tried to get close to them. Have we met somewhere before? I don't know why, but when I saw you, I felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Would you like to be friends with me? As he spoke, he tried to get closer. The talent standing or squatting around him didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. There was everything in their eyes. This man felt a little uncomfortable under these looks. He moved his feet subconsciously, but his expression didn't change. He just kept his face stiff and raised the bean cake a little closer to the fluffy cat. He had just been here for a short time, and his impression of the fluffy cat was still at the stage of being very cute. This fluffy cat was carrying a large bucket of tea-face tree crystals at this time, and faced with the bean cake that was almost raised to its face, it was full of resistance. Take it away. I don't know if you are a good person or a bad person who would want to be friends with you. Besides, I am here to work, not to make friends. Before he finished speaking, the Q moved forward a little, and he hurriedly took a few steps to catch up. As he walked, the tea-face tree crystal on his shoulder almost hit the man's face with his movements. The man looked ugly and opened his mouth to say something, but the fluffy cat behind the Q felt that she was blocking the way. Make way, you can't cut in line. A group of people watching the excitement around them were not surprised to see that the man had not made any progress, and they looked away directly. At this moment, a light appeared in the treetops behind them, and then it became brighter and brighter. Everyone looked over subconsciously. They saw a sky-high flame burning in the forest. Everyone stood up subconsciously and shouted, "Fire! The forest is on fire!" The gifted rushed over to try to put out the fire, but before he could use his talent, a muddy beast covered in mucus, and with a strong smell of asphalt walked out of the flames. Chapter 672. There was still black flame burning on the body of this turbid beast. The moment she came out, she let out a roar that reached the sky. The gifted people felt a strong sense of dizziness, and the whole world and the earth seemed to be spinning rapidly before their eyes. Many people immediately lost their balance and fell to the ground. Some people even turned into beasts uncontrollably. Everyone, at this moment, became deaf. The world was silent in their ears. The turbid beast flashed and rushed towards the gifted person closest to her, biting her hard. The body of the gifted person was torn into 2 halves. He struggled feebly, but there was no room for resistance. Chung Jun stood up with difficulty, looked up, and saw the scene in front of him. His face was very ugly. There was a turbid beast in the copy. This broke his cognition. And the feeling of this turbid beast was completely different from the real turbid beast, and it was more dangerous. They were in danger. Ji walked out of the tree bag and saw a scene of drunken cats on the ground. She blinked, walked over and squatted, stretched out a finger and poked the fat face of Ing Yuqian. Seeing the face swaying left and right in the direction of her finger, she burst out laughing. "Yuqian, are you okay? Nothing could be better than this." Ing Yuqian gently rubbed Ji's hand with his furry face. "This is heaven." "Awah!" A blue figure rushed over, sat on Ing Yuqian's face, pressed down hard, and gently pressed his face against Ji's palm. Cat rubbing. The second after it touched Ji's finger, its face was kicked by a green figure and stepped on the ground. Ji's fingers turned into green hair. Scrape. Ji, Suddenly, I felt like I had 3 cats at the same time, and the cats at home were competing for my attention. An illusion, right? A minute later, the 3 cats, torn into a ball, wilted in the flying hair. Ji seemed to be taking sides when he said anything to anyone now, so he simply pretended not to see it. After they stopped, he raised his hand and pointed outside. "Come on, follow me." "Yes." Hearing this, the 3 cats immediately put aside their conflicts and followed. Ing Yuqian consciously walked in front of Ji to clear the way, and the other 2 stood beside Ji to protect him. The salt mine was completely blocked by the trees in the jungle. If Ji wanted to get out, she could only follow the path that had been left, except for using water to make a path. She stood at the entrance of the cave without saying a word, and the group of fluffy cats immediately started to move faster. "Boss, you go. Boss, you go first." As they sped up, the fluffy cats in the queue behind them followed them in without knowing the situation. The whole tunnel was even more crowded than at the beginning. Ing Yuqian looked at the tribesmen, very angry. She took a step forward, stretched out her hands, and pushed them hard. "Get out. You bastards, get out of here! The violent shout shocked the group of fluffy cats, who were still squeezing in, and they subconsciously began to retreat. Ing Yuqian relied on brute force, raised a fluffy cat as a shield, and walked in front of Ji He to clear the way. The fluffy cat that she used as a shield screamed miserably, "Chief, Chief, it hurts, let me go. Get back. It hurts? It should hurt. The boss wants to go out, and you are blocking the way? How rude." Ji He touched her nose, looked at the tunnel that had a gap, and walked in. After leaving the tunnel, she felt a strong burning sensation. Looking up, it looked like hell. The sky was burning with fire, and the talent on the ground was wailing. In the middle was a huge turbid beast that was constantly attacking. Several talents were trying their best to stop the attack of the turbid beast, but it was obvious that they were no match. It was just barely holding on. Ing Yuqian and the other two had no reaction to the appearance of the turbid beast and the burning of the forest. They stood in front of Ji He without moving, as if they didn't see anything. Ji He looked at the three of them, a little curious. "Your forest is burned. Is it okay?" Ing Yuqian shook his head, indifferent. "It happened a few hours ago. Let it burn." "Yes, if it doesn't burn now, it will burn at dawn. It's okay." While talking, Ing Yuxue tried to rub Ji He with his furry head, but was kicked away by the sharp-eyed Ing Yuqian. At this time, the battle was already one-sided. Chung Jun and several others were thrown out by the turbid beast, hit the big tree and fell down. Several people were still burning with flames. They looked particularly embarrassed. Chung Jun supported himself with both hands and climbed up with difficulty. When he looked up, he saw Ji He standing not far away and roared, "Run! Run! Leave here!" This turbid beast was too strong, and they couldn't stop it at all. "Staying here is waiting to die." After Chung Jun said this, seeing that Ji He didn't move, he gritted his teeth, stood up with all his strength, and rushed towards the turbid beast again. He left his last words, "I stop him. You leave quickly. Go back and tell the base. Tell them that the dungeon is not safe anymore. There are turbid beasts. Tell them that I hid 10 kilograms of grain in the cement floor of room 402, dormitory number 5. A city base. Remember to burn it for me." After shouting this, he rushed forward with a heroic spirit. He thought he spoke loudly, but in fact, he was already at the end of his strength, and these two shouts were almost the same as the sound of mosquitoes. If Ji He hadn't had sharp ears, he wouldn't have been able to hear clearly amid the cries of pain around him. Even his movements weren't that heroic. He was stumbling and crawling. He couldn't even get the attention of the turbid beast. Ji He counted silently in his heart. As a result, he just counted to 2. Chung Jun was beaten back at a faster speed, rolled a big circle, and fell at Ji He's feet. "Hurry. Hurry up." The voice was weak, like a dying word. Ji He lowered his head and glanced at him, but before he could say anything, the crazy turbid beast in front of him had already attacked him. She exerted force on her feet and jumped directly into the air, her voice calm, "Kill her." As soon as the voice fell, the three Ing Yuqian transformed quickly. At the same time, 7 figures appeared out of thin air in the air. Before Ji He even landed, he saw a black light flashing in front of the turbid beast and kicked it. The turbid beast, which was so rampant just now, was like a ball under Ing Yuqian's feet. It rolled hundreds of meters away. It knocked down a bunch of big trees. Ing Yuxue didn't want Ing Yuqian to be the only one in the limelight, so she flashed behind the turbid beast and chopped off one of its 8 legs with one claw. The turbid beast was about to roar at the sky, but the next second, its head was cut off by Ing Yufan and kicked into the depths of the forest. After doing all this, the three still had time to turn around and look at Ji He with a look of praise. Their faces were full of praise. "Praise me, praise me, praise me." Ji He, the weak point is the tail. Chapter 673. "Yes, boss." A uniform response came from behind. Ji He looked in the direction of the sound. She didn't know when she was surrounded by 7 whimpering cats. They looked at Ji He with bright faces. They stretched their tails and tried to get close to her. It was as if Ji He was a cat. "Ji He?" ? Just as she was about to speak, a shrill scream came from behind. Turning back, she saw the flaming body of the turbid beast being stepped on by 3 whimpering cats, digging for energy stones. The shrill cry could not help but defeat the enemy. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free. Within half a second, its energy stone was dug out by Ing Yuqian's sharp claws, and its whole body turned into a pool of mud and lay on the ground. Ji He blinked. She only knew that Ing Cat was strong in combat, but she didn't know it was so strong. The muddy beast that beat Chung Jun and his men to no avail was as obedient as a little bug in front of Ing Cat. It didn't take more than a few rounds. Even the action of the three rushing forward together was a bit of a waste of talent. Ing Yuqian was the fastest. Before the other two could make a move, she quickly turned back into a pink cat and rubbed the energy stone against the tree. Until there was no dirty blood, she jumped and ran towards Ji He with the energy stone in her hand. Her eyes were bright and full of Ji He's figure. "Boss, here you go." Behind her, Ing Yufan and Ing Yushui were heartbroken when they saw this scene, and followed behind dejectedly. Woohoo! They also wanted to give gifts to the boss. Ji He glanced at them, smiled and took Ing Yuqian's energy stone first, then touched his forehead. "Thank you, you are awesome." With just one sentence, the three of them were instantly revived. So happy. "I got a compliment." Ji He looked down at the energy stone in his hand. A ++ energy stone. Full of energy. This is the energy stone with the highest energy Ji He has seen so far. Thinking of the price of this energy stone, and the combat power of the three of them, Ji He wondered if the 10 kilograms of food she had given this month was too little. Feeling a gentle touch on her thigh, she lowered her head, and saw Ing Yuqian rubbing her big head back and forth. Before she could speak, she saw a black claw lightning fast on the pink head, exerting force. Ing Yuqian's head hit the mud directly, making a dull sound. Ing Yuqian was so angry that she screamed at the top of her voice, "What are you doing? What are you rubbing? You are a hooligan." The pure black fur whimpering cat was so angry that it was shaking all over, and stood in front of Ji He. "I am a female. How can being the same gender as the boss be considered a hooligan? I am also a female. I didn't touch her. Why did you touch her?" Ji He's mouth twitched. She felt that this sentence was the key point. She stopped the two with one hand each, and said only one word: "Stop." This sentence seemed like a spell. The two whimpering cats that were about to tear each other stopped at the same time, looking at Ji He with tears in their eyes. Ji He, With a wave of his hand, he took out 10 big buns from the space, and gave them to one of them. "Let's eat." Ing Yuqian's eyes lit up. She held the buns in both hands, and tried to rub Ji He with her furry body again, but this time Ji He left first. Her plan failed. Ing Yuqian, It doesn't matter if the coquetry fails, it will continue to act coquettishly. Poochie. If some cats are not good enough, they should quickly give up the position next to the boss, and give it to more capable cats. You? Ji He had already squatted beside Chung Jun, stretched out his hand and pushed his shoulder. "Hey, are you still alive?" Chung Jun. "Just treat me as dead." When he thought of his heroic death, just now, he felt his cheeks burning. It's so embarrassing. Let the big guy run away. He really overestimated his own abilities. Ji He didn't reply, waved his hand, and took out the healing mushroom. Using only 1/3 of the energy, Chung Jun's injuries were almost healed. Chung Jun lay on the ground, staring at Ji He blankly, as if he didn't expect his dying body to suddenly recover. Ji He put the healing mushroom with some energy left on his forehead. "This is a thank you gift for letting me run just now. There is one last day. I wish you a successful mission." He stood up and left. Chung Jun looked at Ji He's back, sat up subconsciously, grabbed the healing mushroom, and stuffed it into his cheek. If anyone dared to steal his treasure today, he would eat the mushroom and burn it together. It was only then that he reacted and hadn't said thank you to Ji He. Turning around, he opened his mouth, and just as a crack appeared, someone behind him patted his shoulder hard. Chung Jun stood up suddenly, looking behind him with a vigilant look. He saw his 3 teammates, covered in blood, looking at him in confusion, as if they didn't expect him to react so strongly. "Captain, what's wrong with you?" Chung Jun, "Woo woo woo." A big fire broke out in the forest, and the fire continued to expand. The sleeping forest seemed to be awakened by the fire. Many big trees started to move. In the tree nest, Ji He had not yet paid the bill for the group of fluffy cats who helped her work, so after asking the Indian cat, and knowing that the fire was not a problem, she didn't care and turned back. The 7 summoned wailing cats had not left yet, so they naturally took over the job of distributing rewards. Ji He took the other 3 to eat. Although the wailing cats could go without food for a long time, Ji He was not a mean boss. She decided to let them get used to it with her. Eat 3 meals a day. Each meal is about 10 fist-sized buns with 2 dishes. These foods are fixed. If they are given, they will not eat it themselves, and Ji He will not care if they are given to the cubs in the tribe. Ji He was eating at this moment. The 3 in front of her gave most of their breakfast to the cubs in the tribe, and then started eating with big mouthfuls. There was peace inside the circle, and a burning sensation was felt outside the circle. The sleeping forest gradually woke up. They stretched their branches, pulled up tree roots, and wandered in the forest. Every movement could bring vibrations to the earth. As they became more and more flexible, red spots of light began to appear in the pure black branches. In less than a minute, the red light turned into a blazing flame. Even their spinning tree bags changed from yesterday's low-end version of Hot Wheels to high-end version of Hot Wheels. The kind with real flames burning. What the hell is going on? Aren't trees afraid of fire? How can they burn themselves? Is there any safe place in the forest today? Do you smell a fragrance? So sweet, so fragrant. Chapter 674. I smell it. It's fruity. Nonsense. It's floral. No, it's cake. Surrounded by the rich aroma, the gifted person's mood became calm, and even the branches with fire seemed to become more beautiful. He had just finished his meal when he felt the earth shaking. Ing-Yuqian came over and said in a coquettish voice, "Boss, we have to leave here." He nodded. "Let's go." Ing-Yushui carried Ji and ran outside nimbly. "Boss, when the big trees rest in the evening, we can go to catch forest grass." The Flame and Bone Forest is a notoriously dangerous place in the interstellar universe, and it is also a famous place for treasures. Usually, if there are no living creatures coming, it will remain dormant. But if there are living creatures, they will wake up and ask for tolls from the living creatures. At first, it only vibrates occasionally, and its attitude is still tactful to remind the passing creatures to pay the toll. On the second day, it will use force to tell you to pay the toll. Later, if the toll is not satisfactory to them, they will kill. Keep all the living creatures in the forest as fertilizer. But isn't this your tribe's land? They even attack you? With their IQ, they can't really tell the difference between their own people and outsiders. He understood. They are just stupid. After thinking for a while, she asked, "Then can't I just continue to water them?" Ing-Yuqian shook his head and said bluntly, "Even if it's 10 tons or 20 tons, it's not enough. The entire forest is a main body. Unless you can satisfy the entire forest, it's useless no matter how much water you feed." After saying that, Ing-Yushui continued, "Besides, they are not easy to deal with today. As long as the water has a pollution level below 10%, water with a pollution level above this will only have a counter effect and promote the burning of the flames even if it is poured on. Look, just like over there." Following Ing-Yushui's line of sight, Ji saw 2 talents trying to pour water on the vines. The water, which has always been effective, was useless this time. Not only did the vines not have any intention of letting go, but they suddenly split into more branches with flames, like a giant python, and swung towards the 2 talents, trying to catch them together. The 2 of them dodged in a hurry. Unable to dodge in time, one of the gifted was caught by the vine, and was directly pushed under his feet. Countless roots grew out, taking root in the body of the gifted with flames, like a pipeline transporting nutrients. Accompanied by a scream of extreme pain, the voice of the gifted stopped abruptly. "Da bin! Da bin!" A mixed smell of barbecue and hair-raising came from the flames, which made people feel nauseous for no reason. "Boss, don't worry, we will definitely protect you." Seeing Ji frowning, Ing-Yuqian patted his chest and assured Ji, "There is a safe place, I will take you there." Ji nodded, and suddenly felt a burning sensation behind her. She looked back. A large wheel with flames and burning was rushing towards Ji. Ing-Yuqian didn't even turn his head, but faced the flames, grabbed the vine, and tore off its bark fiercely. After the bark left the tree, the flames went out instantly, and it turned into a piece of ordinary bark that was red and black and slightly hot. The fur on Ing-Yofan's body didn't look like it was about to catch fire. Ji looked at Ing-Yofan's unharmed hands, and sighed silently in his heart. It was really like tearing bark in the fire. What a cruel cat! Not only Ing-Yufan, but Ing-Yuqian also jumped in the front. She didn't dodge or avoid all the big branches that came over, and she tore them directly. In a short while, she tore off a lot of them. As the bark was torn off, the flames on the branches without bark suddenly went out, as if they had lost their souls and bodies, and even their movement slowed down a lot. With Ing-Yuqian leading the way, Ing-Yushui led Ji to jump in the gaps between the tree trunks very smoothly. Looking at the much more obedient tree bark behind him, Ji was curious. Why do they become obedient after tearing off the bark? Because it hurts? Ing-Yushui also kept tearing off the bark, carrying Ji without delaying his mouth. Although this tree is a little mentally retarded, it can feel hungry and painful. Now that you tear off its bark, it knows that you are not easy to mess with, and will naturally retreat. Seeing Ji's curiosity, Ing-Yushui put the bark next to Ji's hand and asked her to hold it. "Boss, keep it, this thing is useful." Ji held the bark and threw a talent over, but there was no reaction. She was not surprised, because she had used the talent to test the bark before, and there was no reaction, Otherwise she would have peeled it off long ago. Can you catch the forest walker with this bark? Boss, you are so smart. Ing Yushui flattered him first, and then continued, grind the bark and apply it on your body. When the fragrance is strong, the forest walker will think you are a big tree, and will not hide from you. Although this trick cannot directly catch the forest walker, it can make the capture process much smoother. Ing Yushui shared his previous work experience and promised solemnly that he would not let the boss down this time. When we were so hungry that we couldn't sleep, we caught a lot of fish with this trick. Ji glanced at Ing Yushui and said nothing. But Ing Yushui gave her a piece of bark, and she put it into her space. Seeing how hard she was doing, Ing Yufan, who was standing next to her, blinked his eyes, and his body flashed, instantly becoming bigger. He jumped to the side, and also tore the bark. Ji looked at the bark he handed over, and accepted it with a smile. Ing Yufan was very happy, and tore the bark harder. Soon, she tore more than Ing Yuqian. Ing Yuqian, who had been busy for a long time, looked back. You are so mean. Look, you gave the bark to the boss without telling her? You are backstabbing her. She glared at the two fiercely, then quickly jumped to Jihee's side, took out a pile of bark from her back and handed it to Jihee, and added cunningly, Boss, they don't care about you at all. The bark is so heavy, I give it to you. I'm different. I care about the boss the most. When Ing Yushui heard this, he was not convinced. He immediately retorted and started to sow discord. I am the one who cares about the boss the most. No matter what I get, my first reaction is to give it to the boss. For example, when the boss gave me the steamed bun yesterday, I always let the boss eat the first bite. I would only eat it if the boss didn't eat it. I'm not like a certain cat. When Ing Yuqian heard this, his eyes turned green with anger and his hair stood up. Good boy, I was wondering why you took the things given by the boss to flatter the boss yesterday, but it turned out that you were waiting for her here. Okay, so you're acting like this, right? We're not done with this. Chapter 675. Jihee listened to the two of them bickering, smiled, and said nothing. In the process of jumping in the forest, they encountered many fluffy cats avoiding the siege of tree trunks. Jihee thought that Ing Yuqian and his friends would lend a hand, but they just pretended not to see and jumped over on their own. Not to mention helping, if they were in the way, they could kick them. Jihee became interested. Don't you care about your tribesmen? Why should you care? Ing Yuqian asked in confusion. Of course I'm afraid they die. If they die, they die. Plants can die, so why can't animals die? Every animal will die, and after death, they will be reborn. This is normal. Ing Yuqian's tone was calm. Jihee lowered her eyes and glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Yesterday, she saw Ing Yuqian distributing steamed buns to the fluffy cats in the tribe, and she thought she was the kind of tribe leader with a soft heart. Unexpectedly, before a day had passed, she would overturn her own point of view. The adult Inging cats in the tribe would rather risk never waking up and fall into a long-term sleep without food, so that the younger generation could eat enough and grow up smoothly. At the same time, they will watch them fall into danger and rely on their own abilities to survive. He couldn't find a suitable adjective for a while. Ing Yuqian's voice was unusually flat, without the usual cuteness, nor too serious, as if narrating an ordinary thing. The new generation represents hope. It is the responsibility and obligation of the elders to let them have enough food and grow up healthily. But the cubs will encounter many difficulties and challenges in the process of growing up. This is given by the universe. We need to follow the law of elimination of the universe and let the weak be eliminated naturally, so that only the strong ones are left, and the tribe can continue forever. He thought, what if a strong individual is eliminated because of bad luck? Luck is also a part of strength. This is a cruel fact recognized by the universe. Ing Yuqian led the way in front, and said this without a trace of dissatisfaction. If they were reincarnated into a rich and strong tribe, like the floating cloud beast or the segmented insect, wouldn't they be able to eat their fill just by lying down? Jihee stopped talking. She turned her head and looked at the fluffy cat struggling and jumping in the branches. They didn't show any special reaction to the departure of Ing Yuqian and the others. They didn't show any reluctance or disappointment, as if this was the most normal thing. Jihee couldn't help but think of humans. If this were a human, even if they accepted the departure of their compatriots, they would be very disappointed, right? And many people would even feel resentment and want to drag their own kind into the water in exchange for their own chance of survival. Inging Cat's mentality of not complaining is actually the reason why there are very few turbid beasts in their tribe, right? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Jihee felt a flash in front of her eyes, and her whole body suddenly changed position. A gifted person replaced her position, and she and Ing Yushui replaced the position of this gifted person, and now they were surrounded by countless branches. Ing Yushui had a strong sense of combat, and as soon as he realized what was happening, he quickly completed the transformation. The 3-meter-tall body was very flexible. He hugged Ji in his arms, holding him with one hand, using his body to help Ji block possible damage, and he was as nimble as a cat, twisting and turning to jump out from the gap between the branches. The gifted person who just replaced Ji had already had his neck twisted by Ing Yuqian and Ing Yufan. Ing Yuqian handed the space button he had found to Ji boss, the spoils. At first, they didn't know Ji's style, so they would show mercy. Now they understand Ji's style, and if Ji doesn't specifically tell them, they usually twist his neck directly. Ji didn't say much, glanced at the gifted person who was following him secretly, took the space button, and didn't let this matter affect his mood. Let's keep going. As they continued to move forward, a group of talents who were secretly following them hesitated. Ji and his group fought their way through a forest full of demons, attracting the attention of many talents. Compared to the fluffy cats, who had no reaction, the talents were not. Many talents secretly followed Ji and got closer and closer. Even if Ji and his group did not take the initiative to help, with them clearing the way in front, the talents behind them saved a lot of effort. Some even tried to learn how to peel the bark from the trees, like Ji and his friends. But now, seeing the bloody methods used by Ji and his friends, they hesitated. Originally, they wanted to lean against the big tree to enjoy the coolness, but now they find that the big tree eats people, so should they still lean against it? Some people chose to give up, while others rolled their eyes and continued to follow. Ji noticed, but these people did not affect her, so she naturally did not say anything. After a while, Ji looked at the emerald green pool in front of her and was a little surprised. There is water in this forest? A few minutes later, Ji looked at the emerald green lake in front of her, which looked like the finest emerald, and was a little surprised. There is water in this forest? She squatted down, looking at the emerald green pool in front of her in a trance. Ing Yuqian squatted aside, asked Ji for some tree bark, and together with Ing Yufan, they quickly wove. This is not ordinary water. This water will melt everything. Ji nodded and said nothing. The talents following Ji also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the lake. They approached tentatively, looking at Ji warily, ready to retreat at any time. Seeing that she did not respond, they stopped at the other side of the lake. And just 1 meter behind them, the irritable big tree was constantly twitching its branches, and the air was whistling. Those big trees were waving their branches frantically, and the tree bags on their bodies were spinning at high speed, making people dizzy. They were greedy for the blood and flesh that was about to be in their mouths, but they seemed to be worried about something, and did not dare to get close. In the end, they only dared to wander 1 meter away from the lake. Ji looked at the lake in front of her. At first glance, it was indeed beautiful, but after looking at it for a long time, it made people feel an unreasonable fear. Ji looked down. The water seemed clear, but in fact, you couldn't see the scenery under the water. Clearness was just a sensory feeling. Squatting down, she tried to take a disposable chopstick and touch the lake water. As the chopsticks were immersed in the lake water did not react. Take out the chopsticks. Ji was silent. The front end of the chopsticks disappeared completely. And in her hand, only half of the chopsticks that did not touch the lake water were left. Quietly, just like that, it disappeared silently. Even sulfuric acid will react when it touches an object, but this one did not. Putting down the chopsticks, Ji turned around. Ing Yuqian had already seen the shape of the woven bamboo basket. It was a very strange 5-layer design, which got bigger from the inside to the outside. Chapter 676. Why does this thing look so much like a funnel? After the bark baskets were woven, Ing Yuqian asked Ji to step back. She took the large bark-woven spoon with the same 5-layer design and carefully put it into the lake. Their actions quickly attracted the attention of the talents on the other side. Many people stood up and leaned forward to see the actions here clearly. Ing Yushui and Ing Yufan saw the actions of those people, and stood on Ji's left and right, blocking her tightly, and not letting anyone get close. Ing Yushui was afraid that someone's talent was to switch positions, and let Ji grab his hair. Boss, please try harder, I'm thick-skinned. The Ing Yufan next to him also nodded, yes, grab harder. Ji didn't want to use force at first, but seeing that the two were really insisting, he had to use a little force in the end. Is this okay? But Ing Yushui was still not satisfied. He encouraged Ji with selfish motives. Boss, ride on me, I carry you. This time, Ing Yufan didn't nod. He said, Boss, you can also ride on me, he's not as beautiful as me. Hearing this, Ing Yushui was unhappy. How come the boss's mount wasn't his? Why was there a cat competing with him? In a corner where he couldn't see, the two looked at each other, their front bodies didn't move, and their hind legs started scratching. He wanted to pretend he didn't see it, but the fight between them became more and more intense. Finally, he had no choice but to squat down, stretch out his arms, hug them one on the left and one on the right, and said, "Don't move." Ing Yushui and Ing Yifan were like being immobilized by a spell, their bodies leaned softly against He, motionless. In front, Ing Yuqian had already used a 5-layer bark spoon to fill the basket with water. Her hands holding the spoon were fast and steady. With the cover of the 5-layer bark, she could barely fill some lake water into the bark basket. The lake water was like a solidified jelly with a spoon-shaped gap dug out. Ing Yuqian quickly poured the solidified lake water into the bark basket. He watched as the 5-layer spoon in her hand became 3 layers after this. It is estimated that it will become 1 layer after another one, just as she imagined. When she scooped out the second spoonful of jelly, the 3 layers of bark spoons were melted into 1 layer. Ing Yuqian looked calm, reached out from behind and took out the second spoon, repeating the previous action. She didn't stop the action similar to scooping tofu pudding until all the 5 spoons were melted. She came to He with the bark basket on her back. "Boss, look." He looked down and saw a light green viscous liquid in the bark basket, emitting a faint light. She glanced at the 3 creatures, who looked like they were offering treasures, and tentatively reached out her hand. This time her action was not stopped. It didn't feel cold, but rather warm. Enemy-loving juice. Apply it to the body, it will emit a friendly atmosphere, and within 10 hours, it will reduce the killing value of any creature within 3 meters. Note, if you actively attack, the hatred will be doubled. He stretched out his hand, and the liquid below was like a squeezing music, which was grabbed by He and stretched out very long. Ing Yuqian looked at this ball proudly, the most intense period of the war between the star and the turbid beasts before. When our clan is on the death squad, we will use this to smear our whole body, which can greatly reduce the mortality rate. He was puzzled. Why do you want to be the death squad? He, who made us not smart enough to be the commander? Ing Yuqian didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with being a death squad, squatting on the ground, grinning. StarCraft did offer tactical courses, but our ancestors failed every time, and finally could only be a death squad. That's right. Fortunately, we have this thing, otherwise we would have died. Ing Yushui raised her paw and pointed at the lake in front of her. At that time, in order to reduce hatred and create intimate juice, this lake was almost drained. It's only now that there has been no war for the past 100 years, otherwise the lake wouldn't have become so big. Is this lake big? Not even as big as the fish pond in her space. But it doesn't matter. He was a little confused. They didn't seem to have thought about not joining the war? She thought so and asked so. Ing Yuqian's big head tried to get close to He, wanting to get close to him. Eradicating the turbid beasts is what the entire galaxy has to do. Why don't you participate? If their numbers are not controlled to a certain standard, the StarCraft will be in danger. Ing Yushui continued, and each race has tasks, and everyone must participate. The most important thing is that the boss likes energy stones, so we have to save more for the boss. Ing Yufan nodded on the side. Ing Yuqian nodded vigorously on the side, madly scoring points for himself. Boss, as the most powerful one in the tribe, I have saved a lot of energy stones. Next time when they come to get food, I will ask them to bring it to me. He was puzzled. You have energy stones. Why are you still so poor and bankrupt? When Ing Yufan heard this, he didn't care to expose the team leader's bragging behavior, and subconsciously answered the boss's question first, because those energy stones are for the boss. We are temporarily keeping them for the boss, so we can't sell them. For some reason, I feel a little complicated. She lowered her head, looked at the intimate juice that was no longer corrosive, and changed the subject. Let's weave a spoon together and get more of this intimate juice. Boss, take a break, we do it. Ing Yuqian took on a lot of responsibility, excitedly put his big head close to He, and sat back on the ground to start weaving tree bags. He was not idle either. She saw that there was not much bark left, so she turned around and took Ing Yushui and Ing Yifan to continue peeling the bark. The branches saw that they were reluctant to leave here. As long as they had enough ability, they could get as much bark as they wanted. The tree bags on the branches here had not been cut off. The madness at this moment was no less than that of a chainsaw maniac holding a burning chainsaw to saw off a person's head. Although they dared not approach the lake within 1 meter, when they saw He approaching, countless branches came over excitedly like dogs smelling meat. They completely blocked the sky above He's head. Ji-hee stood at the junction and looked up. In front of her, there were round after round, and the dazzling branches were spreading outward with her as the center. From underground to the ground, there were at least a dozen high-speed rotating wheels, like meat grinders, madly trying to devour those who approached. They even fought each other to compete for the position to devour Ji-hee first. A toothpicking sound kept coming, and Ji-hee frowned as she looked at the wheel less than half a meter away from her. Chapter 677. If they go this way, it's not impossible to tear off the bark, but Ing Yushui and the others might get hurt. Although they are not afraid, Ji-hee thinks it's unnecessary. Ing Yufan was a little puzzled as to why the boss stood still. He opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Ing Yushui kicked him and glared at him. He is not serious as soon as he sees the class. A competent bodyguard must learn to shut up. Don't interrupt the boss when he is thinking. Ji-hee didn't look at them. He waved his hand and took out a basin of water from the space. Ing Yoshui's nose twitched uncontrollably. The pollution level is so low. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she was kicked by Ing Yufan, who was seeking revenge. When she turned around, she was still a little confused. Ji-hee raised the bucket with one hand, put her hand in, and looked at the electric fan that was getting more and more crazy as she got closer, and just splashed it casually. The whole world suddenly seemed to have been paused, and it just stopped like that, and the flames were about to go out. Ing Yufan felt so distressed. Such good water, but it was wasted on the big tree. Ji-hee raised his foot and kicked them lightly. What are you staring at? Go and take off the bag and bark of the tree. Oh. Although the two were reluctant to let go of the water Ji-hee had sprinkled, they had no choice but to do so since the boss said so. If it was yesterday, Ji-hee sprinkled a handful of water, the branch would stay still for a long time, and even become very docile. But today, this handful of water only made the big tree obedient for less than half a minute. And during this half minute of obedience, the branches next to it did not stop. They were like cats that smelled fish, spinning the tree bags frantically, trying to get close to Ji-hee. I also want to have a share. Ji-hee sprinkled water, fixed the tree bag to calm them down, and planned the amount of water in his mind. Compared with yesterday, the rate of return can be said to be pitifully low. But this time, there will be intimate juice as a reward. It is still worthwhile. She knew that Yin Yufan and Ing Yushui were reluctant to give them up, but she still insisted on exchanging them with water. They were like the stage when she was very poor. Although she suddenly became rich and no longer worried about not having enough to eat, when the toothpaste could not be squeezed out, she would subconsciously use scissors to cut the back and continue to use the toothpaste inside until no more could be scraped out. But thinking of the silly Ing cat, who was so poor that he went bankrupt, and still had to save energy stones for her. She couldn't bear to watch them get hurt, when she could obviously exchange water for tree bags. She couldn't bear to watch them get beaten out again, and then stand up and use their bodies to resist, just to save a little water for Ji-hee. They are not afraid of pain, but it doesn't mean they won't feel pain. They are also flesh and blood. As long as they don't betray her, Ji-hee won't treat them casually. With Ji-hee's mentality, the scales on her chest suddenly emerged, emitting a light golden light, and after flashing a few times, they disappeared. The interstellar consciousness was in the middle of cursing with Baijio, and suddenly felt something in his heart. He moved his sight over and looked at Ji-hee standing there, with the action of watering the garden, and felt very comfortable. As expected, Bai Qilin is suitable for more contact with this kind of simple-minded and foolish race to improve his happiness index. Thinking of the complicated natives of Planet M, the interstellar consciousness sighed. It was all its fault. It was too anxious at the beginning and failed to screen. It only thought that the natives were weak in combat and could not hurt Bai Qilin. It didn't expect that being hurt in the heart was also hurt. Its sweetheart can only curl up in a small house by himself now. How lonely. Now it's good to have a few pets to accompany and talk. Seeing Ji-hee's actions, the talents next to him didn't know why, but they also subconsciously imitated. First he tried to hold water, but found that the iron spoon melted as soon as it was put into the water, instantly attracted a cry of surprise. Some sharp-eyed people saw Ing Yuqian weaving spoons and large baskets, and also pulled the people next to them to learn. Several people looked at it for a while, looked at each other, and turned around to try to pull the bark. But how could their fighting power compare with that of the crying cat? As soon as they tried to get close, they were pulled back. They learned to sprinkle water from Ji-hee, but they found that the water they sprinkled did not stop the tree, but made it even angrier. They worked hard and sweated, but except for being pulled out several times and getting injured, there was no progress at all. Several groups of people gathered together, frowning. Why don't we go over there to ask and learn from them? As soon as these words came out, everyone had different expressions. Some were moved, some were silent, and some were eager to try. But they all waited for others to speak. One person couldn't help but probed, she might not be able to speak, right? And we don't know what her personality is like, and whether she is easy to get along with. A team looked at each other, cleared their throats, and waited for others to focus their attention on them before continuing. We know a little bit. She used to live in a fence surrounded by trees, and a group of fluffy cats guarded her. We guessed that her talent should be a tamer or something like that. As soon as this was said, someone sneered and retorted, "Beast tamer? Don't you know that the natives in this copy have high IQs? How can such intelligent creatures with normal IQs be tamed just like that? Then how do you explain that the three natives listened to her?" Somewhat unconvinced. "Oh, I really know that. She must have signed a contract." The man said this and briefly talked about the existence of strange creatures in the forest before, and finally emphasized, "It can be contracted, but it's not as simple as you think." The man saw the excitement on everyone's faces and tried to say, "If you trust me, please lend me a hand and let me get some clues. If I get any information, I will share it with you." That being said, others did not know what the man was thinking. Others were inevitably moved and asked, "How can I help you? You guys charge energy into my body. The more people charge energy, the greater the possibility that I will get information." Seeing the doubtful expressions of others, the man tried to persuade them, "Energy is a bastard. It can come back even if it is gone, but the mission is different. This dungeon will end in almost 20 hours. We have not made any progress in the mission. If we can get some clues, we can be a little confident." Several people were still a little hesitant, but finally nodded in agreement after being persuaded by the man. But one of them said, "You should ask her for clues about this mission first, about the lake. If she is willing to talk, she can talk. If she is not willing, we can find a way ourselves." His words were unanimously recognized by the others. People have to survive first before considering other things, right? After everything was ready, no one in this temporary team trusted anyone else, so they decided to send a few more people to go there to ask. Chapter 678. The man nodded happily upon seeing this. As his ability was activated, a white light appeared in his palm. He raised his hand and motioned others to put their hands on it. The people around him took a deep breath and gently put their hands on it. The next second, he felt a strong suction coming. He subconsciously pulled his hand back. Unexpectedly, it was very easy, which really made him feel relieved. "Look, I'm not some black-hearted absorption organization. Don't worry, you can control this absorption at any time. If you don't want to, you can take your hand back at any time." Everyone nodded. This was acceptable. So they had a rough discussion and decided that everyone should come forward to provide a round of energy, so that everyone could keep half of the energy for emergency use. After receiving a round of energy, the man felt the surging energy in his body, waved to the others confidently, took the lead, raised his head, and walked in front. "Follow me." A group of about 8 people followed the man and walked towards Jihe, while the rest stood there and looked at them. Jihe felt the approach of others and stopped what he was doing. Ing Yushui and Ing Yufan quickly jumped over and stood in front of Jihe. They had not transformed yet, and their height was only about 1.4 meters. They stood in front of Jihe, just enough to expose her head. Jihe looked at the group of people and said nothing. The man looked at Jihe, but he didn't rush to speak. Instead, he looked proud, and a faint pink light appeared in his palm. Then, like Sailor Moon transforming, he made a moon-running action, letting the light wrap around his whole body. Others subconsciously covered their eyes. Only Jihe, wearing sunglasses, could clearly see the man's changes. The Yingyin cats didn't close their eyes either. When the light appeared, their eyes closed and a thin film appeared, allowing them to look directly at the light. Although the Yingyin cats are not smart and a little stupid, their racial fighting power can make up for their IQ deficiencies. Long-term evolution has allowed their bodies to adapt to battles in various environments. Although they were a little wary of the sudden white light, they didn't take it too seriously. With just a glance at the man in front of them, they could find more than 10 weaknesses. If they twisted his neck, it would only take half a second. So, the 3 of them watched helplessly as the man finally turned into a strawberry cake? Jihe was confused. The Yingyin cat tilted its head. They didn't understand why this man had more weaknesses after the transformation. The people behind the strawberry cake were even more confused. They had thought about a lot, but they had never thought it would be so explosive. After the man turned into a strawberry cake with hands and feet, he was very calm. His talent is that he can transform into the favorite food of the person in front of him, and according to the amount of energy in his body, he can transform into a specific edible food with low pollution. The woman in front of him likes to eat strawberry cake the most. He now wears the face of strawberry cake and shows G he a determined smile. He took the stainless steel plate respectfully handed over by the team members behind him, waved his hand. 1 cake, 2 cakes, 3 cakes. Finally, he transformed into 4 6-inch cakes, filling the entire stainless steel plate. Strawberry cake looked up, holding up the plate. As long as you tell me how to pass this level, all these cakes are yours. He was very confident, and no one could refuse him. Never. Especially when they were hungry for so long in the end of the world. Gee, he didn't react yet, and those who came with him behind him, ready to watch him show off his power and get clues, all had shit on their faces. What the hell is this talent? I thought you had some talent for bewitching people, but you turned into a cake on the spot? Help! This is so embarrassing. The man's teammates looked as if it was natural and looked at the others with contempt. What do you know, you little bastards? The power is not important, as long as it works well. Ing Yushui moved his nose and said in a voice that he thought was low, but in fact, everyone else could hear, the pollution level is about 15%, SOSO. Strawberry cake, eh. Oops, the enemy seems to be stronger than he thought. His teammate took out another stainless steel tray, and strawberry cake waved his hand, and snap, 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 another 4 6-inch strawberry cakes. Ing Yushui continued to report, pollution 12%. When strawberry cake's teammates heard this, they looked up and looked at the others with their lower eyelids. Did they see it? This is the strength of their boss. Just a little effort, 8 cakes. In the previous copies, as long as they used this trick, it worked every time, and the mission never failed. This time is no exception. He looked at the 8 cakes, and then looked at the cake spirit in front of her, who was about to smash her to death with the cake, and twitched her mouth. She was not as excited as they imagined. Didn't the mission say that we should cry like a cat? What we want to know is how to get the tears of the wailing cat. The cake spirit crossed his arms to express his dissatisfaction. He had already taken out 8 cakes, but this man was so perfunctory. Didn't he see the cakes? He glanced at him, then looked at the wailing cats under him, and became interested. The 2 in front of me are the wailing cats. You can exchange cakes for their tears. After she said this, the gifted person who followed the man nodded immediately, the truth. It turned out to be a liar detector. When the talents heard this, their eyes moved from Ji to Ing Yushui and Ing Yufan in front of her. Their eyes almost popped out. This is Ing cat? Why does it look similar to the fluffy cat? No, if you put it that way, it should be slightly bigger. Its head is also bigger. Ing Yushui didn't care about the way those people looked at it. He only knew that the boss had finished answering, and the cake should belong to them. Seeing that those people were not taking the initiative at all with the plates, he kicked Ing Yufan next to him. The next second, the stainless steel plate filled with cakes on the left was taken by Ing Yushui. Ing Yufan next to him also took another plate. The 2 plates of cakes were transferred instantly. None of the man's teammates reacted. When they came to their senses, their first reaction was shock. What kind of strength is this? The cakes were taken away before they even reacted, and it was so steady. The cake spirit saw that the 2 cake plates had been taken away, and his eyes widened and he was about to speak, but someone who spoke quickly asked before everyone else, "Isn't this a fluffy cat? How did it become a cat?" The people next to him rolled their eyes when they heard this question. Please, why it is a cat is not important at all, okay? The important thing is to complete the task. Chapter 679. He didn't want to explain more. She skipped the topic, and put the cake into the space with a wave of her hand. I answered the question, so I take the cake. The next question is 10 cakes. Think about it before asking. After saying that, she turned around with Ing Yushui, and looked at the big tree spinning wildly next to her. They also want to pluck the bark. After getting Jihee's answer, the group looked at each other, pulled the strawberry cake aside, and started to discuss. We haven't asked her why she plucked the bark yet. I think that lake water will be very useful. The most important thing now is to get tears. It's tears. Didn't you hear her? Ask again, and you get 10 cakes. Are you stupid? You give her as much as she wants? We can bargain with her. Strawberry cake. How many more cakes can you make? There are so many of us. 15 milliliters tears per person. It's a lot. I think we should complete the task first. Tears are limited. If it takes too long, other people will react and compete with us. What should we do if they can't cry anymore? Strawberry cake didn't say anything, but calculated silently in his mind. If he is included in the number of talents on his side, there are 8 people, which is 120 milliliters of tears. If the talents waiting over there are included, There are 25 people, which is 375 milliliters. There are only 2 crying cats, and they don't look like they like to cry. It's not realistic to want to cry 375 milliliters. Not to mention that he can't afford to buy so many tiers of cake. Even if he can, the crying cats probably don't have that many tiers. He had to think of a way. When he lowered his head, the others also looked at each other. The alliance, which was not solid to begin with, collapsed in an instant. He originally thought that it was natural to let Yushui and the others sell their tiers, but she didn't expect to be rejected. I already have a job, and my tiers belong to my boss. Why should I sell them to others? Yeah. Yufan nodded on the side, as if this was a matter of course. He didn't understand. She knew a little about the situation in their tribe after chatting for a few days. Many adult Indian cats choose to sleep in the ground because they can't get enough food. If the tribe continues to be poor for a long time, they may starve to death in their sleep. And there are only 10 Indian cats who are still awake, and this includes the 3 beside her. These adult Indian cats only eat once every 7 days, and are hanging on to their lives. But they are so hungry, but they are still unwilling to sell their tiers? But don't you want to earn more food? If you sell your tiers, wouldn't the food you get from it be good for the fluffy cats? He thought that the salary that Indian cats asked for was not high, and it was definitely not enough to support all the people in the tribe. But we can't earn 2 salaries. Since we have become the boss's bodyguards, we can't earn money from other animals. He persuaded them for a long time, but the 2 cats firmly disagreed. He believed that although Indian cats were employed by her, their tiers still belonged to her. It was normal even if they were sold. But she asked too much, and the 2 Indian cats thought that he wanted to eat strawberry cake, and they comforted her in a gentle voice. Boss, do you want to eat that food? If you want to eat it, we are willing to sell tiers to you to earn money. Yes, boss, wait a minute, we will prepare it, and we will exchange tiers for cake for you. The 2 said that if the food earned was given to them, they would not want it, but if the boss said he wanted to eat it, they would sell tiers to support the elderly, and they would be willing to do so. The CPU is about to burn out. So the logic of these 2 is, they were hired by her, so they belonged to her wholeheartedly. It was absolutely not okay for them to sell their tiers to make money, and keep it for themselves. But if he had no money and no food, they were willing to go out to work part-time to make money for and hand over all their wages to and he gave them food? There is still such logic? What is this? He just felt that his brain was confused. Then if she was a little more ruthless, hired a few hundred people, and then outsourced them, wouldn't it be free for the employees to make money for her without spending a penny? In the end, not only will they have money, but they will also have employees. Thinking of this, he quickly shook her head, shaking out this wicked idea from her mind. This is too mean, she can't do it. Seeing Yushui and Yufan no longer avoiding the attack of the tree branches, and wanting to squeeze out tears to feed her by being beaten, he quickly stopped them. No, I don't like to eat that. It's not delicious. You 2 should stay away from the tree trunks. Don't get hurt. Although the 2 still didn't understand, their bodies were already obedient, and they hid obediently. He wiped her face, told her to be careful, turned around, and walked towards Yushian, who was fishing for jelly in the lake. He said that she wanted to get close to the juice. Yushian worked non-stop, and when she saw he coming, she raised her head, and wanted to rub her head against he raised his hand and touched her, then squatted down and stretched out his hand to start weaving a tree basket. The bark of this tree is very hard, a bit like steel bars, and she had to use a lot of strength to break it. Yushian saw he reaching out and quickly stopped him. Boss, how can you do this? It's so hard. Leave it alone and I call a few kids to do it for you. After saying that, she raised her neck and shouted. In her mind, the kid was outside accepting the test of the big tree. They didn't care, he could live or die. But if the boss stretched out his hands to work, this wouldn't work. The kid's test would have to stop now, and he would come over to weave a tree basket for the boss. He covered Yushian's mouth. I want to weave. In Yushian's head, there was no cell that doubted She believed whatever he said, and laughed foolishly. Then boss, you weave it, I weave it for you. He sat cross-legged on one side, chatting with Yushian. There is a ready-made business now. Those people want to buy your tears. You can sell your tears, earn some food, and go back to feed Xiao Tian and the others. Yushian also said the same thing using the same logic, but I already have a boss. My tears and everything I have belong to my boss. How can I sell the tears that belong to my boss to make extra money? But don't you want all the cubs in your tribe to have enough food? I would rather starve to death than feed the next generation. How could I refuse the food that was in my hand? Haven't we found jobs now? Ing Yuqian said that he was very satisfied and very happy. His eyes were curved into crescents when he smiled. We don't actually need to eat every day. The 3 meals you give us every day are very large. With these foods, there will be no more cubs starving to death in the tribe. Chapter 680. Oh boss, don't worry. We won't be affected by hunger. We can handle normal battles. Even if we can't win, we can use our lifespan to double our combat power. Speaking of this, Ing Yuqian raised his head proudly and said the line that was cursed by the whole galaxy, Kryptonian, our clan has never lost. Gee, It turns out that when people are speechless, they really can't say anything. She realized how stubborn Ing Yuqian was, and prepared to change the angle to talk about this matter. You 3 came here to work, but haven't the other fluffy cats recognized me as the boss yet? Ing Yuqian moved her mouth, and a flash of hesitation flashed in her eyes, as if she had a secret, but she didn't say it. In the end, she chose to shut up and lower her head to work. She looked like she would not listen to anything. Gee, She closed her eyes, and changed the way she said it. You are the leader of the tribe. Whoever you say is Inging Cat, is Inging Cat. In this way, you call them over, advance the coming-of-age ceremony, and let them sell their tears for food. I want that food. Didn't hear the previous words, but only heard the last sentence. The boss said she wanted that food. Then she changed the subject and began to praise Jihe non-stop. Boss, you are really smart. Anyway, those kids are idle anyway. Why don't they come and earn some food for the boss? After saying that, she stretched out her furry cat paws and blocked Jihe's ears. After making sure they were blocked firmly, she raised her neck and let out a shocking cry. Ing Yushui and Ing Yufan, who were constantly pulling the bark of the tree in the distance, also raised their necks and made sounds to respond to the leader. And in the distant forest, there were faint responses. This was the leader calling the whole tribe. After being so poor that they had to pawn all their light computers, the Inging Cat tribe picked up the most primitive way of communication again. Shouting. There is no tribe member that cannot be called, as long as your voice is loud enough. Jihe looked up and looked at Ing Yuqian, who was shouting with his neck stretched, and her mood was particularly complicated. Fortunately, she had a conscience, otherwise the Inging Cat tribe, who were stubborn, would probably be sold out and have to pay for it. How did their clan inherit their heritage? With only strong fighting power, but without a smart brain, can they really be active until now? While she was persuading Ing Yuqian, the cake talent over there was also constantly trying to get close to Ing Yushui and the others, wanting to exchange tears. They finally agreed on a compromise, and were ready to exchange tears before others, but they didn't expect to be stuck with Ing Yushui. No matter how high the price they offered, the 2 cats would not agree. Hurry up and leave, don't delay our work. So annoying, if you delay us from plucking the bark again, I kick you. No matter how much food you give me. Completely different from the docility they showed to Jihe. The 2 cats were very irritable and very resistant to outsiders. Luckily, not long after Ing Yuqian shouted, the first fluffy cat jumped over, followed by the second, the third and the embarrassed fourth. Unlike Ing Yuqian, the 3 cats had a faint floral scent. Their scents were different: onion, toilet cleaner and apple. Jihe could tell at a glance that these animals were not having a good time in the forest. A lot of their fur had been plucked out, revealing their skinny bodies underneath the fur, which looked very pitiful. They rushed in like a whirlwind and headed straight for Ing Yuqian, but when they saw Jihe, they turned a big corner in midair, and were caught and scolded by Ing Yuqian. Yuan Dandan stood at the end of the team, looking at Jihe pitifully. It usually didn't like training, and was fond of playing. It was the most severely beaten by plants in the forest. Now its fur had almost fallen off, revealing its skinny body with rows of bones underneath. After all, they were partners. Jihe touched its head, and stuffed a bean paste bun into it. Yuandandan received the bean paste bun, and tears of emotion instantly filled his eyes. Jihe quickly held his head, and let him look up at the sky to hold back his tears. Wait until the cat becomes a crying cat. Crying now is such a waste. Ing Yuqian glanced at Jihe and said nothing. Since it was the boss who took the initiative, she had nothing to say. At this moment, she had a cold face, and seeing the miserable state of the other fluffy cats, she did not mean to comfort them at all. Line up. After several fluffy cats stood in a row, she stretched out her nose and sniffed each one. Finally, she pointed at Xiao Tian Eon and began to praise her against her conscience. You are so good, the hope of the tribe. You will be the leader of this group of whimpering cats in the future." After saying that, she stood up and patted Xiao Tian on the forehead without giving her a chance to react. After patting the first one, she patted the second one, and only stopped after patting all the fluffy cats in the line. "Okay, let's take care of the adults first. There can't be more. Otherwise, they will eat too much, and we can't afford to feed them." Some of them were still confused and didn't seem to react. Then, a flash of light appeared on the bodies of Xiao Tian and the others, and they grew 0.3 meters out of thin air. From the previous 1 meter tall, they became 1.3, as tall as Ying Yuqian. And the smell on their bodies also changed from the previous chaos to the smell of onions. This smell belongs to Xiao Tian. Even the colorful fur on their bodies changed to new colors. Several fluffy cats looked at each other in confusion, but none of them reacted. No. Didn't they say that after they become cats, the color of their bodies will be determined by the color they were painted? What's going on now? Xiao Tian was the one who came to his senses. He smelled the stronger onion smell on his body, but he was not happy at all. Instead, tears flowed down his eyes. The whole thing was about to break into pieces. But compared to his eyes, his heart was more bitter. This onion smell will accompany him for the rest of his life. How can he live like this? How can he serve the boss in the future? Other Indian cats have floral and fruity scents, but his smell is an irritating onion smell. He dreams of changing this onion smell. Now his dream is broken. His heart is broken. The eyes of several other New Indian cats are also choked by the onion smell all over their bodies. I want to cry. It really hurts my eyes, literally. They don't want this smell. Ying is rich, but very satisfied. The onion smell is good, just convenient for crying, to exchange food for the boss. And with this smell, I guess they will have self-awareness in order not to offend the boss, and will not flatter the boss. Ying Yuqian walked over with a little thought, first caught his son's tears, then kicked one of them, and let them look at the several talented people gathered in the distance, especially the cream cake in the middle. Did you see it? They want your tears, 15 milliliters. Go and sell them for a good price. The few who always smell of onions. Question mark. Chapter 681. The Ying Yushui cats had heard the conversation here a long time ago, and they agreed with the idea of selling tears to support the elderly. They quickly pulled a few cats over, and told them to cry quickly, so that they could sell their tears for a good price. In the end, although there were some twists and turns, the matter of selling tears was finally settled. He took the opportunity to say, "Since this food is for me, you must also drink the water I sponsored." So, the freshly baked Indian cats drank water with a bowl in their left hand, and held the bowl in their right hand to catch their tears one by one, in accordance with the taste of onions. In between, she smiled at Ji. Seeing them like this, Ji felt a little bit sour. She would not keep the food that the crying cats exchanged for their tears, but would exchange it for other food and give them some extra food. Well, she had to be tougher so that the crying cats would not dare to refuse. That's right, that's it. So, when selling tears, Ji appropriately relaxed the threshold. If the gifted person could not afford so much food, he could also accept some props. In this way, the crying cats could not figure out the price of the props, and she could give them more food. Sure enough, when the whimpering cats heard he wanted props, they agreed without even thinking. This attitude of course made Ji feel warm again. Ying Yushui listened to her because she hired them, but why were these cats so obedient? The talent also got busy. On the third day, the method of passing this dungeon was finally clear. If the talent wants to pass the dungeon, it is very simple. Take out food by yourself and exchange it for tears. If they can't take it out, they can also catch forest grass and exchange it for tears. The pollution level of forest grass is below 10%. If they work harder, they can complete the task. Ji stood aside and put tree bags and tea crystals into the space. Before, she thought about tearing the bark, but Ying Yushui and the others looked worried, as if she was doing something dangerous. They were always distracted to protect her, which directly led to a serious delay in progress. After she gave up tearing the bark, she went to the lake to help Ying Yuqian. As a result, Ying Yuqian was afraid that her hands would be burned if they touched the lake water, so he was startled and fell behind in progress. Later, Ji gave up. She let the fluffy cats continue to do their old job and help her deliver tree bags and tea-faced tree crystals, while she packed them on the side. This behavior was not dangerous, and Ying Cat finally put her mind at ease. As time went by, the method of obtaining tears was also known by more and more gifted people, and more people came to this area. Under normal circumstances, it would take until the evening when it was getting dark to select a few fluffy cats to become Ying cats. But this time, with Jihe's suggestion, Ing Yuqian casually changed the time and number of transformations. The whole coming-of-age ceremony was like playing house. And the performance of the group of gifted people also shocked Jihe. She thought that the regular talents, such as wind and fire, were the mainstream. But this time, she was really enlightened. The regular talents could only stand aside and cry, while the irregular talents became the mainstream. The talent of a certain gifted person was to be able to turn into noodles, and the noodles had different abilities, such as poisonous, diarrhea, etc. After she exchanged a lot of tears for noodles, she started a business of reselling on the spot, and was very busy. Another Big Brother's ability is to transform into a pig's large intestine. It's the original one. Every time he straightens the large intestine, by squeezing it, he can make the content in the large intestine shoot out far away. He can also freely adjust the function of the content in the large intestine, and even make it corrosive. Relying on the pig's large intestine, he pulled up a team headed by himself. The man looked up with a look of contempt, raised his head, waved his hand, and a pig's large intestine that was still steaming appeared. The people around him were full of disgust, and they all stepped back. "It smells like shit." This was the disgusted voice of a respectable person. The man glared at the speaker and rolled his eyes. Before he could speak, the younger brother behind him rushed out. "Stay away from our king of large intestines, or I bite you." "You? Humph, get out of the way." The younger brother pushed the gifted person, who was pinching his nose aside, with force on his shoulder. The king of large intestines raised his head, and stood in front of the crying cat with several younger brothers clearing the way. Before he could say anything, Ing Cat waved his hands in disgust. "This is too smelly. It's so smelly that I'm going to faint. I can't even smell the pollution. Take it away." "Right away, I wash it right away." The man changed his arrogance just now, nodded and bowed, and kept saying nice things. "Look, although this thing of mine stinks a bit, it smells good after washing it. I now have not only pig intestines, but also beef intestines. Once they are roasted, the taste is amazing." After a lot of nice words, Yingyingmeo reluctantly said, "Go wash it, and look at the pollution pricing next." While talking, he was still holding the water provided by Jihe, and kept drinking it. The smell of onions all over their bodies made them cry without brewing emotions. The man smiled and bent down and nodded in agreement, but his face changed as soon as he turned around, and he threw his large intestine at the person next to him. "What are you looking at? Why don't you wash it quickly?" "Yes, yes, brother, we come right away." His younger brother nodded and bowed. Another one was worried. "Brother, where do you think we can get water?" "Do I need to teach you this? Look at the gifted person who wears the cleanest clothes. That person must have water. Either he has a space button or he is a water-gifted person. Hurry up. If you delay important things, I will punish you when you go back." "Yes, yes, yes." The business of Yingyingmeo is in full swing, and he did not forget to come to Jihe to help. They said that crying does not delay work. In between work, Jihe stuffed a lot of beef jerky into their mouths. It means it's a tip. Ing Cat didn't strongly resist what Jihe gave her, but she was afraid of burdening Jihe. "Boss, you gave me a lot of cabbage before. Eat it sparingly. It's enough for a long time. No need to give more." Ing Yushui nodded beside her. "That's right, it's enough." Jihe just pretended not to hear. Although she didn't have much conscience, she didn't lose it. As she mentioned her boss's identity, Ing Cat didn't dare to refuse. As the sky darkened, the emerald green jelly lake gradually began to shrink. Under Jihe's gaze, in less than half an hour, the entire lake disappeared, revealing the silvery white soil underneath. The wild forest also disappeared with the light, gradually fell into sleep and quieted down. Ing Yuqian was very calm about the lake's behavior. He stood up, calmly collected the last drop of intimate juice, and handed it to Jihe. "Boss, let's go. I take you to catch forest grass." Chapter 682. Jihe was curious now? Now is the best time to catch the forest grass. Ying Yuqian asked the other Ing cats to continue to sell tears here, while he took Yin Yufan and Ying Yushui to rub the bark with his hands. The hard bark appeared drops of black juice under their strong crushing. They smeared the juice on their bodies, and the fragrance on their bodies disappeared. The fluffy hair turned into clumps, revealing the skinny body. Adult Ing cats can eat only one meal in 7 days. Their bodies absorb nutrients from this meal, and can fight at high intensity. They are real warriors, who can adapt to any harsh living conditions. They are the death squads guarding the white unicorn, relying on the intimate juice to rush into the turbid beast tide to clear all obstacles for the white unicorn. Jihe looked at their bodies, sighed silently in his heart, and decided to give them more food at each meal. Ing Yuqian asked other Inging cats to continue moving the tree bags that the boss wanted, and the three of them took Ji-hee and disappeared quickly into the dark forest. The gifted who had completed the task saw Ji-hee's move, and wanted to follow them. But this time, the rich and powerful ones moved very fast, and they couldn't catch up at all. The forest walkers were very cautious, and they wanted to catch Ji-hee with them, so as not to give these gifted people a chance to drag them down. The wind blew and Ji-hee couldn't open her eyes. Countless black shadows of trees flashed in front of her, and she subconsciously closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the rich and powerful ones had stopped. Ing Yushui stayed to protect Ji-hee, while the other two laid traps on the ground. Ing Yushui explained to Ji-hee, "This is the place where we caught the forest walkers before. They like to hang out around here. Didn't you catch them last time? Why are they here again this time? Last time it was during the day, and it was useless even if we rubbed tree bark on our bodies. They could smell it, but it's different at night. They are blind and can't see it." Ing Yushui is very confident, especially since those tree trunks were waving for so long during the day. They will definitely come out to walk around at night if they hide for a day. Ing Yufan nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes." "Ji-hee, then can we talk so loudly?" "No problem, they are deaf." "Ji-hee, Then why did they also speak in a slurred voice last time when she spoke?" Ing Yushui was not idle sitting on the tree, helping Ji-hee to pull the tree bags, and while pulling, he advised Ji-hee, "It's dark, boss, you haven't grown up yet, go to sleep first, we will call you when we catch you." "Ji-hee, I'm not sleepy." After saying that, she turned around, picked up a knife, and began to cut the tea-faced tree crystals on the nearby trees. Ing Yuqian and the others obviously did not support Ji-hee staying up late. But seeing Ji-hee happy, they did not dare to say anything, and could only follow Ji-hee with a bitter face. When Ji-hee started working, he was particularly devoted, and soon forgot about the three. Time passed quickly. Finally, "I caught it!" Ing Yuqian grabbed a small grass, and jumped over to offer his treasure. In the middle of the way, Ing Yushui wanted to grab it, but was pushed away by her. "What are you doing? This is what she wants to give to the boss herself." The three of them kept glaring at Ji-hee from behind, but as soon as Ji-hee turned around, he immediately acted well-behaved. Ing Yuqian held up the motionless grass in his hand, and showed it to Ji-hee. "Boss, look, this is it." Ji-hee took it, and observed it carefully. It looks a bit like garlic sprouts soaked in water. It has a round belly, and long rhizomes on its body. Forest walking grass, a specialty of the Inging cat clan. After taking it, it can strengthen the body and eliminate impurities and toxins in the body. It is the top ingredient in the universe, and is sought after by countless races. Note: catch more and stew chicken at home, it's very nourishing. Ji-hee looked at the forest grass in his hand, and then looked at the eyes of the three in front of him waiting for praise, and smiled, "Thank you so much, I like it very much." The three were particularly happy. Ji-hee even saw their tails wagging. Ing Yuqian shouted loudly, "Boss, if you like it, I can catch it for you. I am the best at catching this. I catch it very well." After saying that, he rushed out. The other two followed closely behind, not to be outdone. Ji-hee smiled, put the forest grass in his hand into the space, and turned around to continue working. She would not sell this forest grass. She would keep it for herself. But she was still going to sell other supplies. After all, there were so many mouths to feed now, and she would have to eat more every day, so she had to hurry up to upgrade the space. This forest grass was just the beginning, and the second one was caught soon. This time it was caught by Ing Yufan. When he held up the forest grass to present to Ji-hee, Ing Yushui, who got nothing next to him, was almost crying with anger. "What's wrong? It's so disappointing." Then, the three of them kept grabbing forest grass, and handing it to Ji-hee as if they were competing. After one of them grabbed it, the other two refused to fall behind, and had to catch up. And those fluffy cats came over at some point, like the most diligent little bees, constantly carrying supplies for Ji-hee. In order to put all the supplies into the space before leaving the dungeon, Ji-hee simply stopped cutting the tree bags and focused on loading them. But no matter how fast she loaded them, she couldn't be as fast as the other fluffy cats. There were dozens of cats for her, and Ji-hee was so busy that she didn't even raise her head or open her eyes. When there were only 10 minutes left before the task was over, Ji-hee stopped. He waved to the group of fluffy cats who were still working. "Come on, stop working, let's eat first." After saying that, he waved his hand, and pots of delicious food were placed on the ground. In the face of food, the fluffy cats who had never been full shook their heads frantically. "No, no, we just eat vegetarian food, we love vegetarian food, take the meat back." Ji-hee took out the boss's heirs and glared. Let's see who doesn't listen. Ing Yuqian was startled, afraid that Ji would be angry, and quickly kicked the fluffy cat beside him, kicking it directly out and rolling several circles. I told you to eat, so you eat it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? After saying that, he looked at Ji. Boss, if she doesn't eat, I will eat it. I might have eaten it. Ji looked at the fluffy cat, who got up from the ground and was fine, and said silently, eat more. I don't know when we see each other next time. Seeing that the other fluffy cats were eating their meals obediently, Ji turned around and put the remaining supplies into the space. As the last supply was taken away, a familiar reminder sounded in Ji's ears. Dear players, hello, everyone, congratulations on completing the task successfully. You will be teleported out of the dungeon now. For those players who have not completed the task, I wish you all a smooth journey. Chapter 683. The fluffy cats were stunned for a moment when Ji and the clan leader suddenly disappeared, and then they continued to eat. After a while, one of them muttered, I want to be with the boss too. This sentence attracted great approval from the other fluffy cats. The clan leader is really something. They are so old. They are still so jealous. The boss belongs to everyone. Why don't we get in touch with her? Just because she was born a few years earlier than us? That's right. They even deliberately gave this group of whimpering cats an onion smell. Who doesn't know their little tricks? They are so bad. What's so good about the clan leader? She has nothing in common with the boss. We young ones are better, with simple thoughts and strong strength. Oh, they are so old, and they will lose their hair in a few years. I don't believe they will have the nerve to stay and bother the boss. I am different. I am young and young. When she is no longer useful, I will be in my prime. The boss praised me before. She said I was cute. It doesn't matter, I was born later than her, and I lived longer than her. When she's no longer useful, the boss will definitely see my goodness. They still want wages. Shameless. If it were me, I would be willing to go out to work and earn money to support the boss. At the end, the fluffy cat sighed, and even the food in his mouth was not delicious. Why doesn't the boss take us with him? Is it because their furry bodies are not cute? Ji opened his eyes again. He thought he would appear in the system space to exchange items, but he appeared in reality directly. Hearing the piercing cold wind whistling in his ears, Ji looked up and looked around. There were fewer talents coming back this time than before. Because of long-term hunger, they were skinny and many of them were covered with scars. But many of them had smiles on their faces. They came back alive with food. With this batch of food, their families can survive again. Ji casually put the food around him into the space, and with a teleportation, he disappeared in midair, leaving behind everyone's envious eyes. Why aren't they gifted with teleportation? Ji opened his eyes again and returned home. After an hour away, nothing at home had changed. You're back. Yuanchio floated over with a small rag in his hand, and his attitude was very enthusiastic, flying around Ji. Well, I take a shower first, Ji said as he walked towards the bathroom. She hadn't recovered from the game accident just now. As she was thinking, her feet suddenly slipped and she fell backwards. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and subconsciously grabbed the door handle to stabilize her body, so she didn't fall to the ground. When she lowered her head, she didn't know when a thin layer of ice had formed on the ground. It was reflecting a faint light under the light. When she looked more carefully, the whole floor of the house was covered with a thin layer of ice. Even the bathroom was not left out. Pop, pop, pop. Ji. She turned her head slowly and saw the rag in Yuanchio's hand, which had hardened and looked like a harpoon. Where did this spear come from? Ji touched her face helplessly. The temperature in the living room is minus 50 or 60 degrees. You mop the floor? Her prop can only keep the bedroom warm. There is no stove in the living room, and the temperature is not much better than outside. There is water on the rag, and it will freeze as soon as it touches the ground before it dries. Yuanchio had just sent Baiju away, and he felt a little guilty, so he thought about coming back to wipe the floor and show his good behavior. As a result, he forgot that it was too cold at home, and it was easy to freeze. Hearing this, he hesitated. I have nothing to do, so I want to find something to do. I wipe it right away. I wipe it right away. After saying that, he threw the rag away and prepared to find a hair dryer. As soon as he turned around, he suddenly felt a pair of hands behind him firmly grasping his body, making him unable to move. Yuanchio felt happy. As expected, Baiqilan couldn't bear to leave him. It turned its head and said shyly, I knew you couldn't bear to leave me. Ji pointed at the ground under the ball with one hand, expressionless. The ball subconsciously looked in the direction of Ji's finger. How did the rag get stuck in the ground? What happened? You have so much strength, but you still mop the floor at home. You've worked so hard. After saying this, Ji turned around and closed the bathroom door, leaving the ball standing there thinking desperately. What does Bai Qilin mean by this? Is he praising his strength? Lying on the bed, Ji looked at the sky and felt that something was still wrong. She opened the system mall and chat channel to check. No information was updated. The chat channel was still the same as before, either complaining about the difficulty of the task or showing off their new supplies. She didn't see any changes, turned off the system, lay on the bed, and closed her eyes. She used the omniscience fruit. The world line was quickly pulled closer by her, and scenes of the future turned into fragmented images and entered her mind. She saw corpses everywhere, and the earth shaking. Volcanoes erupted and seawater poured back. Ji opened her eyes suddenly. The whole world became bigger in her eyes. She looked at the ceiling above her head and tried to calm her violent heartbeat. The system did not let them buy props this time, for no other reason. It was just because most talents could not afford it. Ji blinked and emptied her mind until her heartbeat returned to normal. She shook her head, supported her arms, and sat up straight. The projector in front of her was playing the latest episode of anime she had watched before leaving home. Ji casually clicked it, and the passionate voices of the characters in it instantly came, filling the entire room. This is a must-have program for people living alone. Playing lively videos makes the whole room full of liveliness. Ji stared at the screen, but her mind was still on the future she had just seen. After a while, she lay back. Since she had seen it, she couldn't help but say it, but how to say it, she still had to think about it. The thoughts in her head were like a pig with wings, jumping to the left and then to the right. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't come up with a good answer. Finally, she lifted the quilt and covered her head. Ah! What's wrong? What happened? Yuanqiu rushed into the house with a hair dryer in his hand, and saw Ji who was covering himself with the quilt. Ji heard the voice, raised his head, looked at Yuanqiu, and smiled. It's okay, I'm so happy to get out of the copy. After that, he flashed into the space. Everything was normal in the space, which relieved Ji's chaotic thoughts. Walking in the field, I saw from a distance that Chui Mouse had picked all the vegetables that matured today and put them in a bamboo basket early. At this time, he was squatting in the plantation with 3 Yingying cats, picking vegetables and eating grass. Chapter 684. Cat and mouse eating grass together? Ji It's okay for Chui Mouse, but Yingying cat also eats grass? Suedo saw Ji and jumped over with a piece of grass in one hand, and seemed to hold the grass above his head. Boss, you eat it. Yingying cat was not to be outdone, and jumped over with a brisk step. Boss, you eat mine is thick. Ji waved his hand and refused. Why are you eating this? Aren't there vegetables in the vegetable garden over there in the orchard? Chuitu persuaded Ji several times, and seeing that Ji really didn't want to eat, he stuffed the grass into his mouth and chewed it frantically. A grass was eaten into his stomach at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, this grass has low pollution and tastes good. The boss can still sell it. We will just eat this. Chuichi also nodded and continued to recommend the grass in his mouth. It's sweet. Boss, don't you really want to try it? Ji No, thank you. After saying this, she turned her head to look at Yingying cat. Just when she was about to ask why cats also eat grass, she heard Yuqian explain, it was Chui Mouse who said this is grass and can be eaten freely, so we ate it. Don't dislike them for this. Several drooping mice nodded frantically, looking at Ji with squinting eyes. They didn't lie. The boss really didn't want this. Ji No, that's not what she wanted to ask. Forget it. She didn't care. Well, that's right. If you want to eat, just eat. Hearing this, the whimpering cats were relieved and turned around to work while chewing grass. After entering the space, although Ji didn't assign them work, these whimpering cats quickly found jobs for themselves. Grass picker. Ji's space didn't have that many cattle and sheep, and they couldn't finish eating all the grass in the pasture. Chui Mouse thought it was a waste to let them grow in vain, so he cut them all and tied them together. Although Chui Mouse helped with the space land, Ji hadn't finished eating the rice and flour she bought before, so she planted corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes as usual. Not for anything else, just to save trouble. The land couldn't be left empty. She felt uncomfortable if it was left empty. But Chui Mouse's workload couldn't be too heavy. Although they were invited by her. They came to farm, but the whole space, orchard, vegetable garden, grain field, and now there is a Chinese medicine garden. There is a lot of work to do every day. She is not a black-hearted boss, and she can't exploit their labor too much against her conscience. After saying goodbye to the cat and mouse combination that was concentrating on eating grass, Ji-hee looked up and saw the fruit trees and fell silent. Excuse me, the huge and dense durian, and the jackfruits hanging from the trunk and branches from top to bottom. What is it? Even if she is an outsider, she knows that this density is definitely wrong, right? These fruits grow even denser than the tree bags in the previous copy. At first glance, there are at least hundreds of them on a tree. Is this really scientific? And at this rate of maturity, won't it be ripe again soon? But we just harvested a wave of fruits. It's only been 2 months. It's ripe again? He suddenly remembered that when she passed by the farmland just now, the growth rate of the corn stalks in the farmland was not right. They were taller than her. It was estimated that they would be ripe in a few days. Is she so proud? Luckily, she recruited 3 more cats. Otherwise, with such a fast maturation speed, the Chue mouse family would have to work for several consecutive nights. After all, the last time the food matured at the same time, the Chue mouse family didn't sleep for 2 days. If she had to work for 2 more days, her conscience would have hurt. Turning around and walking to the breeding area, Ji-hee saw at a glance that the small white scaly tree had grown a lot stronger. Ji-hee? I haven't seen it for 3 days. How come it has grown so fast? I reached out and touched the trunk of the tree. It felt no different from before, but it looked much thicker than before. What's going on? Energy absorbed? The fruit tree had no reaction to Ji-hee's arrival. It pretended to be asleep and let her touch it. After waiting for a while, Ji-hee not only did not leave, but became more and more addicted to it. It became a little impatient. While Ji-hee was not holding it tightly, it pulled back the branch, stretched it to the side, and held it high to prevent Ji-hee from touching it. Ji-hee smiled and was not angry. She took out the energy stone and fed it to it, and found that it was not as interested as before, and did not seem to be very enthusiastic. But he ate them all. Ji-hee lowered his eyelids, quietly fed the energy stone in his hand, and turned to walk towards the breeding area. As soon as he entered the breeding area, thousands of furry rabbits suddenly rushed into Ji-hee's eyes, densely packed, like a wave of fur balls. When they saw Ji-hee coming, they rushed over all at once. The first few jumped more than 1 meter away, and their feet were almost longer than Ji-hee's hands. It was obvious that they ate well, and they even had double chins. Ji-hee, spicy rabbit cubes, spicy rabbit head, cold rabbit, double pepper rabbit, dry fried rabbit. Let's start with 300. Ignoring the grass that was almost eaten bare by them, Ji-hee looked at it for a while, and then went to see the cattle and sheep area. There were only 6 calves and more than 10 lambs here, and the activity area was much larger than the rabbit breeding area. Ji-hee looked for a while, and didn't smell any strange smell. Just when she was thinking of praising the great harvest, she saw a cow poop in front of her. The next second, a floating grass green machine suddenly flashed out from the grass, and caught the poop at once without letting it fall to the ground. After receiving it, the teleportation array above his head flashed, and the cow dung disappeared out of thin air. And the machine fell into the grass and hid. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Ji-hee? What is this? Her space also has this high-tech thing? Just as she was about to ask Defingsho, Ji-hee suddenly remembered that it was turned off in the previous copy. Ji-hee threw it into the space, and never found time to treat it. With a wave of his hand, Defingsho appeared in front of Ji-hee. Ji-hee treated Defingsho. The white light disappeared, and Defingshu restarted. When he looked up, he saw Ji-hee with a serious face. Defingshu, what's going on? Defingshu tilted his head, his voice full of innocence. Master, what are you talking about? Defingshu doesn't understand. Ji-hee frowned, but didn't bother with his tone, pointing to the cattle and sheep breeding area in the distance. What's the matter with that robot? Defingshu glanced at it. That's a breeding robot. Ji-hee nodded. Then why did it appear in my space? Defingshu, that's a gift. Ji-hee nodded. Okay. So what's over there? Following Ji-hee's line of sight, Defingshu saw a robot that looked like a UFO, constantly spreading bait over the lake. Defingshu continued to nod. It's also a gift. Ji-hee, Just as she was about to speak, she saw a round robot with 8 hands coming out of the kitchen door. Brought out a bucket of steamed buns, a bucket of flour rolls, a bucket of bean buns, and a bucket of sesame cakes. What's that? Defingshu, it's still a gift. Ji-hee, Chapter 685. Do you think I'm stupid? She had considered at first whether to reduce the workload for Defingshu. After all, feeding livestock and cooking, he would be busy all day. But now I see. This guy looks honest, but he has many tricks. I don't know where he found a few robots. They all did the work for him, and he rested here. If she hadn't seen it on a whim today, she would have been fooled by him. Are you going to confess yourself, or confess after I beat you up? He pressed down with one hand, directly using force to express her determination to remove the circuit board if she disagreed with him. Even though he was pressed face down by Da Fengshou's voice was still very sweet. Master, please don't be anxious. Will you tell me? He exerted force, and Da Fengshou's circuit board dented a little. Da Fengshou, woo, tell me, master, do you really want to know? Don't make excuses. Confess quickly. He thought this robot might have a dual personality. He didn't like to talk before, but now he pretends to be cute. Strange. Okay, master, let go first, Da Fengshou said immediately. After Da Fengshou got up, he opened his belly in front of Ji, and inside was an electronic supermarket. No matter how Ji looked at it, he felt familiar. How come this looks like the store shopping channel on the optical computer in the copy of the floating island? Da Fengshou's voice is very cute, but the words he said are not so cute. There is a lot of farm work, and Da Fengshou can't finish it, so he placed an order on the optical computer for livestock breeding robot number 888, aquaculture robot number 999, and kitchen robot pro 1001. Because they are all the latest versions of StarCraft, they add less pollution to plants and animals when used, so a total of 6 B-level energy stones were spent, and after buying them, 3 B-level energy stones were placed in each of them to maintain daily work. Since you, the boss, have already discovered it, can you reimburse me for the 9 B-level energy stones? What did you say last? Da Fengshou tilted his head, puzzled. Master, let go first, Da Fengshou said immediately. The last sentence. Master, do you really want to know? He nodded, his expression indifferent. No, I don't want to know. After saying that, he flashed out of the space. 9 B-level energy stones? Do you think she looks like a B-level energy stone? Da Fengshou looked at the disappearing figure in confusion and touched his head. Although it has memories from some time ago, why does it feel as if those memories are covered with a veil? Before entering the space, he was still a little melancholy, but now it's all gone, and he just feels that he is worse than a robot. Look at other people, who are willing to pay for 9 B-level energy stones at their own expense to save trouble, but what about her? In the extreme cold, she works diligently for C-level energy stones, working more than 10 hours a day. In the dungeon, it is normal to not sleep for 2 days to pick up some rags. That big harvest is like a rich second generation who goes to the grassroots to experience life, and she is the poor boss of that rich second generation. Maybe all her net worth is not as much as a pair of shoes of the rich second generation. Thinking of this, she suddenly laughed. This is absolutely impossible. Because Da Fengshou doesn't wear shoes. Barefoot. Seeing her giggle, Yuanqiu came over and asked suspiciously, what good thing happened? He casually hugged Yuanqiu and held her in front of him. Did you lie to me about something? Yuanqiu's whole body suddenly stiffened, and his voice was a little stuttering. He looked around but didn't look at Ji. What's the matter? How could I lie to you? He. As he said that, he flew out of Ji's arms and ran out of the bedroom quickly. I suddenly remembered that the floor outside has not been cleaned yet, so I go clean the floor first. Ji raised his lips and smiled, then put his consciousness into the space, and began to sort things out silently. There are quite a few materials obtained in the dungeon this time, but the pollution value is over 40%. Now there is no way to sell them. I can only put them in the space temporarily, and sell them after the pollution level is purified to a lower level. Tea tree crystals and the like are fine. There is no need to process them. After the pollution level is reduced, they can be sold directly. There are a lot of impurities on the salt mines, and some of them have soil and impurities on them. It is definitely not okay to eat them directly. They need to be filtered several times before they can be sold. Chue Mouse was busy with farming and harvesting vegetables every day, so busy that he had no time. A big harvest would be fine, but he had just come out of the planting space, so it was not easy to face it now. Moreover, he was alone, and even if he worked day and night, his efficiency would be just SOSO. So she set her sights on the 3 whimpering cats. Time passed quickly, and he was busy until her stomach gurgled, and then she realized that more than 5 hours had passed. She had a headache when she spent a long time organizing the space before, and she always had to rest. I have been cleaning for more than 5 hours now, but I don't feel tired at all. I even have a feeling that I can clean for another 4 hours. At this time, Ji looked up and saw the ball squatting by the window wiping with a rag. trying to cover up his mistake. Have you finished wiping the floor? The ball flew over and turned into a metal table, changing the subject. What are you going to eat today? Jihi naturally placed the food on the ball. If you want spicy food, eat maokai, eat boiled fish, eat spicy chicken, let's have beef and sour soup. Yuanqiu muttered, eating too much will make you get angry. At least have a light dish. Jihi nodded, that makes sense. Then let's have a pork belly and chicken. Yuanqiu, how about cold cucumber salad? Not so good. Yuanqiu sighed. Bai Qilin is good in every way, but he likes meat too much. After eating and drinking, Jihi felt a little sleepy, but she remembered that Ing Yuqian and the other two had not eaten yet, so she found the big rice bowls they used to eat, and started to serve the food. Ing cat is an omnivore, it eats both meat and vegetables. Jihi first filled a large bowl of rice, then covered it with tomato beef brisket. When the bowl as big as a wash basin was full of food, he waved and sent it into the plant space. The three in the space were lying on the ground to rest and lick their fur. With their help, the farm work in the space was done early today. Suddenly, I heard a noise, and subconsciously raised my head, and saw 3 bowls of food placed next to me. The boss is so nice, we just eat weeds, she even specially cooked for us. I am so touched, the boss is simply the most beautiful existence in the world. I feel guilty, our salary is already high enough, how can we still eat so much food from the boss? Chapter 686. I am willing, but I don't want any reward. Ing Yushui just opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, she heard Ing Yuqian's quick refusal. Her voice was firm as if she was swearing, I am the boss's cat in life and death. I deserve to do as much work as the boss wants. If he wants to pay me, I will commit suicide. Yes, I absolutely don't want it. Ing Yushui was a step slower, and could only reply dryly, and secretly glared at Ing Yuqian. But this one glance made him see the abnormal twitching of Ing Yuqian's mouth. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, he followed Ing Yuqian's line of sight, and saw Ing Yufan banging his head against the ground. Obviously, if Jihi insisted on giving it to him, he would die to prove his determination. His actions showed his determination. Ing Yufan said firmly, Boss, my actions are my attitude. Ing Yushui, oops, he was fooled. What to do now? What should he do to win back the boss's heart? Just as I was thinking, Ing Yuqian raised her head, her pink and round body trembled, her big eyes looked up, and there seemed to be tears in her eyes. Boss! Please don't say more words to hurt my heart. Don't use food to hurt my feelings for you. Ing Yushui, It's over. Sure enough, the next second. The boss's helpless voice sounded in the bodyguard's space. Okay, whether to give it or not, we talk about it later, you guys eat first. The food will not taste good if it gets cold. After saying that, Jihi's breath disappeared. He was obviously gone. Ing Yuqian, Ing Yushui, and Ing Yufan changed their faces immediately. They lost their cuteness just now, looked at each other with disdain, and snorted. Still want to compete with him her for favor? Don't you even look at your own level? Are you worthy? In the tribe, there were many fluffy cats before, and the 3 of them were one, so they naturally had to unite, exclude other fluffy cats, and hook the boss's heart. Now there were only the 3 of them, and the plastic alliance collapsed in an instant. The Yinging cats began to act on their own, obviously wanting to step on the 2 next to them, and become the boss's favorite. You are so mean, Ing Yufan. Haha, you are not a pushover, chief. A cat that is hundreds of years old is still holding its throat, pretending to be young. Seeing Ing Yufan's provocative look, Ing Yuqian's eyes were almost blazing with anger. You? You are just the 3rd in combat power, and you still want to make trouble. It seems necessary to let him know the price of provoking her. Ing Yufan lay on the ground and provoked with his eyes. Hit him, hit him. He didn't fight back at all. When the boss sees his pitiful appearance, he will definitely love him more. Ing Yushui tried to stop the fight. The boss told us to eat while it's hot. Do you want to disobey? If he wasn't worried that they would get into trouble and be disliked by the boss, he wouldn't bother to care about them. Beat them to death. After saying this, he didn't care whether the 2 listened or not, and walked aside to start summoning his tribesmen. The other 2 glared at each other fiercely, then walked aside to start summoning. Their talent is to summon their tribesmen, and they can choose the summoning object. When fighting, they naturally summon the most powerful force value, and when not fighting, they can summon other tribesmen. As long as they get a response, they can pass the person over. Soon, 3 wailing cats with leaves as rice bowls stood beside them. After the 3 wailing cats came, they did not eat immediately, but started to turn around. Where is the boss? Is the boss here? I brought a gift for the boss, and wanted to give it to him personally. Ing Yuqian urged the 3 cats impatiently, "The boss is not here. Take the food and leave quickly." The 3 wailing cats were dejected and had no interest in the food. One of them even held a fluffy cat figurine that he had woven. "This is a gift I made for my boss." Ing Yuqian grabbed their leaf rice bowls and started to put rice in them, and the other 2 were no exception. At this time, the 3 of them started to speak in unison. "Okay, we are still at work, it's not convenient, so we won't keep you. Go back and take care of the children. Don't worry about us if nothing happens. Ing Yushui, be clear about your identity. Don't worry about things that you shouldn't worry about, and have some knowledge in mind. Boss, we are here. When the conditions in our tribe improve in a while, you can wake up those old guys. Why are you sleeping? You are at the age of striving. Hurry up and take care of the children. Ing Yufan, and this gift, I laughed my teeth off. Hurry up and take it back." Ing Yuqian immediately stuffed the gift back into the arms of one of the black Ying cats. Yes, let's go. The 3 Pili babble, and without even giving the other Ying cats a chance to speak, they teleported them back. It wasn't until there was nothing around him that Ing Yuqian relaxed. As a result, when he turned around, he saw the other 2 big fat faces. He immediately rolled his eyes in disdain. Humph, I forgot there were these 2 annoying guys. When they picked up the rice bowl to eat, the 3 Ying cats' eyes were not idle, and they kept squinting at the 2 opposite. The 3 Ying cats left, and their plastic alliance collapsed instantly. The Ying cats on the opposite side became opponents again. There is only one boss, and the boss's favorite is also only one. For this position, they are willing to step on the blood and tears of their own kind. Here, Ji finished feeding, and her sleepiness disappeared. She simply opened the chat box, and contacted the chef to order food. With Ying cat, there will definitely be more food in the future. The last time I ordered food was more than a month ago, and now it's time to order again. A city base. Chef Gu and Chef Sheng, since the gifted came out of the copy, sat next to the contact person and didn't go anywhere. The 2 of them were more patient than the other, and no one spoke, just closed their eyes, crossed their arms, and waited quietly. It was as if whoever spoke first would lose. Someone from the kitchen came and said in a gentle voice, "Chef Sheng, the leader said it's time to eat." Chef Sheng didn't even open his eyes, and pointed at the other person with his chin. "Let him go. Why do you want me to do anything?" The other person also had the same attitude, but more tactfully, "I have something important to do here, and I can't leave. You asked Chef Sheng to do it. I'm deeply sorry. I am willing to personally provide 2 tails of rabbit oil." The staff looked embarrassed. The leader said that the talents just came back from the dungeon, and they want to have a good meal for the first meal, and he wants you 2 to help. Chef Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, and roared angrily, "I am a cook, not the turtle in the wishing pool outside. You just asked me to cook, but I only gave you dried water plants with pollution level above 35, and radiation mutant fish all day long. What can I make? I won't go." Chef Gu stood on the side of Chef Sheng this time. A good cook cannot cook without rice. I am afraid that I will disappoint my leader. He didn't want to learn the craft all his life, and make that thing all day long. Chapter 687. The man in the kitchen is about to cry. The higher-ups are pushing him hard. There is nothing they can do about the 2 chefs, but that doesn't mean they can't do anything about him. It's different this time. The leader has specially approved a batch of grains. I want you to make a grain fish porridge. I'm afraid we waste the grains, so I'm asking you 2 to help. Chef Sheng didn't even bother to lift his butt. I'm not as good as the guy across the street. Let him do it. Grain fish porridge. The kind with grains in the fish fillet? The natural disaster has reached this stage. Who doesn't know what's going on? Why are you pretending? There is not much real food in the base warehouse. The little food produced by the plantation must be subscribed with contribution points now. It is considered a lot to be able to take out 30 kilograms for the kitchen every day. And this 30 kilograms sounds like a lot, right? But it has to supply tens of thousands of people who come to eat, and it has to be distributed to each person, and the rice grains have to be counted. Even with these 30 kilograms, he has to make it under the eyes of a bunch of people. If the base hadn't refused to let him go, he would have given up long ago. When Chef Gu heard this, he said modestly, No, let Lao Zheng go. He was always better than me in the previous competition. I am ashamed of myself. At this point, both of them kept saying good things about each other. The attitude was obvious, no one wanted to go. Based on previous experience, the 50 billion boss would be busy for a while when he went out to make a copy, and he would come to them to order food in a few hours, and now the time is almost up. He might send a message to order food at any time. If he left and let the old man on the other side win, Wouldn't he wake up crying at night? Thinking of this, the two looked at each other and knew each other's thoughts. He sat more firmly. He even wrapped his legs around the stool and refused to leave. The man in the kitchen almost cried, "It will be too late if we don't cook." At this moment, the informant saw the message from the backstage. He was refreshed. Mr. Zheng, the boss of 50 billion, sent a message to order food. Chef Zheng stood up immediately, smiling, and walked over with his hands behind his back. "Quick, reply to the boss's message immediately, saying that I have thought of a few new dishes these days. Please taste them." Chef Gu immediately moved his eyes to the side and stared at the man. "Did the boss send me a message? Didn't you see it?" His contact was shocked and said, "Chef Gu, we have news here too. The boss of Wubei said that the pig stomach chicken you made last time tasted good, and he wanted to order some." Chef Gu stood up slowly, touched his beardless chin, and nodded, "No problem. Tell the boss that I have become a gifted person, and all the dishes I make in the future will have a gourmet bonus. I am willing to serve the boss." Chef Zheng's face turned green when he heard this. He had been angry with old Gu for the past few days because of this matter. God is blind. He actually let this old thief awaken his talent before him. He was really angry. When the boss heard this, wouldn't he use old Gu? He felt very uncomfortable and held his breath tightly. In the end, the two of them compared the orders. As expected, the dishes ordered by the boss from Chef Gu were 30% more than those from him. In addition to this, the boss also gave Old Man Gu a 2-gene carp to celebrate his successful awakening. This big fat carp is not ordinary. In this stage of extreme food shortage, it can even buy the life of a late awakener. Of course, Chef Zheng doesn't care about this the most. He relies on the favor of the 50 billion boss, and now has no worries about food and drink. His life is better than that of the base. What he cares about is that he is suppressed by Old Man Gu. He immediately slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Old Man Gu, you are shameless. Do you think you can beat me just because you turned into a chicken?" He wants to turn into a fox, eat chicken exclusively. Chef Gu looked at the ingredients in front of him and smiled in his heart. His mouth was as if poisoned. He said, "I heard that some people are superstitious at home. They secretly ask someone to bring incense and worship at home to ask the fox to possess them. Oh my, don't turn into a weasel instead of a fox, smelling like fart and losing your job. I'm going to beat you to death." Chef Zheng was so angry that he took out the cooking spoon that he always kept on his back and wanted to die with Old Man Gu. He clearly kept it a secret. How did this bad thief know about it? Don't let him know who told the secret. He's going to beat the shit out of that thief. The base commander, who was walking over here, suddenly sneezed. "Yawn. It's so cold, don't catch a cold. You did a shabby thing and don't let people talk about it. I'm telling you. I have to tell you. I want to let not only the people around me know, I want to let the whole base know. Some people don't do their job properly when they get old and want to go astray. It's time to take action. It's time to go." Chef Gu was about to run, and before he ran, he signaled his apprentice with his eyes to take the ingredients quickly, smiling smugly. "If you lose a cow hair, I will punish you by not having food to eat today. And this chicken. Don't leave the chicken feathers behind. They belong to the boss's property." "Master, the cow has pooped. What should we do?" His apprentice looked at the cow dung, a little at a loss. He had been a chef for so many years, and he had never cleaned up cow dung. "Take it away." "What are you doing? It can be used for burning after drying. It's a good thing." Chef Gu ran around the cow, and seeing Chef Zheng still not giving up, he yelled, "Your chicken feathers fell off. You don't care?" Chef Zheng stopped panting, glared at Chef Gu, and said, "We are not done with this." After that, he yelled, "Don't you know how to pick up the fallen chicken feathers? Do you know how to live?" Chef Gu had the upper hand, and he was too lazy to argue with Chef Zheng. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the cow that refused to leave, and the sheep eating other people's trouser legs, and smiled with his teeth exposed. I just felt proud and relaxed. How can this be ordinary cattle and sheep? This is the boss's attention to him. Ha ha! They are so powerful that they can't hide it from others. I just dragged the cattle and sheep to the kitchen with great difficulty. In less than 3 minutes, the head of the base came over. As soon as I came in, I saw 2 cows, 3 sheep, 2 big fat pigs, chickens, ducks, geese and rabbits everywhere. I walked up to them and patted their butts. "This meat is good. It tastes good at first glance." Seeing so much meat, he was more certain of his previous decision. If the boss liked it, what could they not do? Everything was just to serve the boss better. Chef Zheng didn't even raise his head when his brother came, but Gu Lao came over to greet him happily. After chatting for a while, the base commander took the opportunity to ask, "The boss's order of 50 billion is so large. I think you seem a little overwhelmed. Chapter 688. As soon as these words came out, the happy atmosphere in the kitchen, which was as happy as the new year, froze instantly. Chef Sheng raised his head abruptly, stared at the base commander with flaming eyes, and roared, "What do you want to do? Just tell me." Chef Gu didn't say anything, but he also pricked up his ears. The base commander cleared his throat, feeling a little guilty for some reason. "I just feel sorry for you. You are old, but you still have to do so much work. I want you to relax a little." As soon as these words came out, the two chefs looked at each other, put aside their conflicts in an instant, and refused in unison, "I'm not tired. Not at all. I love my work. Work loves me." "That's right. We are both only 60 now. It's the right age to make a breakthrough." Go Lao also said that he can do it, especially well. The base commander cleared his throat, and was about to speak, but two people outside the door couldn't wait and rushed in directly. One grabbed Zheng Lao's hand, and the other grabbed Go Lao's hand, shaking it up and down desperately. "Old brother, I didn't expect that we would meet again one day. I am so happy that we can fight side by side together. Have you forgotten? The four of us were known as the four great talents in the culinary world. I didn't expect that the four great talents in the kitchen world could get together. This is a great blessing in life. Apprentice, what are you doing? Hurry up and bring our household chores in. This kitchen will be our home from now on." "Yes, yes, yes. Hurry up and move my heirloom in. This is my treasure that I have used to travel the world." "Mr. Gu, Mr. Zheng, damn it. Why haven't these two old men been driven away by natural disasters? Four great talents in the kitchen world. They should be four great enemies in the kitchen world, right? Old Lu, didn't you say you would never see me again? Where I am, there is no you. Why are you doing this now? And where did you get this clothes? What, are you using it to wipe off the chalk dust?" Chef Sheng finished his rant. Chef Gu continued, "You are here just in time. We will hand over the chef work at the base to you. I have something to do here, so I won't delay your cooking. Apprentices, move the cattle, sheep and pigs away, and let's move to another place." Hearing what the two said, the new chef's son and Lu did not show weakness. One was soft and the other was hard, and they started to argue. The four chefs were in a state of turmoil, and the helpers at the base just pretended not to know. Some carried cows, and some carried sheep, and they were as happy as if it was Chinese New Year. If we were to say who was the happiest about the meal ordered by the 50 billion boss, it would definitely be the two chefs, and the second happiest would be those who ate from the big pot at the base. Every time the 50 billion boss ordered ingredients, they were delivered in full, so there were some things she didn't want, like cowhide, fat and the like. Before the natural disaster, no one ate these things, and they were all thrown away, but now they are good things. The two chefs took away the oil and oil shuttles after squeezing the fat, but the bottom of the pot was still there, and they could always mix some of the bottom oil with it. They even sent so much soy sauce and vinegar. As expected of the world's richest man, his living standard is so high. And this cow, the hair is still there. Don't you want the cowhide? I know this, the boss likes to eat pig skin, but not cowhide. The boss doesn't want this cowhide, let us deal with it. Wow, and crabs, so many swimming crabs. Boss, do you want to eat fish balls? I can make them. My family used to be in the fish ball business. The next morning, as soon as Ji opened her eyes, she met a pair of white eyes. She instantly woke up. She raised her right hand and pushed the ball back. She turned over and sat up. What are you doing? There's someone waiting outside the door. The ball flew around Ji and helped her carry her clothes. Who is it? Ji quickly put it on. During this period of time, the snow was too heavy and the signal had long been gone. The mobile phone became useless again. The ball circled around Ji very lively. He said he was from the base. Why don't you eat before opening the door? Anyway, the person is waiting. There is no need to rush now. The biggest hurdle before by Qilin's adulthood has been overcome, and the annoying black Qilin has been sent away by him. At this moment, it is so happy that it is about to take off. Even if someone knocks on the door, it has a little patience. Ji shook his head. I'm not particularly hungry. I can eat after the person leaves. When he opened the door, a tightly wrapped stranger was standing at the door, with white frost on his eyelashes, stomping his feet and pacing back and forth in the corridor. Seeing Ji open the door, he immediately came up. Hello, I am a staff member of the base. This is my ID, and my number. Please take a look. Ji looked down, and saw a piece of black cloth, with a string of numbers written in red. The cloth was of average quality, and the writing was visible. But it was indeed correct. There was a photo of the head of the base on it, as if it was stamped on. The man carefully put away the cloth, and then told his purpose. Hello, please cooperate with the registration. Register for what? He glanced at the floating props around him, which looked a bit like a mirror. Our base has newly introduced regulations that every time a talent comes out of a dungeon, someone must come to register to avoid accidents that are too late to deal with. It was said implicitly, but he understood. Okay. After he finished speaking, the person in front of him waved his hand, and the props that had been floating around it flew in front of emitting white light, and began to scan. In less than a minute, the white light disappeared. The mirror returned to the man's hand. User of Area A of the base, gifted, healthy, no hidden injuries. The man nodded, and was about to talk to when he heard a bluffing voice. It has a note for you, saying that you are the husband of heaven and blessed with great fortune. The man, He wished there was a crack in the ground, and he would crawl into it right now. But thinking that the mission of this trip here has not been completed, the man cleared his throat, forced himself to calm down, and finished his words. At 10 o'clock this morning, the base building will hold a daytime winter party, and you are invited to attend on time. After saying that, he turned around and went downstairs quickly. He didn't feel cold at all now, he just felt like there was a fire burning, his heart was beating. He looked at the back of the man fleeing, looked down at the innocent expression of the ball, didn't say anything, and touched its forehead. Let's go back to the house to eat. The ball forgot the previous episode in an instant, flew back to the house, and began to watch Bai Qilin eat. After the extreme cold, a large number of ordinary people awakened to become gifted people, and their work and rest were divided into two groups. Awake during the day, and sleep at night, and awake at night, and sleep during the day. Some of the habits, after being transformed into beasts, made it impossible for them to adjust their work and rest schedules. Their eyes can see easily at night, but they are a little blurry during the day, like they are highly myopic. They are also very sleepy, and have difficulty concentrating. So in order to adapt to these awakened people, the base prepared to hold two parties, one during the day and one at night. This was what Yuanqiu said when he was having dinner. The base invited a wide range of people this time. Basically all the talents on the ground were invited, as well as the families downstairs. When he stood in the hall of the so-called party at the base, he was completely silent. Chapter 689. Not only was she silent, but all the official game players around her were silent as well. He felt that it was her limit when someone painted the base with red paint and red cloth and created a hellish scene on the New Year's Day. Now she knew that it was her limit, not the limit of the base. At this moment, the base building was completely covered with snow because the snow was not cleared in time. The sunlight could not penetrate, and it was pitch black. In this pitch black, there were several long pieces of white cloth hanging on the lights above the head, swaying left and right in the cold wind that leaked in from the house. It just so happens that this white cloth has its own light effect, and it is fluorescent white. That would be fine. It just so happens that the light falling from the white cloth shines on people, making their shadows fall on the ground and turn green. So white on top and green on the bottom became the tone of the entire party. It just so happens that in this weird atmosphere, there is a person wrapped in a ball on the stage, singing loudly at the top of his voice, but his voice is not in tune. I love food, food loves me, food comes from all directions, food comes from the east, south, west, north and center. I am for everyone, everyone is for me, give a piece of love, let the world be filled with love. While singing, he also tried to do somersaults, but he didn't have the skills at all, so he just forced it. Several talented people who were watching rushed up and tried to end it. Director Fan, that's enough. Director Fan stretched his neck to recite, his voice was hoarse, although I have no money and no food, I have a sincere heart, I am willing to give my all to send blessings to the backbones of the base. Don't stop me, anyone. I want to sing a song for the official players, to congratulate them on their grain distribution. This is not a party at all. Even funerals and funeral homes are not this scary. Oh! No! There are no funeral homes now. Even the crematorium, that had been running non-stop before suddenly stopped working at some point. By the time everyone realized what was happening, it had stopped for a long time. The official players were wearing decent clothes at this time, standing in the crowd like stupid geese. I just felt awkward and wanted to pick my feet. I couldn't fit in at all. On the contrary, the talents who awakened later, who turned into various animals, were very excited and cheered non-stop for the singing of the second in command of the base. This group of people who awakened later were still precious at the beginning, but when they awakened in large numbers later, they began to become common and their status was slightly higher than that of ordinary people. They would be invited to participate in the base charity gala, and the psychological satisfaction made them feel as happy as celebrating the new year. The structure of the entire hall is like the A and B areas of a concert. Area A is very small, where the official players of the game stand. Area B is the periphery, occupying 4/5 of the room, surrounded by the late-awakened talents. In the middle, the base staff stood in a row to form a quarantine zone. He looked at the group of excited beast men behind him. For some reason, he thought of Era. Why do the late-awakened talents seem to be more innocent? Ahem, hello everyone, I am sorry to show off my ugliness. Grandfan sang 10 songs in a row and finally stopped. He stood on a step made of snow and started shouting. Here, I wish you all a happy new year in advance. The applause in Area A was sparse, while the applause in Area B was thunderous. Grandfan waved his hand and looked around at the people below. You are all the hope of mankind and the future. At this time today, I, an old man, can still stand here and talk to you, and I feel very happy. After saying this, he paused and said the theme of today in a hoarse voice. It's so cold, I can't hold on for that long, so I won't talk nonsense. There are 2 main reasons why we are here today. One is a party to make everyone happy. The second reason is that the base has encountered difficulties, and we want to invite everyone to come and chat, brainstorm, and sell some things. If you are interested, you can buy them. I won't force you. The topic may be a bit heavy, so let's buy something first, and let me, an old man, take a break. I am old and I am not forgiving. As soon as he said this, the official players in the audience were stunned. According to the style of the base, they will never let them go until they have been skinned. Why are they so happy this time? Director Fan ignored the others. He just waved his hand to signal someone to come up and walked away quickly. While he was talking, a gifted person with a red body and an egg yolk on his head walked onto the stage. He couldn't tell what it looked like. After the animal came onto the stage, regardless of the weird atmosphere below, he waved his left arm. The next second, a light curtain appeared out of thin air, with photos of supplies listed on it. There were bullets, pistols, bombs, refrigerators, cotton jackets, and cotton shoes. The pistol is still the same price as he bought it, but the bullets have increased 5-fold, and they are limited. The cotton-padded jacket and cotton-padded shoes are all secondhand. As for where they come from, everyone knows. In addition to these basic supplies, there are also some supplies related to the game. Fire-burning agent, price, 3 gene of potatoes. After use, you can resist the extreme cold of -80 degrees. The effective time is 6 hours. Side effect, more prone to hunger. Energy agent. After consumption, it can replenish the body's energy for 1 day. The price is 1 gene of potatoes. Pollution monitor. Price, 2 gene of potatoes. Cold-resistant seeds in the mall. Price, 1 gene of potatoes/grain. Closed-eye chicken feathers. A special product of the copy. You will not close your eyes after wearing them, but they are cold-resistant and have good warmth retention. 1 gene/20 gene of rice. Intercontinental suspension ticket. Price, 30 gene of food. After use, you can take the hovercraft to the nearby base. There are a lot of supplies, and some props with special functions. If this was before the natural disaster, it would probably cause a sensation, and it would not be a problem to sell it for hundreds of millions. But now, the talents are very calm. Cold-resistant seeds, as the name suggests, can be used to grow food. The fire-burning potion was successfully produced by the base a few months ago. It was with this that the talents of the base successfully took out the energy stones in the icicles. But now, the energy stones outside have been taken out. The base produced them, and could not use them up, so they took them out to sell. But the base doesn't need it, and they don't need it either. It's cold, but it won't freeze to death anyway, so who would spend food to buy this thing? Chapter 690. He looked down and landed on the Intercontinental Suspension Train ticket. She had never heard of this Intercontinental Suspension Train before, but as the name suggests, she could guess what it was. But the price of these 30 kilograms of rice was quite expensive. Seeing this, he suddenly remembered the people in City A who had met before, and sent a message to Chile. Husband Jitian, are people coming and going in City A? Chile, no, I heard that many people are going to take this Intercontinental Suspension Train. Didn't they come to investigate the awakening success rate last time? After investigating for a long time, they only got one result, that is, there is a mascot here. My husband said to the heaven, what mascot? Oh, this is just a metaphor. They can't explain it clearly. They got a lot of props from the gifted, and finally said that there is a magnetic field in this place. I didn't understand it either. There was also a fool who said that there is a dragon vein in our base. He searched the dungeon and couldn't find it. My husband said to the heaven, "Dragon vein? The underground has been dug out. How could there be such a treasure?" Chile, that's what I said too. There are big holes under the base. If there was a dragon vein, it would have been dug out long ago. Why would it wait until now? That person also said that the dragon vein turned into a human. What a joke. I think he has watched too many TV dramas. Husband GTN, so they won't leave? Chile, not only will they not leave, but there are also many leaders who have not awakened. They will come this time, and leave only after they successfully awaken. Don't underestimate the success rate. The number of people who have successfully awakened in our base is more than that of several nearby bases. Now it's just that we are not well informed, otherwise it would cause a sensation throughout the country. Gee, he was thoughtful. With these people here, should the existing base leaders be replaced? After thinking about it, she found that it didn't matter. She now had a tree bag and bodyguards. If she really couldn't live here anymore, she could live outside. But she didn't want to unless she had to. Humans are group animals. She still wanted to live among people. While she was thinking, the talented people in front had surrounded the base staff and kept asking questions. What's the matter with the intercontinental suspension ticket? Can we go to City B? My mom is there, and I don't know if she's still alive. 30 kilograms of food is too expensive. Can it be cheaper? I can finally go home. Finally. Wow. When natural disasters come, some people are always trapped here, and can't go home for various reasons. They thought they would never see their families again in this life, but they didn't expect there would be a chance. They would never miss it. The originally quiet A area became unusually lively because of the suspended tickets, and everyone kept asking questions around the staff. He looked at them, and found that these people should all be gifted. They wore half-new clothes without patches, and the food they took out was also obtained from the space button. It seems that they should be living well. The extreme cold completely reversed the previous rich and poor classes. The lack of food and clothing, coupled with a large number of awakened people in the later period, the food consumption increased sharply, and many people went crazy and robbed without thinking. The rich people who had money, but weak fighting power became the first batch of unlucky people. Now those who can still take out 30 kilograms of food, except for those obtained from bubbles, are earned from dungeons. No matter which one it is, it can prove that this person is quite strong. The late awakeners in Area B who could only transform into long-haired animals to resist the severe cold look at the crowded Area A, with envy in their eyes. These game players are different, much richer than us late awakeners. If this food is given to me, I will definitely not buy anything and keep it for myself. These words are just words from the late awakening talents. They dare not do anything extra. There is no other reason. The gap in strength is too great. Before the awakening of talents, they did not think how powerful the official players were. Now that they have awakened, they know that they are like mountains. Any one of them can beat 10 of them. There is no comparison at all. He stood among the official players, surrounded by a circle of people, constantly trying to get close to her. Ever since she met someone from the base, Jihee's identity was exposed. Many people have knocked on the door, but under normal circumstances, they basically can't see Jihee. Now that they have a chance, they will naturally not let it go. Hello, my name is Cha Tailang. I have heard of your name before, and have heard of you for a long time. I didn't expect that we are in the same base. This is fate. I wonder if we can go through the next copy together. Hello, nice to meet you, my name is. Some people say that our world will fall into eternal freezing. What do you think? Jihee frowned, and the next second, 3 whimpering cats suddenly appeared in front of her, their bodies erected, and their furry claws pushed everyone 2 meters away. They bared their teeth. Stand back. Don't get close to my boss. Everyone, Now that eating and drinking have become problems, this scene makes them feel like they have returned to the civilized era. Even the air was quiet for a moment. Director Fan, who was looking at this side not far away, had his eyes twinkling, but didn't say anything. His smile was much more sincere. The more powerful people there were in the base, the happier he was. He didn't move either, just stood in the middle of the whimpering cats, letting everyone look at them. At this time, the staff responsible for selling items had come to the whimpering cats and shouted from a distance of 2 meters, "Madam, what do you want to buy?" Jihee glanced at the items for sale, and there was nothing she needed, so she shook her head. "I don't want to buy anything." The staff member smiled and turned away. "Okay. Sir, what do you want to buy?" A tall gifted person pointed to a picture, Hey gal gal energy bar, give me 30 pills. He looked in the direction of the man's finger, and it said, Hey gal gal energy bar, healthy, nutritious and filling, those who have eaten it have said, 30 pills/pound of any food, #1 in sales for many consecutive months. Looking at this black thing, he felt that it looked familiar. This is not the one that Miyu gave her that time. After eating it, she had a mouthful of black cakes. The salesman stood aside, and carefully measured the weight of the grain with a small scale. After confirming that there was no problem, he counted out 30 black cakes that were bigger than the man's palm from the big bag behind him, and handed them to the man. Please keep them. Yes. The man carefully put the black cakes close to his body. The staff came to the next person. This person also bought 30 black cakes. This is a common situation. In addition to paying for food to buy intercontinental suspension tickets, most of the gifted people bought this black cake. Chapter 691. At this time, there was a person who consumed more than 2 kilograms of food. The staff immediately stood in place and began to say auspicious words loudly. Thank you, boss. I wish you all the best, good luck, and good luck every year. May your wishes come true. After the staff dressed in a ball said this, they took off the green seaweed on their shoulders and surrounded the person in the middle to prepare for dancing. This is Grandfan's new idea this time. In order to make every customer feel that the money is well spent, after the consumption exceeds a certain amount, he asked a group of staff to dance in public, waving green sticky seaweed as ribbons. Obviously, except for him, no one else likes it. The man surrounded by the green seaweed moved his fingers slightly, and the seaweed on the shoulder of a staff member suddenly came alive, like a snake, and directly wrapped around the staff member's head, wrapped up the whole thing, and stuck tightly. Ah, what is this? Hurry up. Help. Several game players rushed over, tore off the seaweed, and rescued the staff member. Turning around, the staff member was fine, but the prop was broken. The people who didn't buy anything at the back made a sound of regret that sounded like it was real or fake. This is really such a pity. That's right, I'm buying things, but no one is performing. I still feel something is missing. Everyone rolled their eyes. Why are you pretending? Everyone knows each other. The props were damaged, so the dance naturally couldn't continue, and the sales process suddenly became much faster. Not long after, the whole event was over. Go Langfan also walked back to the stage. He put his hands in his pockets and kept stamping his feet. It was obvious that he had been frozen for a long time. Looking at the people below the stage, he said in a trembling voice, the relationship between people is a kind of fate. Thank you for still being in the same base. Thank you for having survived the extreme heat and the extreme cold. I don't know how long we humans will be able to hold on in the future, but everyone in the audience is the hope of the base. I hope you can survive. As long as you are here, humanity will be here. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere suddenly became dull. Why does this old man sound like he is leaving a last word? Director Fan continued a hymn. Humans have survived countless crises to survive until now. I believe that what our predecessors could hold on to, our generation can also. A hymn. During this period, the base has been working hard and has taken many detours. Sometimes, the results are not satisfactory, which will disappoint everyone who is working there. Here I, the old man, would like to apologize to you all. I have done a lot of shameful things, but if I were to choose again, I would still do it. I have done my job well. The total number of people who survived at our base is the highest among all bases. I have a clear conscience. While speaking, Director Fan kept coughing. Everyone in the audience was very quiet. In the past 2 years, they watched him turn from a black-haired man into a white-haired, shriveled and thin old man. Director Fan, if you have anything to say, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush. Yes, why are you trying to get emotional with us? If you want us to donate food, just tell us. Director Fan took a few breaths and waved his hand. We don't need your food this time. I called everyone here today to tell you something. The base is now out of ammunition and food. Tomorrow, the food from the last granary will be distributed. This time, we don't need your credit points. Everyone will get 1. Ordinary people will get 2 bean cakes, and talented people will get 5 bean cakes. After this distribution, the base will be empty. What will happen in the future depends on you. But don't worry, the base has not been disbanded. As long as I am here, I will work hard for you. It's just that the base can't do anything about the food. After saying this, Director Fan's whole body suddenly hunched over, as if he had aged 10 years. There was complete silence in the audience. Everyone felt that the base was like a mountain. Whether the sky collapsed or the ground sank, the base would support it. Now someone suddenly stood up and said, that the base was no longer viable. They simply couldn't accept it. Director Fan smiled, breaking the deadlock, trying to be more optimistic. Of course, I called everyone here not to give up. I just want to tell you to hold on. Everyone looked up at Director Fan. A person with foresight once said that we humans are not in a desperate situation. As long as we hold on, we will have a bright future. You are the best people in our base, and you are the hope of mankind. As long as you hold on, mankind will not be wiped out in the long river of history. There was a dead silence in the audience. No one spoke. Don't the talents know that the current situation is very difficult? Not really. At the beginning, the base sold bean cakes on time, but later the quantities sold became less and less, and there was no regularity, so everyone had some predictions in their hearts. But now the base has made the food shortage public, and everyone is filled with sadness and panic. Is there nothing the base can do? What should they do then? The game players are fine, but the most panicked are the late awakeners. They have awakened once, but it seems that except for becoming more tenacious, it seems there is no other use. When you are hungry, it seems that all talents are not as useful as a bean cake. He looked at the sad mood of the crowd and pursed his lips. Director Fan said something, and it was right. Just hold on. Food. It will be there soon. Just when he was struggling whether to speak or not, someone shouted in the late awakening area of Zone B, Director Fan, I know a piece of news about the 50 billion boss, and this news can solve the difficulties of our base. Question mark. Director Fan was about to leave, but when he heard this, he suddenly stopped and was overjoyed. Sir, please speak. The gifted speaker was a bear-like animal with a long nose, standing upright, and covered in black hair. He stood up straight and said loudly, Healing mushrooms, Director Fan, as long as you give me the healing mushrooms, I will tell you the news immediately. I am sure that once this news comes out, it will definitely solve Director Fan's current troubles. This person was very confident and even said, I am willing to accept the lie detector test, and I will be responsible for what I say. Director Fan nodded and waved his hand. Soon, a person came out and whispered something in Director Fan's ear. The gifted people in front heard it all. What the man said was the truth. Director Fan nodded, his brows slightly relaxed, and looked at the man. We don't have healing mushrooms. Can you change your request? The man was very sure you have them. I saw them. People around were talking. What healing mushrooms? Is this a healing item? Why did he specifically ask for healing mushrooms when he wanted a healing item? Chapter 692. Are you stupid? The healing mushroom only appeared once, in the shop of the 50 billion boss, when the bounty was issued, and it has never appeared again since then. Why did he specifically ask for the healing mushroom? What is the use of this thing? Does he know the 50 billion boss? Now, unless the 50 billion boss speaks out, I don't believe anything else. The man was so sure that Director Fan began to waver. He even suspected that their base really had healing mushrooms, but he didn't know about it. But he didn't show it, and continued to negotiate. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but the base really doesn't have healing mushrooms now. If there is nothing, where can I get it for you? Why don't you change your request? If you only want a healing item, there is another one in the base warehouse, and I can get it for you now. The man smiled and shook his head. Director Fan, you don't have to say these things. I am a person with a precognitive talent. What I see is the real future. Since I see that you have it, you must have it. Director Fan frantically guessed the man's identity, but his face was not visible. Even if the base has healing mushrooms, what you said now is just one person's opinion. How can you prove that what you said is true? The man spread his hands. Believe it if you want, forget it if you don't. The conversation was deadlocked. At this time, Director Fan, who was struggling on the stage, glanced at the crowd watching the excitement and not minding the big things below the stage. He rolled his eyes in his heart. It should be said that these talented people are a little stupid. What time is it now? The fire is urgent. The family will soon run out of food. How can you still be in the mood to watch the excitement? Does humanity really have a future? At this moment, he suddenly rolled his eyes, fell backwards, and fainted in front of everyone. There were still some smart people. His subordinates saw Director Fan fainted, and immediately shouted in grief, Director Fan fainted. Hurry up, send the director out, someone come quickly. A large group of people rushed in, and before anyone could react, they carried Director Fan out. The people in the room looked at each other, and just when they saw the top, how come another important role went on strike? What is the sequel? I haven't finished watching it yet. Soon, Director Fan's subordinates rushed in and shouted to everyone, please don't worry, we are rescuing the person. We will continue the conversation after we rescue him. The awakened person didn't want them to drag it on, saying, I will only give you 1 hour. If you don't agree with my request, forget it. After saying that, he sat down on the spot and stopped talking. Let the people around him talk about it. The official player whispered, Who is this, so arrogant? He seemed to be a rich second generation, living in a villa, but the icicles came and froze his house, and he was the only one who survived. So he was just an ordinary person before? How did he know such a secret? You ask me, who should I ask? Hey, it's just a healing item. Why is he staring at it? Didn't Director Fan say that he would get him a healing item from the warehouse? Why is he still unwilling? Gee, he leaned on Ingyu Fan, his mind clear as a mirror. If there is any difference between the healing mushroom and other healing items, it is that the healing mushroom is rushed in by her power, which can prevent a person from transforming into a turbid beast. But other items do not have this possibility. But gee, he was a little confused. How could she not know when she met this man? The crowd whispered, and many people were secretly looking at Jihi. Finally, a brave talent came over tentatively. The 3 crying cats immediately shifted their attention to him. The man was stiff and waved his hands frantically. I have no ill intentions. No ill intentions. I just want to talk to the boss. The 3 whimpering cats saw that he did not respond, so they retracted their momentum, but their eyes did not move away. The man took a few more steps tentatively and stopped 2 meters away from Jihi. Boss, do you think this man is telling the truth? Jihi glanced at the man and saw the expectation in his eyes. I don't even know what he is going to say. How do I know if what he said is true or false? The man's eyes dimmed for a moment, and at this time someone in the crowd shouted, Boss, the rumor on the internet that you know the 50 billion boss, is it true or false? As soon as these words came out, all eyes turned to this side. Even the group of talented people behind him stopped talking. The air was instantly quiet. Jihi glanced at them, readily admitted, and nodded yes. The people in the room immediately exploded. Then what did the big boss, the 50 billion boss, say? Yes. Did the 50 billion big boss say anything to solve the current dilemma? Jihi looked at the expectant eyes of everyone and was about to speak. Director Fan came back. There were several bodyguards behind him. Director Fan held the healing mushroom in front of the man and shook it. Here is the healing mushroom. Now you just say it, it's yours. The man looked at the healing mushroom in front of him, breathing rapidly. This is it, this is what he saw. With this thing, he will have a worry-free life in the future. Suppressing his eagerness, he began to make demands. I can say it, but you sign an agreement with me to guarantee my personal safety, and I will not take this mushroom back. Director Fan nodded without hesitation, okay. The 2 parties were about to sign the contract when a voice came from the crowd, Director Fan. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a man in a black down jacket surrounded by 3 big cats. If it was before, Jihi did not reveal her identity, and she suddenly spoke, everyone would definitely sneer. But this time is different. When they heard that she had something to say, everyone fell silent. Jihi's expression did not change, and his voice was flat. News is time sensitive. I think we should set a time limit to see if the news, he said, can solve the difficulties of the base in the near future. Everyone nodded in agreement. If this was said by someone else, they would subconsciously refute it. After all, the situation is so critical now, and the base is about to go bankrupt. It's hard to find a way out of the problem, and no one wants to hear discouraging words. But this person is the husband's sacrifice to heaven. They know her great achievements, and when they hear her speak, they all think it makes a lot of sense. Turning to the person with the gift of foresight, yes, you only said the news, but there is too much news. If you said that 50 billion will be said in a year, then we will all die. Yes, I don't know if I can live until next year. It's not okay to tell me that I will die in 5 or 6 years. There must be a time limit. Director Fan also nodded. What this girl said makes sense. Can you tell me when the news was? Chapter 693. The man glared at Jihi fiercely. He was not a game player, and did not recognize the tightly wrapped man in front of him. He just felt that this man was deliberately against him. But it didn't matter, his news was not from a year later. So he said, the news is today. As long as you give me the healing mushroom, you can get the exact news today. As soon as the voice fell, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The next sentence was heard by the man. I wanted to say it directly, but now, I want the base to guarantee that if what I said is true, this woman must be driven out of the base. After all, I don't want someone who questions me to enjoy the benefits of my information. Director Fan frowned and refused without hesitation. The base belongs to everyone. As long as she doesn't violate the rules, no one has the right to kick her out. Our deal is 50 billion pieces of information, and it has nothing to do with this. The man was very difficult. I don't care about that. If you want to make a deal, you must kick this woman out. The moment he became a gifted person, he vowed to make all those who looked down on him pay the price. This woman is so ignorant of the current situation, let's start with her. Director Fan frowned, and was about to say something. Jihee's voice sounded, okay. If what you said is true, I can leave the base. The talents turned around suddenly, and looked at Jihee in disbelief. Others don't know, but don't they know? Now the world outside is full of mutant animals. If you leave the protection of the group, you will probably die within a week. Jihee's expression did not change, and the expressions of the three whimpering cats in front of her did not change either. In front of everyone, she repeated her words, and then said, Director Fan, you haven't said it yet. What if what he said is false? Director Fan looked at Jihee with a complicated expression. If what he said is false, we will also kick him out of the base. Jihee nodded, it makes sense. Director Fan turned to look at the man. What do you think? The man didn't think he would lose the bet. He had a talent for foresight, so how could he lose? So he nodded without hesitation, okay. After the two parties signed the contract, the healing mushroom flew out of Director Fan's hand and hung in the air. A countdown appeared below, ending at 12 o'clock tonight. Everyone was silent, looking at the man quietly, waiting for him to say that sentence. The man looked at the healing mushroom in the air, excited all over. Thinking of the wonderful life he would have, he suppressed his excitement, looked around, and then spoke slowly in the anxiety of everyone. Today, borrowing another 50 billion from the sky will announce a message to the world. With this message, the base will no longer lack food for the time being. The man's talent had just awakened, and he could only see a certain scene in the future and hear a sentence. He saw a sturdy man carrying a homemade shovel and walking while muttering, thanks to the 50 billion boss. If she hadn't announced the news about food in time on the 20th, my daughter would have starved to death. And today is the 20th, and today 50 billion will release that news. Director Fan frowned. You said nothing? Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. Even if the news was released, it was released by the 50 billion boss. What does it have to do with you? You are too good at taking advantage of others, aren't you? Yes, you should just tell me the content. The man insisted. I am a person with a foresight talent, and what I see is true. If I hadn't said this, then after going out today, everyone in the base would know how serious the consequences of food shortages would be, and how much riots would occur. I don't need to say more, right? And if I said it in advance, even if it solved the food problem of the base, then this healing mushroom should be given to me. This statement is a bit far-fetched. Director Fan hesitated. According to what the man said now, this news is undoubtedly very important to the base. But if he is asked to hurt innocent people because of this news, he is unwilling to do so. Okay. Looking at the voice, Jihee stood in the middle of the three crying cats, and said calmly, if 50 billion sends the news before 12 o'clock today, you win. Others heard this, and felt very complicated. This girl is too sure, even Director Fan thought so. He had a stern face, and was ready to fool around with this matter. This matter has not been finalized yet, and we need to talk about it again. Turning around, he was about to speak, but the man in front of him agreed with a happy face. Then let's make a deal. Hearing this, Director Fan sighed. This girl is still young, and this man is so ambiguous, the chance of winning is too high. He thought about it, and had an idea. If the man really won the bet, he would find a way to send the girl to the hovercraft to City A. At least guarantee the girl's life. Director Fan had something on his mind, and didn't want to say more. The old man, won't keep you here. If you want to leave, you can leave now. After the words fell, no one left. Why go back? The sky is about to fall, and you still want to go back? How can you be so careless? As one of the parties involved, he certainly couldn't leave, so he took out a stool and sat down. The three whimpering cats stood still, protecting he firmly in the middle. There was a murmur in the crowd, and after a while, a man came out. He thought he wanted to say something, but the man said, Boss, we know that what you said just now was for us. Don't worry, if you lose this bet, we will find a way to help you get a ticket for the hover car, and let you go to City A. Others also spoke up. Yes, boss, don't worry, we are not ungrateful people. He looked at the leader and said, have you seen me? The man reached out and scratched the back of his head. Boss, have you forgotten? Once when we were doing a dungeon, you sold us information. If it weren't for you, I couldn't have passed that dungeon. Yes, one prop cleared the level, it's really too cost-effective. Yes, I told others that you and I were in the same base, and many people envied me. Everyone was laughing. They had already agreed to pay for Jihee's train ticket. More than one gifted person had tested it just now, and the late awakener was telling the truth. It was true that he was a predictor, and it was also true that he could see the future. Then today, the 50 billion boss would definitely send a message. He looked at the person who was speaking, and did not mention that she had said before that she knew 50 billion, but just said, "No, I will win." If it was other things, she could not be sure. But no one had a say in whether 50 billion would send a message today than her. Chapter 694. She said she would win, and she would definitely win. Seeing he so sure, the man opened his mouth, but considering the dignity of the boss, he closed it. Although the boss is strong, he is still young and needs to save face. They understand. As the night deepened, no one left. The atmosphere around was depressing, and you could hear a pin drop. No one spoke. Everyone kept browsing the forum, waiting for the moment when the 50 billion boss might appear. After an afternoon of fermentation, the entire chat channel now knows about their bet, and the talents from all over the world are waiting anxiously in front of the chat box. They all secretly hoped that the predictor could win the bet, although it was not fair to think so. But they were too short of food. All bases in the world were short of food. They wanted to know how the news of the 50 billion boss would solve the current predicament. At this moment, a chewing sound came into everyone's ears. They looked over subconsciously. They saw that the other party of the bet had taken out food and was eating without knowing when. 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Steamed fish and cold cucumbers, and sweet potatoes. These 2 dishes were very common before the natural disaster, but now they have become a symbol of status. Many people swallowed their saliva as Jihee's chopsticks moved. They couldn't move their eyes away. Can't they afford this dish? They can afford it. They just came out of the dungeon, which is the stage when they have the most food. If they risk all their wealth, they can still have a meal. But no one will eat like this. No one. It's not like they will die tomorrow. Which good family dares to eat like this? Someone muttered to himself, twitching his nose wildly. So white, so fragrant. Oh my god, there is no fishy smell at all. Am I too hungry and hallucinating? Someone stood up and slowly approached Jihee, but just when he was 2 meters away from Jihee, he felt the gaze of a beast. This strong sense of crisis made him sweat, and he froze in place. A cry came from the crowd, "Puff cat! This is a fluff cat! No! This is a whimpering cat! Oh my god, someone actually brought this creature out of the dungeon! So that big guy is my husband Jitian." When the 3 cats first came out, no one recognized them, and thought they were robots. But in the afternoon, someone who was bored secretly took photos of the cats and posted them online, and their true identities were finally recognized. After all, in the last dungeon, the powerful fighting power of the cats left a deep impression on many talents. Although the man standing there didn't know what the cat was, he raised his hands and squatted down obediently after hearing the words dungeon creature. He just sniffed and did nothing else. Seeing him surrender, Ingy and Cat withdrew his gaze and continued to be their bodyguard. The rest of the people sat in their original places and looked at this side openly. The desire in their eyes could be condensed into substance. I want to eat so much. So greedy. He just pretended not to see it, lowered his head, and concentrated on eating. It turns out that if you are strong, you can really do whatever you want. As time passed, the quiet atmosphere disappeared, and the waiting crowd began to get anxious. Why hasn't the 50 billion boss sent a message yet? Is this person wrong? It's already 8 o'clock. How long do we have to wait? Director Fan is not a gifted person, his body is not good, and he can't stand the cold for such a long time. The one waiting here is a gifted person from the base. He met Xiaowei once. The group surrounded the gifted person with foresight in the middle, and their expressions did not change. The gifted person with foresight also looked very calm. Since he saw it, he must be right. 5 billion, the message will definitely be sent tonight. He sat in the corner, cross-legged, and felt calmer. She wanted to see what the future would be like, what irreversible factors would make her send a message. The anxious atmosphere reached its peak at 11:30 p.m. It was terrible to disappoint people after having hope. This guy must be a liar. It's already this late, and I haven't seen the 50 billionaire send a message. We can't just let this go. The fraud has even reached the base. Xiaowei's face was also very ugly. Although the healing mushroom is precious, it can only save 1 life at most. The news about food is different. Now there are more than 900,000 mouths waiting for food in the entire base. This concerns the names of more than 900,000 people, if what he said is false. He turned his head and said in a cold voice, "Do you have anything else to say?" The predictive talent was not as calm as at the beginning, and sweat began to appear on his forehead. He stared at the countdown above his head, and prayed frantically in his heart. "Please, boss, 50 billion, Send the message quickly. Please. Really, I really saw it. I saw people talking, saying that 50 billion will release the news on the night of the 20th. Wait a little longer. The early morning of the 21st is also considered the night of the 20th. The man was also panicking. He rushed to Chiawei, grabbed his trouser legs, and pleaded, please, believe me. I really am a person with precognitive talent. I really didn't lie to you. Don't kick me out of the base. There are monsters outside the base. I will die. I will die. Chiawei frowned, and tore the man off his legs, his voice cold and hard. Don't tell me these nonsense. What were you thinking when you drove the girl out of the base? Why don't you think about whether she can survive? I won't waste my words with you. The time you agreed to is 12 o'clock tonight. After 12 o'clock, if the 50 billion boss has not sent a message, kid, you can wait to face the anger of everyone. The man sat on the ground, turned his head, and looked at the talented people around him, who were staring at him, and wanted to skin him alive. He trembled like a sieve, rushed over again and hugged Xiaowei's thigh, begging non-stop, please, please, save me. Go send a message to the 50 billion boss, and ask him to send out the notice now. I can't wait any longer. I really can't wait any longer. Xiaowei stared at him with disgust. What has become of human beings? At this time, they don't want to unite as one, but seek profits for themselves and oppress their own kind. It's simply hateful. He motioned to the people around him to catch him. A man who acts like this, is he still a man? A man should be upright and willing to accept defeat. If you dare to do it, and take responsibility, I will respect you as a man. The man couldn't hear anything. He stared at the countdown above his head, his eyes bloodshot, and kept muttering to himself, please, please, 50 billion, please send a message. Why don't you send a message? Aren't you sure you will send it today? Why don't you keep your word? In the dead silent room, only the man's mumbling remained. He glanced over there, and looked away again. His face was calm. The ending was already determined. Chapter 695. After 12 o'clock, the house was dead silent, and you could hear a pin drop. The stage from full of hope to shattered hope is very scary. Everyone stared at the man. Even the late awakeners. He gave everyone hope, but disappointed everyone. The consequences should be borne by him. As he stood up and walked out, everyone automatically made way without even using the cat to clear the way. Looking at her with awe, someone remembered what he had asked before and shouted boldly, Master Jitian, may I ask if you know why the 50 billion master didn't send a message? As he spoke, everyone looked at Ji, as if a person who was about to die of thirst due to lack of water heard the last hope. Ji turned his head and looked at the man, smiling meaningfully. Of course, it was to let me win. Everyone, question mark. Let you win. The 50 billion master didn't send a message in order to let you win. What a niche word. After Ji finished speaking, he ignored the people standing there, and led the way out. She was telling the truth. I just don't know if these people believe it or not. Ah, did you hear what she said just now? She said that the 50 billion boss didn't tell her in order to let her win. Is that right? Isn't that right? Then is it too late for me to kneel down and beg her now? Oh my god, I actually feel that she is telling the truth. Am I crazy? As soon as Ji left, a bunch of people followed him out, and they were all stopped by Yingyingmeo 2 meters away. Stop! Don't get close to the boss. Yingyuqian's voice was cold. If the boss hadn't mentioned it, these people would have been sentenced to death with their frivolous actions. The crowd didn't want to disturb Ji, but just stood not far away and begged, please boss. Please give us a quick death, we are really about to burst. Boss, please, let us buy it with energy stones. As long as the 50 billion boss is willing to post the news, as long as he is willing to post it, we will buy as many energy stones as he wants. Yes, yes, yes. We don't want to get something for free, we are just too desperate, really, boss, please, let the 50 billion boss cheat us. When she said the last sentence, a woman's voice was a little choked. Last month, 3 people in the building where she lived had starved to death. If this continues, she will not be able to hold on. He looked at the skinny people with dead eyes, turned his head and looked at the sky. Instead of pinning your hopes on others, it is better to rely on yourself. Look, the mutant birds flying in the sky, aren't they your food? Hearing Ji say this, everyone raised their heads with tears in their eyes, and suddenly saw a few small white dots in the distant sky getting closer and closer. The white dots gradually grew larger, and their figures were revealed in front of everyone. Some were surprised and some were terrified. It's a mutant bird. The mutant bird is coming. In the silent night, the sound spread far away, and also summoned everyone who was in a mess in the house. Where is the mutant bird? Where is the mutant bird? They were a little panicked. The mutant animals outside were strong in combat, and if one of them was not careful, he would be eaten alive. Xiaowei also rushed out at this time. Compared to the panic-stricken crowd, he looked relatively calm. He carefully counted the number of mutant birds. After confirming that he could deal with them, he felt relieved and turned around to scold everyone. "What are you doing? What are you doing? This is food delivered to your door. Quick, flight team, rush up and intercept. Listen to all the gifted people, you are no longer the unarmed you before. Now I will tell you one thing, humans will not become extinct. We can hunt. Everyone who attacks and gets meat will be distributed according to their work." After the words fell, the people who were still panicking just now shifted their attention from death to the distribution of meat, and their saliva was ahead of fear, and they were drooling like crazy. "This is meat. I haven't eaten a bite of meat for more than 2 years." In midair, the talented people with flying ability in the base have intercepted the big bird and launched an attack in tacit cooperation. On the ground, all the talented people with long-range ability were not stingy, and threw a lot of attacks at the mutant bird. I wish I could knock them down and divide their meat immediately. The combined power of thousands of people present is very terrifying. Although the fighting power of mutant birds is several times that of gifted people. After a few minutes, they still let out a whine and were knocked down. The gifted people waiting underground immediately ran out quickly, and dozens of people picked up the big bird that fell into the snow. Their faces were full of joy, happier than the new year. "This bird is heavy. It must be at least 200 pounds. I was the one who struck the fatal blow on the bird's neck. Can I have the bird's neck? My daughter is 6 years old and weighs only 20 pounds. I'm going to make her some soup with this bird meat when I get home to nourish her." Xiaowei stopped everyone and took out the pollution detector to check them one by one. Not all mutant animals are edible. Only when the pollution level does not exceed 40% can they become food. It's just possible, not certain. Because some mutant animals have meat that is not more than 40% polluted, but their meat is poisonous and cannot be eaten. But it doesn't matter. If it can't be eaten, it won't be wasted. The shop of the 50 billion boss recycles it all year round, and it can also make a lot of money if it is sold. Everyone held their breath, hanging their hearts, and watched Xiaowei's actions intently. But their hearts kept sinking. Drop, pollution level exceeds 40%, not edible. Drop, pollution level exceeds 40%, not edible. Drop, pollution level 28%, edible. This is the 5th one, and finally there is a good result. Xiaowei showed a happy look on his face, and everyone around him also smiled. It was not until this moment that they realized that they were so nervous that they didn't even breathe. Even the late awakeners who had been hiding at the end and didn't take action were delighted. "Captain, are you selling this meat? I still have credit points in my card, can I buy some?" Xiaowei stood up and looked at the excited people. His voice was heroic and loud. "Sell. We will definitely sell it. Everyone knows that our ancestors moved from hunting and gathering to farming civilization, right? Now we are in trouble. In order to survive, we can switch from farming civilization to hunting and gathering. As long as we persist, humans have hope of survival. Don't be discouraged. Even if we can't find food in the end, the base will organize everyone to go out hunting, and will never give up on everyone. Yes, there are prey and meat outside. We can still go out hunting." Chapter 696. "Look, the boss of 50 billion has sent a message. We have food. We are not afraid of starving to death." Ah, the boss of 50 billion is so powerful. The merciful God finally showed up. After 3 days, there will be a kind of food in the snow, which can be eaten raw, not boiled or roasted, and the yield is random. Ah, I don't have to worry about starving to death. At this time, the person with the foresight talent caught by Xiaowei shouted out as if he had met a savior. "The boss of 50 billion has sent a message. I'm not lying to you, am I? Let me go. Give me the healing mushroom. I'm not wrong. Everything I said is true." "Shameless. It's past the stipulated time. How can you be so shameless? You're a scammer." After returning home, Yuanqiu flew around and flew up and down. "Why did you take so long to come back? Did you have a good meal tonight?" Ji smiled and walked into the house. "I ate." Then Yuanqiu continued to mutter, "Then let's have a midnight snack?" Ji glanced at it. This ball was still so concerned about her eating. She was a little hungry, so she agreed. She put the food on the table and started eating. The ball kept talking. Ji agreed from time to time while eating. When she ate a donkey roll, she was stunned for a moment and chewed carefully. Why is this donkey roll so delicious? Who made it?" Picked it up and took a closer look. It was the red bean paste inside that was different. Ji's taste was different from others. Many people like to eat the kind of red bean paste that is very delicate and can't see the grains, but she doesn't like it. She likes the kind that has a grainy texture and is very soft when eaten. Too sweet, too hard, or too soft. She thought it was too much trouble, so she rarely made it. She didn't know how to describe the order from the chef, and she didn't say it specifically. The ball took a look and said casually, "It was made before the great harvest." Ji-hee nodded, took another bite, and then said, thoughtfully, "Do you think robots also have dual personalities?" The ball suddenly stuttered, "What? What?" Ji-hee lowered his head and concentrated on picking up the dishes, as if he didn't notice the stiffness of the ball, and said word by word, "The current great harvest is more like the great harvest at the beginning. There was a period of time in the middle. It was like a different person. Not only did it talk less, but it was also always awkward and didn't call the master. Why do you think this is? Why? Why?" The ball thought frantically, and a light bulb suddenly flashed at his head. Virus. Yes, yes, yes. It may be infected with a virus, and the antivirus will be completed now. It will naturally return to its original state. Ji-hee nodded, without saying whether he believed it or not. Oh, in the middle of the night, Ji-hee fell asleep, and the ball appeared in by Joe's marshal's mansion. He came up and accused him of everything. "Are you doing this on purpose? Do you know that you are disturbing Bai Qilan's adulthood by doing this? If Bai Qilan fails to become an adult, you will be shot for 10,000 years. Bai Jiu said calmly, "It's just work, you think too much." Yuan Qiu thought about Bai Jiu's previous cooking skills and today's donkey rolls, and still doubted, "Why didn't you show this skill earlier? And how do you know Ji-hee likes donkey rolls?" Da Fengshou said calmly, "I guessed." Yuan Qiu choked, didn't believe it in his heart, but couldn't find a reason, so he had to leave a harsh word. "You two have nothing to do with each other from now on. Stay away from Bai Qilan." After saying that, he disappeared. This is a perfect example of the concept of throwing away after use. Bai Jiu stood in the house, looking at the distant starry sky. The last video played on the light computer behind him was Ji-hee's marriage proposal record. The next afternoon, Ji-hee had just woken up when the door was knocked again. He opened the door, and it was the same worker who came yesterday. It was like a different person. The fear and helplessness of yesterday were completely gone from his expression. When he saw Ji-hee coming out, he smiled and said, "Hello, ma'am, I'm bothering you again. We received a temporary notice. Last night, the 50 billionaire sent a message saying that there will be food in the snow in 2 days. So the base is going to divide the area and let everyone contract. All the plants dug out in the contracted area belong to themselves, and the base will not ask. I wonder if you are interested? Oh, by the way, because you were brave yesterday and helped the base recover the losses, the base has approved a 100 square meter piece of land for you, and you can choose the location freely." After the man finished speaking, he raised his right arm and lightly tapped with his left index finger. A base map appeared in the air. The entire base was divided into countless small areas, marked with signs and areas. From A01 to D8888. The largest area is 50 square meters, and the smallest is 1 square meter. Some of the blocks have turned from bright to black. The man pointed to some of the black blocks and patiently explained to Ji-hee, "The darkened ones are already sold, and the ones that are still bright are available for purchase. The location and size are different, and the price is different." As she was explaining, the door opposite Ji-hee opened, and Mengjin and Mengjia, brother and sister, walked out. They had a very bad time recently. Both of them lost a lot of weight, especially Mengjia. She was a young and beautiful girl before, but now her face was pale, and she looked exhausted. She smiled at Ji-hee first, then turned to look at the staff. "Hello, we want to buy too." The man turned around and looked at her, and his voice was full of laughter, which made Ji-hee feel as if he had returned to the time before the natural disaster. "Of course, wait a moment, I will serve you after I finish serving this customer." Before he came, his superiors had ordered him not to offend anyone on this trip, so it was not too much for him to be careful now. After Ji-hee said that yesterday, he guessed that he would have such an attitude, and he was not surprised to hear it now. He just shook his head. "It doesn't matter, we know each other, let's watch it together." Looking at Meng Jia's pale face, Ji-hee thought for a while and said, "Is there anything I can help with?" Meng Jia was supported, and kept breathing heavily. He smiled when he heard Ji-hee's words. "It's okay, this is the sequelae of my talent, I will get better slowly." Ji-hee nodded and didn't say anything. He lowered his head, and concentrated on looking at the map. At this time, the neighbor downstairs heard the sound and walked up tentatively. "Brother, can we take a look?" The staff was in a good mood, looking at the people below, and replied, "Don't worry, you go back first, I come back to find you after I'm done here." Hearing that they were not allowed to approach, the people downstairs didn't say anything this time. They just stood in the corridor, huddled together, like penguins gathering together for warmth. I was ready to die, but I didn't expect to see the news of 50 billion at the last minute. Now think about it, I can still hold on. Chapter 697. Sister-in-law, haven't you become an awakener? Why do you want to die? I've lived enough. The child at home is still so young, and I, an old woman, have to eat more or less to keep the child alive. Oh, it's no good now. We still have to live. Didn't you listen to what the 50 billion boss said? There is food in the snow. We can help dig snow and contribute. Yes, that's right. I'm going to go out of the base after I finish digging the snow. The 50 billion boss also said that there are mutant animals in the snow. If we catch them, they will be hundreds of pounds of meat. It's not easy to catch them. The mutants are several meters tall. One claw is scarier than the Siberian tiger. At this point, someone looked up and asked Jihe, boss, I heard that our Al-Qaeda organization went out to catch mutants. What do you think? Hearing this, everyone was silent, waiting for Jihe to reply. Since the last dog-licking incident, everyone knew that Jihe was not ordinary, and their attitude towards her changed 100 times. They didn't think Jihe was strong and poor anymore. They just thought that was the standard of the boss. They had the ability to earn food, so what's wrong with spending a little? That's because they have the ability and enjoy life. It's different from those who are stingy and leave food behind. Jihe's attention is still on the display screen, and he answered casually, it depends on your personal ability. Some mutant animals look like Godzilla. Think about it before you go out. Can you beat Godzilla? If you can beat him, then go. If you can't, just stop digging snow. Everyone nodded immediately, and said without thinking, did you hear what the boss said? People should know themselves. The mutant meat is delicious, but it depends on your own strength, right? We have just awakened, and the ice pillar is not as thick as your neck, so don't go out and humiliate yourself. Oh, I'm greedy when I think of the meat I can't catch. I haven't eaten meat for 2 years. While talking, Jihe had already chosen the land allocated to her by the base. She pointed to an area. I want B88. Hearing the voice, everyone looked over. This land is a distance away from Area A, and belongs to the middle area of Area B. There is really nothing special about it. The staff advised Jihe, you can choose a piece of land in Area A. The land here is several times more expensive than Area B for the same area. This is more suitable. If you really like B88, you can choose Area A, and then buy the land in Area B. The price will be several times different. Jihe shook his head, just this piece, I don't want to dig a landmine. The staff understood immediately. He is a big boss. He only chooses what he likes, and not the right one. He is petty, so he shut up. A button was pressed on a floating instrument, and B88 was assigned to Jihe's name. The land of B88 instantly turned dark, indicating that it had been sold. Because of the shortage of resources, there are no signs in our base. You can just go directly, and someone will verify your identity at that time. The staff explained it to Jihe in detail, and then carefully sent Jihe into the house. The people in the corridor saw that Jihe had finished the purchase, and immediately came over. Boss, you have finished the purchase. Can I see it? Okay, come on. When they got closer, they were shocked. Many people exclaimed, this is too expensive. Why is it so expensive? 30 kilograms of food? It can buy several lives at this time. How dare the base ask for it? When a talent completes a mission, the reward he gets is about 50 kilograms, and at most 60 kilograms. This also includes some vegetables that are not too filling. It's like asking them to die if they pay 30 kilograms. The staff patiently explained, the area you are talking about is Area A, which is closer to the patrol team. It is safer, so it is naturally more expensive. If you don't have enough food, you can buy food from Area C or Area D. It is much cheaper here. If you still think it is expensive, you can also go out of the base to dig. No matter how much food you dig, it is yours. The base doesn't want any. Everyone nodded, feeling somewhat understood, but when they thought about the mutant beasts outside the base, they gave up the idea of going out. Before, there was a young man who went out of the base to look for food, and he never came back. I still want a piece of land in the base. Yes, they are all bases. Why are the prices in the 4 districts so different? The staff smiled bitterly. There is really no way. The staff are also people. They also need to eat. The base can't produce food now. There are not enough people, and the patrol team also has a division of labor when patrolling. District A, which has the largest population, must be the most frequently patrolled area. Districts C and D are uninhabited, and patrol teams rarely go there. Of course, if you think it is expensive, You could also go outside the base to dig, it doesn't cost money there. This is a subtle statement, not that they rarely go, but that they never go. Everyone was very conflicted. They were reluctant to sacrifice the security of Area A, but they were also unwilling to spend so much food. During this period, as the food supply was reduced, the base was in turmoil, and many murders and missing persons occurred in places far away from the patrol team. The land in Area A is a bit expensive, but with the patrol team maintaining security, safety is definitely not a problem. This is the truth, but when thinking about the food expenditure, they still feel a little reluctant. Then if we buy it, is there a guarantee? The staff shook their heads and shattered their fantasies again, holding up a 1 square meter plot as an example. According to reliable information, the plants in the snow are random. It is possible that your 1 square meter is full of them, and you can't eat them all. It is possible that you buy 100 square meters, and there is not a single fruit in it. It depends on your luck. Everyone was speechless for a moment. Blind box. It was just at this stage that they suddenly heard words from the civilized period, which made them feel as if they had returned to the past. The next day, Jihi was having dinner when the door was knocked again. Opening the door, it was a strange man. Wearing a thin cotton coat, with sunken cheeks and chilblains, he smiled and kept bowing when he saw the door open. "Hello, boss. I am a late awakener and live in our building. I came here to ask if you need a worker to help dig snow?" After saying that, seeing Ji, he didn't say anything. He looked anxious. "My beast body is very good at digging snow. If you choose me, you can definitely save a lot of time. I will help you dig snow, and everything you dig will belong to you. I don't ask for much. Just work 15 hours a day, and give me 5 bean cakes." Ji shook his head. "I helped." The man felt a little regretful, but he didn't dare to say anything. He went downstairs obediently. He wondered who walked in front of him and took over the boss's job. Back in the house, Ji thought about it and started to get dressed. Chapter 698. After getting dressed, she waved her hand, and 3 whimpering cats immediately appeared in the bedroom. Seeing Ji, Ing Yuqian immediately wanted to get close to him, but he was held down by the 2 cats next to him. Ji said, "You 3, come with me." The 3 whimpering cats immediately gave up their conflicts and followed Ji happily. The base moved very quickly. The land that was still white yesterday had already been divided into areas and marked with numbers with red markers, which was the same as the map Ji had seen before. She walked towards B88 along the route she remembered. She met many people on the way, all of whom were guarding their own snowfields. Passing by the patrol team, she heard the long-lost recruitment. "Recruitment! Recruitment! Patrol team recruitment! Official players are welcome to join us. The vast wasteland and the snow-capped mountains connecting the sky and the earth are ours. Join the patrol team and conquer the land under your feet. Welcome to join the base patrol team. Once you are accepted, you will never be unemployed. 1 meal a day, work till death." Jihi, Is the mental state of the base patrol team okay? Just thinking about it, a patrol team came towards them, with a surveillance camera flying beside them. Jihi felt strangely familiar. It seemed to have appeared in the Rika continent. The team walked past Jihi, glanced at her, and then glanced at the whimpering cat behind her, then stopped, and the leader asked, "Are these 3 yours?" Jihi nodded yes. The surveillance camera next to the leader flew over and circled around the 3 of them. "Take good care of your own pets. If they hurt anyone it will be your fault." Jihi was a little curious. Are there many people bringing pets now? The patrol captain was very friendly. "Some people from City A bring their own. You are the first one in our base." Jihi nodded in understanding. He said goodbye to the patrol team and continued to walk towards B88 with the 3 pets. Looking at Jihi's back as he left, a member of the patrol team said, "Captain, who is this person? He raised 3 pets of this size at once? How much food do we need to eat this time? Don't meddle in things that are not your business." The captain was very serious. "Continue patrolling. Hey, let's chat for a while." Except for Area A, only a few simple roads were cleared in other places. Jihi walked and found that there was no road. Before she jumped, Ing Yushue became bigger, carried her up, and gently jumped onto the snow. "Boss, please show me the way." The reason why Jihi chose B88 was simple, because the area of this land was exactly 100 meters. She was not short of food, and if the base didn't give her food, she wouldn't even buy it. But since the base gave her food, she didn't mind coming to take a look. B88 was a very standard rectangular plot of land, just like other plots, covered with snow, and there was nothing different, except that the number 88 was written in the middle. She took out a shovel and prepared to dig it. As soon as she raised it, she felt three forces. Boss, put it down, let me do it. The three crying cats said that with them around, the boss would never have to lend a hand. Ji-hee smiled and shook his head to refuse. I let you come after we start digging. Today I'm just trying it out. The whimpering cat understood. This is the boss wanting to play. That's fine. So they put down their claws in an instant, spread out and moved, protecting Ji-hee in the middle. Ji-hee retracted her attention, aimed at the ground under her hands, and dug with 20% of her strength. Nothing moved. She increased her strength again, until she added 40% of her strength, and finally dug a hole in the snow under her feet. At this intensity, Ji-hee felt that these people would probably encounter difficulties. What strength does she have? What strength do those gifted people have? It is no exaggeration to say that if it is a matter of strength, no one in the entire base can be her opponent. She can fight more than 20 people. She has to use 40% of her strength. How much do others have to use? At this time, a curse was faintly heard in the distance. This is too fucking hard. Who can dig it? I'm going to find the base and ask him to return the food to me. Isn't this cheating money? Ji-hee looked in the direction of the sound, and saw only two figures running away. This person should have bought the land yesterday, and came to check it out today. At this time, a woman with ragged clothes and a torn bag on her back appeared in Ji-hee's field of vision. She saw someone here, ran a few steps quickly, waved at this side constantly, and shouted while running, "Would you like to rent a surveillance camera? 1 bean cake a day. If there is no bean cake, you can give me some other food. My surveillance camera is very good. It can help you monitor your area. If someone comes here to dig secretly at night, you will not be unable to find them." The woman pointed to the direction of Area A behind her. It's really useful, really, those people have rented it. Following the direction of the woman's finger, Ji-hee looked and saw a transparent bubble floating in the air. It looked especially like the blind box bubble that appeared before. But it was more harmless. Seeing Ji-hee not talking, the woman thought she was complaining about the price, and explained repeatedly, "The snow is so hard, and it's 3 or 4 stories high. It will take at least several days to dig. You can't dig without food or water. Your body can't bear it, right? As long as you rent my surveillance ball, I will be responsible for watching for you. If someone comes to your place and digs randomly, I will help you report it to the patrol team. No need to bother you. Big sister, what do you think?" Ji-hee looked at the chilblains on the woman's face and her expectant eyes, and nodded. "Okay, let's do it for 3 days first." "Okay." The woman smiled happily, as excited as if she had won the lottery. While condensing bubbles, she introduced enthusiastically, "Don't worry, my surveillance ball has 360-degree monitoring without blind spots, and the picture quality is very clear. Even if it is blown up, it doesn't matter. I can get the content out of my mind, and then we can still find the thief." She is not one of those uninformed bumpkins. From a distance, she recognized that the 3 squatting beside this person were the interstellar mercenaries she had heard others talk about before. They are foreign aides. That is not something that ordinary people can have, even one is rare. But the woman in front of her actually has 3. This is incredible. She is definitely a VVVIP customer. "Big sister, I'd be selling surveillance cameras nearby these days. If you need to find me, just talk to the surveillance camera. I come over when I see it." Ji-hee nodded, "Got it." After the woman put the surveillance camera away and confirmed that it was correct, Ji-hee covered the snow again and called the 3 of them. "Let's go back." She didn't know if there were any fruits in the snow now, but she saw that the harvest time should be tomorrow. That doesn't make a difference for 1 day. On the way back, Ji-hee saw that some people had already started digging anxiously. Chapter 699. These people did not dare to dig too much, just gently along the edge, wanting to dig to see if there was anything in their snow. According to the growth habits of normal plants, they should have grown out before the official harvest. Just because they are not mature, it does not mean that they do not exist. But who knows what the growth habits of this plant are? Ji-hee did not know. So she did not care. After returning home, Ji-hee opened the game store, took down the mutant animals collected from it, and gave them to the space for upgrading. During this period of time, there was a lack of food, and many talented people chose to leave the base and go outside to catch mutant animals to eat. Her stagnant progress became much smoother. After handing in these mutant animals, Ji-hee still needed 3 more to upgrade again. "I just don't know what the space will look like after this upgrade." Her eyes shifted to the small tree in the space. After staring at the small tree for a while, she chose to feed it all the energy stones, including the newly obtained A++ energy stone, and the energy stones that Ingy and Cat insisted on giving her. Looking at the small white scaly tree that had grown a little thicker after absorbing the energy stone, Ji-hee exhaled. I hope she won't be disappointed. The next evening, Ji-hee and her 3 bodyguards left on time. The entire base, whether they had money to buy land or not, as long as they could move, all came out. In addition to selling part of the land, the base will recruit late awakeners to dig for the remaining land that has not been sold. At that time, they will be given 1/10 of the output, and the rest will be handed over to the base. Of course, it is not forced. It is all voluntary. If you don't want to participate, you can go outside the base to dig. The base doesn't care, and even encourages it. After all, how big is the land in the base? The area outside is vast. It's just that there are not many people with such courage. In the past few days, day and night, there are always strange animal calls outside the base. Some like tiger roars, some like babies crying, and some like women crying sadly. Everyone has sharp ears, and can hear it clearly. Many awakened people feel nervous, but a few skilled and courageous game players walked out. The last one came back covered in blood. Although his life was not in danger, that scene obviously scared many late awakeners. It made these people afraid to leave the base. Ji-hee knew. Those were some mutant animals and insects that survived the extreme cold. They were extremely hungry and found the taste of meat, so they were ready to come here to feast. Many people in the middle and high level of the base already knew about it, but the ice grapes were about to be harvested, and the base could not spare any extra energy. They had to send people to intercept them outside the base, and wait until the harvest was completed to free up their hands to deal with them. Ji-hee sat on Yoshua's body, and walked towards B-88. During the extreme drought, most ordinary people died or were injured. Now those who survived have basically become late awakeners. Although their abilities vary, they can all transform into beasts, which greatly improves their survivability. At this time, except for the official players, all other late awakeners have transformed into beasts and are running in the ice and snow. There's food! There's food! I hope I can dig more food from this land. My child is counting on this. Where's your child? Hi, it's too small. I let it stay in the underground city. I'm out here working and can't take care of it. The bubbles are coming, the bubbles are coming, get out of the way. A cold wind blew from afar, bringing a batch of specialties. Incredible bubbles. After entering the base, these bubbles slowly fell and drifted towards the crowd little by little. Everyone retreated wherever they went. The bubbles were indeed dangerous, but fortunately they were not very fast. As long as you were prepared, you could still avoid them smoothly. The awakened ones had long been accustomed to the sudden appearance of bubbles. They ran without panic and quickly hid in the surrounding buildings. Ah, everyone, make way, someone is coming to the base. The crowd quickly ran away. Several base workers who ran out of the underground city, wearing a tattered cotton jacket, carrying an evil man on their shoulders, like brave and fearless warriors, ran straight to the incredible bubble. Ah, why is this man not dead yet? He is quite lucky. What's going on, buddy? Tell me. I know, this guy used to catch kids in the base and eat them. I heard that when he was caught, he also found several skeletons. I don't know how many he ate. Everyone gasped. This is too scary. Eating people. This is. The base didn't kill him? What time is it now? How can there be a death penalty? People have to create value when they are alive. All of them were captured by the base to touch bubbles. They were lucky if they didn't die. If they were unlucky. Hee, that's hard to say. The person who spoke had a face full of gloating. Is being alive really a good thing? Not necessarily. Not knowing when you will die or why you will die, living in panic every day, that kind of shock is enough to make people collapse. This time, he was carried out as a human detector, which was the 4th time since he was arrested. He was lucky in the previous few times. Even if there were lethal objects, he still kept his life. I just wonder how lucky he will be this time. As everyone was thinking, they saw the gifted person grab the man's legs with both hands and swung them in the air, and behind him, 3 incredible bubbles were blowing along the strong wind. The moment the man was lifted up, his mouth was tightly entangled by the water grass, and he showed an extremely terrified expression on his face. No matter how many times he experienced this kind of experiment, he could not get used to it. Unfortunately, due to the long-term thirst, he could not even shed tears, and could only stare with red eyes to welcome his unknown future. Puff, puff, puff. The man was lucky. After the first 2 bubbles burst, food appeared in one and hemostatic mucus appeared in the other, neither of which caused any harm to him. Just as the man felt relieved, he felt a strong burning sensation. Then it got hotter and hotter, and he began to struggle and roll madly in the snow. Help! Help! Everyone watched as a pure black flame quickly spread over the man's body, and soon, he was wrapped up in it, turning into a huge black fireball. Seeing this, the staff at the base quickly poured snow on the man, trying to extinguish the black flames. Unfortunately, they failed. The flames continued to burn until the man was burned to ashes, and then they finally stopped. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. They were even more afraid of the incredible bubbles. Chapter 700. That's why, even if they are out of ammunition and food and are about to starve to death, few people will try their luck. Death is not scary. What is scary is dying in torture. With the precedent of this man's tragic death, some evil black hands that are ready to cross the bottom line of the base have stopped their efforts. Forget it. If you really can't afford to live, you can die at most, but if you are caught by the current base for committing a crime, it would be worse than death. Incredible bubble in the selfless dedication of several criminals. After contributing a wave of food and supplies, they disappeared. People who were used to it quickly put the man's death behind them, returned to their own land, and started digging blind boxes when the time came. He also called Inging Cat to move on. She wanted to see how lucky she was. Because Area B was very close to Area A, and the price was nearly half lower, many people came to buy. He successfully arrived at B88. As soon as he stood firm, something that looked a bit like red lipstick flew over his head. Its big head emitted a beam of white light, scanning from top to bottom. B88 area owner please take off your hat to verify your face. Took off the mask honestly. The light swept across her face and quickly turned off. Legal possession, good luck to you. After saying that, the red lipstick disappeared quickly. It seems that humans did not gain nothing in the copy, at least they found a lot of props and improved their current lives. Boss, shall we dig now? Ing Yuqian's voice brought back to reality. Yes, let's dig. As nodded, the three Inging cats quickly took out their claws and started digging. Under their sharp claws, the solid and hard snow layer was like a pile of sand, and a big pit was dug out in a short while. Got it, boss! With a cry of surprise, a sky-blue fruit similar to the size of a watermelon appeared under Ing Yuqian's hands. Bent down and picked it up. It was extremely cold in her hands, which made the scales on her hands subconsciously appear again. Ice grapes. It lives in the free snow layer. It can only exist in the snow layer that has existed for more than half a year, and has not been touched by external forces. Note, it can only be eaten raw. It will turn into a layer of water if boiled or grilled. Shook it with one hand. It was quite heavy, about 30 kilograms. She remembered that when she chose this land before, she saw the price of this land marked on the map as 30 kilograms of food. Does that mean that she has already made back her money now? It seems. Not a bad rate of return? Boss, come on, I dug one for you too. Following the voice, Ing Yushui also jumped to find he with a huge fruit in his arms. This fruit was even bigger than the one Ing Yuqian had just dug. Awesome. After praised, he put Bing Tao into his space. When Ing Yufan, who had not dug anything, heard this, his eyes turned red with jealousy. He pursed his lips, and secretly doubled his claws. He sped up the digging speed. It absolutely cannot lose. The next second. Boss, I dug it too, my dig is the biggest. Ing Yufan quickly dug the ice grapes out of the ice and snow, and held them high to present to Ji. She got a compliment as she wished. She jumped back happily. Ing Yuqian and Ing Yushui next to her were not to be outdone, and they also secretly enlarged their claws, and sped up the digging speed. She must become the most important and capable Inging cat in the boss's heart. Boss, I dug it up. Boss, I dug it up again, my big one. Boss. The area that he randomly chose seemed to be the home of Bing Tao Tao, and the Bing Tao Tao inside were dug out one by one. The excited voices of the three crying cats were gradually heard by other talents in the distance. They couldn't help but stand up, showing envious eyes. Who is this so lucky? People really can't be compared. I didn't dig up any, but they dug up so many. Let's go and see. You go if you want to go, I won't. What's wrong? Do you know her? Have you ever heard of the husband offering sacrifice to heaven? The man who spoke took a breath of cold air when he heard the name, and lowered his voice. She is? The man next to him glanced at the amazed person in front of him, and felt that his inner desire to talk was satisfied. It's her. The fighting power is off the charts. She's very strong. Didn't you see the three big cats standing next to her? 3 pink, blue and green ones? They are the bodyguards she just brought back from the last dungeon. One that can beat 20 of you. If you are still my friend, don't mess with her. What if I mess with her? The man just finished saying this, and saw his friend looking at him with a regretful look. Then I can only be friends with you in the next life. The man was about to say something when he heard a strange sound coming from a distance. He turned around and saw a black shadow in the sky not far away, which was gradually getting bigger. With thousands of words stuck in his chest, he subconsciously shouted, "The mutant bird is flying." As soon as he said that, his friend hit him on the back of his head. "Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Look carefully, it's a flying car." Hearing this, the man looked up. The black shadow slowly enlarged in his eyes, and he finally saw clearly that it was a hovering car that was somewhat similar to a train, but more advanced than a train. It was reflecting high-tech light in the air. The man who turned into a groundhog digging snow looked at the spaceship, and then looked at his hands that could only dig snow with his bare hands because of poverty, and almost turned into a lemon essence. Who is this person who came here to inspect such a high-tech product? Aren't you afraid of it being corroded by bubbles? Jihi also saw this scene. She thought of the floating car ticket that sold 30 kilograms of food in the base before. I guess it refers to this car? The floating car flew over the heads of the crowd like a long dragon, leaving only a shadow, and went straight to the center of the base. Jihi looked at it for a while, and then retracted his sight. He took out a chair and a cup of milk tea and sat aside. It depends on the situation. There are still some ice grapes in the field to be dug. After discussing for a while, everyone focused their attention on their own land in front of them. Gossip can be discussed at any time, but the real thing is to dig food into your arms first. You don't know until you dig, and you feel the difficulty of digging. The three wailing cats beside Jihi are very strong. With one claw, they dug a huge deep pit, but when it was their turn, the snow layer did not move at all, and their claws were embedded in it. They almost couldn't pull it out. Areas B, C, and D were okay. The snow was still clean, but Area A was miserable. With one claw, it would be stuck in the gold, which was disgusting. Chapter 701. The people in the two areas next to Jihi were already exhausted. As a result, when they looked up, they saw Jihi sitting on a stool, holding a thermos cup, drinking something slowly. The three big cats next to them passed fruits one after another, and the envy in their hearts was unspeakable. The gap between people is sometimes greater than that between people and dogs. Look at them, that's what life is. They can only be called living. No matter how envious they are, it's just envy. After Jihi's name spread, everyone knew her. Great achievements. Now I dare not provoke her at all. I can only turn jealousy into strength and dig hard. In the end, my gums are bleeding, and I finally dug a half-meter deep pit. I looked at the time, and it was almost an hour. It was still a long way off when Bing Tao Thao would appear. It was simply despairing. I looked at the other side again. My goodness, I had almost dug out 1/5. What a painful realization. He was tidying up the space, and suddenly found that the bone tree stone that was completely inedible in the copy with a pollution level of more than 50% before, had reduced its pollution level to 30% in just a few days, and was about to be reduced to 20%. You know, she loaded hundreds of thousands of kilograms of dead bones and rocks. With such a large amount, the purification efficiency is still so high, which is many times higher than before. This made Jihi more certain of his guess. The three wailing cats next to him dug more and more smoothly. At the beginning, they had to be careful to avoid damaging the fruits. Later, they dug out all the ice grapes in Jihi's field in less than 3 hours. Jihi didn't expect that these three cats were so efficient. This is 100 square meters of land, more than 10 meters high. As expected, a strong cat is so good at digging. Jihi never hesitates to praise the meritorious officials and capable subordinates. After giving them a hug, she began to praise them generously. Our land can have such a high output, which is inseparable from the efforts of the three of you. Don't worry, I have seen and remembered everything you have done. Where have the three of them ever experienced workplace pua? Hearing this, I felt a surge of blood boiling in my heart, and my chest felt like a Siberian tiger was running around. He kept patting his chest and assuring, "Boss, what else do you want us to do? You said, we will go through fire and water for you, and we will do anything for you." Yes, 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 boss, please don't say that. For you, I am willing to do anything. Hearing this, Jihi smiled and stretched out his hand to take out a portion of juice squeezed from durian shells and mangosteen shells. Since you said so, I won't be polite. Help me stir this juice evenly into the snow and spread it flat. The three crying cats had just been pumped up by Jihi, and they were ready to devote everything to her. Now they saw the strange-colored and foul-smelling liquid, and did not retreat at all. They rushed to grab it. "Boss, don't worry, leave it to me, I can do it well." Ji grabbed the three who were about to stir with bare hands and took out 3 shovels. Use this. We still need to pick vegetables in this space, and the smell of durian is not good. The 3 just felt that he was worried about them, and were very moved. After repeatedly promising that they would definitely do a good job, they turned around with an indomitable spirit and went to stir the snow with a strange-colored liquid. He raised the corner of his mouth, leaned back, and just as he picked up the thermos cup and put it to his mouth to take a sip, he saw 2 creatures similar to capybara, one large and one small, on the land next to him, looking up at he blankly. That stupid and silly energy was very similar to what he saw in the previous video. She shook her hand. What did you see just now? The 2 shook their heads frantically. I didn't see anything. He smiled. You're lying. There was a stupid fear in the eyes of the 2 capybaras, and they hugged each other tightly. We really didn't see anything. He said oh, and didn't move, just looking at them, until the 2 were sweating. Then he looked away. You shouldn't look at it. Don't look at it. The 2 nodded frantically, and quickly got into the snow. Woohoo, Dad, this woman is so scary. Woohoo, son, it's okay, it's not shameful to be afraid. Dad wants to tell you that you are not alone, because Dad is afraid too. He drank a mouthful of brown sugar ginger water, and sighed comfortably. It's true that after humans became animals, their IQ seemed to have decreased a lot. She didn't say anything and didn't even dare to run. She was silly and cute. In addition to growing naturally, there is another way to plant ice grapes in the snow. That is to mix the snow on this land with vegetable juice with a pollution level of less than 5%, and then bury the snow. After a period of time, a batch of ice grapes will grow again in the snow. However, he did not tell others for the time being, just because this planting method is too difficult for them to achieve, so it doesn't make sense for her to tell it or not. This method is very simple for Ji. After all, she has a bunch of fruit shells in her space, such as durian shells, banana peels, mangosteen peels, etc. She can just take some out and crush and mix them to mix snow, but for the base, it is easier to go out and dig them instead of looking for plants with a pollution level of less than 5%. After all, it's freezing now. As long as you have courage and luck, there are countless ice grapes outside. 1 hour later, the 3 whimpering cats finished all the work, carried Ji, and turned to run home. There were basically no people like her going home on the road. Everyone was digging non-stop. They were afraid of being hungry. Now that they had a little food, they couldn't bear to sleep. As soon as she climbed to the 19th floor, Ji saw Chungjun waiting at the door. She glanced at him casually and said in a flat voice, "What's the matter?" Chungjun was about to take a step forward when he met Yingingneo's eyes that looked at a dead person. He subconsciously took 2 steps back, raised his hands, and repeatedly assured, "I have no ill intentions, really, I just came to discuss something with Miss Ji. I am an ordinary person, and the major events of the base have nothing to do with me." Ji knew why they came to her, because last night, she sent them several private messages in the name of 50 billion. But she positioned herself as a bystander. She was willing to tell these people about the disaster that would happen to the best of her ability, so that they could prepare in advance, but she was not prepared to do her best to help them. "I have no ill intentions towards you. I came here just to discuss something with you. If you don't want to, we will never force you." Chapter 702. Ji looked at Chungjun's pleading eyes, and his slightly different attitude from last time. After thinking for a while, he agreed, "Then come in. I only give you 10 minutes. Ball." As Ji finished speaking, the ordinary door suddenly opened, and a round ball with a hairpin appeared in front of Chungjun. But in stark contrast to its cute appearance was its arrogant attitude. "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't delay our Ji's meal." Ji didn't say anything, turned around and walked into the house and stood in the living room. Chungjun entered this room for the first time, and tried his best to avoid looking around, but he still saw the unique decoration style of this room from the corner of his eye. The silver-white metal technology style gave him a strong sense of technology, and the clean and tidy living environment without a trace of dust made Chungjun, who was covered in ice and dust, feel a little cramped. He had never seen this environment even in the base director's room. This made him subconsciously retract his foot that was about to step into the house, and he stood at the door a little uncomfortably. "Well, I won't go in, just talk at the door." Ji turned around and said indifferently, "You say." Looking at Ji, who was wrapped tightly in front of him, he felt a little nervous. He cleared his throat uncomfortably, pinched his fingertips, and then spoke, "It's like this. During this period, there are many mutant animals and large insects outside our base. The base wants to invite talented people with excellent abilities to go out and clean up together. After cleaning up the mutant animals, they belong to the individuals, and the base doesn't want them. Ji-hee leaned back, and the ball immediately became bigger, acting as a wall for Ji-hee, so that she could lean comfortably. No. Chung Jun was not surprised. He just cleared his throat and continued. Our base has received accurate information that there will be a major disaster in a while. Knowing that you have a space button, we would like to ask you to store some supplies. After he finished speaking, he saw that Ji-hee did not move, and quickly added, nothing else, just some books, mainly about history, humanities, and technology. If you are worried, you can check them out when the time comes. In order to repay you, we are willing to give you a flying prop. Ji-hee lowered her eyes, and did not ask why Chung Jun came to her. She just said, I will check it. If the materials are indeed books, I am willing to help you store them. I don't want any reward. Seeing Ji-hee refuse the reward, Chung Jun was a little anxious. He opened his mouth to persuade Ji-hee to accept it, but he saw Ji-hee spoke first. I'm not trying to be brave. I have a flying prop. Hearing this, Chung Jun exhaled, nodded, and stopped insisting, then I will deliver the book to you at this time tomorrow? Ji-hee nodded, okay. After talking about the important things, Chung Jun turned around and said goodbye as if he had put down a big stone. Ji-hee stopped him. Are you going to announce the disaster in a while? Chung Jun smiled bitterly. What do you mean? During the extreme cold, at least half of the people died because of the cold and the turbid beasts. Most of the people who survive now have some mental illness. Even if we want to tell them, we can't tell them when they are the happiest. After saying that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Ji-hee raised his foot and walked to the window to see Chung Jun's back as he walked away in the snow. They say that the true parting is forgetting. Do they know that the race may be exterminated, so they plan to distribute books and documents related to humans in advance? Will humans at least leave some traces in the long river of history? The sound of the ball brought Ji-hee back to his thoughts. Do you want to eat? Ji-hee turned his head and glanced at him. You are carefree. Aren't you afraid that I will die after a while? Will you become a prop that no one wants by then? When she sent a message to the base yesterday, the ball was there too. He knew that the hometown would be extremely hot in a while, and there would be a volcanic eruption. He also knew that all game players and late awakeners would enter the last copy. The ball looked at Ji-hee. I have confidence in you. Ji-hee looked at it deeply, said nothing, retracted his gaze, and looked down at Chung Jun's back. With the ice grapes hanging in the snow, no one slept that night. They dug outside all night. The sun rose and set, and the animals that the gifted had transformed into dug outside for 2 days and 1 night, but none of them came back to rest. They looked like they would never come back to sleep until they dug through. Some people were lucky, and dug all night, digging out dozens of kilograms of ice grapes, and successfully transported them home. Some people were not so lucky, and dug all night, but did not even get back the cost. His eyes were red now, and he didn't know if it was because of the cold or anger, but he was gnashing his teeth while digging. Ji-hee was standing aside in his pajamas eating fried meatballs, and commented, Did you see this guy? He will definitely do something sneaky in a while. Yuanchio also nodded. Yes, he has been squatting for half an hour, probably to check the location. The two were chatting when there was a knock on the door. Ji-hee stuffed the remaining meatball into his mouth, and turned to signal Yuanchio to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Chung Jun smelled a fragrance, but he did not look away, just pretending that he did not smell anything, and turned around and put a huge box on the ground. There are some books and seeds in it. You can open it and check it. Ji-hee nodded casually, stretched out his hand to open it, and checked it once. Chung Jun was right. Most of them were books, including humanities and history books and classics. When he turned to the end, Ji-hee pointed at the seeds and said, You also put seeds there? Chung Jun also looked at the small box of seeds and smiled. These are all seeds from our hometown, potatoes, eggplants, peppers, corns, etc. There are probably hundreds of kinds in it, and each kind is not much, about 2 or 3 seeds. You take it. If the disaster is over and there is still a base, you can just find a base and send it there. If there is no base, these seeds are all yours. Ji-hee put the box away and turned to look at Chung Jun. You have found a lot of talented people, right? Well, eggs should not be put in one basket. We thought that with seeds, there would be hope. If someone survives in the future and wants to eat some hometown flavors, we can grow some ourselves, hee. The seeds in the system mall were still their local eggplants and peppers at the beginning, but now the seeds have become interstellar seeds. They are all those strange-looking ones. Although they can't be planted, they don't know what they taste like. But the head of the base said that it was all nonsense. No matter how delicious these are, they are just for tasting. How can they be as delicious as the hometown food? So he insisted on putting seeds in, so that if someone survives in the future, they will not be able to eat hometown food. He also said that there is hope as long as there are seeds. If the climate really changes, people will still have to continue farming. By then, their civilization can still develop. Chapter 703. Seeing Ji he didn't say anything, Chung Jun took out a card from behind. Even if you don't want anything, we can't let you work for nothing. This is the base's special contribution order. As long as the base is still there, no matter when you come, wearing this contribution order, the base welcomes you. Ji he reached out to take it. It was a metal-style card with 4 big words special contribution on it, and the background was that bright red. Seeing Ji he take it, Chung Jun's nervous mood since entering the door relaxed a little, and a smile appeared on his face. If you need props, you can come to the base. As long as the base has them, we can give them to you. Oh, by the way, you can also fight back reasonably against those who want to rob the fire boxes in the base, which are all allowed in the base. Ji he understood. The fire box is on her, so whoever robs her is also robbing the base's property, right? Isn't this a legal gun license? Although it is far less useful now than before. But Ji he still felt that her willingness to help was not wasted, and nodded and promised, as long as I am alive, I will definitely deliver these supplies to the base safely. Don't force it. Supplies are dead, but people are alive. Let nature take its course. If you are in a desperate situation, you can always take it out if there is something you need. Chung Jun smiled, said a few more words to Ji he, and then left without staying any longer. Ji he couldn't explain how she felt. At the beginning, the base was always thinking about finding Wu Bai. Now that they knew clearly that she knew Wu Bai, no one came to say anything. They only asked her to do an insignificant favor, and no one even asked about Wu Bai's news. They were all doing their best to keep the race alive, even though they sometimes did something inappropriate. In the next few days, with people working day and night, all the snow in the base was turned over. The ice grapes inside were also carried home by people. They were happy for less than a day before they finally had a good night's sleep. At 12 o'clock in the night, when they were in deep sleep, the air raid alarm sounded at the base. Woo woo woo. Everyone subconsciously got up and went to the window. Now everyone has to go downstairs within half a minute. You are allowed to go downstairs in various ways. You are allowed to go downstairs in various ways. Those who arrive on time can get a piece of ice grape each. No one can collect it on behalf of others. Distributed by number of people. 29-28. Swish. After hearing the last sentence, a bunch of talented people quickly jumped out of the window and ran straight to the gate of the base. Even their families were unwilling to lag behind and rushed out quickly, following behind, and all the beasts fled. 1. No food for latecomers. From now on, follow the coach to practice military boxing, and you can get a piece of ice grape if you persist for more than 3 hours, unlimited stacking. On the other side, the official talents of the base put on their clothes, carried their weapons, and walked out of the base in groups. Outside the base, the hungry mutant animals had already found the base by following the smell of meat. They were over 5 meters tall, some had steel teeth, some had 3 heads, and their eyes glowed green. Seeing this group of people coming, the talents who had been fighting all night breathed a sigh of relief and punched the leader. You are finally here. If you don't come, I will not be able to hold on. It seems to be more than yesterday? Well, I don't know what happened. The number of them yesterday was twice as much as before. Okay, leave it to us. You go back and have a good sleep. After that, the group of talents rushed towards the mutant animals. They were all official talents of the base. They were busy dealing with turbid beasts during the extreme cold period and had rich combat experience. Although these mutant animals looked ferocious, they were numerous, and there was nothing to be afraid of as long as they cooperated tacitly. Ji he lay on the bed in the bedroom and lit his own maul. Take down the mutant animals harvested above, and then hang the fruit peels mixed with juice. The introduction at the end clearly states that if you mix the juice into the snow, you can harvest ice grapes after a period of time. Her original intention was to let people use it as fertilizer. As a result, many people bought it and drank it as a beverage. Although Ji he was a little upset, she had already sold it, and she really couldn't control how these people planned to use it. This batch of fruit peel juice helped Ji he make a small profit of energy stones. She treated these energy stones, and the ones in her bag as fertilizer, and piled them at the foot of the white scaly tree. It was completely different from the eating speed of the starving ghost at the beginning. Seeing these sea-level energy stones, the scaly tree was very reluctant. It stretched out its hand lazily, and picked up one from time to time. The absorption speed was much slower. Even if they were not in the same space, he could see the disgust from its actions. However, there was nothing to do about it. This was the condition at home. It had to eat whether it was willing or not. She wanted to feed it with high-end energy stones, but it also depends on her personal strength, right? After feeding the little tree, he put all the mutant animals he received into the space recycling column. The next second, the consciousness was ejected. He went online and was a little curious about what changes this time. 6 hours later, he felt something and put his consciousness into the space. The upgrade was completed. Chue Mouse and Ying Cat were busy harvesting the mature vegetables and food in the space. He used her consciousness to roughly scan the area. The land, small lakes, oceans, and hillsides were all much larger, but apart from these, she did not find any changes. Frowning, he looked again carefully and finally found something different. The small tree with white scales has borne fruit. He blinked and flashed into space. The small tree has grown to 3 meters high. At the top of the branch, there is only one white fruit. He flew up and took a look. The fruit was not even as big as a baby's fist. It looked round and had scales on the skin. It looked a bit like a sugar apple, but it was better looking than a sugar apple. She tried to reach out and touch it, but the tree moved and moved the fruit away, clearly showing its resistance. If you don't want to touch it, then don't touch it. It's not ripe at first glance. She came to the space upgrade column, which showed the upgrade conditions for the next level. 100 Earth Core Fruits. Earth Core Fruits? Thinking of the changes that will happen in a while, he pursed her lips. We have to wait a little longer. In the following time, the base used various methods, mainly food temptation, to keep people moving in different ways. Chapter 704. When the amount of exercise is the most, I can practice military boxing for more than 15 hours a day and listen to survival manuals for more than 2 hours. He also listened to it once in the past. It is indeed very useful. It teaches practical knowledge. If you learn it, you can greatly improve your survival ability. Why do we have to learn these? Now it is icy and snowy. Why do we have to learn how to find water when it is extremely hot? Yes, we can't enter the dungeon, and we have to learn how to fight mutant animals and how to disguise to find companions. Isn't this a complete waste of time? If you don't learn, I will. As long as I learn, I can get food. I can learn until I die. The food in the base is limited. Can it really support us? Don't supply it for a while, or we will run out of food. It's better to save money and eat slowly. Who knows when the extreme cold will pass? Although there were many complaints, no one chose to sleep at home. Most people dragged their hungry bodies to participate in the activities. Everyone knew that the base did this for their own good. Most awakened people were ordinary people before awakening, and they had no idea of exercising. After awakening, they lived a life of hunger and starvation. Their daily routine was to turn into a beast and lie still to reduce energy consumption. The best understanding of their bodies was digging snow caves and looking for food some time ago. Even after awakening and gaining superpowers, these people were still ordinary people in their minds and knew nothing about their own strength. They only thought that they were stronger, faster, and could emit some fire and icicles. But they don't think they are outstanding in essence. After all, there are so many regular players who are much stronger than them, so it is inevitable that they will feel discouraged. They will know this after training in the base system. It turns out that they can jump 3 meters high with a full jump. Even if they are pushed down from a height of 3 floors, they will not fall to death. They can also compete with regular players through tactical cooperation. The whole base has burst into a new vitality. Every day, many talented people can be seen jumping down from the building whistling, just like Superman. The base was premeditated, first to arouse people's interest and give them confidence, and then to organize people to fight. The target of the battle is the increasing number of mutant animals and insects outside the base. Everyone, it's time to test the results of the battle. Did you see it? The food outside the base is coming towards you in big strides. Did you see the 5-meter-long Australian lobster? This is imported goods, which you couldn't eat before, but now, as long as you are brave and courageous, you have a chance to try it. Seeing the meat within reach, what are you still hesitating about? Look at the eager eyes of your family. Look at the trusting eyes of your comrades. Comrades, charge. The meat is waiting for you in front. The creature called the Australian Chinese lobster by the base is a mutant animal with 8 pairs of large claws, countless legs, and a hard shell and barbs all over its body. The eyes of this animal are hidden in the armor. If they hadn't rushed their heads towards everyone, they would not be able to tell the difference between the front and the back. If the only connection between them and lobsters is that they both have hard shells, there is no similarity other than this. Coming towards us is our wild boar team. Do you see their sexy and chewy hind legs? Someone said that the biggest regret in life was that when she was losing weight, there was a pork elbow in front of her, but she refused it. If there is another chance, she is willing to eat 10,000 of them. Now this opportunity has come, as long as you dare, as long as she has it, the elbow is yours. Brothers, charge. The animal named wild boar by the base has thick and dense long hair, 2 pairs of sharp fangs, and 2 pairs of neatly arranged eyes. If the only similarity between them and wild boars is that they both have 4 legs. But even so, the gifted people still swallowed uncontrollably at the familiar names of food. God knows how long they haven't eaten normal food. They even thought they had forgotten the taste of normal food. But until this moment, they realized that they had not forgotten. How could they forget the taste that was engraved in their bones? How could they forget the taste that made them drool in their dreams at midnight? I can't stand it anymore. Let's do it. After shouting this, a late awakener took the lead and rushed forward. He wants to eat pork. No one can stop him. Once he moved, the others couldn't stand it anymore and rushed forward one after another. The training in the base during this period of time has paid off. Although the formation of the late awakeners is still not very skillful, they have also formed a rudimentary form of coordination. Under the care of the talented people in the base, a small team of 12 people really fought back and forth with the mutant animals. Just when everyone thought the mutant animal was vulnerable. Ah! A terrified voice came, and everyone looked over subconsciously, only to see that one of the late awakeners in the team fighting against the Australian lobster was caught by the lobster claws and lifted up directly. His teammates tried to save him, but they couldn't get close at all due to the obstruction of the 8 pairs of large claws. The man struggled frantically. The next second, he was torn into 2 pieces by the Australian lobster, chewed a few times and swallowed. Everyone present vomited subconsciously. They were too well protected by the base. The most brutal scene they had seen was the beasts eating people, but never saw people being torn apart alive. Want to die? Fight quickly. A roar from the side called everyone's attention back, and they realized that they were still fighting. I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go back to the base. I want to go back. No! If you leave now, your teammates will die. We must fight on. Are you a man? Ah! I don't want to die. The originally orderly battle became chaotic as more and more people died in the battle with the mutant animals. Many people were so frightened that they began to act timidly, looking back and forth, and even accidentally hurt their teammates. The negative effect of such behavior was that the casualty rate rose sharply. Many people were not even injured by the mutant animals, but by their companions. By the time the base's gifted took over the battle, hundreds of gifted people had been injured. Obviously, the first battle of the late awakeners ended in failure. The base shouldn't have let us fight. Yes, how can we have that strength? They could have easily won, but they had to let us fight. Now they are injured and have no medicine. The base commander, who had expected everything, did not choose to hide it this time, announce it. This is everyone's future, they have the right to know. Chapter 705. After saying this, he leaned back in his chair as if he had aged 10 years. He closed his eyes deeply. This time, the message that 50 billion sent to Donfa was, after a while, all the official players and the talents who have successfully awakened will enter the battlefield and fight with another awakening planet. If they win, they will have a bright future. If they lose, the existing people will return to Earth and accept the dirty energy accumulated by the other planet for 100 years. Thinking of this, the base commander felt dizzy, and a long-lost feeling of suffocation surged into his heart. He pulled a bitter smile from the corner of his mouth, and felt a throbbing pain in his temple. Absorbing turbid air for 100 years? In this 100 years, the edible food produced on their planet will be reduced to 1 in 10, or even 1 in 100 because of the existence of turbid air. Do you think there is very little food now? But 50 billion said that by then, the food will be 1% of the current amount, or even less. Even if humans survive by then, without enough food to eat, won't they still die? 100 years? How many 100 years do they have left? Humans are no longer reproducing now. Last year, no child was born in the entire base. In this environment, can they survive 100 years and accumulate energy to fight another planet? He has no hope at all. So this battle is a battle where they bet everything. In the evening, the exhausted and wounded late awakeners were sitting at home complaining when they heard the familiar loudspeaker in the base. The voice of the base commander is inside. Everyone, today perhaps many of you are resentful of the base, blaming us for pushing you to the mutant animals, and asking why we don't continue to protect you, like we have been doing in the past few years of the natural disaster. But now I think it's time for you to know everything. Today, I will be responsible for everything I say. If you stand up bravely after I finish speaking, the base still welcomes you to fight alongside us. If you still don't want to, then we won't make it difficult for you. After all, this is your right. As the broadcast sounded, everyone stopped what they were doing, walked to the window silently, and looked out. Even women, holding their children, walked to the window. Although they are women and are born with weak physical strength, they are also gifted and have the right to know at this time. The slightly old voice of the base commander continued, "Everyone, maybe you have been curious about why everything is happening in our world now. Then I can tell you that this is because our planet is awakening. All this is just a natural choice, and the winner is the king. Dinosaurs existed longer than us, and finally disappeared. We have had many speculations about this, but now I guess that their disappearance may also be due to the elimination of awakened ones on the planet. All of our game players, talented players, and late awakened players will have a unified showdown with talented players from another planet in the near future. The game will no longer distinguish between official players and ordinary awakened players. All people, as long as they are awakened, will fight for our planet." At this point, he paused and added with a hint of humor, "Of course, my 68-year-old wife and I may not perform as well as you in the base on the battlefield. I sincerely hope that you can take courage and do your best to support our families, our relatives and friends, and our next generation, so that they can see a better tomorrow. I declare again that starting tomorrow, I will also go out of the base and fight against the turbid beasts and mutant animals with you, and strive to win a piece of vitality for our planet. Finally, I wish you all the best in the future." The microphone was turned off, and the entire base fell into silence. They guessed that the base wanted to recruit them to form a death squad, and also guessed that the base wanted them to take back the lost land, but they never thought that they would go to the battlefield to fight creatures on other planets. Although they envy those official game players, they also saw that a large number of players never came back every time. This game is not just playing house, it can really kill people, especially the last battle. If it is for the continuation of the race, how crazy the other race will be, it is simply unimaginable. Oh my god, what can I do? I can't even beat the mutant animals. I can't do it. I just awakened for less than a week. Ah, those awakened ones can join the battle, but what about those of us who haven't awakened? Do we have to wait to die at home? Then I might as well fight together. If I lose, I am willing to die. I don't want to entrust my life and future to others. The base commander is going to fight too? Can he? He's already over 70 this year, right? Can he still fight? My child has awakened, but she's only 8 years old. How can she possibly go to the battlefield? Gee, he listened to the whole story, sat back at the table, and continued her unfinished dinner. I didn't expect the base commander to have the courage to fight to the death. She underestimated him. Since they're working so hard, it's not like she can't give them some help. She wrote a note and stuffed it into Ing Yuqian's mouth. "Please give it to the gatekeeper at the entrance to the base dungeon for me." Ing Yuqian nodded and jumped down from the 19th floor. Every day, 2 gifted people guard the entrance of the dungeon. They just came down from the battlefield and were leaning against the door to eat snow. Although it has not been long since I awakened, I was a warrior before, so I can quickly adapt to fighting mutant beasts. You know what? After awakening, this body's healing ability has become much stronger. The speaker was a young warrior. When he was fighting today, a mutant beast cut a big hole in his arm, and the bone was visible. Because there is no medicine, we can only let it heal slowly. We thought it would take a long time, but it only took a few hours, and the wound stopped bleeding. This vitality is much stronger than ordinary people. Hey, I used to dream of becoming a Superman, and now I have become one, and I can fight Godzilla. If this was before the natural disaster, I could have made a movie. Another young man said, as he took a ball of snow and stuffed it into his mouth. There is a lack of everything in the extreme cold, but there is no lack of snow. If they have firewood to light a fire, they might as well eat snow directly. It's the same in the stomach anyway. At this time, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. One of them quickly put down the snow in his hand, stood up, and said vigilantly, "I go open the door, you watch." Another person nodded, his hands turned into claws. Okay. Chapter 706. When the gate opened, it was not the surging crowd they imagined, nor was it the gifted person who came up to question the base, but a big cat. As the star of the base, this alien big cat had long been known throughout the base. The man was relieved a little, looked around, and saw no one else. He retracted his gaze and asked, "Big cat, what do you want to see us for? What's wrong with your master? Inyuchian rolled his eyes. You are the one who is not feeling well. It opened its mouth, spit out the piece of paper it was biting, and spoke in human language. The boss said that if you agree, you can come here to pick up the fruit tomorrow evening. After saying that, he jumped into the snow and ran away quickly. The gatekeeper saw the note being blown away by the wind, and reached out to grab it in a panic. When he turned around, the cat had disappeared. It was not until he and his colleagues closed the door with difficulty in the cold wind that he saw a sentence written on the note. To help the base work together, if Director Fan can run 100 kilometers within 3 hours, I will voluntarily donate 100 kilograms of ice grapes as a prize. If you agree, I hope to see Director Fan's vigorous figure at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. 2 soldiers, Director Fan? The Director Fan who can't carry anything and can't lift anything, and who even breathes hard when walking? Isn't this really going to kill Director Fan? No matter what they thought, they still passed the message up. After all, it was a matter of 100 kilograms of food and ice grapes, and they couldn't make the decision. On the other side, Director Fan, who had just been rescued by the healing mushroom and was lying on the bed with dull eyes and heavy breathing, saw the base commander walking in with a smile on his face and a note in his hand. Go Langfan? ? I always feel that something bad is going to happen. He turned over and tried to run, but his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground, his face hitting the mud. Look how excited he is. He must know that something good is going to happen. Seeing this, the base chief bent down and helped Director Fan up, and even reached out to brush off the dust on his body. This gentle gesture made Director Fan's hair stand on end. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't make it seem like I'm going to die soon. Old Fan, I didn't expect you to have such a strong mass base. You can still get sponsorship at this time. The future of the base depends on you. The head of the base was very happy. As soon as the news was released, someone responded actively and contributed 100 kilograms of food when food was extremely precious. How can this not be considered a kind of support? After saying that, he stuffed the note in his hand into the hands of Director Fan, who looked suspicious and said, "Take a look." Director Fan took it and looked at it. He immediately made a bitter face and screamed, 100 kilometers? Who is this? Does she want to kill me? The base commander put his hands behind his back, feeling relaxed for a while, which was rare in such a long time. This is the one who offered sacrifices to the heaven. Director Fan was about to speak, but he became emotional and turned into a monster. He opened his mouth and made a strange cry, which made everyone panic. Base commander, Old Fan. I have a suggestion? Director Fan, ? The suggestion is good, don't make it next time. Once the news was released, everyone in the base suffered from insomnia. The gifted lost sleep for their unknown fate, and the ordinary people lost sleep for their loved ones. A few more turbid beasts appeared overnight. The gifted in the dungeon were busy for half the night. Before dawn, the dungeon door opened, and all the awakened were driven out like piglets. Since you have awakened, it is a bit embarrassing to stay in the dungeon like a little girl. Whether you fight mutant animals or not, you have to go out for exercise. Don't be thrown into the dungeon and run a few steps and pant like you have asthma. It's embarrassing to the aliens. After leaving these words, the gate of the dungeon banged shut. Everyone was left standing there, looking at each other in bewilderment. Since the base had chosen to announce yesterday, they didn't think of giving everyone a chance to continue lying down. Before everyone had stood there for 2 minutes in the cold wind, a loud cry of a child came from behind. Everyone who was still standing there subconsciously began to search. As a result, as they searched, inexplicably, the team slowly turned into a fast run around Area A. The one leading the team in the front was their base leader. Everyone reacted at this time. The crying sound just now must be the special ability of a gifted person. Someone wanted to stop immediately. I won't run anymore. I can't eat, and I won't run. If I exercise again, I'm afraid I starve to death before I enter the dungeon. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge figure appeared at the end of the team. This figure was more than 5 meters tall, with curly black hair, each hair standing up, a pale face, green eyes, and drops of blood and tears rolling down from the corners of his eyes when he ran. It makes people feel creepy for no reason. The first reaction of everyone was that they felt a little scared. Just as they were about to speak, the ugly monster spoke first. Waves of strange cries, like the cries of a hungry baby, came from its mouth. Hearing this sound, anxiety surged in everyone's hearts, making them subconsciously want to do something. At this time, behind them, the monster that was so ugly that it could give people nightmares at night raised its feet and chased after them again. Some people subconsciously ran forward. Once there was one, there were two. Soon, a group of people started running again. And they ran faster and faster. If they were game players, they would still think of resisting, but these people were all late awakened, and they were well protected by the base. Many of them had never seen blood. When they saw the monster, they naturally wanted to run away. And the ugly monster cried more and more fiercely. It was Director Fan, who had just awakened successfully last night. As a civilian staff member who could not carry anything, he had never thought that he had the potential to run 100 kilometers. Isn't this going to kill him? Just as he slowed down, he heard a harsh rebuke in his ears. Old Fan, that's 100 kilograms of ice grapes. Have you forgotten what your catchphrase is? If you dare to stop, I will announce your transformed appearance. Director Fan, shocked. Hearing this, the monster that Director Fan turned into let out a more shrill cry, like a devil from hell. He also quickened his pace, causing the people in front of him to be even more panicked. The base commander's satisfied voice came from the microphone. Very good, keep it up. Director Fan, shock, animal, can we be the same? You are one of the three strange things in the family compound. What can I compare with you? Don't say that you are awakened now. Even if you are not awakened, you run for an hour every day regardless of the dog days or the coldest days. Now is not your normal state. What can he compare with? Gee, he stood by the window, looking at the various animals in the distance, feeling pretty good. Chapter 707. Why are you willing to give them food? Yuanqiu pinched her waist in confusion. You take out food and let them run? What do you want? Gee, he looked at the familiar beast forms of gifted people in the distance, and smiled without saying anything. She clearly remembered that when she was walking on the main street of the base, the patrol team would always come around and follow her for a while, when they saw her alone, and then quietly leave until she entered Area A. Although she was not the only single woman treated like this, it still did not prevent her from having a good impression of the base. She also did not forget that the group of neighbors downstairs would come up and knock on her door every time she lined up to buy bean cakes during the extremely cold weather, saying that they would help her line up first and let her go when the time was almost up. Although their purpose was not pure, they were just afraid that she would rob them because she was short of food. She also would not forget that Chi Li gave her a small bag of potatoes when he didn't have enough food. Although she didn't need it, and although she knew that Chi Li was a nosy person, but it is undeniable that she was also happy for that bag of potatoes and that concern. Moreover, seeing the group of people running to their death, but still struggling to move forward, why did she feel a little secretly happy in her heart? Does she just like to see others suffer? The ball wanted to speak again, but it clearly felt the purifying aura around it growing wildly, making its whole body feel very comfortable. This feeling was naturally emitted when Bai Qilin was in a good mood. It has a strong purifying effect on turbid air. The ball turned around suddenly, followed Ji He's line of sight, and saw the ugly and strange figure at the end of the team at a glance, and understood it immediately. It turns out that this generation of white unicorns likes to watch ugly animals running. Sure enough, unique hobbies. Different from the previous white unicorns, who only like beautiful and fragile things, it really deserves to be the cub he personally raised. Even his hobbies are so fresh and refined. He likes it. Today, he will go back and select them. When this generation of white unicorns successfully reaches adulthood, he can immediately arrange for those small animals to run in front of the white unicorn gate. Let the white unicorns be happy every day. One morning in a certain month of a certain year, Ji He was awakened from her dream by a burst of ghost howling. When she opened the curtains, she saw a scene of thousands of ghosts parading outside the window, and she was almost scared to death on the spot. After knowing who is the culprit of all this, she decided to teach the ball an unforgettable lesson. It must let it know what it means to be stupid and die quickly. While others were exercising, Ji He was not idle either. In addition to daily exercise, she recovered as many energy stones as possible and piled them at the foot of the small tree. In the context of extreme food scarcity, the purchasing power of food in her space is very strong. In addition to this, she hung up all the extra healing mushrooms in the space. 1 A-level energy stone per flower. There are only a few months left before the final stage, and Ji He doesn't care whether it is discovered or not. If someone is willing to pay for the energy stone, then his family can survive, and she can also get more energy stones to feed the little tree. Why not? Besides, the more people survive, the more people will participate in the mission. It is easier for the planet to win. This is a win-win deal. Under this kind of national training, time flies. Just when everyone thought that the extreme cold would continue until the game entered. In the middle of the night, when everyone was sleeping, suddenly, they felt that the cold that had been with them for a long time was gradually fading. Before they could sigh comfortably, a strong feeling of suffocation came over them. They frowned subconsciously and gasped in their sleep. It's so hot. It's so hot. How can it be so hot in the extreme cold? Didn't they run out of firewood a long time ago? Wake up! Wake up! The temperature is rising! Wake up! A resounding air raid alarm woke everyone up from their dreams. In a daze, they subconsciously ran to the window, ready to open the window and jump out. This is the muscle memory they have formed during this period of training. Everyone listen. Those with flying abilities, come to the dungeon entrance to help. The rest of you, run upstairs as much as possible. Don't stay at home. Stay on the roof for now. The ball was the first to discover it. It flew to Jihee's window, turned off the energy stone heater first, and then slowly pulled Jihee's quilt open. Then it slowly let the indoor temperature rise. When the indoor and outdoor temperatures reached the same 28 degrees, it removed the temperature maintenance system and gently opened its own ventilation system. As soon as the wind with a foul smell blew into the room, Jihee opened his eyes in an instant, covered his nose, and stared at Yuanqiu. What's that smell? Yuanqiu quietly turned off the ventilation system and said nonchalantly, it may be the smell of feces caused by the rising temperature and the melting of ice and snow outside the door. Jihee frowned, and the smell disappeared when she twitched her nose again. She sat up straight and began to take off her pajamas. Yuanqiu turned around in an instant and quickly covered his eyes. Hey! You are a girl, at least be careful. Jihee didn't care and changed his coral fleece pajamas into a summer lightweight one. What's the difference between a prop and a man? Yuanqiu was so angry at Jihee's words that he almost jumped up and down. He covered his eyes with his hands and jumped on the spot. What's wrong with props? Don't props have human rights? Can't props have male and female? Jihee perfunctorily said, yes, yes, yes. Then are you male or female? Yuanqiu, It has never thought about this question since it became conscious. Is it male or female? Leaving behind the ball that was doubting life because of Jihee's words. Jihee changed into pajamas and walked to the window, looking down. The snow that was 6 stories high before had melted long ago, and now it has become turbid sewage. And now the temperature outside has risen to 40 degrees. And it is still rising gradually. Jihee had told the base before that the temperature would rise in the future, but he did not say which day, only one day in 3 months. When she first had the fruit of omniscience, she was ignorant and fearless, and dared to tell directly when the accident would happen. But now that she has experienced a lot, she no longer dares to tell directly. It's because the future will change. Let's not talk about the last time that the late awakener said that the 50 billion would send a notice on the night of the 20th, which was changed by her subjective consciousness. Let's say that the arrival of the extreme cold last time was 15 minutes earlier than the time she saw. Don't underestimate these 15 minutes. The difference of these 15 minutes alone is enough to make her change her long-standing contempt and have awe of the unknown. Chapter 708. So this time, she only told them the approximate date. As the time she notified them was getting closer, the major bases sent all the awakened talents out of the underground city early, and dispersed them to live in various parts of the base. Now those who are still living in the underground city are ordinary people who have not yet awakened successfully. The base did not make the decision on its own this time, but told them everything and let them choose for themselves. If they want to go to the ground, the base will not stop them. If they want to live underground, the base will arrange people to help take care of them. In the end, most ordinary people still chose to continue living underground. It was not that they did not know it was dangerous, but that there was really no fuel for heating. After a year of extreme cold, all the fuel stored in advance was used up. In the last 2 months, there was no hay that could burn on the ground or underground. Even the purple fire crystals in Jihee's space were sold out in the middle of the extreme cold. If the remaining ordinary people who have not yet awakened were sent to the ground by the base, even if they wore thick coats and let the awakened people turn into beasts to keep them warm, these people would not survive a night and would be frozen to death. The cold of more than 90 degrees below zero is so unreasonable. In the dilemma, this is also a choice that must be made. Although life-threatening, at least you will not be frozen to death immediately. The temperature rose quickly, from more than 90 degrees below zero to 40 degrees above zero in less than 5 minutes. The snow layer melted and collapsed piece by piece, and the whole base became a sea of sewage. Looking down from above, the sewage from the base gathered together from all over, wrapped in a pile of feces and garbage, and flowed to the entrance of the underground city together. There were some hard objects in the middle. This seriously affected the pace of the people coming out of the underground city. Although the base had arranged them to rest at various entrances and exits early, it was still too late. Quick, grab the rope and climb up. Hold your hand. She's not tight. I can't pull it. Hurry up. There are people behind. There were several people at the gate responsible for pulling, and several people inside the gate responsible for pushing, and it was so efficient. When the water in the underground city had already poured back to people's waists, half of the people still didn't have time to get out. Although these people were anxious, they still suppressed their nervousness after long-term rehearsals, and walked forward in an orderly manner to save time as much as possible. The talent responsible for pulling people was a strength type, and his beast's body was a mammoth. He gritted his teeth, grabbed the hand of the person inside at an unprecedented speed, and threw the person out. The bass said that time was limited. If it was a second later, the people behind might be buried alive. He wished he could grow 8 hands. In the back, there were flying talents responsible for grabbing the people pulled out and sending them to the house next door, letting them climb upstairs by themselves. If nothing unexpected happens, it is expected that everyone in the underground city will be taken out in a few minutes. But at this moment, the ice pillar connecting the sky and the earth suddenly made a huge cracking sound. The people still standing in the house subconsciously looked up. It turned out that the ice pillar in the base began to break. Run! The ice pillar is broken. When the terrified shout came, the man who transformed into a mammoth at the entrance of the underground city was still pulling people out. He was sweating profusely, and didn't even have time to look back. Less than half a meter away from him, a huge icicle was falling rapidly. Everyone who saw this scene was so nervous that they wanted to rush over and tell the man to stop pulling, because it was dangerous behind. The next moment, someone nearby threw a gift and smashed the icicle that was about to hit the man to the other side. With a bang, the icicle fell into the sewage and splashed a large area of water at least 8 or 9 meters high. The wave instantly rushed many ordinary people who were standing at the entrance and exit of the underground city and were climbing out. Even the gifted person standing at the gate was not spared. Elephant! A cry of surprise came, and the man called Elephant quickly transformed into a mammoth at this moment, blocking the entrance of the dungeon with his huge body, giving the people inside a moment of respite. He was hit by the hard objects in the water, and was covered with wounds. After the waves, Elephant shook his body, and slowly climbed up. He felt like his ribs were broken. His teammates quickly flew over. Elephant, hurry up, leave the rest to us. It's okay, I can still do it. The elephant shook his head to shake off the dizziness, and turned around to continue pulling people. At this moment, a dazzling white light that had never been seen before suddenly appeared, and all the talents who had adapted to the night subconsciously closed their eyes. But soon, they reacted. Can't close your eyes, but it was too late. The next second after the white light flashed, a violent shaking came, and the sky and the earth were spinning. The whole earth began to tremble constantly. Except for the gifted ones with the ability to fly, everyone was thrown out by the shaking. Countless screams came from the buildings at once. Go upstairs, go to the roof, don't jump down, there's sewage down there. If the ground really cracks, you'd be swept into the cracks by the sewage. Run, go upstairs, it's safe upstairs. Just as everyone was running around in a panic, a louder noise came. The sound was so loud that many people even had tinnitus. Looking in the direction of the sound, a scene that made many people's back shudder appeared. The entrance of the underground city collapsed. All those who had not had time to climb out were buried underground. At the entrance of the underground city where they once lined up to buy bean cakes, a bottomless crack more than 2 meters wide split the entire entrance of the underground city in half. Streams of sewage were quickly swallowed up by the cracks along with the surging waves, flowing along the cracks into the depths of the ground. It also took away many ordinary people who were still trying to climb out. The talents who were still outside jumped into the water like crazy, trying to save their families. Help! My mother is still in the underground city. She hasn't come out yet. I want to save my mother. The earthquake is coming. Don't go down. There will be cracks in the ground at any time. Everyone, don't go down. Amidst the shouts, another loud noise came. This time, the crack opened directly in the building next to it. A crack more than 2 meters wide directly split the entire building in half. The people who were still in the building and had no time to run quickly jumped out of various windows, fell into the sewage, and swam to other intact buildings. In addition to these people, there were many people standing on the roof. They didn't even know whether they should jump or not, and whether there would be any accidents if they jumped. Chapter 709. This is a building that is almost 20 stories high. Bang, bang, bang. There were violent knocks on the door. He turned around and looked at Yuanchio with a questioning look. Yuanchio spread his hands. Boss! Boss, are you home? There's an earthquake downstairs. Come out quickly. Break the door. Are you asleep and don't know what's going on outside? Break it. Break through the wall. I said this protective gear is too strong and not good at all. Normally, you don't even know what's going on outside. What should I do now? Isn't this door usually very sensitive? Why is it like it's offline now? Boss, boss, get up quickly. The sky is falling. The ground is sinking. Hurry up and go upstairs. Yuanqiu originally wanted Ji He to listen to more warm voices from the world, but when he heard those people questioning his protection and seriously affecting his image in Ji's heart, he was not happy. Pinching his waist with both hands and glaring, when he was about to rush out and debate with those people for 300 rounds, Ji moved. She casually brought a gas mask, went to the front door, and opened it. Boss, you're awake. Great. Come on, hurry upstairs. 3 men stood outside the door, including old neighbors from the previous building, a gifted person who moved in later, and even a late awakener. After Ji's identity was exposed, although he lived in seclusion and did not stand up and do anything clearly, everyone nearby knew that there was such a boss in their building. They also knew that this boss had extraordinary fighting power, and even the base had to respect him. Therefore, in the late stage of the extreme cold, everyone was short of food. When other buildings were in chaos and fighting, their building had a small piece of pure land because of Ji's existence. No family members died in those fights. For this reason, all of them were grateful to Ji in their hearts. Ji's voice came from behind the gas mask, calm as usual, as if the earthquake was just a small matter and could not affect her at all. I have flying props, you go upstairs, don't worry about me. Her attitude made the 3 panic-stricken people standing in front of her feel like they had found their backbone. The feeling of fear gradually faded, and the weak feet also landed on the ground. The leading man calmed down and said directly, okay, then we will go up first. Boss, if you need our help, just ask. Yes. Looking at the backs of the 3 people going upstairs, Ji closed the door, walked to the window, and opened it. He pulled the big harvest out of the space with his backhand, turn into wings and take me flying. Da Fengshou shook the flower in his hand with his backhand, and quickly transformed his body into a pair of wings, sticking to Ji's back. He hardly felt any weight. Ji took a long step and jumped directly from the window. The wings spread out behind her, flapping gently, and flew to a woman struggling in the sewage according to Ji's wishes. Ji stretched out his hand and gently lifted the woman in the water, and she was pulled out and put in the next building. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. The woman was trembling all over, and could hardly speak a complete sentence. She could only thank you over and over again. Ji said nothing, shook her head, turned around and continued to fly into the water to save people. There were many people who did the same as her. Some were gifted in flying, and some were gifted in insects that climbed between buildings. At this time, many people tacitly chose to put aside their conflicts and save people wholeheartedly. But there were also a few people who were not so thoughtful. Ji had just pulled a man out of the water, and the man grabbed her with his backhand and held her tightly. Go and help me dig up the underground city, otherwise, you will be dragged into the water by me. The man said, as if to prove that what he said was true. He kicked the dirty water half a meter high with his feet to threaten Ji. He was very strong, and Ji was really dragged down half a meter by him. But it was only half a meter. A shovel suddenly appeared in his right hand, and he slammed it on the man's head. The man didn't even react, and he was hit by the shovel and saw stars. Before he could speak, Ji grabbed the man with his backhand, swung the shovel with his right hand, and hit him like playing whack-a-mole. After a while, the man was hit so hard that he couldn't get up. None of the gifted people around dared to speak, and they all pretended not to see it. From the corner of his eyes, he was still watching the figure floating in the water. Today, I finally saw a ruthless person. Really, he didn't even know who he was when he was stirring up trouble with the king of hell. How dare he mess with this ancestor? If you think your life is too long, you don't have to do this. In the late stage of extreme cold, Ji went out to dig ice grapes from the field several times, and each time she brought her 3 mounts. One night, the jealous person formed a team and pried open the door at night. As a result, she was hung upside down on the wall the next morning, and died of brain congestion. When her family came to seek an explanation, they were tied up by 3 big cats and taken to the underground city in front of everyone. She didn't even show her face the whole time. That's not all. The most terrifying thing is that the base saw the group of people who were tied up and sent there. But not only did they not punish this woman, they also punished the family members. They said they illegally occupied the base's property. How could this be tolerated? Since then, everyone knows that this person is not to be messed with. If you mess with her, it means you are occupying the base's property. Doesn't that mean she is the base's property? Then as long as you want to stay in the base, you can't mess with her. How strong is Ji-hee? After 3 hits, the man's hand strength could no longer hold. He wanted to take back his hand and hold his head. But what he said was not counted now. After Ji-hee hit him, he kicked him to the underground city. Don't you want to save people? Go and save them yourself. The man rolled several times in the water and rolled to the edge of the crack in the ground. He struggled desperately. Help! Save me! I don't want to save people. I will never save people again. He wanted those gifted people who can fly to save people, but he didn't think of risking his life to save people. You don't want to save your own family, but you want strangers to save them? How ridiculous. A person next to him sneered and ignored his call for help. The underground city collapsed, and there was a huge crack. There were many ordinary people in it. In this situation full of feces, sewage and earthquakes, the possibility of their survival was very small. Even the people in the base stopped trying to dig after the underground city collapsed. Don't say it's cruel or not, this is reality. Instead of investing a lot of manpower to find the tiny hope of survival, it's better to fish out the awakened people who are still struggling in the water. Chapter 7:10. At least both are saving people, and the chances of survival for the gifted rescued from the water are much higher. The rumbling sound of the ground cracks never stopped. Cracks of varying widths continued to appear inside and outside the base. The sewage that looked several stories high before was sucked away by these cracks that looked like bottomless pits in just a few hours. Along with it, the entire human base also became a ruin. Everyone sat in the ruins, their faces dirty, looking at the cracks, unable to cry. The endless cracks leading to the ground hide their families. Seeing a flying talent flying out, someone inside crawled to get close to him. What's up? Have you seen my wife? Did you find my husband? The flying talent shook his head. No, it's dark inside, and after falling a few hundred meters, I couldn't fly down. When the people who were holding on to hope heard this, they sat down in a daze, as if they were hit on the head with a stick. Although they knew it was impossible, they still thought, what if the family members are still holding on in the cracks, waiting for someone to rescue them? The first cry came from nowhere, and these cries spread throughout the base and gradually became one. In addition to the sadness of those who just lost their families, more people have stood up numbly and started looking for shelter. Above their heads, the scorching sun is pouring out its energy, ruthlessly burning their bodies, forcing them to quickly adapt to the new climate. In this ruin, there is a building standing firmly in place, which is particularly eye-catching. Those who could still walk stood up from all corners and gradually moved closer to the building. Ji-hee and his neighbors in the building were now huddled on the roof, listening to the sound of the earth shaking in the distance, watching the devastated scene of the base being shattered, and the groups of people trying to get closer not far away. They were huddled together, panicking and couldn't find a backbone. The 3 small groups had already formed a circle and gathered together to whisper, should we go inside first? There are so many people here, what if they rob our house? Go in? The earthquake hasn't stopped yet, aren't you afraid of being buried alive? It's not about whether to go in or not, we should think of ways to protect our house. I won't let you, I paid the rent. You said that. Do you think those people will reason with you now? Ji-hee had already flown back home through the window. Yuanchio saw her covered in mud and frowned in disgust. Go wash quickly, your hands are all black. Ji-hee followed its force and moved forward. With his left hand, he opened the system store and hung up the tree bag. 50 billion. A must-have for home and travel, everyone says it's good. In addition to the tree bag, she also hung salt and other food. The salt was filtered by Yu Qian. Considering that there were not enough people, they didn't filter it too many times, but they filtered out all the impurities. You can eat it directly. The earthquake injured many people. These people didn't have medicine, but some salt could also kill bacteria and disinfect. After a refreshing bath, Ji-hee sat on the bed and looked through the chat channel of the mall. Yuanchio flew behind Ji-hee, one hand wiped Ji-hee's hair, and the other hand pressed her shoulders. Neither of them took the earthquake seriously. Ji-hee looked through the mall for a while and found nothing interesting. She waved her hand to close it, reached out to take out a cup of lemon tea, put in a straw, and took a big sip, comfortable. After saying this, she stood up and started packing her luggage. Yuanchio rolled his eyes when he saw this scene and asked tentatively, what is this for? Isn't it uncomfortable to live here? Why do you want to move? There aren't many things in the house, and Ji-hee packed them all up in a few seconds. He looked at Yuanchio with a squinting eye and said with an ambiguous meaning, you like this house that stands out from the crowd, but it hurts my bottom to live in it. Sometimes she really wondered where this Yuanchio came from. and Daifengshu can be called a leaky spy duo. They make such obvious mistakes in daily life. You don't really think she is blind, do you? Not to mention Daifengshu, his personality and behavior have changed drastically, etc. Take Yuanqiu for example. She was always so sneaky and mean, but now she has done something so great that the entire base collapsed, leaving only one building standing. If it really has the ability, it can just take her to the interstellar space. Why is she still here? Yuanqiu didn't quite understand what he said, and retorted foolishly, if she didn't collapse, it means she's lucky. What's so hot about a house? After hearing this, Jihe confirmed that this ball was stupid, so he didn't bother to talk nonsense, turned around, and changed his words. I'm going to the dungeon to explore, and I don't have time to come back. How about you stay? When the ball heard this, it immediately forgot what it was going to say, and shook its head frantically. No, 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 I go with you. Let's go together. Jihe knew that this would definitely work, so she threw the ball into the space without worrying about turning it into a prop. She quickly changed into a light-colored sun-protective suit, carried her bag, and walked out without looking back. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the neighbor on the 9th floor downstairs holding up his hand. She raised her eyebrows. What's the matter? The man licked his lips, put down his hand awkwardly, and was a little embarrassed. No, this is not our building. It's the only intact building nearby. Many people want to move in. We are now arranging people to block downstairs, but it won't last long. I want to ask you what you think. Jihe glanced at the man with interest. You listen to me? The man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then he patted his chest to promise. You say it, I will definitely listen. Jihe smiled unchanged, patted the man's shoulder, and walked downstairs. My advice to you is to go back and pack your things, take your supplies, and leave this building. The man was dumbfounded. After a moment of hesitation, he chased after Jihe and kept asking, his voice a little incoherent. Why do you want to leave this building? Are you afraid that we can't defend it? Don't be afraid, boss. Although they have more people, we are not pushovers. We can also make conditions with them, and give up some houses. We can definitely negotiate this matter. Jihe put her hands in her pockets, and walked down the stairs slowly. She listened to the man's excited words, and hummed from time to time to show that she was listening. Finally, they arrived at the 3rd floor. A loud quarrel brought the man chasing Jihe back to reality from his own world. He raised his hand and wiped his face, revealing a bitter smile. Boss, I'm not disobedient. I just can't bear to leave. This is my home. If we leave here, where can we go? There is still an earthquake in the distance, and our base has been broken into 3 pieces. As they spoke, the two came to the 2nd floor. Chapter 7:11. Hurry up and let us in. Don't you have manners? Don't you know that someone is injured here? Are you still human? Please, sister, we promise that we will never dirty your house. Otherwise we can live in the corridor. The sun is too strong outside. The child's father was hit by the house. And now we are satisfied as long as we have a place to lie down. Why can't we live in my house? The bey said before that when we come out from underground, we will still live in this house. Let us in immediately. You are occupying someone else's nest. Do you know that? Jihe turned his head, and his voice was clearly heard by the man in the noise. I think home is the home of my family. With family, anywhere is home. Being brave enough to accept reality is sometimes a kind of courage. After saying that, he patted the man's shoulder, turned around, and walked downstairs. Hey, everyone, stop for a moment, and let me go out. This sentence made the two groups of people who were arguing stop instantly, and they all looked at Jihe. Someone was about to speak when he was stopped by the people around him. Don't mess with her. Go, go. The crowd separated into an aisle. Jihe nodded, and walked away. Just as she was about to walk out of the crowd, a shout came from behind. Are you serious? Really? After saying this, Jihe walked away completely, leaving the man standing there with a struggling face. Someone in the crowd spoke up. Why is she going out at this time? Will she come back? The man's face showed a trace of struggle. He clenched his teeth, his face twitched, and his eyes showed reluctance. Finally, he made up his mind and called out, Brothers, follow me. Let's go back and pack our bags and give them this house. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Boss, are you crazy? Yes, why are you leaving for no reason? After a big disaster, there will be a big epidemic. We have to go out now. If there is an epidemic, we may not survive. Boss, are you confused? The base is not collapsed. The staff over there are still rescuing the wounded. Our house is the only intact building in the base. Since he made up his mind, the man no longer hesitated. He pulled his chattering wife over and went upstairs. Hurry back and pack your luggage. Boss, why are you leaving? Just explain it clearly. It's not that the brothers don't support you, but you have something to say. The man looked up, looked around at his good brothers, smiled bitterly, and raised his hand to point upstairs. I don't want to leave either, but the boss just said that this house can't be lived in for a few days, and it will collapse sooner or later. If we continue to live here, we might as well be buried in it any time. In this case, we might as well pack up and leave before it collapses. At least we are still alive. After that, he sighed, we are lucky to be unscathed in this earthquake. We must accept the reality and look forward. He also knew that it was impossible for the house to hold on in such frequent shaking. It's just that he didn't want to face the reality. But now that the boss has helped him break the reality, he is not going to continue along the wrong path. The boss is right, home is where the family is. As long as he and his wife work hard, they can always raise the child. The shaking is still going on. But it is not as violent as at the beginning. Only slight shaking can be felt. The gifted who lost their homeland lie on the ground and keep looking for all the supplies that can be used. Ji-hee, wearing a hat, sits on Ing Shui, walking on the ruins of the base as if taking a walk. Many people around her looked at her vaguely, but no one tried to get close. No one else. The whimpering cat that had grown to over 3 meters tall looked a bit ferocious, and it really didn't seem like a vegetarian. Many people in the base said sour things behind Ji-hee's back, saying that the reason why Ji-hee could afford to raise so many tigers was simply because he allowed these tigers to eat people. Although there was no basis for this, it was spread in a convincing way. After hearing this, Ji-hee smiled and didn't care. She wasn't running for president, so she didn't care about her reputation as long as it didn't come to her. Walking to a crack, Ji-hee jumped down, took out a prop that looked like an eggplant, broke off the eggplant's butt, and threw it down. The remaining props turned into a steering wheel with a screen in Ji-hee's hand. The screen showed the scene in the crack. Peeping eggplant. An eggplant with a special fetish who likes to peek. Because all the abilities are on peeping, it does not have any attack ability. Note, just a light kick can crush it. Just as Ji-hee was concentrating on staring at the crack, a shout came from behind Ji-hee. Looking at the sound, a man with a dusty face and patched clothes was waving at her. Standing there, until the man came closer, Ji-hee recognized who it was, and was a little surprised. Chi-li, you are not hurt, right? Why are you so miserable? Oh, it's okay. My summer clothes were smashed into the house, and I haven't found them yet. I find them out. I find them. Chi-li briefly explained and began to greet Ji-hee. You haven't eaten yet? Let's go to my house to have a bite. My mother's dinner has just been prepared. I also have a tent. If you don't have a place to sleep, you can squeeze with my sister. Ji-hee was curious. Is your sister in good health? The baby was not saved. Chi-li knew what Ji-hee wanted to ask, and smiled bitterly. It's not about your props, it's about my ex-brother-in-law. Without your props, my sister would not have survived. I have to thank you for this. Why thank me? You sent me potatoes several times later, and neither of us owed anyone anything. Ji-hee shook his head at first, then refused. I won't go to eat. I'm looking for an entrance. Looking for an entrance? Chi-li repeated Ji-hee's words, but still didn't understand. He scratched his dog-chewed hair. You mean the teleportation array? Don't look for it. The teleportation array disappeared less than a week after we left the dungeon. If the system wasn't still there, everyone would have thought the game was going to run away. Ji-hee knew about this a long time ago. She shook her head and raised her hand to point at the crack under her feet. Do you know what's under the crack? Chi-li turned his head to look at the direction of Ji-hee's finger. It was a crack about 1 meter wide and 4 meters long. Among the cracks that were several meters wide and more than 10 meters long, it could only be considered a treasure. Chapter 712. He raised his foot, walked to the crack and looked down. It was pitch black, a bottomless abyss, and he couldn't see what was there. A talent from the base went down, and there was nothing below, and finally came up. Ji-hee looked at the crack in the ground and smiled faintly. I said there was something under the crack, not under this crack. Chi-li turned his head and looked at Ji-hee in confusion. He didn't understand a little, but in order not to appear too uneducated, he chose to laugh. I understand. So that's the case, then I go down and investigate with you. Ji-hee raised his hand to stop Chi-li from jumping, and waved his other hand behind Chi-li. Your family seems to have something to ask you. I'm fine here. Why don't you go back and take a look first? Chi-li's family had also seen Ji-hee, and had a good impression of her. Seeing Ji-hee waving, they subconsciously followed suit. When Chi-li turned around, he saw his sister waving at him frantically. He subconsciously raised his hand and waved, turning his head to look at Ji-hee. Then I go first. If you need my help, come find me. Don't be polite. After Chi Li ran away, Ji He retracted her gaze and focused on the screen. Chi Li's family is a big family, with more than 20 relatives living together. Ji He didn't hate Chi Li, and sometimes she was even a little curious about what kind of family he was raised in to be so nosy and overly kind, but she didn't plan to get too involved with their family. Not too far, not too close, is the social distance she likes. The two chatted for a long time, and the eggplant never landed on the bottom, and the display was still dark. Ji He patiently waited for a while. Finally, the screen vibrated and then stopped. The eggplant had already fallen to the bottom, but unfortunately, this crack in the ground was also a wrong road. Ji He had a good mentality. She squeezed the eggplant hard, and the eggplant's butt, which was used as a camera, instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared in the crack in the ground. It condensed again and appeared in Ji He's hand. The prop turned into an eggplant again. Cooling time 30 minutes. If you want to use it again, you can only wait for the 30-minute cooling time to pass. Ji He patted Yu Shui, got back on its back, and continued walking around the base. It seemed aimless, but it really was aimless. Ji He knew there was an underground world under the cracks, but she didn't know which crack connected to the underground world. It was like the entrance to a maze, with many roads, but only one was the right one. And now she had no reliable way to find it, so she could only rely on the method of investigation. Fortunately, not every crack took a lot of time to verify. Most of the cracks only take more than 10 minutes to find out whether there is a road under the crack. When Ji He was looking for the crack, the staff of the base had already responded and were organizing people to dig. It was not a rescue, but to dig out supplies for the survivors. In the current situation of severe earthquakes and insufficient rescue equipment, if someone is buried or swallowed by the crack, it is assumed that the person is dead. Otherwise, it depends on the physical fitness of the gifted. As long as they are not dead, they can naturally push the rocks above their heads and jump out. Those who are silent now are probably dead. Those people are dead, but those who survived have to live. This thing can't be produced now, so it can be dug out and used. The scavenger stood on the muddy and smelly road, buried his head, and kept searching. Mom! Mom, come quickly! I found a plastic basin. The person who spoke licked his dry and cracked lips and swallowed unconsciously. The sun made people dizzy, and he hadn't drunk water for a day. You and my dad wait for me here. I go find some water over there. After the man said this, he ran away quickly without even waiting for the two men to reply. The old woman opened her mouth and closed it again. She had no strength left. Ji He leaned on Yu Shui's body, looking at Director Fan in front of him, whose face was swollen and swallowing saliva while talking, but his thoughts were all on the beast form he transformed into. Is there really no connection between humans and beast forms? Chi Li was stupid, nosy, and full of sympathy, but the beast form was like a silverback gorilla, very strong. What is this called? The rough appearance cannot hide his weak heart. Girl, do you want to cooperate with our base? Director Fan raised his hand to comb back his Mediterranean hairstyle while speaking. As long as you pay for the food, we will definitely hand over the results to you within the specified time. No matter what you are looking for, as long as it really exists, the base will definitely help you find it. I promise you that if you can't find it, I don't even know what I'm looking for. How can you find it? Ji He interrupted Director Fan's endless sales pitch and looked at him intently. You haven't had a full meal since you awakened, right? You are overdrawing your body. Is it worth it? After paying the first reward, Ji He thought Director Fan would give up. As a result, she saw him outside the door that night. She still remembered that the old man was shaking all over and couldn't even straighten his legs. Even so, he asked others to carry him and knock on Ji He's door in person. The first thing he said when he saw her was, "Excuse me, are you still interested in continuing the fundraising run? I can still run." Ji He was really surprised. She couldn't understand. Running once is not enough for you? You want to run more? Aren't you afraid of running to death? You ran for so long without eating. Can your body handle it? Director Fan smiled nonchalantly. You were not born when I was enjoying life. You ate so many delicious foods before. What's the harm of eating one more or one less now? It was with this spirit of valuing food over life that Old Man Fan finally won Ji He's appreciation and sponsored several more charity runs. But she said, if you insist on running, you must eat a full meal. Awakening consumes a lot of energy. If an awakened person wants to maintain a normal life, the food he eats every day is 3 or 4 times that of an ordinary person. Director Fan should understand this principle without her saying it. At that time, Director Fan did agree very well and nodded continuously. You are right, I will eat when I go back, I have risked my life and image. Am I not worthy of a full meal? I must eat that 3 or 5 caddies. But looking at Director Fan's current image of being in a big deficit, he could see at a glance that he not only did not eat 3 or 5 caddies, but he probably did not even eat 3 or 5 tails. Chapter 713. She looked at the man in front of her in confusion, her tone full of puzzlement. You solicit sponsorship everywhere, and you deduct money like hell. Others call you granite, but you don't even have a child, and you don't even spend a few bites of the sponsorship you solicit. What are you trying to achieve? Director Fan pretended to think, and finally spread his hands, and said self-deprecatingly, maybe I am granite? I only like to store food and don't like to spend it. Seeing he choked by him, Director Fan's eyes flashed with pride. He is young, but he is thin-skinned. He straightened his expression, looked serious, covered his face, and tried to speak clearly. Even if we don't know what the thing you are talking about looks like, or what's special about it, as long as the thing you are talking about really exists, the base will definitely find it for you. If you don't believe it, we can sign an agreement. You can also set a deadline. Don't worry, we will definitely do it. This should have been a very serious discussion occasion, but looking at Director Fan's swollen half face, she really couldn't be serious. He put down his hand, stood up straight, and finally nodded. Okay, 100 kilograms of ice grapes. Within 5 days, I want to get the news of the Earth core fruit. How much? How much? 100 kilograms. When Director Fan heard this number, his emotions fluctuated too much, and he turned into a beast uncontrollably, falling face down into the mud at Ji's feet, and was pushed away by Ing Yushui with disgust. What an ugly thing, dare to appear in front of the boss. Don't even look at your own appearance. Director Fan didn't care about this at all. His mind was full of 100 kilograms of hiring for 5 days. This is a lot of food. It's a good start. He raised his head from the ground and subconsciously raised his paw to hold Ji's hand. Xiao Ji, don't worry. The base will definitely do a great job for you. I will go find it for you personally. You can rest assured that within 5 days, I must give you a satisfactory answer. The hand was not held, and the pink iron claws of Ying Cat were like a mountain that could not be shaken, and directly stopped Director Fan. He glared at her fiercely. Just talk. Why use your hands? Director Fan quickly pulled his hand back and rubbed it on his body. Look at me. I can't get rid of this habit in a short time. But don't worry, we are very reliable. 3 minutes later, after signing the agreement, he was happily sent out by Director Fan. Do you want to rest here? The base has just cleared a clean area, just right for setting up a tent. Xiao Jiao, come here. As soon as the words fell, a cute girl, who was a little too thin, came over. When she smiled, there were 2 dimples on her cheeks. She bent down and made a gesture of invitation. Miss, please come this way. Yes. Looking at the pleasing girl in front of him, he did not say no and followed her. Director Fan looked at the backs of the 2 people, touched his chin, and smiled proudly. He said that no matter how strong the ability is, young people like those who look good. Regardless of gender, as long as they are good-looking, they will have some face. Don't think he didn't see it. The last time he came to the door, the girl opened the door, and her eyes stayed on the young man carrying him for 0.1 second before looking at him. Xiao Jiao is lively and quick-talking. She talked non-stop all the way. Even without Ji asking, she told him about the earthquake situation around the base. Ji walked behind and raised his eyebrows. The base has sent people out. Aren't you afraid that those people won't come back? Hey, it can't be helped. So many people have to eat. If I wasn't weak, I would have wanted to leave. Xiao Jiao stomped her feet as she spoke, feeling a little indignant. Before I awakened, I read books about monsters every day, thinking that I would awaken to a super beast. In the end, I awakened to a cartoon creature. Oh, what cartoon creature? He became interested and raised his eyebrows to ask. Xiao Jiao stopped talking, her face was a little red, and she stammered golden, with a curved hook, and tilted up. The moon? He was thoughtful, and touched his chin with his hand. If it is the moon, it seems not bad. You should be an auxiliary, right? When Xiao Jiao talked about her prototype, her eyes were red, and she looked depressed, as if all the energy in her body had been drained away. If I were the moon, I would hang it up today. It's a banana bun. After the words fell, a huge banana half a meter high appeared in front of Jihe. Suspended in the air, without even long legs. Jihe, really a banana bun. No wonder it's called Xiao Jiao. The banana was extremely frustrated, and without saying a word, it flew around Jihe, making her dizzy. Jihe grabbed the banana, a little helpless. Why don't you just not say you are a banana? It looks like the moon. The banana trembled all over and began to get hot. The next moment, the golden skin peeled off, revealing the pure white heart inside. Xiao Jiao's angry voice followed. No, the skin will fall off when I'm excited or talking. Jihi, Banana turned back into human form, and Xiao Jiao quickly forgot about his worries. He raised his hand and pointed to an empty space. That's Director Fan's position. He won't be back these few days, so this place is for you. Next to it is the tent of our base commander. He's a good person. You be safe if you stay with him. But there are always people coming in and out of his place, and sometimes they talk in a hurry and loudly. If you hear any noise in your sleep in the middle of the night, just ignore it. Ji looked at the little girl next to him with a strange look. Is that what you said about the base commander? Ah, sister, we're here. Xiao Jiao didn't leave in a hurry, but smiled and said, Sister, let me help you set up the tent. I know how to set up a tent, quickly and well. Ji had no intention of sleeping in a tent. She shook her head, rejected the girl's kindness, and waved and threw out a tree bag. I sleep in this. Tree bag? Xiao Jiao exclaimed, and circled around the tree bag several times, eyes full of envy. You even have this? I saw someone say that this is super useful. The quality is super good, stronger than the escape pod. Ahem. A cough was heard, and the two turned their heads to look. There stood a thin, shriveled old man with his hands behind his back. Grandpa. Ji raised his eyebrows. The doubts in his heart were answered. It turned out that this person was the granddaughter of the base director. No wonder, at this time, she still has such a cute and beautiful face. No rules. In the workplace, you have to call by your job title. The base director glared at his disappointing granddaughter, then turned to look at Ji with a smile on his face. Young talents, our base has you. Chapter 714. Future. Xiao Jiao whispered the next sentence beside him. Don't worry, as long as I'm still here. The base will protect you all. The future of the base belongs to you young people. The smile on the base chief's face was stiff, and he no longer had the mood to get close to others. He hastily ended today's conversation. Well, I have something else to do here, so I leave first. After saying that, he grabbed Xiao Jiao's arm and dragged him into the tent next to him. Come with me. Woo woo woo, Grandpa, if you think I'm annoying, let me go out to do the mission. Woo woo woo. I won't dare to do it again. Ji shrugged, turned around, and took the 3 crying cats into the tree bag. In the next few days, Ji was not idle, and kept looking outside. For this upgrade, she needed 100 Earth Core fruits, and she couldn't rely on Director Fan for everything. During this period, the land was shaking from time to time. Sometimes violently, sometimes slowly. At the most intense moment, Ji's entire body was shaken off the ground, half a meter high. During these few days, the others were not idle either, and they kept looking for all kinds of edible food. But most of the time, they returned empty-handed and wasted their energy. Until the evening of the 4th day, there was still 1 day left before the end of the mission, and Ji still had no progress. She was a little anxious, and subconsciously combed her hair with her fingers a few times. Then she calmed down, stood up, and prepared to go to Director Fan to see the progress. At this time, a familiar vibration came. The people around knelt down skillfully, raised their heads, and kept looking around, watching vigilantly. When the vibration occurred, they had to be vigilant to prevent cracks from appearing around or under their feet. Ji stabilized his body, pulled a big harvest out of the space with his right hand, and put it on his back. Take me to find Director Fan. Okay, master. The big harvest quickly changed, stuck to Ji's back, took her into the air, and flew straight into the distance. The gifted people who were still kneeling on the ground ready to escape at any time raised their heads, and looked at Ji's flying figure with envy. The gap between people is bigger than that between people and dogs. Da Fengshou took Ji out of the camp, and headed straight for the south gate of the base. After the earthquake, the base was like an isolated island. There were several huge cracks around, completely cutting the surrounding land and the base. Gifted people with super jumping and flying abilities can cross the gap to the other side to hunt mutant animals. Others with weaker strength stayed at the edge of the crack, thinking of taking on some menial work to make a living. Ji was flying, and suddenly said, "Fly higher." A great harvest. As Ji flew higher and higher, her vision became wider, and she found that the plates below were moving. On the left side of the base, according to what she had inquired at the beginning, there was a crack about 3 meters wide. Now this crack has expanded to twice its previous size, and it is still moving outward. If this piece is not obvious enough, then on the right side of the base, The land that originally belonged to the base has deviated at least 8 meters, and a strange piece of land in the distance is being pushed closer and squeezed. There are many plants of strange colors growing on this land, and occasionally there are a few mutant animals looking up. One of them looks like a snake, with pustules all over its body, bright colors, and purple mist when crawling. It looks poisonous. That's fine. On the other side of this land, there is a large piece of dark land. He felt extremely disgusted when he saw the color. She immediately realized that there were turbid beasts. Only turbid beasts could make her feel annoyed. In front of them were the gifted people who knew nothing about this, and were still trying to jump to the other side. He took out his mobile phone, took a photo, and then threw the phone into space. It would take at least 1 day to get to the base. Da Fengsho took He away from the center of the base, and came to Area D. There were basically no active gifted people around, but there were quite a few mutant animals moving around. Their bodies are more mutated than humans, and their bodies are larger. A 5-meter wide crack is difficult for a long-term starving gifted person to jump over. These mutant animals, on the other hand, are agile and move as fast as rabbits. They are extremely agile. Not to mention 5 meters, he saw with his own eyes a creature that looked like a toad, which jumped at least 20 meters away. It jumped directly from a piece of land that was about to be swallowed by the underground magma to another safe land, and it looked like it was doing it with ease. What kind of physical fitness is this? Even if he were to jump over this crack in the ground, she might not be able to jump over it. Could those skinny awakeners in the base jump over it? Even the kangaroo mutants might not be able to do it. Because she didn't eat enough. Boring. He took a lot of photos along the way. After taking photos of the situation around the base, the big harvest began to slowly descend. He went straight to the crack below. The people below felt something, looked up, and saw a huge wing flying towards them in the afterglow of the setting sun. From their perspective, the sun seemed to cast a golden halo over this person, bringing a strange sense of holiness. After he fell, he ignored the stunned eyes of those people, and strode to the edge of the crack and looked down. It was bottomless, no different from other cracks. Taking the peeping eggplant out of the space, he broke it off, and threw it directly in. "Don't throw it. If you don't want to eat it, give it to me." A man next to him saw the eggplant, and without thinking too much, he jumped up and quickly rushed to the edge of the crack to reach out to catch it. But Ji's hands were so fast. He only had time to see the back of an eggplant. Old-fashioned, that's a prop. The teammate next to him felt embarrassed and pulled up the man, who was lying on the crack with his chest in pain. "This is the boss." The man also reacted now. That should not be an eggplant for eating. He just reacted subconsciously. He scratched the back of his head and smiled. "Sorry, boss, I lost my composure." He shook his head, stared at the screen and asked, "Where is Director Fan? How long have you been down there?" "He went down with me, about 15 minutes. The man raised his hand and pointed at the crack, explaining to He seriously, "Director Fan has a sensitive nose and can climb walls. He has been personally going down to the crack to investigate these days." He frowned, then let go and stopped talking. The air fell into silence again. The people next to him winked and spoke with their eyes. Chapter 715. Who is this? "The boss of our mission, 100 kilograms. Oh my goodness, he's a rich man. Look, he's richer than your whole family just by looking at his fingers." "That's right. Even the rich man who used to live in a villa, I guess his family can't afford 30 kilograms of food now." The screen dutifully displayed the scene at the crack. At first, it was no different from other cracks. After 5 minutes, the scene began to change. Light appeared in the dark crack. He was not surprised. This was not the first time she had seen changes. She had encountered them several times before. The cracks in the ground were not safe. If it was just a simple stone, it would be considered lucky, but in most cracks, there was magma rolling back and forth, and it could erupt at any time. If she had not summoned the eggplant back in time, the prop would have been swallowed by the magma. It was precisely because of the danger that she was willing to pay for food and hire more people to help her find it. After all, she was short of time. The system only left a message for them to be prepared at any time, but did not say when the mission would start. And she was still a long way from upgrading her space, so she was naturally anxious. The screen showed 2 golden red spots, which made He frown. The people next to her naturally saw her screen, and one of them couldn't help but curiously asked, "What are these golden dots?" "Mars on the magma." He looked at the screen, and flexibly manipulated the eggplant in midair to avoid the increasingly dense golden red spots. "Does it look good? If it touches you, it will burn a hole in you." While speaking, the scene on the screen changed, and an inconspicuous green flashed by. He hurriedly controlled the eggplant to stop. Slowly rising. Under the illumination of the golden red light, a dark green appeared in front of their eyes. As the eggplant approached, everyone saw that the dark green was not the leaves of the plant, but the thorns on the plant. The real plant was pitch black, and it was crawling on the wall like a snake, climbing and moving slowly. So scary. Does this thing eat people? Everyone gathered around and followed the scene displayed on Jihee's screen. Eggplants are not living organisms, and these plants don't care about their appearance. I just wonder if they would still react the same way if there were people around. The picture transmitted by the eggplant is very clear, but the only drawback is that it does not have its own light. If there is no light floating around, she can't see anything clearly. After searching for a while, Jihee found a trace of artificial excavation with his sharp eyes. She should really thank those plants. If they hadn't moved slowly, she wouldn't have found the cave entrance. She found it, but how to get in became a problem. The entire cave entrance was completely blocked by these plants. Even if there was a little gap, there were plants trying to get in. As a fruit with no offensive ability, the peeping eggplant was afraid that the thorns of the plants would pierce it, let alone get in. Jihee frowned, knowing that if she continued like this, she would not see any results even if she waited for 10,000 years, so she simply took the peeping eggplant back. The screen disappeared. Jihee lifted his foot, left the crowd, slowly walked to the crack in the ground, and looked down. Boss, don't worry, wait a little longer. Those people should be able to climb up. Yes, the people we sent are all official game players. With sufficient experience, they will definitely be able to do it. Seeing that he walked too close to the crack in the ground. Several people came over and stretched out their hands to help her block it, fearing that she would step on the air and fall in. This is a big boss with food, worth a lot of money. Jihee looked at the crack in the ground and thought. His voice was a little light. You won't go down to help them. If I'm not mistaken, those plants just now should be carnivorous. We are also worried, but now our mission is to help. We can't act on our own before the specified time. The man explained to Jihee seriously, his tone full of trust, and as teammates, we should believe in their abilities. Yes, the ones who went down this time are all excellent warriors. They successfully completed many tasks before becoming awakened, and this time will not be difficult for them. Another person added, pointing to the watch on his wrist, there are only 6 minutes left. If they haven't come back by the time, we send someone down. Jihee glanced at them, and said nothing. Since there were still 6 minutes left, she would wait. The sky gradually darkened and dusk fell. As time got closer and closer to the stipulated time, the atmosphere began to stagnate. No one spoke, and everyone stayed in their respective positions. Until the last minute left before the mission, one of the men's ears suddenly moved, and his whole body instantly turned into a monkey with huge ears. He quickly rushed to the crack in the ground and stretched his ears down. The huge ears, like millstones, were several times larger than his head. The man listened for a while. A look of joy appeared on his face, and he turned around and shouted, "Come up! Hurry up! Go down to help! Someone is injured!" Before the voice fell, several people jumped down along the crack in the ground. Jihee raised his eyebrows. Okay. Director Fan is quite capable. A few minutes later, Director Fan was the first to be pushed up. He was covered in blood and looked embarrassed, but his right hand was tightly holding something. As soon as he was pulled up, he lay on his back on the ground, gasping for breath, and covered his eyes with his right hand. As one bloody person after another was pulled up, Jihee walked over, squatted down, and patted Director Fan's shaking body. "Director Fan, are you okay?" Director Fan heard a familiar voice, put his hand down, and saw that it was Jihee. His lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but he tried for a long time before he succeeded in speaking. "Jihee, I didn't let you down. I, an old man, brought the fruit back to you." As he spoke, he handed over the fruit in his arms. Jihee looked at the fruit in his hand that was emitting a faint glow, and raised his hand to take it. Earth core fruit, fruit that grows in the center of the earth. Taking it can stimulate personal potential. She gently held the fruit, lowered her eyebrows, looked at Director Fan, who was covered in blood and in a state of embarrassment, and asked in a low voice, "Our agreement is to help me find the trace of the earth core fruit, not to bring it back. You have exceeded the task, and I need to give you extra compensation. Is there anything you want?" Director Fan opened his mouth and was about to speak, but an uncontrollable itch came from his throat. He subconsciously lay on the ground and began to cough non-stop. Chapter 716. Jihee saw the blood foam in his throat from coughing, frowned, took out a healing mushroom, and was about to use it, but he slapped her back. "I don't want this reward. You give me some more food. I want that." Ji-hee ignored him. A light flashed. She took back the healing mushroom that still had energy left. It's a gift. After saying that, she stood up and took out a sack of ice grapes and put them aside. When the fruits fell, all the coughing people stopped talking, and even the injured people who couldn't get up suddenly sat up and stared at the sack of ice grapes. It was indeed the fruit that Director Fan had fought so hard to get. It was really valuable. Thank you. I take the fruit. Ji-hee nodded casually to the others. The wings behind him spread out, and when he was about to take off, Director Fan called Ji-hee. He hugged Bing Tao tightly. His face had improved a lot, and he put on a familiar smile again. Are you still going to take that fruit? If you are, can we sell it to you again? Ji-hee smiled. Let's talk about it later. After saying that, he spread his wings behind him and flew quickly into the crack. Come back quickly. It's dangerous there. Seeing Ji-hee's actions, Director Fan's eyes widened, and he dropped the ice grapes in his hand, kneeled on the ground, and quickly crawled to the crack. Come back quickly. You will die if you go alone. But it was too late. Ji-hee's figure had disappeared deep into the crack. People around him also came over. This boss is too impulsive. What's there? As soon as this question was asked, the atmosphere around them suddenly froze, and the faces of those who had climbed up alive were filled with fear. Director Fan stared blankly at the crack in the ground, his lips trembling, and he murmured, It's over, it's over. I just found a rich woman who loves extreme sports too much, but she insisted on taking risks on her own, and finally lost her life. What should I do? Director Fan sat down with a plop, slapping the ground and howling, Who has such good conditions to take risks on their own? You can't hire us with food. As long as there is enough food, there is nothing you can't make. If you die, what will happen to the uneaten food? Woo woo woo. Everyone who knows Director Fan values food over life. I'm afraid the last sentence is the one you want to say the most. Now everyone thinks he will definitely die. After all, their entire team, except Director Fan, are all official players, and they came back after losing half their lives. This girl will definitely not come back if she goes down alone. After he jumped to the crack in the ground, she crushed a sand scorpion fruit, and her whole body turned into sand without a trace of blood. When she landed at the tunnel dug by Director Fan, the black plants did not react to her arrival at all. They were still fighting for the blood left by Director Fan. Ji-hee took a look, and her whole body turned into sand, and quickly drilled in through the gaps in the plants. The cave was dark at first, but soon there was extra light. Ji-hee quickly approached, and found that the source of the light was a huge insect. These bugs have a pair of sickle front claws similar to those of a mantis, and their thick hind legs have sharp barbs, with coagulated blood on them. Seeing them crowded in the tunnel, Ji-hee guessed that the bugs that were chasing Director Fan just now should be these bugs. As Ji-hee approached, the bugs stood up, hissed silently, and began to wriggle wildly, trying to tear Ji-hee's body with their front claws. But she was in the sand now, and even if these bugs could tear her body apart, they couldn't kill her. The damage to her was almost zero. It was their excitement that seriously affected Ji-hee's movement to crawl in. She spent some effort to fly in smoothly. Some insects were unwilling to give up, crawling behind Ji-hee and cutting her with sickles, but she ignored them. Anyway, it didn't cause any harm to her. If they felt that doing so would make them feel better, then she thought she was still a kind person. As she walked, Ji-hee found that there was no road ahead. She stood at the entrance of the tunnel and looked out, and could only see the general outline. But it looked like a nest of insects. There were also traces of tearing around. Ji-hee jumped down carefully. As soon as she landed, she felt something foreign under her feet. She raised her foot, and saw the huge insect eggs under her feet. Is this the hatching room of insects? As soon as the thought came up, the insect eggs that seemed to have something on their bodies began to shrink and expand violently. When they expanded to the extreme, Ji-hee could even clearly see the insects moving in the eggs. Just as she was about to break them with one foot, she suddenly felt like she was being stared at. Slowly turning her head, she saw a huge creature lying in the shadow of the cave behind her. The creature stared at her with several eyes, and its drooping eyeballs seemed to be about to break out of its eye sockets. Mucus was dripping from its ferocious mouth. When she looked up, its mouth suddenly opened wide, revealing a row of teeth. It rushed in front of Ji-hee and bit down fiercely. This bite directly swallowed half of Ji-hee's body. The worm chewed it with big mouthfuls, and the sweetness of flesh and blood in its mouth tasted like soil. It realized that it was being teased, opened its mouth wide, roared, and an invisible wave spread out. Meat. The meat ran away. It wanted to eat meat. The anger of losing 2 batches of meat and fruit made this insect extremely furious. It raised its head and roared madly. Feeling the anger of the mother insect, the eggs in the dark tunnel began to expand rapidly, and large numbers of insects broke free from the mucus, cut open the eggs and crawled out. They lined up densely, and crawled out quickly from the top, bottom, left and right of the tunnel. They want to find me for the queen. Ji-hee, who had long since left the giant bug, was using the big wind mushroom to quickly travel underground. From the appearance of the earth core fruit just now, that kind of glowing thing is actually very easy to find in this dark world. It's as obvious as lice on a bald head. As long as she sees something glowing, she should be able to find it. While flying, Ji-hee did not forget to open the store, took the energy stone that was successfully sold from the shelf, and gave it to Xiao Shu, and quickly hung up the reward of the earth core fruit. For some reason, she felt a sense of urgency after the earthquake. This urgency urged her to speed up and get the earth core fruit as soon as possible. This time was no exception. Because of this sense of urgency, Ji-hee simply marked a sky-high price. For each earth core fruit, she was willing to pay 80 kilograms of dead tree stones with a pollution level of less than 20% or 40 kilograms of salt with the same pollution level. This price is simply sky-high at a time when food is extremely scarce. If you take it out to buy lives, you can buy several. She believed that there would be a satisfactory response soon. Chapter 717. The earthquake buried the only food left for mankind. Even the official players could not control their anxious hands, and swiped the 50 billion store over and over again. Thanks to the support of their peers, as the only store where food and essential resources for life can be found now, the 200 store is more famous than when the natural disaster first started. It has become the only real hope for mankind. Not to mention, before the earthquake started, the tree bag that was as strong as an escape pod that the 50 billion store hung up even saved many lives. After the cracks in the ground in many places opened, the water not only did not go down, but also somehow flowed back to the land, and the whole world was swallowed by the sea and turned into an ocean. If there were no tree bags floating on the water to give them a home to rest at night, drowning would only be a matter of time. And they paid only energy stones, which is not expensive for life. At this moment, no one said anything bad about her. This is really hard to criticize. The store was just updated at this time, and many people saw it. People clicked on the description below the store. It grows deep in the ground, surrounded by beasts/insects guarding it. The fruit will glow as big as a fist if it is extremely dangerous. Seeing this, people frowned. The 50 billion boss said it was extremely dangerous. It seems that this fruit is really hard to get. Then look at the reward at the back. Fuck! How much? 80 kilograms of edible food? Damn! Everyone sat up in shock from a dying dream. Such a high price is like a house before the disaster. With this price, let alone a mere earth core fruit, even if they are asked to pick the moon with their bare hands, they can try it. Brothers, the chance to make a fortune has come. Now let's see how many we can get. Quick! Get your weapons. Family members, don't say there is no pie in the sky falling on our heads. Now the pie is here, let's see if we can grab it. Danger? This is the biggest joke I have heard in the past 2 years. Every day I live as a prophet. I am not afraid of anything. Live a day, live a day. Let's do it. For these 80 kilograms of food, I will risk it all. People die for money, birds die for food. For a moment, countless figures rushed to the crack in the ground in the darkness. They must get this thing called the earth core fruit. The ball also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. There are only 4 days left before the two planets will fight for the last chance to enter the interstellar space. It sincerely hopes that Bai Qilin can successfully upgrade the space to the top level in the last time and prepare for adulthood. Otherwise, if she wants to become an adult, she will have to wait until the next planetary war. People walking in the dark have no sense of time. He didn't realize it was time for dinner until she was hungry. She looked at the time and realized she had been searching underground for 3 hours. She didn't know if it was because Director Fan took the earth core fruit away, but he didn't find another one in these 3 hours. She wondered if she should crawl back and find another crack in the ground to come in. But she quickly rejected this idea. This kind of crack in the ground is hard to find. She had been searching for 4 days, but had not found it. If she went out, she would probably return empty-handed after searching for 4 days. So she might as well try again here. But she also set a time for herself. If she had not found the second earth core fruit by tomorrow morning, she would give up here and go out to search again. Having made up her mind, Ji ate her dinner in a few bites and quickly got up to continue searching. And a few minutes later, a creature that looked a bit like a cricket emerged from the soil where she had finished her food. After this huge creature came out, it found nothing. After turning around a few times, it seemed to have found something and followed Ji-hee. Ji-hee was still searching aimlessly. Although she could see, it was still a bit depressing to be in the dark for a long time. Ji-hee suddenly stopped. She seemed to hear a sound behind her. She pricked up her ears and listened. She quickly confirmed that there was indeed a sound, and the sound was getting louder and louder. After thinking about it, she not only did not leave, but turned her head in the direction of the sound. After being underground for so long, the firefly-like insects that she had seen at the beginning had long disappeared, and the crawling sound really surprised her. Ji-hee's eyes were shining, with a pleasant smile on her face, and she ran back at twice the speed towards the sound. From a distance, she saw a huge insect covered with hair, like a cricket. For Ji-hee, the cave was quite spacious, and for it, it was wide enough to pass through. It couldn't even stretch its legs. This greatly affected its movements. Ji-hee looked at its struggling figure, and thought of the worker ants in the ant colony, who were responsible for finding food. As the largest number of individuals in the ant colony, worker ants are completely consumable. Every day they live, they just look for food and build nests. Is this lone insect also in this position? Ji-hee thought it was very likely. She casually threw the contaminated fish she had caught from the water last time she went out to do a mission into the hole. This fish was caught by her last time when she went out with a team to catch mutant animals. Although it was ugly, its pollution level was not more than 30%. After being in the space for so long, it was estimated that the pollution level had long been reduced to less than 5%. I guess this bug can't stand this temptation. Just thinking. Sure enough. With this fish, the huge bug in front of it immediately sped up its movement, rushed over quickly, and clamped the fish body in one go. The fish body, which was 1 meter long, looked a little small against its huge body. This insect was even bigger than the one just now. After the insect caught the food, it was not ready to give up. It put the fish in a concave place behind its body, and then quickly crawled over and stretched out a pair of large pincers to attack Ji-hee. The wind brought by the waving of the pincers in the air blew away some of the sand on Ji-hee's ears. Ji-hee stood there with her hands in her pockets, watching the insect waving its large pincers violently, cutting her body in pieces. Every time her face and body were touched by the clamp, they would turn into fine sand. It was like sand in the palm of your hand, scattered, but would reassemble in the next second. After a minute of continuous attack, the insect stopped its hand movements, turned around awkwardly, and was obviously ready to give up. Ji-hee narrowed his eyes with interest. It seemed that this insect had a high IQ. Chapter 7:18. In this case, she really couldn't follow too closely. Peeping eggplant came in handy again. Ji-hee stood in the dark, watching the big bug look around, dig a hole in the ground and crawl in. As soon as he disappeared, the hole quickly returned to its original state. It was as if nothing had happened. Ji-hee finally understood why she couldn't find anything. If she walked by without leaving any trace like this, who could find it? I really don't know whether to say Director Fan is lucky or unlucky. He found the Earth Core fruit and brought it back in half an hour. His efficiency is much higher than hers. After taking back the peeping eggplant, she quickly ran to the place where the bug disappeared, conjured up a shovel and started digging. After just a few digs, she found that the efficiency of digging was very low. It's nothing, the hole has an automatic recovery function. And the recovery speed is not slow. Ji-hee simply waved his hand and called out the 3 crying cats, dig. With just one word, the 3 crying cats showed extraordinary speed and started digging quickly. With their help, a pit more than 3 meters deep appeared soon. Ji-hee noticed a tiny opening below. With a wave of her hand, she put the 3 crying cats into the space and jumped in quickly. On the ground, Director Fan, who had just laid down to rest, sat up suddenly. How much? How much did you say? The subordinate was excited, and his face was even a little red. 80 kilograms. 80. Are you serious? 80 kilograms of food. Did you see it right? Yes. Food with a pollution level below 20%. The subordinate nodded frantically, his chin even pointed out a phantom, and he urged, Director Fan, this is our chance. If you stand up, food will come. Just give it a try, we will protect you to the death. Director Fan's face turned red and white, changing wildly. He had lost half his life just now. If it weren't for the little girl's healing props, he would not be able to get up now. But when he thought of giving up 80 kilograms of food, he felt a pain like cutting flesh. He slapped his thigh fiercely, his face grim. Let's do it. Let's go all out. For food. Everything for food. The base commander, who was standing outside the tent without saying anything, heard this, cleared his throat, pulled aside the curtain and walked in. Old Fan, since you are so courageous, an old man like me can't fall behind. I decided to take risks with you to find food for our people." Hearing this, Director Fan sneered, his face full of disdain. "I have talent, you have nothing. What can you do? Holding back? You are so embarrassing. Don't blame me for being blunt. My mission is not suitable for an old man like you who can only run. You should stay at the base and deal with those trivial matters. It is still me who has to save the world." After saying that, Director Fan lifted the curtain and walked out quickly. Only the base director was left with a confused look. After Director Fan walked out of the door, his face changed, and he called out to his subordinates, "Run." After saying that, he took the lead and ran. At the speed of a 100-meter sprint, he rushed out 50 meters in an instant. The smile on his face was getting bigger and bigger. Cool. The depression that had been suppressed in my heart for so many years finally evaporated, and it felt good. Go, go. Half a second later, a roar like a lion roared from behind. "Good Langfan, come back and explain it to me." He jumped down and found that there were layers of dense spider webs below. She sat on the cloud, trying not to let her body touch any of the webs. She always felt that if she touched it, it would cause her a lot of trouble. Putting on the invisible cloak, He flew silently in the tunnel. This time was completely different from the previous one. Not long after she flew, she saw groups of insects. These insects kept moving crosswise, some brought food back, and some went out. They had many kinds of food, including fruits, plants, and even the luminous insects on the upper layer. The insects were still alive, but the lights behind them were flickering, as if there was some poor contact. Following its light, He found that the surrounding silk threads were actually dark red, and even the insects were dark red, which made people feel more ominous than black. But He felt very happy. She had a feeling that she would be able to find the earth core fruit quickly this time. He controlled the clouds, and followed a bug carrying food silently. All the bugs moved in an orderly manner. They even greeted each other with their antennae when they passed by each other. This made He pull her cloak tighter. As the number of bugs carrying food around gradually increased, the silk threads around her head became more and more dense, and at the smallest point, there was even less than half a meter of space. The volume of the cloud itself is at least 30 centimeters. Under her, the insects lined up one after another, moving forward quietly and orderly. He carefully laid down, reducing her size as much as possible, and manipulated the cloud to carefully pass by. And her efforts were meaningful. In front of her, a core fruit was hanging on the head of a huge insect. He's heartbeat began to accelerate. The core fruit, the second core fruit, she finally saw it. After the narrowest section, the area was much wider, and she could stand up straight. In addition to the huge queen insect that was constantly laying eggs and eating, there were also several more sturdy guards standing around. They stopped all creatures that tried to get close to the queen insect, including those insects that delivered food. These insects were only allowed to put food in a specified location. They would be driven away. And they had no regrets. One of the insects was even stabbed in the brain by the guard insect, because the food it brought back was not of good quality. Its legs were kicking unconsciously, but it didn't resist at all. After it died, other guard insects came to eat its body, and he took this opportunity to quickly use the wind mushroom, rushed to the top of the queen insect, grabbed the earth fruit and stuffed it into the space. The next second after she grabbed the earth fruit, the queen insect suddenly raised her head and sprayed a puff of mist. He subconsciously leaned back to avoid the mist, turned into a gust of wind, and fled quickly along the tunnel. Behind her, the queen worm that lost the earth core fruit roared angrily. She threw down her food and stood up to chase He. The entire wormhole was also agitated by the queen worm's anger. The queen worm wanted to survive on the ground, and the earth core fruit was a necessary resource. Now the earth core fruit was stolen. It means that it will never be able to leave the underground, and her tribe will live in the underground, a place full of dangers, for generations. Chapter 7:19. This made the queen insect completely lose her mind. She kept screaming, venting her anger. "Go and catch that damn thief," the insects rioted. They moved quickly through the cave, stretched out their wings, and even flew low like fighter jets, screening the surrounding space again and again. The dark red silk screen was swung like crazy. If he hadn't had a space to hide, he would have been discovered long ago. She had the sand scorpion fruit, so these bugs couldn't hurt her, but they would slow down her search for the earth core fruit. He had already thought about retreating. But the bugs were too crazy at the moment, so she couldn't dig a hole. She could only look for an opportunity. 2 hours later, she finally found an opportunity. At the edge of the bug hole, a group of strange bugs with even smaller bodies suddenly appeared and attacked the group of bugs in the chaos. He found the right opportunity, and got into the earth hole dug behind the group of small bugs. Disappeared quickly. This bug is a living layphone. Not only did it help her attract firepower, but it also helped her dig a path, which was very considerate. In this case, she would steal their earth core fruits as well, and let them keep company with that group of bugs. Half an hour later, the queen bug of this species began to hiss. It roared angrily. And the thief had disappeared and hidden long ago. In the next 3 days, Jihe quickly stole more than 20 earth core fruits in this way, and also hurt the hearts of more than 20 species. If there was a title, I'm afraid it would have become the public enemy of bugs. And under her food offensive, the store also successfully harvested more than 40 earth core fruits for her. When she was still 29 earth core fruits away from meeting the needs of this upgrade, the progress bar for recovering the earth core fruits stopped moving. Jihe lay in the space, gasping for breath, her body covered with dirt and sweat, her hands shaking uncontrollably. This was because she was overexerting and exhausted. The chat channel in front of her was showing the latest message. Cowardly sorrow. Bugs, insects everywhere. Seeing this, Jihe knew why the progress bar of collecting the earth core fruit had stopped, because the bugs had crawled onto the ground, and people had to defend their homes, and could no longer accept the mission. What's more, Jihe suspected that the reason these bugs could crawl onto the shore was also related to the earth core fruit. If so, could she still collect 100 earth core fruits? With her hands covering her eyes, Jihe panted silently. Hello, the gifted, the final copy, the planetary decisive battle, will start in 24 hours. At that time, all talents will participate in the battle, and decide the life and death of the planet. Please be prepared to meet the challenge. The system here reminds you that the planet that loses will inherit the pollution of the other planet. Please treat it with caution. Hearing this, Jihe's heart beat violently. This final battle came faster than she thought. There is only 1 day left, and she still needs more than 20 earth core fruits. She slowly closed her eyes and calmed herself. There is still 1 day left. She still has time. Don't panic. There is still a chance. The system prompt sounded in her ears, and Jihe clicked it. Chung Jun, there is a weakness. Most insects are afraid of salt water, but there is a lack of salt and water on the ground now, and they can't find it at all. Seeing this, Jihe's heart slowly calmed down. Since there is a weakness, she is not afraid. What she lacks the most is water and salt. She got a lot of salt in the previous copy, and she hasn't sold it yet. As for water, there is some in the space faucet. If she thinks it's too slow, she still has lake water for fish farming. Now is not the time to feel sorry for money. Jihe quickly opened the store and posted a high price. 1 earth core fruit equals 500 caddies of water, with a pollution level below 5% plus 300 caddies of salt plus 100 caddies of food, with a pollution level below 20%. If delivered within 12 hours, the price will double. If delivered within 6 hours, the price will double plus 2 healing mushrooms. If delivered within 2 hours, the above conditions will be doubled again. The system's light reflected on Jihe's face, illuminating her expressionless face. Jihe was afraid that others didn't know the purpose of the healing mushroom, so he carefully wrote down word by word under the healing mushroom. It can cure turbidity, reduce pollution, and awaken successfully 100%. There is a sentence in capital that Jihe likes very much. Mark said that if there is 100% profit, capitalists will take risks, and if there is 300% profit, then capitalists will trample on everything in the world. So now, in this situation where all people will enter the Star War and supplies are extremely scarce, and they may even go to war on an empty stomach. Official players, are they willing to fight for a chance to survive for their families? She waited and saw. After hanging up all the supplies, he did not forget to promote himself. With a wave of his hand, he spent 10 gold coins directly, and received a system notification for all players. With money, you can be willful. So all the game players and base leaders, who were fighting against the insect plague suddenly heard a voice from the system. Clearance! Clearance! Clearance sale! The store went bankrupt after borrowing another 50 billion from Xiangtian. It went bankrupt. Clear the stock! Clear the stock! The 50 billion is going to run away with the money. Get the wool! Get the wool! Hurry up and get the wool! The last wave of getting the wool. The system was anxious and sent several messages in a row, accompanied by dynamic DJ music, and the beat was very loud. It even made many people's actions of cutting the bugs a little slow. Gamers were okay, as they were used to the occasional convulsions of the system. The leaders of the base were basically old, and they had never experienced these things. When they heard them, they were shocked. But the voice was still playing in my ears. The base leader asked tentatively, "How do you make the deal?" In a flash, a light screen appeared in front of him, and inside it was the 50 billion store, and the goods inside were still flashing colorful neon lights, tempting him to place an order. Base leader. Shock. So this is what the store that borrowed 50 billion from Xiantian looks like. The whole world received the news of 50 billion before it had time to panic about the last copy that suddenly appeared. When he saw the price on it, his eyes widened. Wow, what is this? 100% awakening. Does this thing really exist? If others still don't understand the meaning of 100% awakening, the official players and base leaders know it very well. As long as they use it well, this one thing can definitely make a name for themselves in the interstellar. This healing mushroom must be obtained. Chapter 720. They seem to have used something extraordinary, and used it as a common healing item. Director Fan was lying on the ground, fortunately becoming a member of the system notification. He saw the healing mushroom in a daze, and sat up suddenly, his pupils bulging with shock, staring at the line of words below. After a moment, a line of hot tears fell from his eyes. He deserved to die. Such an expensive thing. How could he use it? But at that time, Chung Jun said that this thing was a healing item. He always thought that he could awaken successfully because of his own perseverance. Chung Jun, covered in blood from insects, and with a miserable face. Oh no, did he still use this precious thing to treat his external injuries? Let him die. He doesn't deserve it. Under he's big move of spending a lot of money. The progress bar, that was originally stagnant, when there were only 2 minutes left before 2 hours, the first warrior, Director Fan, successfully handed in the Earth Core fruit in exchange for 2,000 kilograms of water, with a pollution level below 5% plus 1,200 kilograms of salt plus 400 kilograms of food, with a pollution level below 20% plus 4 healing mushrooms. Such a large amount of supplies, piled on the ground, caused a shock that was enough to dazzle people. Chili, Director Fan, Chung Jun and others looked at a small mountain of supplies. Even though their eyes were swollen, and they couldn't open them at all, they still smiled like idiots. So many supplies. They all belonged to them personally. This was simply unimaginable. Not far away, the talented people in the base looked at the small mountain of supplies, and the heat in their eyes, and the desire in their hearts reached the peak. Looking at the land under their feet was no longer fear, but desire. This is a mountain of supplies. Isn't it just fighting with the bugs for the fruit of the Earth's core? How difficult can it be? It's a life-threatening thing. Just do it. The gifted person jumped into the cracks in the ground like crazy, heading towards the direction of the bug army, as if he had lost his mind. The crowd swarmed in. Soon they rushed into the insect nest, and chopped down all the bugs that had not yet completed their evolution. The base leader even rushed to the front line in person. For the final battle, charge. 2 hours before the final mission, he finally collected the last Earth Core fruit. The heavy stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. She wiped the blood off her face with her sleeve and exhaled, finally catching up. She didn't rush to upgrade, but hung up all the supplies in the space first. Tree bags, salt, food, bone tree crystals, intimate juice, etc. Based on the behavior of the ball and others, she guessed that the thicker her tree was, the better it should be for her. So now she wanted to seize the last moment, and get more energy stones to feed the little tree. Although it might be a drop in the bucket, she firmly believed that it was better to do it than not to do it. She would try her best to the end, and whether she succeeded or not would depend on God's will. After arranging everything properly, he crushed the sand scorpion fruit, with a firm look in her eyes, and the whole person flashed out of the space. As soon as she appeared, thousands of arrows were fired in front of her to greet her. The smoke-emitting concentrated sulfuric acid wrapped the anger of the insects, and they were mercilessly ready to leave it here and offer it to their queen. But he was prepared and disappeared quickly. Just like countless times before. He broke out of the Zerg encirclement, and finally disappeared without a trace. Half an hour later, he was protected by 3 whimpering cats, and returned to the surface. She exhaled, suppressed her violently beating heart, looked at the bright sun above her head, exerted force on her hands, and jumped up completely from the cliff. As soon as she stood firm, a violent rumble came from the distance. He looked in the direction of the sound, and a blaze of fire that blocked out the sky and was accompanied by rolling fog. Another volcano erupted. This has become the norm during this period. As the plates move violently, the surface is submerged by seawater, and many volcanoes are pushed to the surface and erupt. He retracted his gaze and jumped onto Ing Yoshua's body, go to the abandoned house in front. Yes! The 3 Inging cats took a protective posture and quickly carried looking for a surface that would not be cracked for the time being. Running and jumping, they nimbly crossed the bottomless cracks. The world above ground was shattered. The underground had become a nest of insects. No one knew when those huge and ferocious insects multiplied. When they came out, they had already formed a large scale. These insects have various abilities. Not only can they spray sand and sulfuric acid, but also can isolate and strangle the space. A single individual can't cause any harm to Inging Cat, but thousands of insects can cause harm to Inging Cat when they use their skills together. Not to mention that all bugs have a basic ability. That is to evolve by eating the corpses of their companions. At the end of the fight, if Inging Cat had not been strong enough, there would have been no way to successfully bring Ji He out under the siege of countless Zergs underground. Ji He sat steadily on Ing Yoshui's back, took out a sip of water and drank it himself, then called Ing Yuqian and the other two. Come and have a drink of water, we are not going far, there is still more than an hour to enter the dungeon, just find a place to rest. Ing Yuqian did not stop, shook his head and refused. Boss, drink it yourself, our bodies don't need it. The other two had the same attitude. They valued protecting Ji He's safety more than Ji He did. Seeing that they were determined not to drink, Ji He didn't say much, but emitted a white light from his hands and began to treat them. After the treatment, the three felt lighter, and their movements became more agile. 10 minutes later, the three took Ji He to a relatively safe ruin. Ji He had no way of telling where that was, and could only vaguely guess that it should be the villa area where the rich lived before. Collapsed houses, broken tableware, desolate and desolate. Ji He was quite satisfied. He stopped the three who were about to leave, jumped off Ing Yoshui's body, and walked towards a dilapidated house with 2 collapsed walls. That's it. You three go in first. The three were somewhat reluctant. This place seemed desolate and deserted, but there were several pairs of hungry eyes around. Ing Yuqian put his head on Ji He's shoulder, acting cute and coquettish, trying to make Ji He change his mind. Let's go and have a look in the distance? Or let me stay outside with you, maybe it's in time. Ji He casually touched the soft fur of the big cat. He had eaten well during this period and had gained some weight. Her voice was gentle, her tone was neither hurried nor slow, but her attitude was very firm. If it's too late, you stay by yourself? The strong big cat stopped talking. She didn't want to stay. She would go wherever the boss went. But her attitude was still reluctant. Then the boss hugged me.